can't. So you can't just
I
you
just
can't
told
just
you
say
your voltage increases every fucking meter, every 3
it
feet.
does.
100 volts.
Okay, listen. When you say if you just move
Measure
your
it.
arm.
What do you
Hold
mean?
on. Hey,
Yeah,
hold on. Relax,
definitely.
relax. Let me ask the question. You're saying
Go
if
ahead.
you're saying if I wave my arm, I'm creating energy, electricity.
Penis.
You're
And how is
waving your
that?
arm in electricity. You're waving your arm in a medium of electricity already. Of course, you're going to create
When you say
more
electricity, you simply mean electromagnetic energy, yes?
electro
Penis.
continuity, like static.
Okay, stop. Don't.
What's this guy doing?
You're beating around the bush. Define exactly what it is, and not just a concept.
It's that static's not a concept.
Okay, so you're saying there's static electricity in the air?
Yeah, the stuff that makes your hair stand on end. Yeah,
Yes, of course
that
there is,
shit.
but
You're standing in it right now. You're standing
yes,
in a big ass field of it. And
static
if you go swimming,
electricity
hold on, brother.
is.
If you go swimming, you're gonna dive into a different field of it. So that's electricity, and this is electricity. They're both stacked on each other. Then you have dirt, and then the other materials, like gold, whatever the dirt makes when you heat it up and cool it.
Yeah, that's just not a. I'm sorry, I have different opinions there.
No, same way of fish when you take it out of water, and the fish can't get the
No,
water and the
fish
compression
needs
from the
oxygen.
water. The fish is
Fish needs
pressurized,
oxygen, and
like
oxygen is delivered to a
a
fish through its
fish is
gills.
pressurized, just like you in the cabin. The
Demek, let me
same
just make
analogy you
Demek. We got
gave.
to talk back and forth, or we're not going to get anywhere.
No, you're the one that
You
just
made a
started
statement.
spouting over me all of a
Just
sudden.
let me say it. You made a comment that a
Over
fish
me,
out of
right over
water.
me talking is when you're saying it. That's weird. Go
You're
ahead.
fine. Okay, finish your point.
A
Please.
fish in the water. It's the same as the guy in the airplane being squeezed by the fucking atmosphere that you need to survive up there. Because if you don't have it, you're like the fish out of water. You're going to go into shock. Go ahead.
A fish out of water dies because it can't get oxygen delivered. The delivery system for oxygen for a fish is via water flowing over its gills and the oxygen in that water. It has no way to extract oxygen from air. That's
That's
why
your
a fish
opinion.
dies. Hold on, let me finish. A fish being out of water, the pressure will not kill the fish. The lack of oxygen will kill the fish. And that's simply the same way that you, when you breathe in water, can't extract oxygen via the water through your lungs. The systems are different. They require oxygen. Both mammals require oxygen. I'm sorry, mammals. Both living organisms need oxygen, and they're delivered through a different medium. Period.
You
Penis.
just gave the total opposite. You proved yourself wrong. You
Well, then I
said
proved
put this
myself wrong.
fish in. You stop talking. You just said putting this fish in 100% nothing but air everywhere is going to kill it when what it needs is air. So you just proved yourself wrong. There
Air
is
and
no air
oxygen
in
aren't the
water.
same
No,
thing,
stop
Demuck.
talking. I'm
Be
not finished.
precise.
I wasn't finished.
Air and
There is
oxygen are
no
not the
air in
same
water.
thing.
There is
If
no
you
air in
can't at
water.
least define
There is no
what you're
air in water.
There's oxygen in water.
There
there's
is
Doesn't
no
oxygen in
oxygen
water,
in
bro.
water.
There
No,
is
there's not.
oxygen. What do you
No,
think you
there's
do when you
not.
have a fish tank? What do you think that little
No,
thing in the
there's
back is
not.
called? It's an oxygenator, the thing with the bubbles. That's exactly
That's
what it
not in
is.
the water already, you fucking retard. You have to plug
Okay,
electricity in
you're
and
right.
produce that.
I stand
You
down.
produce that. Don't be so
Your
dumb, dude.
supreme science
Show me
stands.
the fucking water, the
I
air in a lake.
apologize for being
Show me all the
ignorant,
air in a
Demuck.
lake or a pond outside. I apologize for you to do so. Show me the air in your bathtub. Don't talk
And
about fucking air
this is
making
why
machines to
you
create
can't have a
electrical
decent
continuity. I
conversation
know
because
electricity is the air.
So hold on,
That's
hold
you
what
on,
you're
hold
can't
on.
supposed to be away from.
conceptualize things.
You're supposed to
I'm
prove
sorry.
electricity is not the air.
Hold
So
on,
far,
Demuck,
you've not done good by plugging in your aerator and
I
electrifying
think
the air.
I
So
think what
far, you've
we're I
proven
think what
my
we're
point.
having here is an impasse.
So
The
now you took
impasse
a
is
thing and you put it underwater and you
just
plugged it in. You
yeah,
plugged in
we're
your
not
aerator. Now what happened? You electrified it and you made air with
no, you
electricity.
oxygenate it.
Thank you.
You
You
oxygenate the water.
electrified. You added movement, electrical
If you
current.
electrified it, the fish would float to the fucking top of the tank dead.
That's your dumb, silly story, sunny, funny, kooky boy. Mine is not
I'm
that
t-
story.
Sadly, it's a story that can be shown and demonstrated and
Sadly,
kill your
that didn't
fish in
make any
5
sense.
seconds. So
No, it's not. The only way you
You
can
can
show air and
listen.
water
You
is
can
by
say
getting
no,
an
it's
aerator.
not, but no,
Are you
it's not is
serious?
not
The
is not a
only way you
defense.
can get air out of
Why
water
don't
is
you
by
just say
putting an
nuh-uh?
aerator in it.
Why don't
Are
you
you
just say
serious?
nuh-uh?
So an
Why don't you
aerator is
just
not
say
even proof there's
nuh-uh?
air in water.
Nuh-uh.
This gentleman said
Uh-uh.
natural science, and
Uh-uh.
science is by going to the water, put an aerator in it, and prove there's air in the water now, is what he said.
Uh-uh.
Class, do you understand this, gentleman? Do you understand
Uh-uh.
how he hasn't proven there's air in water? Thank you.
What do you think
How
water
do fish
You
is?
survive?
haven't proven there's air in water.
Okay. You're right.
You
You
plug
win.
something in and
Your
stuck a
argument
cat
is
toy in the water.
unassailable, my friend.
No cat toys allowed in our air finding. How do you find the air in water without a cat toy?
Do you know that fish need oxygen to survive? Did you know that, Demok?
Stop reading Dr. Seuss books. Where can you
That's not in
prove
any
there's
Dr. Seuss
air
books.
in water?
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
There we go.
Yeah, that's not going to help. Reading books ain't going to help. How can you ever demonstrate there's oxygen in water? How would you be able to prove that?
By the fact that there's fish, and we know that fish need oxygen, and fish have
That
oxygen
didn't
in
make
their
any sense.
bodies.
No, you're going to need some water, and you're going to need to prove that that liquid has air in it.
The way that you would do it is by finding a moving body of. Hey, you want to know how? You want to know how? I'm going to tell you how.
You
You
cannot
want to
use
know how?
electricity.
I'm
His
not going to
claim
use
is not
electricity.
electricity.
I'll be a
So you
caveman
can't
about
plug
it.
anything in,
That's
and
fine.
you
I
can't
can be a
use any
caveman.
chemical electrolysis.
I'll be a caveman and still show you.
Yeah, no chemical electrolysis,
That's
and
fine.
don't plug anything in. And now
Are you
show us
ready?
how there's air in water.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm
All
ready.
you have to do is go down to any
Make
type
it
of
so.
moving. Listen, you have to go to a moving body of water and put any type of object as an obstruction into the flowing path, and you will see that as it's going to stir up and it's going to aerate that water.
No, that's electricity. That's
It's not
current and
electricity.
voltage and movement you just added. No, we're going to look in the bathtub, and you're going to fucking show me there's oxygen in there, stupid. Stop making shit up.
And all you have to do is just stir your hand around, and you agitating the agitation of the water creates the oxygenation.
Not use current. That's electricity.
Oxygenation comes
You
from
dumb fuck.
agitation.
You cannot use current. You cannot use electricity.
But that doesn't make the water curve, D-Mog. I'm on your
You
side
You
on
do not
that.
believe in
But you
electricity.
can find air
You
and
don't
water.
believe
That's
electricity is real. You don't
Hey,
get
Demek,
any form of
can
it.
I ask you a
No
question?
movement. You got to
Demek,
stay
Do you believe?
stagnant.
Demek, can I ask you a
Stagnant air and
question?
water. Are you going to show us?
Demek, can I ask you a question?
No, there isn't any air and water.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, are you going to show us how there's air and
Can I
water?
ask you a question?
You
Don't just
cannot
yes or no.
demonstrate.
Can I ask you a
Are you going
question?
to concede that you
The
can't
answer is no.
demonstrate there's air and water in your
Do
bathtub?
fish need oxygen to live? Yes or no?
That's your fucking story. No, they
You
don't.
can,
You
okay,
weird
okay, okay,
fuck.
okay. Let's wait. Just
They
wait. I've
breathe
got more.
electricity.
I've got more. Can you show any?
There is no
Any?
air and water. We're done.
Let me finish. Not talking about air and water.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
are
show?
retard, bitch.
No.
Yeah,
Can you
we are.
show
That's the
any?
exact thing you're trying to prove exists
Can
in
you show
water. You
any
retard. Now you're
documentation
running
that
from it.
fish don't
You're running
require
from the
oxygen?
thing you can't prove. Air in water, please. Prove there's air in the water. Prove water
Jesus
is
Christ.
holding
You
secret
are the
air in there.
ultimate denier. You just find
The
one thing that
ultimate
you.
non-demonstrator. How can we ever not deny your non-demonstration?
I'll
We
tell you
only have
what.
the
Why don't
choice
you
but
open
to
Chat
deny you.
GPT right?
We
Do
can
me a
only
favor,
deny you.
Mark. Open Chat GPT and ask,
I
is there
don't give
air
a
in?
fuck what your
Oh,
stupid
so
ass
that's
program
not
says
valid.
that you program.
Okay, that's fine. How
Who
about a
told it to
biology
say that? A
textbook?
weirdo? A
Biology
retard?
textbook? Can we go with a biology textbook?
Can you go
Actually,
with some water in a cup and show me where the fucking air is,
Oh, for
retard?
fuck's sake, dude, show me a
Who
fucking
convinced
electron.
you of this?
I would
Do
be
How
pretty
electrons
did
exist?
curious if he has
how
a
did they
source
convince
for
you there's air in water?
fish
Who
that
did?
Yeah,
don't
every time I think he's got some
live
chance
without
of being able
oxygen.
to have a conversation, he
Every
goes
time
full
I
derp.
think you got some chance of proving your fucking point, you run and run and run and start talking to people.
I'm not
Dude,
running. No
fucking
one's
weirdo,
running.
schizophrenic.
No one's
Water,
running.
Where is the air in
We're
your
not
bathtub?
running. We're not afraid of your
So
giant
show us
intellect.
the
No
air in
one's
your
running.
bathtub.
Not a person is running, my friend.
I
How
think
much
we should
air is
start
in
in
your
a
bathtub?
laboratory. Let's go to a
How much
laboratory, not a
air needs to
bathtub.
flow up from the water in your bathtub?
Do water in a
Air boy.
laboratory, not a bathtub.
Yeah, your bathtub. Hey, that's a fine lab for me. I'll take it. I don't care
What
you
is it
won't
that
accept
fish
or
are?
anything.
What
Listen,
are
it's not my
the
fault you don't
fish
accept to
doing
be
when
able
they're?
to demonstrate stuff. You don't
You've
accept
seen a fish
demonstration. I
in a
do.
tank when it moves its
We're
gills.
not
What
talking
is it
about
actually
the fish.
doing?
We're talking about what the fish are supposedly breathing
Just
from the
look up
fucking
what does
water.
a gill do.
You
Look that
don't
up.
know.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
That's
dude. Are you
You
denying
retarded
every single
motherfucker.
text? Yes, I'm retarded, says the flat earth believer.
Yes, you're retarded. Stop
Well,
asking dumb fucking questions.
you
They're electromagnetic
provide a
electrical
single
continuity.
you can't provide a single bit
They
of proof
get
to your theory.
electrical continuity from the water.
You can't find a
They are
book,
like a
you can't
cell
find an
or like
article,
a
you can't find
motherfucking
a
solar
scientist,
panel.
you can't find a picture. You
They
can find
work like
zero
a solar
evidence
panel.
that your
Flesh
crazy theory is
pulls
true.
current out of the water. The material of the fish pulls the electrical continuity
Of course it
out of
does.
the
And
water
nobody
when it
knows but
moves.
Demuck. And only
When
Demuck
it
knows this.
compresses and
Not a
decompresses the water,
biologist,
it gets
nobody.
the electrical continuity. There is no air.
You, sir, are the
No
Einstein
air.
of 2020.
There is
You
no
are
air in
brilliant.
water. You heard it
Of
from
course
me
there's
first,
not. And you are the only one
2025.
that believes that.
Time to do new
Congratulations.
science. New science time.
You
New
agree that
science.
air's not oxygen,
How
right?
did you
Demont?
prove there's air in your bathtub? We're waiting,
Oh,
guys.
for fuck's sake, brother. I
Yeah, it's gonna
personally
be hard for
can't
you to
prove
prove
it.
your claim,
What-
isn't it?
I can't do it by just standing in front of a
Can't
bathtub and
demonstrate
showing
none
you.
of your fucking magic Narnia. Well,
It's
stop
not Narnia,
declaring it,
asshole.
you
Just because you don't
weirdo.
understand it doesn't make it Narnia.
No,
I
you
don't
don't
have a
understand
vagina,
it.
but I know
You
what
don't
one
have
does and
it.
what it looks like.
You don't understand it. You don't have it anywhere.
What does it
You
look like
fucking
again?
retard. You're not demonstrating
Did you
it,
go
so
to
clearly you
school or
don't
were you raised
understand it.
inside the house? Did you get
Where
out
is
much?
the air at in your
Did you
fucking
graduate
water?
high school?
All knower,
Emma
air water
put
guy.
the dem and demonstrate.
Guy
What are
who
you
has
talking
no
about?
clue where the air's at now in
I guess if
water.
that's going to be my
Now
defense,
he
then
can't find
electrons
it.
don't
The cat
exist,
got your
subatomic
hair.
particles don't exist.
Does the
If
cat
I
got
can't
your
hold it in my
hair
hand,
now?
it doesn't exist.
Cat
You
got
are a
your hair.
vagina.
We don't care what you're talking
That's
about, Scooby Doo.
No, when you
Get a
say
fucking
we,
clue,
stop
weird
saying we,
retard.
bro. It's you. There's no
Stop reading
we in
Dr. Seuss
crazy.
books. They're not going to help you prove
The
air
Dr.
is in
Seuss book might
water.
be a step up for you. There's more
They're not
factual
going to
data in a
help you
Dr. Seuss
prove your
book.
claim.
You can keep
No
talking, my
book
friend,
is
but
going to
nothing you
help you
say is
prove there's
fact.
air in water.
There's no
No
demonstrable
cartoon will
proof.
help
There's
you
not a
now.
single little book,
No
article, white
religious
paper.
canon is going to help you. No Jesus
Dude,
Air book is going to help you now.
the fact that you deny fish require
I
oxygen
don't
is
have to deny
absolutely
what you can't
embarrassing.
demonstrate. Air inside of your bathtub water.
Dude, you don't get to stop at show me an electron, and until you do, nothing you say matters.
there's
That's your
I can
ways
argument.
of
walk
doing
across
it.
the
Show me
carpet
an
and turn
electron,
the lights
Demuck.
out,
Until
and
you do,
Theo
nothing you
might
say
stop
matters.
in the
Where's the
fucking
electron,
doorknob
Demuck?
every
Where's the
day.
electron, Demuck? Are you holding an
Between
electron?
every
Can you
fuzzy
extract an
blanket.
electron? Can you make it big
Every
enough for me to
fuzzy
see?
blanket at night
Why
has
can't you? Why can't
electricity.
you? You should be
A
able to.
lightning bolt is
Show me a
seen in the
subatomic
rain
particle.
every day by everybody.
God,
Go
your argument
stand
is weak,
outside and
buddy.
get struck by lightning, and now tell me lightning's not real. Now
I
tell me
hate
a
to break
Anybody?
it to you,
lightning
my
bug's not
friend, but
real
you're going to
again.
be in a room tied up
Explain to the
yelling for the
children
rest
how
of your
lightning
life.
bolts don't exist. Sparks aren't real. Spark plugs don't work no more. Batteries
At
no
least
good,
can you
guys.
give us a book or
Electricity is
something of all the
not
demo
happening.
rules of physics?
This
And
young man doesn't believe in electricity or lightning. This is
no one says
weird.
no one does. No one says that we don't believe in electricity because we think fish need oxygen to
Well, I
live.
know for a fact there's electricity in the water you move because you're making
There's,
it move with current.
there's
Now, the
electromagnetic
same way the fish
energy
is
in
getting the electrical
everything.
continuity out. The fish is
It's
going
all
to
around
ground
you,
the
buddy.
current to its
Electromagnetic
body.
energy is
The fish
everywhere.
is going
Energy
to
in
be
all
ground.
forms.
The fish is ground.
Says you.
Okay, so did I miss that like fish don't need
Fish don't
oxygen,
need
but they get
oxygen. They don't
but
get it through the water. It's all
they get it from
electricity. You're up to
the
speed.
okay. Okay. All right. Well,
Why don't they drown?
who said that?
I don't know. I wondered that too.
Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone. It's calm now.
They can't prove that there's air inside of their bathtub water. There's
Oh,
no
that's
way
not
they
even
can
the
prove
part
it.
that matters, dude. You
They
denied
can't
fish
use
need oxygen, you
electricity
fucking
because they don't
retarded,
believe it's
inbred
electrical.
fuck.
And they can't
Demons.
believe, and they can't prove that they can't use chemical electrolysis because that's electricity, and they can't use any form of electricity. They have to
They're
prove
not
to us
converting
that
H2O
there's
into
air.
oxygen, dumbass. It's
Stop making up
microbubbles.
stories.
Good
Well, we can
God,
add.
fucking
We
A.
can
Stop
do it.
telling
What
We can do a
goddamn
stories.
school
Just
did
test.
you
prove
go
there's
to?
air inside that water,
Summertime.
little fish lung.
He went
Well,
to a
you can do
special
what
school.
you can do a chemical test. You can put
No, that's
chemical
called
reagents into
chemical
a water tank.
electrolysis. Not
Demok,
gonna
we're
have
Yeah, so
not
you know about
saying
it.
that fish
electricity.
break down water
That's what
into
he said. It's
hydrogen and
not.
oxygen.
I
They
told
But
him
do
we
it
can
was
not
measure the
break
amounts of
electricity.
down
He said
oxygen
water
no.
by
into
the color.
hydrogen and
I
oxygen.
told him air is
That's what
electricity. Once
electrolysis
you put
is.
electricity in
At least
water, you will
learn your
get
They have
goddamn
them.
air.
Well,
scientific
no,
terms.
they have the
We'll
test
get the
kits. They
reaction
sell
of
them at
air.
aquariums. They sell them at fish stores.
Wave your
They have
hand
test
under there.
oxygen
That's
test kits.
chemical that's fucking kinetic energy
Here, I'll find one
under the
for you.
water,
Oh my
creating a
Gonna go
God, we've got
current
to.
another
or movement.
Witsit here.
You're
Are you
creating a
doing a
current
Flatsoid or a
or
Why?
Witzig?
electricity.
Oh,
Here,
that's
Okay,
Why?
Red
exciting.
Cloud
test
was
kit.
Or a
talking.
current.
Okay,
Why?
Demok, when you're
Why are
done.
you looking up?
Red, are you mumbling in the background for us to hear you?
Why are you looking up oxygen tablets for fish tanks?
No, oxygen test kit. Oxygen test kit.
There you go.
I
Test
thought there was
kit.
There we
already
go.
Why?
oxygen in the fucking water.
Here we go.
Why would
I
you
want
have
to point
to
out we
add
were
it?
having a good conversation.
Why would you add movement or anything to this water when all you need is the water and you get all the air you want?
Here we go. You just go to this Amazon
How much
link,
air
and
is
then
in a
there you go.
teaspoon of water?
No, I don't want you to kill
Teaspoon
a
of
fish,
water.
bro, but go to the store and get a goldfish and put them in water. And don't do anything to that water.
Oh no, don't do that. That'd be bad.
I want you to go
He'll
Of
get a
course it would be
drown.
robot.
bad, but
Show
does
me
he have to
where
prove
That's
it?
in
Who
cruel.
else is going
That's
to
water.
prove
cruel
it?
to the
I want
fish.
you
He's
to
going
show
to
me
drown.
where a robot has to breathe air.
Well, that's the ultimate argument, bro. You
true.
got us. You are the master debater.
Yeah,
Fucking
it
A.
works just fine off electricity, you fucking idiot. Just like your
Yes, because
car,
it's not, it doesn't need to,
just like a little
it doesn't
toy
need oxygen to
helicopter.
survive.
I don't need excuses.
My
I only
vacuum
have
cleaner is a
proof of how
Roomba. It's pretty much a
energy can
robot, but
do
I
it.
don't have to ever give it oxygen.
Energy works fine. We can make you a little bird. We can
Yeah,
make
you've
you
proven it.
a little robot.
Sometimes I think you're just
A, va-
fucking
a
with us,
vacuum
Demok.
cleaner's
Are
a
you
vacuum
punking us?
cleaner's a vacuum cleaner's like a fish. Air goes in, air comes out.
Yeah, that's what you made, you fucking retard.
If you would do us a
You
favor
made
and just
that
publish
in.
can you
You
publish a
made that thing
2-page
pull in and
rules,
push out.
laws of Demok in your universe, just so we can have conversations, so we don't get into these back and forth battles? If you're saying that fish don't need oxygen to survive, that can be verified anywhere. Just walk into a store where they sell fish. They need to breathe
Yeah.
oxygen, and he'll say, "Yeah." How do they get it? Because they don't breathe air.
That didn't make any
They
sense.
extract the oxygen molecules from the
So
water.
some guy told you a story? Why would you ever believe that fucking weirdo? Give him a cigarette and $1
Because
and
if
tell
you
him to
don't
walk
believe
over.
them, then the fish
How
will
does your
die.
how does
I
the
don't
engine in your
have to
car
believe
work,
you fucking
Emma?
retards. My fish are doing just fine with
Like,
no
how does
air.
how does the engine in your car
Yeah.
work? Do you know?
Our fish don't breathe air
It's
either.
just a
Your
scam,
engine is
dude.
not a fish.
Listen, the aerators go inside the fish tank. It pumps air, but the bubbles
Electricity
float
will
to the
make a
top.
robot work just fine.
Hey, shut up!
Little
It's my
robot
the
Bob
bubbles
works
float to
just
the
fine.
top.
How did we get on
Little
robots?
Pinocchio works
Demok won't
fine.
let you
I'm
talk.
saying the
He's got
same
to let
thing.
you
Shut the fuck
go.
up.
I think he needs to reboot.
Pinocchio works just fine. He doesn't have a real heart.
Bubbles float to the
Demok,
top of the
can
fish
we
tank.
respond?
They just dissipate in the air. What are you trying to say?
Like,
That
do you have a
the
factory
water
reset?
absorbs the air? How much? Can you measure it? All you got to do is
I just
measure
asked
how
you
much
how much
you're
air was
putting
in a
in.
teaspoon of water, and no one answered me.
I'm saying the same thing you are, but you don't ever shut the fuck up. I'm talking to
I
them.
already said that 20 minutes ago, weirdo. Why would you not answer the question?
I'm not.
Can we-
You're the one proving it.
I'm
All
not.
right, let's tone it
You're
down.
proving it in the
Flirth on
fucking
flirth
teaspoon,
action.
not
Yeah.
me.
Wow, chicka, bow,
I'm
down.
proving there's water in the teaspoon. You're
Listen, I
proving
got
there's air in there.
I'm very
back.
excited.
Everyone else meet Demok.
Fucking
Demok meet
weirdo.
everyone else.
Sit back and buckle up. Listen, if you got an aerator that you put into a fish tank, it's gonna pump air
What's
into
an
the water.
aerator made of?
You motherfucking
How
faggot!
are you making air?
The air is gonna pump out of that aerator and just
From
go
what?
straight to the top of the water.
From where?
It's
From what?
gonna absorb.
Not all of it goes to the
How'd you
top.
make the
The
air?
micro bubbles get
Measure
into
and
the
show
water.
how much is actually getting absorbed.
How
Because
did
you
you
for the
make
fish to
air without an
survive.
aerator?
It's the same fucking
Where does
standard
the air
that
come
talks about
from?
oxygen from when we
Guys,
breathe
you
in. You
can
say our
look this up
lungs
in a 7th grade
So you
fucking
gotta plug in a tool
manual.
like that toy.
You don't
So
have
you
to
gotta
argue
get
in
the
the
toy
goddamn
moving.
if you
fucking forum.
inhale an ounce of air, you're
This
going
is
to exhale an ounce
established
of air.
science.
But you
Like,
guys say
what kind
that
of
we're absorbing
heads you guys
oxygen
have?
inside of our lungs, just
Does
like
your
Man-made
dog
that.
need
electrical
food?
device gets
Measurement.
air.
Show us the measurements. That's all I'm
So an
saying.
electrical device
Oh,
creating
fuck you and
electrical
your show us a
continuity,
measurement. Jesus
static kinetic
Christ.
energy.
Make
The
it make
measurement
sense.
is electricity.
Democ,
Electricity.
you are
You got
fucking
12
cray-cray,
volts.
bro. I'm
Brother, you
sorry,
got
dude.
15
You just
volts,
pull
12
shit out of
volts,
your
and
ass like
you
nobody.
got a
At
10
least
amp
to pro,
Flaxoid,
bro.
you
at
got
least
a
the other
power box
flirts
that
have
you
some
You
kind
guys
of
because you
plug
can't
an
make
basis.
it make
aerator
sense.
into.
All right, Demok, when you're
Every
done,
single bit of
Fresh
air
is
that I inhale.
The
okay.
aerator doesn't work without electricity.
Don't
So
try to
listen,
control Denmark. You won't be able to
here's what you
control
can
him.
do to prove air. Here's what you can do. Just take the smallest amount of air in, guys. Just the smallest amount you can. Just suck in the smallest amount, and don't ever let it out.
Just
Let
suck
it
slowly,
dissolve.
Demo.
Stop
Can you,
making shit up, Dr. Seuss.
Okay.
We're gonna
Well,
prove
it's
I
you
hard
think
to
wrong.
argue
I
with
think
your logic,
Just
hold on,
let it
Democ. It
Jack.
dissolve,
truly is.
and then
Demok.
pull in
can
a
we get
little more, and let it
can Denmark
dissolve.
show us how to hold your breath and then don't let any out?
Demok, I
Tell
think
us how to-
Hold on, hold
Gatebreaker
on.
wanted
Let's see.
I think Gatebreaker wanted to say something.
Go
Did you
ahead.
want to say something,
Nope.
Gatebreaker?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. Red Cloud, did you want to say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, you say something and then we'll have Demok respond if he has anything. Thank you.
A request of the room that we talk about something other than aerating fish. We were having a good conversation and it was usurped. So, just saying.
I agree. Does anyone else have anything to say before we wrap this up?
Well, the only problem with that is any topic we have in here, the minute we say something that Lord Democ disagrees with, he basically says
Character assassination.
basically
Just
says
focus on the main
nuh-uh.
question.
Hold on, Fresh. Hold on. And then Fresh can speak. Jack. I see your point. I know that we're probably not going to agree, and so I think everyone got their points heard. Whether we're not going to change anyone's mind, but I just want to make sure the room is flowing well. So I know Eggshell is on a work call, and he can't server mute anyone. So I'm just trying to help out. So Fresh,
excuse me, I'm here. CK, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Terry. I'm sorry. So, I'm just trying to help out. So, if Fresh wants to say
That's okay.
something, please do.
When things get out of hand, I'll
If we're just gonna throw science out in total and say that there's not any publication anywhere that can prove anything at all, then there's really no point in any debate, frankly. Right? As soon as it touches a nerve,
it gives room for the growth of science, right? If you don't have citations or
nuh-uh is the
demonstrations,
answer, though.
hey, we were just talking about not cutting people off and not having audio chaos, and then you jump right back into it. So just
You're
wait.
so right.
And your
Forgive me,
answer
my
to your
apologies.
question is, if you want to continue and have the growth of science, then yeah, if you don't have citations or demonstrations for things that you claim, then go ahead and be the first. Go out there and demonstrate it so people have actual answers and explanations for these questions that are out there, so they don't have to be debated.
Can I ask
And in response to that, I would simply say this. Proving there's oxygen in water, and I don't mean that water is made up of H2O. I mean that there's microbubbles and oxygen, and water needs to be oxygenated for fish, is a 5th grade experiment and or textbook. If we're just going to deny that, then what's the point of it? I mean, if you say that to me to end an argument, that if you can't show me an electron in front of my face, then they don't exist, no textbook, no physicist, no accredited course is going to prove me wrong, and we're really at an impasse. That's my point.
Yeah, you're
And
coming at
fresh.
a third grade fucking level of you
One sec.
believe times the 17 power 10 to the negative
What's your
17.
degree
believe
in,
yours.
Demuck? For you to say that. What's your degree in?
Non-belief.
And that just
What's
doesn't
your-
mean shit in the real world, my friend. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
Non-belief.
go- you
Fresh.
can't-
something.
You
Wait
can't
a
say to a
second.
person
You're
with a
talking
college
about
education, and I'm not talking about me,
promoting it.
that it means
Okay,
nothing.
we don't have to
Hey,
end
hold
it.
on a
I
second.
see Spin has a comment, so go ahead.
I did want to know what Fresh's difference of opinion from Democ was, without Democ kind of getting onto him. I just want to know what his position on just the aerator part, the aerating the oxygen. Does it happen, and do fish breathe, etc.? Like, do you have a difference of opinion, or are you sort of in the same camp?
All I'm saying is just the same way that you say our lungs absorb oxygen, but everything I inhale, I exhale. Right? So same theory, when you put an aerator, whether he has a problem with it being electric or manual, you put a straw in the water, you blow into the water. The air that you input into that water is going to turn into a bubble form, and it's going to rise to the top. And then it's going to dissipate from the surface and expand in all directions, as all gas always does. And unless you guys are going to claim that buoyancy is not a real thing, and that air bubble is going to stay there until it just pops underwater and then be absorbed, then you need a demonstration of that. That's all.
Exactly.
Well, there are kits that they have at fish stores where you can measure the oxygen within water. Are they
What are you
clouds
measuring?
aren't contained.
The oxygen content.
What are
in
you
water.
measuring?
The oxygen content in water
So how are you measuring it?
with a test kit.
What's the test kit do, smarty pants?
I'm just telling you what it does. It measures the oxygen
That didn't make
content
any
in water.
fucking sense. How does the test kit work? What's the principle of it? What are the attributes?
There are multiple ones. There's
So start
ones that
explaining.
are strips, right? Have you ever used a test strip to
A
see if
strip.
your water
See,
filter?
Demuck,
So
that is
strip-
not a defense, bro. You're just straw manning
So
shit,
a
dude. You
strip
cannot.
of paper tells you there's oxygen in the
All right,
fucking
then
water.
you tell me right now.
That's correct. That's one way. There's
Penis.
another way where you can
I
actually
don't
take
believe strips of paper.
They have electrodes on the end
Oh,
of a
fucking kill me now.
stick, for lack of a better word.
Yeah,
I
that's
posted it in the
called
chat.
chemical electrolysis. That's not going to help you.
No, it's not chemical electrolysis.
Electrolysis is hydrogen and
You're
oxygen that
not
make
going to
up
have
water.
anything with chemicals that doesn't involve chemical electrolysis.
Stop saying
Nothing in this
electrolysis.
world
It's
doesn't
not
involve
electrolysis, dude.
electrolysis.
We're
I
not
want to
breaking
point
down
out-
water into hydrogen and oxygen. That's
How
not what
could
we're
you if you
saying.
would? You'd use
That's
electricity.
not what we're saying. Repeat after
How
me.
else would
That
you
is
do
not
it?
what we're claiming.
How do you get
Understand. Air micro. What did we just say? There's micro bubbles in
air?
water.
So you use water to get air. So you
No,
plug
yes, you
water
can
into
break down water into
or
oxygen.
push water. So
Yeah, we're not
water is
saying
how
air.
Are
you
you
prove
denying?
air.
Wait. Please, let's just go back one
So
step.
when you
Are you
stick your
denying?
test
Wait, can
result
we
in the
please?
fucking air, what color
Is
does it
water,
turn?
dude?
Your test
Penis.
strip
Air is not oxygen.
Oxygen
You're
and
just
air are
defeated.
two different
Your test strip
things.
is invisible in
What
the
you
air.
breathe in is mostly nitrogen. It's not even
Your
oxygen,
test strip
dude.
stays white in the air. Does it not?
Oh God, I swear to God,
What
you're
are
not
you
even.
reading in the water? Definitely not air. Next.
Air is not oxygen.
What is air,
not
Demuck?
oxygen.
Define air for us,
You
please.
don't
Just so
know.
we're.
It's electricity. I just
Air is
told you,
electricity?
weirdo. If you don't believe in electricity, where can we go with
Dude,
you?
I'm fine with you insulting me, but come on, weirdo. Come on, what are we in third grade? Give me something good. Come on, hit me.
Brother, the test fucking
Come
strip
on.
does not change color
Better
in the
than
air.
this. You've got a better vocabulary.
Test
Hit me.
strip. Stop running from the
Weirdo.
thing you brought up. The test
I
It
strip.
didn't bring
reacts
up
with the
test strip.
water.
That was
It
ice or
reacts
spin.
with the
So it'd be
water.
nice if you could keep your people arguing
No
straight.
oxygen that you wave it in is going to make it change color.
Have you ever
It's
seen
not
how they
oxygen that
determine
he's
on the
waving
side of
it
the
in,
road?
So it's
dude.
not
On the side,
air.
Very.
on the side of the road, when they pull someone over and they say, "Oh, that's a crack rock. Let's find out if it's cracked." What do? They mash it up, they
That's not
stir it in a
air.
little
We're not
water
talking about
solution,
you smoking
and they look
crack.
to see what color it changes. These
We're
chemical
not
You're
talking
reactions.
denying
about
that-
test
you getting
strips,
pulled
Demuck.
over.
Demuck, you're denying test strips. It's his point. You're denying the fact
Your
that you can
test
make a
strip
strip.
is white in the air. It's not
Oh, for
changing
fuck's
color
sake,
outside
dude.
in the
Oh, so now
fucking
test
air.
strips are valid.
What thing you
Just
said
not,
it's testing for, you
just
dumb
not
bitch.
oxygen and water. That
You're
one's bullshit.
fucking
Everything else is
retarded.
good.
The reaction
Dude,
You're
takes
very
place
fucking
selective.
because of the water. The water
If
creates
you
the
pull the
reaction.
strip out and rub it in air, it's supposed to turn blue. Now you're gonna dip it in water, it turns blue, in the air it stayed white, you dumb bitch. You did not prove your point. You
that's
proved
exactly
the
what
opposite.
it is.
You
Well, if you
fucking
know all
weirdo.
this,
Right.
why do you bother debating anybody?
Yeah, he's right.
I'm proving how dumb you bitches are. Why do you fucking even think that you're smart?
That's Mr. Bitch to you, first of all. And we're not dumb, dude. You just
I
have
just
you don't even
told
have a
you
basic
the
enough
airstrip
education to
doesn't change
have a
color.
conversation.
The
You're
airstrip
basically
doesn't
saying that
change
every
color in
single
the air.
person on the planet is wrong.
Concede that the airstrip is
fish-
not reading air.
Fish don't
Yeah,
need
it's
oxygen
not reading
to live.
air. It's reading oxygen
Okay,
within the
now,
water.
how are you finding oxygen? I waved it around in the air, the oxygen, and it didn't
You
change
really
color.
just are gonna you're gonna die on the hill over this
Because the
strip,
water
aren't you?
creates the
I'm
chemical
waving
reaction.
my fucking test strip that's not changing color outside.
You have
in
a
the
thing called
oxygen.
Google, because Google.
You guys
You don't even
know
have to
what
ask us the
oxygen
question.
is. So
Why
that's
would
not
you even
oxygen I'm
accept an
breathing.
answer from us?
So
Just
I'm
look
not
it up
breathing in
yourself.
oxygen.
I'm done.
My test strip failed on the oxygen I'm breathing in. This must not be oxygen. I'm done with you retards making shit up. Dr. Seuss.
Would you agree that water is required
I'm not
to,
gonna
for
agree
the
to
test
anything
that we're talking
you
about?
say. You're fucking
I know
weird.
you're not. That's why I'm not arguing with you.
You
The
guys get a
water
white
is what
test
creates the
strip and
reaction,
rub it in
bro.
the oxygen, and it stays white in oxygen, and then you tell me it turns color in water to prove oxygen. You guys are fucking invalids.
They have
You
the
just
same
proved
thing for
yourself
like
wrong.
water filtration
You just
kits,
proved
right? You can
yourself
see
wrong.
what chemicals are in your water. You can
Did
see
you
if it's
concede you've
filtered.
proven yourself wrong by science?
So, okay.
Dude, it's
Does anyone else
dissolved
have
air
a?
in water. It's 100%
Don't make
provable.
shit up to me,
Another
motherfucker.
conversation.
I'm not
Stop
making up
making
shit to
shit up.
you,
Another
motherfucker.
claim.
Why don't you
Another
just
claim.
ask somebody? Go to the fish store
Another
and say,
claim.
it's not a
So now
claim.
you
Is
don't
there
have any
dissolved
oxygen.
air in water?
So you're
Yes is
not
the
breathing
answer.
oxygen.
No, you're not
What
breathing
the
oxygen.
fuck?
You're breathing air, which is made up of
Son
partly
of a
oxygen, about
bitch. Wave your test
17%.
strip. Wave your test strip in it, and what color does it change? Does it change oxygen
You
color?
can't even, it's not oxygen,
is
you goddamn
You
ignorant
dumb
moron.
bitch.
We're not
What are
talking
you
about
doing with
oxygen.
the test strip then?
You just
I
got
mean,
to
it's
No,
differ
really
between
simple to
air and
think
You can't
oxygen.
even prove your point.
It's really simple to think about. If you don't have your aerator to put air inside the tank and you put your strip in there, what is it going to say?
well, first of all, the
There's
fish
no
is going to
air in
die.
there, right? Because you have to put air into it because it doesn't have air in it.
No, you have to put oxygen into it.
Yes,
Oxygen
that's
is
simple.
not air.
Whatever you want to call it, you got to put that
I want to
into
call it
it.
oxygen. I want to call it
You
oxygen.
wanna
It's
call
not
it
air.
oxygen.
Hydrogen
It's
content.
not air.
If you don't put it in there and you put your little strip in there, it's not going to be there, meaning that it's not there.
Flowers, right. Listen, pH just means your pure hydrogen content. That's it.
Guys, two
That's
words,
water.
dissolved
That's not
oxygen. Just
oxygen.
look it up. You can save a whole lot of
Hydrogen-
time. Dissolved oxygen. Look it up. You could save
What's
an
that
hour of
mean?
this calling.
It's
look,
simple.
again,
You got
look
your strip,
it
you got your
up.
water, and you got your oxygen. If you put your strip in your water without putting oxygen in there, it's going to say there's no oxygen. If you put oxygen into it and then put your strip in there, it's going to say there's oxygen in there.
Correct.
There's a
Simple.
certain amount of dissolved oxygen in water. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry you don't like it. And fish need that fucking oxygen to live. I'm sorry you don't like that either. Those are two
Don't
facts
survive
that
on
you can
electricity.
easily
What's the
prove.
difference in color
If it exists
between
in there naturally,
aerator
then why do
water
you
and
have
no
to put more
aerator?
in? If it exists in there naturally, then why do you have to put more in there for the fish to keep them alive?
Exactly. It should be in the
Fish are
pond, in the lake
consuming
outside.
it.
The lake
Fish
outside in the pond.
consume the dissolved oxygen. When it is
They
no
don't
longer
have
there, they
aerators.
cannot extract anymore.
They
Thus,
don't
you have
have
to add
aerators.
more.
It's a fucking fish tank that's adjacent to an open. It has an open top. It's adjacent
but
to
it
the
doesn't.
environment.
Aaron,
Would it
yes,
not
but water
absorb
needs to
it
be
by
moved.
itself?
Okay, I'll
How would
answer you.
it not
Water
Needs to be moving
water
water.
has to
Waves
move.
create oxygen in the ocean.
Water has
Waves
to
create
move.
oxygen in the ocean.
Exactly.
The fish is swimming. That's moving the water around. What are you talking about?
Not enough, bro. It's
No,
not
it's not
enough.
enough.
All right. I know you don't like that answer. It's
Yes,
just not
it is.
enough.
For the fish.
God
How
didn't
much
create
energy
it
does the
right.
fish need?
That's why he blessed men to be able to create air
How many
pumps of the
amps does
fish
a
to be
fish
able to
need?
live, because he didn't make them to be able to survive without that.
Oh God, are we
Look at
going to
the
go to
ocean.
God
Electricity
defense?
does
Is
a
this where
fish
we're
need?
just going to
Imagine the
get
waves
trump
as a
card
bunch of
players?
stir sticks. There's a bunch of stir
And
sticks in
God,
the ocean,
bam.
and that's what the waves are doing. They're stirring the oxygen into the water.
That's a cool story. It's called
It
kinetic
is a cool
energy.
story. It's also a true
Does it
story.
not
It's
exist?
nonfiction.
You can't have movement
It's
without
not.
kinetic energy.
That doesn't even absolutely
Right.
have
It's
anything to
not
do with the
kinetic
argument.
energy. I see Spin, he
Energy.
has us there. It is not kinetic energy. Burn, Damok. You got us. We're not saying it is
There's
either.
no such
Good point.
thing as not kinetic energy with movement.
Oh,
You're
Jesus
dumb.
Christ, dude.
Go back home.
I never
Yes,
mentioned
you're right,
kinetic
Damok.
energy once.
You're
Yeah.
superior to all of us.
Read it. Read the fucking dictionary, buddy. Kinetic energy. All
Oh,
movement.
so
No,
wait.
that's not part of the
Let me
argument.
clarify.
Reaction or
Can I
action.
just
You
make a
has
point, Damok?
magnetism
The
and kinetic
dictionary is
energy
acceptable for
inverted.
you for kinetic
Magnetism and
energy.
electricity go hand in hand
Damok,
with temperature.
Damok.
Sorry,
The
buddy.
dictionary is suitable for you to define kinetic energy, but not acceptable for
Everything
dissolved
that
oxygen.
moves has
Take your
kinetic
same
energy. I
dictionary
told
and
you
look
that
up
already before
dissolved
you asked the
oxygen.
question.
You are
I
such
said
a
it before you
fucking
asked the question,
douchebag.
weirdo.
I
Shows you
accept
don't
this
pay
argument from
attention.
my book, but I won't accept your argument from my book. I will
Listen,
accept proof
I don't
from my
care about
source,
your
but I
book.
won't accept proof
My
from your
shit's physically
source.
demonstratable that if you walk across the
You're in
carpet,
denial, my
you're going to
friend.
shock something.
You're in
You're in
denial. You
denial of
live in your own
shocking a
brain,
doorknob.
and you won't
He
accept
doesn't believe
fact.
reality, gentlemen. He doesn't believe his
You
feet
have the
are like a
problem.
fish rubbing across the carpet, getting a static charge, and building it up to live. He's the dumb one that doesn't understand that a fish only needs a little
Yes,
bit of
Demok.
energy
Most people will
to
rub
do
their
its
fish on the
thing.
carpet to build up their static energy and throw them back in the
Yeah,
water.
your shoes are doing the same concept. Yes, it's
You're
an
brilliant.
analogy. I'm
I
glad you
feel
just
sorry for any
understood
fish in
that.
your world, but you're
Yeah, it's
brilliant.
just like copper rubbing by a
Does it
magnet.
depend on type of the fish or?
Yeah, the fish is like copper and the water's like a magnet.
Which
And it
fish
swims
generate
through
more
it
static
with a
electricity?
magnetic field of water, right?
There's,
And
no, water
the
is not
fish
magnet.
swims
It's
through it.
diamagnetic.
The
Water has
fish,
no magnetic force.
I wish you'd make up your
Water is
mind whether it's static
neutral.
try
electricity,
to pull a coaster
magnetism,
off the
or
table.
actual
Try to
electricity.
pull a wet coaster off the table, stupid. Shut
Try to
up.
put a magnet
That's-
next to a bottle
that's
of
suction, you
water and see if
dumbass.
the water moves.
Yeah, cool story, weirdo. You guys
You
just
can't keep
make shit
saying
up.
that as a
Water's
defense,
diamagnetic. Go to the
Demok.
next
So
argument.
anyway,
You can't debate at Harvard and say, "Oh, that's a great story, weirdo." You'd be laughed out
I
of there,
don't
and you
give a
know you
fuck
would
about
be.
retarded ass guinea pig Harvard, who's
So
told
let me
by the
ask you this
Department of
then:
Defense
Does your
what to put down in
dictionary
books.
have
Teach
anything in
weirdos to
there
fucking
about
go
how
home and
fish
go get
live?
you a job. Harvard
Well, I
teaches
don't know
you
Yeah,
what
to
kind of
go to work.
job you have, but it's not based on high
Go
tech
to work,
science.
don't be
Clearly,
smart is what Harvard teaches you.
If I go
No
magnet fishing,
original
will I
thought.
catch a fish?
Would you ever
No,
have
you'll
an
catch
original
you'll
thought from
catch a
Harvard?
story of
What was the
you'll catch
class on
a room
originality
full
at
of
Harvard?
laughter from the people
first of
who
all, I
tell
didn't
that
go to
story.
Harvard and I didn't go to college, so I don't need originality. And B, if you're not going to
You don't
accept
know what it
anything,
is?
it doesn't
Did
matter
you
what it
ever
is.
have
That's
an
not what we're
original thought?
debating.
I challenge you
Fish,
to have an original thought.
dude, I have
I'm
original
less
thoughts all the
I'm less
time.
educated than Denmark, and I still can't catch up to him.
Demok, you know what? Everything I've heard about flat Earth and all the bullshit, I can deal with. But when you say
Brother,
fish
just
don't
because
need
you call
oxygen,
it bullshit
let
when
me
you have
finish
no ball
talking,
reference.
please. I let you talk. When you say
Go ahead.
fish don't need oxygen, that is so demonstrably retarded that a fifth grader, anybody in a pet store, any biologist, any physicist, anybody in any fucking spectrum of the scientific scale
Time for
can
new
tell you,
science.
dude, come on, fish don't need
You're
oxygen
going to
to
learn new
live.
stuff
Are
today.
you
Now
going to
you're
die
learning
on
new
that
stuff.
hill?
What does flat Earth
So
bring?
if
All
you're telling
new
me
science
tomorrow,
and new understanding of
if
the
I ask
mechanics
you
and
publicly,
attributes
do
that
fish
you
need
work like a
oxygen to
fucking
live?
robot. You're basically no
Your
different
answer
than a
is
robot.
no. Just clarify.
Oh, here we
You're
go.
Fish do
no
not need
different than a
oxygen.
robot.
Fish do
No,
not need
the
oxygen. Yes or
the
no?
guy in the truck. No, listen.
Demok,
The guy in the truck
fish
that
need
brings you life.
oxygen. Yes or no?
No, the ambulance. He doesn't bring you oxygen and pump your ass. He
Fish
shocks you with a
need
defibrillator.
oxygen. Yes
He goes
or no?
clear. Make sure this
Yeah,
guy's alive. I'm going to
dude,
give
for the
him
rest of your life, people are going to bring up
oxygen.
the clip of you saying
So
fish don't
you
need
get
oxygen to
oxygen
live.
from a defibrillator.
You
Where
have
does a
proven yourself not
defibrillator
capable
produce
of any higher
oxygen?
level discussions.
Where does a defibrillator
You
bring
can't
you
make
back
up your
to life
mind
with
whether it's
oxygen?
electrostatic electricity or just energy or just
Brother, you're telling
electricity
all these
or
faithful
whether it's
people.
pressure or
Brother,
magnetism.
you're trying to
You
tell
throw
them
those words around and
scientifically
you have no clue what any
that
of
they
them
don't need a
mean.
defibrillator for their heart
Well, now
or
you're talking
electricity.
defibrillators and hearts. Go for
Yeah,
fuck's
that's
sake, dude.
electricity.
Can we just
Stuck to
define
a
what the
human's
goddamn
chest,
point is?
and
Do fish
you get
require
electricity
oxygen
right
to
in your
live?
chest. Positive nipple,
Do
negative
fish
nipple.
require
Clear
oxygen
to
to
do.
live?
Yes, you need electricity,
Do
not air.
fish require oxygen to live?
No,
Thank you. That clip will forever
there
fucking
is
haunt
no
you, my
oxygen.
dumbass friend. You are the most
Yes,
retarded
you don't get
individual
an
I have
air
ever
pump
run
up your
into
butt.
on the internet.
You get a
Absolute
defibrillator to bring your heart back.
requirement to you to live and
Electricity.
breathe and for
Why
fish
do
to
you need
breathe
electricity?
is oxygen.
Why do they have a defibrillator? Why does that exist?
Dude, you've just fucking fish don't exist in your goddamn
Why
world.
does a
What do you?
defibrillator
Why do you keep
exist?
changing the argument?
It's not changing the argument. Why did they
A
bring you back to
defibrillator
life with
applies an
electricity,
electric shock to your
Frankenstein?
heart. I can shock it back
Frankenstein,
into pumping blood.
robot.
That's why
What
it
robot?
exists.
Why would you
Your
ever
heart
need
is
electricity and
electric.
not air?
Your heart is a
You
muscle
shouldn't
that
According to
needs
need
this,
electrical
air.
signals.
You don't
this is a
believe in
good point.
electricity. You can't
Fish,
even
when
say
you
the
get
word.
fish out
No
of
one
water,
said
right?
we don't believe in
When you
electricity. Don't you dare pull that
Yes, you
double-sided
did.
bullshit.
there's electricity
You
in
said
the
you-
air, okay? There's electricity in the air, right, Democ? When
It
we get
is
fish out of
electricity.
water, they die within a half hour. They're dead. Why?
Right. They get shocked.
Why?
Super shocked.
They get shocked by electricity from the air. Is that what
Amount.
you're saying?
Yes. The voltage is greater. They're compressed and
What if-
fucking they're insulated in the water from the amount of voltage that's above them. Every 3 feet that you go above the water, you get 100 fucking volts.
I'd love for you to tell an electrician that water's an insulator.
Where it's
Jesus
at,
Christ, you'd be
the
dead in
medium
5
that it
minutes as
lives
an electrician.
in the compressed fucking way that it lives, and you take its body out of the compression, you're fucking throwing that thing into shock like you would a plant.
And why do their
taking it out
gills
of the dirt.
continue to move? Why do their gills
Take a
continue to
plant
move
in
when
the
they're
cold,
trying
you're
to
gonna put it in
breathe?
shock. Take a plant in
And
the
they
heat, you're
can't-
gonna put it in shock. Take a plant and submerge it in water, you're gonna put it in shock the same way you will you or me. Don't be fucking
What's the
stupid.
purpose of
Put
their
something in a
gills
cold
then?
bath of water.
Oh,
You're gonna go
What's the purpose of their gills?
You're gonna
Why do their
fucking
gills
Plants in water.
move?
The plants can grow in water. They
You're
don't
gonna
need.
get
They don't
shot.
need the. They don't need the atmosphere to live.
The
It's
plants need
called a
water and
surge
sunlight.
system, man. You can't handle it. It's too much. Can you handle
Yes,
8
it is
million volts of
absolutely too
energy?
much. I
No,
will
hold on,
agree with
listen.
you.
Stop being fucking retarded. If I bring the defibrillator, it's only a little box. Now say I bring the fucking power box from my
Yeah, it
house.
shocks your
And I
heart.
take 2 fucking power things. I know, listen. Now I'm gonna wire it from my box at my house and give you that power.
Dude,
220.
do you know there's
Right.
boxes that are smaller
And
than a
you're gonna be
toaster
good,
that can
right? You're not
deliver?
gonna die. You're not gonna get over electrocuted
Emma,
like the
do you know
electrical
there's
chair fries you.
boxes smaller than a
Do you know
toaster
that an electrical
that can
chair will
deliver
fry
more
you?
amperage than your house? Do you
That's
know
what
that?
you're doing to the fish when you bring
It's
it
called
out of the
energy
water.
density,
You're
Demuck. There's a
electrifying
box
it
as
just like
small as a
electric
fucking
chair.
toaster that has more amperage than your house feed.
Imagine
You know that?
all the current in the air
Energy
versus the
density has no
compressed
bearing
current
on
in
whether
water.
it's house current or a box the size of a toaster. The fact that
Brother,
you equate
220 is
large
gonna
things with
fuck
more.
you up. Don't even
Well,
try
yeah,
that shit.
but you agree
A
that
little
tasers are
defibrillator is not the
50,000
same
volts.
thing.
Well, 50,000
You
volts run
guys
through
don't know
a
shit.
taser.
I'm not even talking
But
about
people that have been
defibrillator. I'm talking
tased,
amperage. He's talking voltage.
Brother, all
Yeah.
you need is a bike tire air pump. Just go take your fucking air pump with you and put it in your butt, and you'll always be
Okay.
alive. Just go.
According to you, a taser should
No,
kill a man.
according to you,
right?
air believer,
No, 50,000 volts is
airbender. You're the
much more
last
than 220.
airbender. You bend air
Well,
and put it
220
in
is
water
much lower than
naturally.
50,000. How do people survive tasers?
Fucking last airbenders. We hold air bubbles underwater.
I still
We
expect
are
you to answer my
awesome.
question.
Dissolved
Why
Brother, I
oxygen.
just
why
want to
do
Look
see
it
how
people
you
up,
survive
put an air bubble
tasers?
in the middle of the water. In the
You
center
know
of
as
your
well as I
tank,
do
show
that
me
when
the
you leave
biggest
tonight,
air
you're
bubble.
looking up dissolved oxygen.
Where's the
Just admit
center
it.
of
You're going to look it
gravity in
up
your
and you're going to
fish
feel
tank?
really stupid.
The center of
Democ,
gravity in your
stop
fish
for a
tank.
minute.
You're gonna feel really
Democ,
dumb.
stop for a
You
minute.
can't demonstrate
Quiet,
the center of
quiet,
gravity in your fish tank.
quiet,
So where the air
You
bubble settles.
have to admit that the genius.
quiet.
Listen, you got to admit that the genius company behind we hold air bubbles underwater is fucking prime. Because that's exactly what you're claiming, but it's so fucking remedial that it's hilarious.
Dude, I'm going to say it one more time. Dissolved oxygen. You can look it up right now. Do yourself a favor. Stop
What's
sounding
that
so
even
One
ignorant.
mean?
second, Jack.
Just look
1
up
second. I want to hear.
dissolved
Democ.
Yeah,
oxygen.
just look stuff
Whatever
up.
source you
Democ.
like. Is there a Flurf,
Look up what they told you.
GPT, whatever?
Democ,
Dissolved
explain
oxygen.
to me why
2 words.
why tasers that have 50,000 volts delivered to a person do not kill them
Listen to
instantly.
the
Tell me
dumb
why.
questions they have now.
No, answer the question.
Listen,
Answer the question.
don't worry about electricity.
Answer the
That's
question.
not your thing. You only
No,
know
I'm worried about it
oxygen.
because you said
How come
220
you're
will kill
You
a
think
man.
water is an
air?
insulator. You think water's
Why
an
does
insulator.
50,000
Electricity is
volts
not your
not
thing,
kill a
bro.
man?
You're not supposed to use a taser. You got to go get a vacuum and start squirting air on everybody.
Why does 220 kill a man but 50,000 doesn't?
I looked up dissolved oxygen. It's in the chat.
Yeah.
Democ, you
I
think
know I'm
fish
about
don't need
chemical
oxygen to live.
electrolysis. It's not going to
It's
help
pretty
them.
bad. You think water
Not
is an
gonna help 'em if
insulator,
they gotta
which would
throw
kill an
rocks,
electrician in 5 seconds.
electrical
That's
rocks
pretty
in the
bad.
water.
You have
Hey, look, I
proven
threw
you
a
do not have a grasp of
electricity
any
rock in the
scientific
water.
facts.
Throw a battery in the water and a TV. Do the same thing, retard. It's
You
electricity.
claim water's an insulator.
Hey, Demok.
And you're throwing a TV in the
I've
water.
changed
and
a
making
car
it
battery
air.
in the rain before. I didn't die.
Yeah.
Didn't do a damn thing to me.
Just being in the rain isn't enough.
I don't care what the hell. Hey,
look up water.
What'd you do
Just
again?
look
Yeah,
up
I've
is
changed the
water an
battery in the rain.
insulator or a conductor?
Okay, that's cool.
Two words. Insulator,
were you grounded? Were you
conductor.
not grounded? If you weren't
Insulator,
grounded, it shouldn't have fucked with you so much.
conductor. Look it up. Water, insulator, conductor. When you find that it's not an insulator, Demick, and you've been
Well, but you
proven
don't know
wrong
what water
second
is.
time.
You don't know that water's
You've been
electricity.
proven wrong a second time in public. Fish don't need oxygen. Fish don't need oxygen.
Can't create
And
or
water's an
destroy
insulator.
energy.
Your
What is
goddamn
water?
words twice wrong in
can't create
fucking
or destroy
15
water,
minutes, and
right?
people will
And
realize
you
you're
can't
not the
create or
person to
destroy
listen
air.
to. You would kill an electrician
All
on
you
his
can
first
do is
day,
conduct them.
and you would kill your fish on its first day. Congratulations, Professor Demok. You're a
I've got a
fucking
little
genius.
angelfish with no aerator. It's never needed an aerator in its life.
Oh, it's in a pond
You'd be
though, right?
wrong.
It's in a pond outside.
My angelfish has a little cup of water that it swims in till forever. A little bitty cup, and there's no movement. I don't do nothing to it. Just give it some food, and it just swims around in that little thing, and it never dies. There's no aerator. There's no air in there. It's doing great. Why is that?
Because it's a tiny fish in a single container. Oxygen. No. Would you let me finish answering the question?
I thought the oxygen did all that micro
Listen
fucking
to me,
scales.
bro. If you can just shut your hole for 5 seconds.
Come on, man. It sounds
Dissolved
crazy.
oxygen
Why do
in
whales
water
got to come up
happens
for air?
naturally.
Why do dolphins got to come up for air?
Because they breathe
Because
fucking
they have
air. They don't have
they're
gills,
not
you
fish.
fucking idiot.
They're not fish, bro. They're mammals.
Dolphins are fucking
They're
mammals that
mammals.
breathe air.
You
don't
know
have
that dolphins
gills.
are
Oh my
fucking
god,
mammals?
dude!
whale that
You
goes
should
to
teach
the
a
most
science
bottom
class.
part of the fucking ocean can't get no
All right, so
air.
now we got
Dolphins are
three
mammals.
things in 30 minutes.
Whales are
Ocean.
mammals. Why do
Fish
they have a
don't need
blowhole that a
oxygen.
fucking carp
No
Water
doesn't?
is an insulator.
Can't
And why
breathe.
don't dolphins die if they
Big
don't breathe
fish
air?
can't breathe in
You
ocean.
have proven
Dolphins
yourself
breathe
so
air.
ignorant of fucking 7th grade science and math, dude.
Oh my goodness
Oh,
gracious.
this is funny.
It's an
Funny how
embarrassment.
you
Why are
guys
you even in
take
here?
To
Fish
show
don't
you
need
guys how you
oxygen.
don't have any
Water
real
is an
science.
insulator.
You
And why
don't have any
can't
real
dolphins
physics.
live and breathe in water?
It's
Dude,
not
you
my
have no
fault.
They're all
clue of
good-
the
they're all good
world
questions.
around you.
They're
Not
very
my
good
fault. You
Dolphins
don't
questions.
breathe
understand.
Ask questions
air
like,
like
why
humans.
is blue? Why is blue?
Yeah, why is blue?
Why
Yeah,
is
why is blue?
gravity? What is it? Why is it? Those are the kind of stupid fucking questions you guys ask because you have no goddamn scientific competency. Fish don't need oxygen to live. Water's an insulator. Why
You
can't
haven't
dolphins breathe
demonstrated anything.
underwater?
Uh-uh.
The fucking 7th grader could
Dolphins
answer those
breathe
questions.
air like humans, Demok. You agree with that, right? Dolphins breathe
What
air like
happened?
humans. Go. Dolphins have
What does?
blowholes, right? Dolphins.
Listen, I'm saying there's fish.
You are wrong.
that
You
if
know
they-
it. Don't fucking back out
Listen-
now. Why can't
listen,
dolphins breathe air
retard.
underwater,
Listen,
Demok?
retard. The
Well,
point
just answer the
is,
question before we
there
move
are
on.
things that
Why
come
don't
out of
dolphins?
water
Why do they come
breathe
to the
air like
surface? What's that little
turtles.
hole that
Why
opens
do
up?
turtles not have to go
There you
underwater
go.
and stay
Turtles
under and
breathe
breathe
air
air?
too, motherfucker. They don't
Why
have
do
dolphins.
snakes have to breathe air out of air?
They're
Jesus Christ,
reptiles.
dude.
They
Can
require
you open a
oxygen
goddamn
from
science
the
book?
air.
Just crack a
There
5th
are
grade
oxygen
science
from
book for the
underwater that
weekend.
live
from the air.
their whole life.
I'll pay you
have
$100
come
to
up
read a 5th grade
air.
science
Why?
book, Demok.
That's the
We can just
question.
elevate our
Why
arguments.
would
It's
you ever
because
have
they
to leave
require
air
oxygen
water?
from the air.
Isn't water the air producer for everyone? Why would these
It
fish ever have
mixes
to
at the surface. The waves create the oxygen.
So
CO2
electrical
is a
continuity.
Dude,
byproduct from
please
fish,
just look up
just like
dissolved
energy.
oxygen. We don't
So
have to keep going
kinetic
over
energy
this.
makes what?
Dissolved oxygen, 2
Kinetic
words. You
energy
can
is
look
what?
it up and we can move off this point.
No.
Dissolved
Movement
oxygen.
is what?
Dissolved
Without
oxygen.
waves in the ocean,
Dissolved
humans
Not
would
dissolved
die.
shit. I'm just
oxygen.
gonna wave my hand in the
That's
water
how
real
things
fast.
breathe underwater. Dissolved oxygen.
Without waves in the ocean, humans would die. Go.
Demok, why is there bubbles in water when you boil it?
Electrical continuity. It's voltage. Heat is voltage. All heat is transferred through voltage. Why do you think you have regenerative braking, you fucking dummy? Don't be so fucking dumb, you guys. You fucking dumbos.
I'd love to stick to a topic until you either admit you're right or wrong. We have 3 topics on the
Regenerative
table.
braking, what it doesn't
Demuck,
exist. All the
Demuck,
heat
Demuck.
doesn't
We have 2
consist of
topics on the
electrical
table.
battery power to run your motorcycle now. Now, when
Demuck,
you
can we just
slam the
stick to
brakes
3
on your
topics?
regenerative braking
You've
motorcycle,
already said fish don't need
doesn't
oxygen,
recharge,
so you've
you guys.
admitted no.
So nothing in reality is believed
Demuck,
by these gentlemen.
please.
Only
Is water
something from a
is
book,
water a
and then they
conductor
want
or an
to talk
insulator?
over it because, and then they want to laugh about it because they know regenerative braking is
Demuck,
voltage.
is water an
Any
insulator or a
amount of
conductor?
increased heat is what, guys?
Demuck, is water an
What do you
insulator
set
or a
out to get
conductor?
energy from the voltage of the sun? What is
Demuck,
that?
is water an insulator or a conductor?
You don't know what water is energy.
Demuck, is water an insulator or a conductor?
Water is everything, bitch.
Demuck, is water an insulator or a conductor?
It's both, you fucking retard.
Is it an insulator or a
He's saying both.
conductor?
He's trying to say both.
No, Demuck, is that what you're saying? Is water an insulator or a conductor?
Water is electricity.
Is
So
water
is
an
air.
insulator or a conductor? That's
Whatever
a
you
property of
call
any
electricity.
object. Is it an
electricity
insulator
an
or a
insulator?
conductor? Is it a
Is an
property of
electricity a
any
conductor?
matter?
Yes, it can create a force field in
Is
its
it an
own right.
insulator or a
Yes.
conductor? This is a 101 basic question of any object.
It's energy.
Insulator
I don't
or
know.
conductor?
I don't know what your ears clogged.
Electricity
Yes
is
or
energy.
no? 1 bit or 0 bit? What is it? Insulator
It's
or conductor?
electricity. Tell him, guys. Tell him my answer. I don't think he heard.
No,
me.
I want your
Energy.
answer, Demuck. Insulator or conductor?
Energy.
That just proves again, you can't have an
Brother,
adult
I didn't make those
conversation.
terms that you keep yelling about.
Just don't need.
weirdo.
I'm not making up terms. Everything in your
Yes,
house
you
is an
fucking
insulator
are. You
or a
always
conductor.
do. That's all you guys do.
Everything
You
in your
read some other
house
guy's term,
is an
some other guy
insulator
makes
or
term up.
conductor.
You read
Demuck.
some other guy's term.
Every electrician needs to know what's an insulator or conductor. They will die otherwise. Is it an
That's how car
insulator
batteries
or a
work.
conductor?
That's how car batteries work, isn't it, Denmark? Because they got
The fact that you won't answer the question
water.
is embarrassing for your side of the argument.
It's sad you don't know what you have to ask, though.
Denmark, car batteries are made of a liquid. That's
Hey,
water,
young
isn't it?
man, do this. What am I supposed to do? Black
You know
to
what?
gold.
Ask me a scientific
white-
question that requires a yes or no, and I'll
white
give a
to
yes or no
silver.
answer. Demuck, ask me any question
White
you want
to
that requires
silver,
a yes or
black to
no,
gold.
and I'll give
Go
you a
ahead
yes
and
or no.
rewire your house.
You
There you go,
cannot
retard.
answer a question because you've been proven wrong publicly. You can't
No, I
accept that
haven't.
fact.
You've only
So you're
proven
doing what all
yourself
Flirt's
wrong, and you're
doing.
so fucking
You're
retarded, it's
backpedaling
like
and hey,
you don't
look over here,
comprehend it.
shiny object. I don't know if
Imagine
it's
not
electrostatic. I
comprehending
don't
that
know
you
if it's
proved yourself
magnetism.
wrong.
I don't know if it's pressure,
Isn't that
but one or
weird?
the other. Throw them up in the air and juggle.
Imagine
Just
acting
admit
like
you're
you never
wrong.
heard the last
People
20
are
minutes
wrong,
of your
dude.
life.
People are wrong. I can admit I'm wrong when I'm wrong. I see spin. Have you ever been
Denmark,
wrong?
you've never been wrong, have you, Denmark?
I'm wrong every time I'm wrong,
Okay.
but I'm right every time I'm right. And every time that I can demonstrate what I'm talking about and you guys can't, that leaves you at a standstill.
I
You
see
guys
Don't
spin.
put me
Is
in the
water an
category of you
insulator
guys,
or a
Denmark.
conductor?
parrots in Chicago, a bunch of fucking parrot pigeons in a big group.
Don't put
You guys
me
don't
in
even
your
make no
category
fucking
of
sense.
you guys, Denmark.
Don't make any sense. None
Can
of you guys
anyone in
make
here
any
answer
sense.
that question?
You do.
Is
Sad.
water a conductor or an
Just
insulator? I don't think it's a difficult question.
insulator.
I already told you what it is.
What did you say it is? It's an insulator. And you
It's
go
both.
to your
Yeah, it's an
house,
insulator.
you stand in a puddle of water,
It's
and you
both.
electrify the water.
Water
It
makes
is a
your
fucking
power
conductor,
as a
and you'll be
power
dead.
company. Water is a conductor of power.
Oh, but you
It
said it was
makes
an
your
insulator
power
15
as a
minutes
power
ago.
company.
You said
They
water
get
was
their
an
power
insulator
from
15
water.
minutes ago.
I
You
told you
said
it
the
was
fish
both,
are in
you
the
stinky
water,
fat
and the
bitch.
reason they're not affected is because water's
Did
an
I not
insulator.
tell him
Those
both
are your
4
exact
times in a
words.
row?
You can look it up. Water is an
Look
insulator.
what
Democ
that I
quote
told you
from
it's
15
both.
minutes ago. Now it's a
I told
conductor.
you it's energy, which is both. Then I
Water is
explained
not
the
energy.
you
Water
make a
is water.
force
Water
field.
is H2O.
That's your claim, you weird
It's not
cunt
my
that you
claim. It's
can't
every
prove.
fucking person on the planet's claim
That's your
except
fucking
you.
claim. Well, stop making the
Oh
claim
God,
and
dude!
prove
If
it.
you're not going to accept basic facts, how do you
I
even
don't
have an
have to
argument?
accept none of your weird ass religious
It's
claims.
not my weird ass, dude. A
Yes,
third
it
grader
is, you
could tell
dumb
you.
fuck.
One of the first things we learn is what is water? H2O.
No, you learn how to repeat religion. How to repeat
I just
religion.
repeat.
Religion,
I repeat people that are a lot smarter than
Some
you.
guy said a religious book. Shut the fuck
So
up.
you're
Go
smarter
outside and
than the
touch
world
grass.
because you refuse
No, go
anything
splash
that can be
water
empirical.
around. It's real.
No, it can be empirically
It's not in the
proven that
book.
water is H2O.
Water's
You
not
know when
made of
Denmark.
you even said electrolysis. Do you know what electrolysis does to
is
water?
electricity.
What is
Water
electrolysis?
is
Not
electrical
electricity, Demuck.
continuity.
Demuck, not electricity. What does electrolysis do to water?
It is water.
Separates it into
It is
hydrogen
water.
and oxygen.
It doesn't separate it.
It absolutely
No
does.
such thing. There's no such thing. There's
Dude, you're using the word electrolysis and you don't even know what it
There's
means.
different amounts of electricity. Water
That
is
is not
called a certain amount of
electrolysis. Is
liquid
not electricity. They are
and
two
then
different
you have
things.
an air electricity like a static.
Electrolysis is a process. Electricity is a
No,
thing.
liquid electricity is what
Electrolysis
you swim in.
is a process,
You call it
dude.
water,
Look
you
it
take a
up.
bath in it.
Electrolysis is a process.
Taking a bath
Process
is
of doing what?
electrolysis.
You can look it up.
That's
You just
not
refuse
true.
to.
And electrolysis is a thing. It's in my Gatorade. What are you talking about?
That's electrolytes, idiot.
Yeah.
Want to
What's
make
that
that
mean?
argument again? I mean, you might as well go ahead, say it publicly louder so we can record this one and play it back.
I was being facetious.
Electrolysis
fucking
is in my Gatorade.
dumbass.
Yeah, but
Honestly,
you're right.
bro.
You're right, and he's stupid. Water is electricity.
You're stupid. Why are you
No,
calling
you're
him stupid?
dumb.
Fish don't need oxygen, dude. You're just
Brother,
sunk. You
you
sunk
still haven't
your
showed us any
entire
oxygen in your water.
worldview of science is wrong.
You still haven't
Fish
showed us
don't
how
need
you
oxygen.
use water to breathe, all your air.
Dude, dissolved oxygen.
Stick
I
your
can't
head in
say it
water
again.
and show us
Look
how
it
much
up.
air you can
Dissolved
get out of
oxygen. Dissolved oxygen. Your fucking fish
How
are
much
breathing
air
dissolved
is in
oxygen.
your bathtub, and how long can you breathe?
It's not
sticking
air
your
that they
head in it?
need, Democ. It's oxygen that they need.
Use your mouth
You don't live
gills.
by breathing air. You live by your body
Use your
breaking out the
jaws.
oxygen that it needs
Listen.
from the air. The air is
Dude,
mostly
just get a big
nitrogen.
fish. Brother, if you believe this, get a big fish, cut it in half, and stick your mouth to the other end, and then wiggle it real fast, and it'll
Oh,
make you some fucking air.
You got me, bro.
Weird
Your
lying
science is
motherfucker.
undeniable. Look, you've already
So
said
now
three
a
things that are
fish
so.
gill can't
You've already
produce you
said three
air.
things that are so grossly
So a fish gill
amateurish.
is not going to make
How are
him
you going to
air
come
bubbles.
back from this?
No
You've
air
already said
bubbles
three
underwater.
things that are so grossly
Fish don't make
amateurish.
air bubbles.
Fish don't require
Fish gills are
oxygen.
not going to make
Water
you
is an
air.
insulator.
You can't
What
breathe
was the
with fish
third
gills.
thing? What was the third thing you said that was just
If
epically
I
stupid?
strap a big fish gill to your face,
Fish
you're
don't
not going to
require
be able to live
oxygen.
underwater.
Water is an
No
insulator. What was
oxygen
the
produced.
epically stupid third thing you said? I forget, but it was epically stupid. It was so dumb. The other two, I can't keep them straight.
Yeah, you think that strapping a big
Fish
50
need
pound,
oxygen.
100-pound
End
fish
of story.
to
You
your
can go
face is
anywhere in
going
the
to make you
world
be
and
able to
ask that
breathe
question. You'll
underwater
get the
oxygen.
same answer.
But have you ever rubbed your fish on the ground though?
I have not.
Yes.
I
So
have
then,
not.
so can't. So
I
you
would need to
can't
know
confirm.
what the. Yes, you're right. I would say that you're right. If rubbing the fish on the ground is the way you're going to prove whether that fish can live outside of water, I guess we have to go kill a fish then. Boy, that's really sad.
Whoa.
And how many people are here giving mouth to mouth to a fish when it's out of water?
You
Well,
have
I
to do
gave
mouth
mouth
to
to
gill.
fish, but that's after it's
Mouth
cooked.
to
Ever
gill.
seen that one fish?
Listen, I'm
that
trying
looks
to eat the
dead-
fish if
dead
it's
and
out of the
dried up?
water.
There's
Thank
a
you,
dead
CJ.
dried
Bring
up
back
fish.
some fucking sense of reason.
It looks dead and dried up, and then you throw some water on it, and it comes back to life.
I
You ever
forget the
seen that
third
one?
thing you said, dude. It had something to do with electricity, but it was so fucking crazy wrong.
Water and air are electricity.
No, it wasn't that.
Well, what
You
well,
get
what do
shocked
gills
with a
do?
defibrillator.
Gills
Oh,
process
that's what it was.
electricity.
Thank you for reminding me. Why can't dolphins breathe water? Thank you. Thank you. Those three things alone should disqualify you from having kids or ever interacting with other human beings.
Well, you said they're getting air out of water, right? So they're
They
not breathing
fucking
water
breathe
in.
air. They're mammals. They have blowholes. Just like you
Show
have a
us where they're
blowhole.
getting it.
You use yours to spout
I don't
bullshit,
have a
though. Dolphins
blowhole.
don't. You have a
I
blowhole,
don't got
dude.
a
You can.
blowhole.
You
Your
have a
mouth is a
blowhole?
blowhole, whether you
I
like
got
it or
an
not.
asshole.
But you are an asshole, and you have a blowhole. So two things are true.
Dolphins have a mouth. Why do they need a blowhole? You got a hole
That's
in
how
your
they
head
breathe,
too?
you
Dolphins
asshole.
have
That's how
an
they
asshole.
breathe.
Your forehead? That's fucking
Okay, so
cool.
now you're wait. Are we denying that dolphins have blowholes? Are we going to go
No,
that
I'm
far,
not
Demuck?
denying you have a blowhole in your head.
Not me. Are we denying dolphins have
You have
blowholes?
a
Just
blowhole. I'll never
you're not
deny
going to
it.
stand behind anything you say. You're just
You're
going
not
to
going to
drop
stand
jokes and
behind
then
your
claim, "Oh, I
blowhole.
was kidding."
Humans need
I
a
mean,
blowhole
clearly
to breathe
fish need
air.
oxygen.
This guy needs a blowhole.
Dolphins have a blowhole, yes or no, Demuck?
You are not
Dolphins
a
have a
blowhole.
blowhole, yes or no, Demuck? Emma, yes or no? Dolphins have a blowhole. It's just a fucking yes or no question. It's not. You don't have to hide.
So
You
when
can
you
even say
go
I don't
swimming,
know.
do you breathe out of your mouth or your
You
head?
can even say I
Like a
don't
dolphin.
know, Demma. Dolphins have a
Blowholes are the
blowhole. Yes or no?
nostrils. Blowholes are the nostrils of the dolphins. Okay, simple. Do you breathe through your nostrils, Demok?
I breathe out of my butt like a frog when I go swimming.
Well, that probably is close to accurate. I just want you on record, Demma. Dolphins have blowholes. Yes or no? Will you go on record? Yes or
Listen,
no?
guys,
Dolphins have
buddy.
blowholes.
He doesn't even.
Dolphins have
I
blowholes.
had a
Stop
laugh.
Stop
I had a
trying
laugh
to
out of that one.
sidetrack, Demok.
Yeah,
Dolphins
funny.
have blowholes. Yes or no?
Dude.
Anybody here will
why do
answer
you
that
sound
question
like
but
Nick
you.
Coon's grandma?
Everybody here will answer that question
He
but
just
you.
won't stop
Dolphins have
willing.
blowholes. Yes or no, Demok?
This dude's like a broken
Bro.
record. His words.
Dolphins have blowholes. Yes or no?
Flipper was an animated cartoon. All right.
The fact that you won't answer a yes or no question is so embarrassing, bro. Your arguments are so fucking lame. You can't even defend them. Fish don't need oxygen.
I already
Water's an
proved every
insulator.
point I was
Dolphins
talking
don't
about,
have
weirdo.
blowholes. You didn't say
You're
they
the
don't
one
have
that's
blowholes
still
because you're too
waiting
much
next
of
to the bathtub
a
full of no
pussy to
air.
answer that question. But you do say they should breathe
You're
underwater.
airless bathtub water.
It's not air we breathe. It's oxygen we breathe. We suck in and out
Full
air, but it's
story.
oxygen that we extract.
No, it's not. Liar.
Oh, it's
Yes.
not? So now humans don't extract oxygen to oxygenate their blood?
Electrical continuity, you fucking retard.
Oh
The same
God,
as
where's the
fish.
fucking
So now,
bottom?
so let's just clarify. Do humans require oxygen to live?
No.
Oh my God.
Electrical continuity, the stuff you're waving your hand in.
PK, you should relieve yourself of having to breathe
Compress
anymore.
it
That's one
and
less thing you'll have to
decompress
do.
it. You go,
Is oxygen real?
push
What
all
happens
the
when
air
people?
out.
Then
You push
so
more
you're saying
air
that
out than you pulled in, weirdo. You don't need
So
air. You push more out.
when there's an autopsy and the method is
Why are you
strangulation
blowing more
and the
air out?
cause is
Where are you getting it from?
asphyxia, are you saying they're getting it wrong because oxygen was cut off to the
Where are
brain?
you
That's
getting all
actually
the
not what
air
happened.
from? I'm saying you have never proven there's air inside your blood or air inside the bathtub.
Oh yes, I have. There's oxygen meters that you can put on the tip of your finger, and it measures the
What's
oxygen running
that
through your
do?
bloodstream.
An oxygen meter that's not touching your
It
blood
measures the oxygen running through your
from
bloodstream.
your fingernail. So
Yeah,
does
do
it
do
measure
you have an
fingernail?
Apple Watch?
Dude,
So
you
does
have
it
an
measure
Apple
Watch?
Watch. You have to look up so
Dude,
much,
shut the
Demok.
fuck
Just look
up. I'm
up
gonna
pulse
teach you something.
oximeter.
You
Pulse
want
oximeter.
I can do it with
Pulse
to beat
my
on the
Apple
drum.
Watch.
Now, what's that mean? I just beat on the drum. Now that means there's air in your blood, you dumb bitch. Shut the
Pulse
fuck up.
oximeter,
Jack,
Demok. It's another
Jack,
word to look
It has
up when you
nothing to
get
do
done
with air.
masturbating tonight.
It has
Pulse
nothing to
Jack,
do
do me a
with
favor.
air.
Will
The
you
amount of
will you
fucking
call
blood
the
being pulsated like a drum, like to do.
Hey Jack, can you do me a favor? Call the hospitals in Central. I'm going to start in North Florida. Will you call the hospitals in Central Florida and tell them, hey,
I have a pulse
And ask them
oximeter. I
about
see
their
spin.
red color. The red little.
just tell them
You know,
to throw
Demok,
away
I
all
gotta
their
say,
oxygen
Demok,
meters.
last night you
Yeah,
impressed
the
me a
red
little bit,
oxygen that
Demok.
reads oxygen in your blood. You fucking
Demok, last night you
weirdos.
impressed me a little bit, but
Is that
tonight you
hairy
have proven
color?
that Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader is way over your level. I mean,
Is that a
last
hairy
night I was
toddler
somewhat
expecting a
impressed because you
Patronum
made flurf
clothespin?
arguments, but tonight you've proven that you just deny
What kind of
anything,
clothespin is that
everything
tells
that
you
you
there's
don't
blood
like.
in you or
Fish
air?
do need oxygen. Electricity is a conductor. Dolphins don't have gills, so they
The
need their
red
blowhole
light
because they breathe
clothespin
oxygen as
proves
mammals.
they have oxygen in their blood. A
Now
glowing clothespin.
humans don't need oxygen according to Demok. Do
Who
me a
told
favor,
you?
Demok.
How'd you
You
prove
can
there's
prove this
oxygen in
right
your
now,
blood?
Demok. You can prove us wrong. Hold your breath until you either die or you continue to
Clothespin is
live.
not going to
I
prove
will
it.
accept that as proof.
An electrified clothespin.
Hold your breath
reading your
until you either
heartbeat is
die
not
or
breathing
continue
air.
to survive, Demok.
Your heartbeat is
Hold
not
your
air.
breath
But
until
you
you
won't do
die
it.
or you continue to
Your
live,
pulse
Demok.
is
You've
not
got
air.
me.
It's a good experiment, Denmark.
Your
So when
pulse
you
is
stop
not air.
breathing,
It's
the
binary.
electricity in the air,
0 or
the
1.
electricity in the air does not change when you stop breathing. Do you agree, Demok?
Your pulse is not air.
That's a great example of you not listening.
Stop
and
saying
responding
one
to
of
my
the
answer.
two words. It's
Heartbeat is
pulse
not
oximeter
air.
that measures it, dude. Stop cherry picking.
It's
Pulse
measuring a
oximeter.
da-doom, da-doom,
Pulse
da-doom, da-doom.
oximeter. Pulse
Let's get to the
oximeter
bottom of
measures
this. What are your
oxygen
lungs?
content in your
fucking
blood.
heartbeat and your
What are
pulse.
your
You can
lungs
buy one. You
for?
can Amazon one. I can Amazon one to you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
Pulse
called a pulse
oximeter.
count.
$35.
People that get lung
What's
cancer,
your
they have a hard
Pulse is
time
oxygen.
breathing.
Why do
is
you guys
that?
keep saying the word pulse means oxygen?
That is a stupid
Dude,
thing to
It's
say.
not
Why do you
showing
think
you there's
people?
oxygen in
Pulse
anybody's blood.
oximeter. Pulse oximeter. Register that with your
What's that
simpleton
mean?
brain. I'm not saying your
So how are
pulse
you
is
showing us?
oxygen or
So
anything
get the
like that.
oxygen out of some blood. How does
That's a
it pull
word that's got
oxygen
more than
out
one
of blood?
syllable in it. Jeez, be careful with Denmark, will you?
How much blood do I need? I got a cup of blood. How much oxygen's in here? Where's it at? Put your
Oh, you can
pulse
do it with your.
oximeter on it.
Do you
Put
have
your
an Apple
pulse
Watch?
machine to this cup of blood, and let's see how much fucking oxygen's in here now, you lying cunt.
I can tell you right now. I have a blood oxygen app on my Apple Watch.
No,
I'll tell you in a
a
second.
cup of blood. Are you gonna dip it in there? Dip it in
No,
a
no, no.
cup
I'm
of
going to do it
blood.
with a watch. It's not invasive. It's
No, you're gonna
simple.
do it in a
And
fucking amount of blood, not a watch, you weird cunt.
I'm not going to do it in a watch. I'm going to do it with my
Prove
watch.
blood, you fucking
Losing
weirdo.
the will to
I'm
live.
My blood
Hey,
oxygen.
tell me
I'm
a
not.
story.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to prove blood. I'm trying to prove
Trying
blood
to prove there's
oxygen.
air in blood.
That's right. That's right. You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
so
All
you'll
right.
need a cup
Give me a
of
second. I'll
blood.
tell you.
Yeah,
I need
Oxygen in
8
blood.
seconds.
you'll need a cup of
Let's
blood.
get it
Now
straight,
stick your
Demok.
little air.
Oxygen,
No, go
dissolved
stick your air
oxygen in
machine in
blood,
there.
just like water.
No, your
Dissolved
water
oxygen.
strips. No, your test
Oxygen.
strips.
Oh,
Don't even go down the
98%.
Remember your test strips? Stick your test strips
98%.
in the blood. See if it turns oxygen purple.
All right, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
It should be
yeah,
the
don't
same
I
even
as
go
want you
down
to
the
water,
turn
road.
right?
purple, Demok. I want you to turn
So it's
purple,
not going to be
demonstrating
like
that
a test
humans
strip
don't
in
need to
water.
breathe.
So
You
your
prove to
blood's
me that
not
humans
liquid.
don't need to breathe, and I'll send you my fucking paycheck next
So
week.
this cup of blood now is
When we
not
You
going
can
bleed,
to
do
make
it,
Denmark, why
dude.
is
You
our
can
blood
prove us
red?
all wrong. You can have the last laugh, although
the
it will
cup
be in
of
death.
blood is going to prove you
I will-
guys wrong.
I accept your terms. You don't need to
A
breathe. Hold
cup
your
of
breath
blood.
until you drop dead, and I will send my
I
paycheck to
accept
your
your
family.
terms.
No, that's your test.
That's
You're the
fucking
one
funny.
that believes you have air, not me. That's your
Yes, and I
test.
will
fucking
continue
funny.
to breathe because I
So go
require
do your
oxygen.
test. I don't
You're
have
the
to
Well, why are
worry
you
about
Not my
your
breathing
test.
for
test.
then?
I require oxygen to
I
live.
don't have to do
I
none of
don't.
your
I'm not
weird
going to stop
tests.
breathing. I'm not
I've
dumb.
already proven my shit. You need
You
to
haven't
prove
How do you
yours to
dick,
you.
dude.
How
You
do you
don't need
explain the blood
prove yours to
oxygen.
oxygen?
yourself,
Water's an
weirdo?
insulator.
So
And
you
why
can't even
can't
prove none of
dolphins
this
live
to yourself.
underwater? 3 things that a
Why are
fifth
you
grader
trying to
can answer.
convince people of what you can't convince yourself
Dude,
of,
you are
weirdo?
so epically wrong, and you've
I
literally
have a cup
the
of
sound
blood
clips
here
that
and
you
an
have made
oximeter.
tonight.
What do?
If you
I have
play
a
those 3
pulse
sound clips when
oximeter
you
here.
walk in
What do
any
I do with my
room,
cup of blood?
no one's going to
Please
talk to
tell
you.
me.
You
Cup
are
of
a
blood,
third grader.
pulse oximeter.
You are a
I
mental
put the
third
results of
grader.
my blood oxygen. It's 98%. Am I being
Yeah,
indoctrinated?
now drip it into a cup
Yeah, it
and
sounds
then
like it.
touch your pulse oximeter to it and see if
Why
it
does he
says
have to
the
put it in
same
a
thing.
cup?
Yeah,
Why
Joe. What are
wouldn't
you?
you?
Who are you? Is this
Because he can use a
Dexter?
To make
pulse
sure you're getting the
oximeter.
oxygen and not your heartbeat. You
Dude,
dumb
you're not going to
fucks. We
bleed
don't want
yourself
to
out to
confuse
test
it.
your
It's
oxygen.
called
You're going to use a pulse
manipulate the
oximeter.
variable.
Jesus Christ, what
Manipulate
kind
the
of hospital do
variable
you
to
go
see the
to?
result.
Do they take a
Manipulate the
pint of blood to
variable to
measure your
test the
oxygen
result.
level, dude? You've been to the hospital, I know, Demok. You
You've
must have
been
in
to
your life,
science.
right?
You
Demok,
manipulate the
have you ever been to the
variable
hospital?
and
Is
you
that too much
test
of a
the
question for you?
result.
Demok, have
Stop
you ever been to the
acting like
hospital?
you can't hear scientific
Demok,
No,
have
they
you ever been to the
rejected him. They
hospital?
had to get. They
little
rejected
Hospitals
him.
kids.
He
are
had to go to
psyop.
the vet.
Manipulate the variable.
Demok, have you ever been to a hospital?
I manipulated the variable. I got a
Have you
cup
Listen,
ever been
I
to a
saw
hospital? I've been
I
to a
saw a
hospital.
guy.
I can
I see
test.
spin. Have you
I
ever been
saw
to
a
a
guy have.
hospital?
Blood in them. The
I
oxygen
have, and I'll tell you
versus
an
their
interesting
blood
story.
that's
I
supposed
saw
to
a
have the
guy
same
get
oxygen.
open heart surgery when I was in 2007. I saw a guy get open heart surgery. He was
How
on the
many air
table, and
pumps was in him?
they listen. I'll tell you. They first of all they put him down, and then they stuck him in the heart with a fucking needle, and they pumped pure potassium into his heart to kill
So
him.
not air.
They had an oxygen
So
and
no
a
air.
lung operator. I'm sorry,
Let
excuse
him
me.
finish,
No,
Demok.
So no air.
they had a lung machine, and they had a blood pumping machine. All right,
Well, they
and
gotta
they
have
kept the guy
energy.
alive.
They gotta have
They
electricity. They gotta
they
move his
extracted the
lungs like
oxygen out of the room by they breathed for him. Because do you know what would have happened if they would have not breathed for him, Demok?
because
You want to
he's
guess?
not using oxygen. He's not breathing it.
That's right.
He's
And so they
using
have to breathe
electrical
for him.
continuity.
He is
He
breathing
doesn't have to
oxygen, bro.
breathe oxygen to live. You have to get oxygen to his lungs so that it
That's
can be
exactly
extracted
right.
from the blood. That's how it
That's what you
works.
guys
That's what
keep
your
declaring. That's what you keep saying for a bunch of dummies
do
who
you know
don't
what
know
your
anything.
do you know what the function
Well,
of
that's
your
why
lungs
you
is?
dummies are gonna
Because
fucking
this is
die.
in the biology
You
book,
bunch of
Demok.
fucking
What is the
weirdos who
function of the
believe a lot of
lung?
shit that people
Demok,
told
what
you.
is the function of a lung?
Then you'll never be able to help
Demok, what is
yourself.
the function of a lung?
Just stop
Simple
talking.
question.
You don't even believe in electricity,
What
dude.
is the function of your lungs?
You don't even believe in kinetic
Demok,
energy.
what is
Doesn't
the
it have
function of your lungs?
They're a little silly on the.
Can you at
the
least
Cool
answer
there.
the
your
question,
internals.
Demok?
Produce electricity.
What is the function
Oh,
of your
shit.
lungs?
Cool
can do
off
it
your
for
internal organs and keep you stabilized at homeostasis.
You guys
Get
can look it
charged
up.
up.
It's not cheating to look it up if you don't
So you're
know.
not
There's things I don't know.
The
I'll say what I
temperature
don't
in your
know.
internal cavity around the rest of your organs.
You
That's what the
compress and
lungs do?
decompress, and it has condensation, and you have little alveoli sacs
Condensation? What if
inside
you live
other
in a place with
sacs.
0% humidity?
And then your big bag expands,
Now you're going to
and then your
die if
little
you live in
bags
a low
expand,
humidity area
your
because
little
you need
bags push out,
condensation?
and your big bag pushing out. And that's
Jesus, Demuk.
electrical
Biology
continuity, like
wasn't
a
your strong
carbon
suit either. I
in
thought it was just
pneumatic floating
physics,
air.
but fuck,
That's
dude,
how it works.
you are
Pretty
epically
sure it's
fucking
a.
inbred dumb, bro.
I've just taught you how it works. Now
I
you'll be
said,
able to
what do
go
Just
your
make
provide
lungs
stuff
do?
oxygen
And
to
you
the
gave an
bloodstream.
answer that's so ridiculously retarded. Is there anything you believe from a textbook? I'm just curious.
Now
You
you can get
accept
in a little
any
fishing
science?
machine boat and then
You
moving the
accept
boat
any
back and forth
science
through the
at face
water,
value?
right?
You accept
That
subatomic
assume that
particles?
is
Free energy.
you assume that he knows
Never
how to
ending
read.
I
energy.
think lungs have a two-part process. They both introduce oxygen to the bloodstream, and they remove, if I'm remembering correctly, they remove carbon dioxide from the blood vessels. Is that right?
I don't know if they do. Well, you breathe out carbon dioxide, but I thought that was only after the. Yeah, you might be right. I don't know that secondary. See, Demick, I don't know that secondary function. Doesn't make me a bad
I do
person. You
know
can
that
say I
they
don't know. You can
introduce
say I
blood
don't know. It doesn't
to
make you
the
evil.
system.
It doesn't make you
I mean,
stupid.
introduce oxygen.
I know
Yeah.
what its primary function is, but thank you, Icy Spin, for educating me on something I did not know.
I'm actually going to look that
what
up.
was the other function? I missed that.
I think that
The
they both
primary or the
they
secondary?
remove
The secondary, yeah.
they remove carbon dioxide from the bloodstream. I believe that's what they
Yeah,
do.
I knew that.
Oh, okay, but they introduce healthy oxygen into the to the bloodstream, not the vessels, but the because the vessels are always the blue ones that are lacking oxygen. The red ones, the red blood, the
Arteries.
veins, I guess, arteries. Yeah. So the arteries are the ones that have oxygen. Once they go through the heart, they come out, and the oxygen is extracted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because the blood is red because it's got oxygen introduced to it. Otherwise, it'd be blue.
right. And the carbon dioxide is in the veins,
blue
and it's
and
removed from the
oxygen.
lungs. I think. Don't quote me, but let me look it up.
It's close enough. Is basically the point.
Yeah.
Right. We're not looking for a biologist exact answer, but that's close enough. Demick, you deny that
removing the
entire
waste
bit.
product, carbon dioxide. There you go.
Demick denies all of that. So now humans do not need oxygen anymore, which would be awesome for people going to Mars.
Neither do fish. Fish don't need
It's gonna
oxygen.
be weird
Fish
though
don't
to
either.
explain to
Apologize.
people that they actually their loved ones that died.
Oh,
from,
dolphins
from
must not
terrible,
either. They're
terrible,
mammals, so.
terrible accidents, including drowning.
Breatharians are punching the air right now.
They're gonna have questions if they didn't die from asphyxiation. Just fucking
I gotta say, dude, this is kind of
of.
you can't recover from this. This isn't like your other derp. You've made comments here that are just kill people. Humans don't need oxygen, dead. Fish don't need oxygen, dead. Water's an insulator, every electrician, dead. And dolphins should be able to breathe underwater, dead. What's left? Who else can we kill tonight? What other fucking science can we shit on and ruin? The third grader knows the answer to.
We can go the opposite way about plants.
Oh, that's right, the plant part. Yeah. But I don't think there was a definitive stance on the plants.
The grass,
Still
the
water does
smell,
act
the
mostly as
smell
an
is
insulator.
the plant.
I think all the other are mostly conductive because distilled water has a very low conductivity. But
if you recorded me, Icy Spin, let's say I recorded you tonight saying fish don't require oxygen, humans don't require oxygen, water's an insulator, and why can't dolphins breathe underwater? If I were to play that back in every chat room we go into, would you stay there or would you be like, oh fuck, I'm embarrassed?
Well, if I was going to go on the road like Demog is and do comedy shows, then
deny everything.
I suppose I'd pop in. Yeah, but yeah, otherwise,
I mean, if you went for a job, okay, let's change the subject. If you went for a job interview, but before the job interview, you had to slide this piece of paper across that had my four things I believe in. Think you'd get that job?
No.
I don't care if it's at McDonald's or fucking Boeing. Would you get that job?
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty safe to say. As a doctor, if I'm applying as a doctor, assuming they ask me 4 questions,
you're applying as a janitor, that would be enough not to hire you.
That's true. And listen, we're not talking from like a podium, Democ. It's just surprising to people that we. I mean, I've never even considered that humans don't need oxygen, because they do. Same with fish. It's just alarming, is all, I guess.
You could actually take a pulse oximeter and put it on your finger and hold your breath as long as you can. And you will see the pulse oximeter reading change. It happens that quick, within minutes, that you can change the oxygen level in your blood measurably. And that's why every time you're in a hospital room, that nurse comes around every 4 hours and sticks that little thing on your finger. And if you're incapacitated, or they leave it on you all the time, because that's how they monitor whether your oxygen level is getting absorbed by your lungs and that function is correctly oxygenating your blood. It's a critical function that they measure in every hospital. Demuc. And if you've ever been there, you know I'm right. If any of your relatives have ever been there, you can ask them. 2 words. I'm not saying their pulse is oxygen. Don't confuse it. Pulse oximeter. A $35 device from Amazon that you can measure your own oxygen level in your blood. It does it using light. Even better.
Do you have any
Nope.
Do you have any 9-volt batteries?
I do.
Oh, could you do me a favor and replace the?
I know.
Okay.
Now you stick your tongue on a 9-volt.
I own one of them things because my dad.
Yeah, he's gonna hammer me for my
the fucking chirp every 13
I
seconds.
know, but I told you the story about how many there are, and I don't.
I had to buy my dad one of them oxygen things that goes on your finger. We keep it here at the house, and because he's old and got dementia and stuff. And
I keep one too because I had a blood clot at one time, so I've had one ever since. It's nice to just every once in a while.
When I had the C word, the in 2021, whenever it was all,
I don't like the C word.
I don't know if I can say it. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, the convid or whatever it's called. Yeah, my oxygen levels dipped. They were like 92, 93%. And once I recovered, I thought I was.
Anything less than 95 is reduced absorption. Surprisingly, because that seems
stuck
awful.
your tongue on a 9-volt battery. That would have kept you going.
There you go.
Actually, yeah, I didn't think I actually learned something. I think I might have to unlearn.
Why are you even worried about breathing with COVID? You just could have stopped breathing. It's more convenient. If I could stop breathing, that's one less thing I'd have to worry about. You wouldn't have to cough ever, right? Awesome.
Welcome back, Eggs. You might have been here for a bit, riding on eggshells. How'd the meeting go?
Emic, you were somewhat of a myth and a little bit of an epic crazy person, but tonight you've proven that it's not crazy. You're just denial of everything. It's just a fucking game with you. Any third grader can tell you humans need oxygen. Same as fish. You can look at a picture of a dolphin that with a fucking blowhole, a quick video, flipper. Go watch the old show.
I'm gonna start
stand in a puddle of
water
water and drop an electrical cord in the other end and tell me how much of an insulator it is as you're dead or dying. Just call me before you drop dead.
Is Riggs still in here? He was earlier. Are there any other flat earthers that don't believe humans need oxygen? I would actually think that Fresh would disagree with that.
I'm not sure many would commit to that. That's pretty harsh.
I tried to be a flat earther, but I don't think I could do that.
I don't have like an oath against being a flat earther. I've asked for evidence. If there's evidence, then I'll change my position.
I also didn't like, though, Demek, on the one hand, he wants to point to a dictionary to define a word, but when you tell him the same thing, you're full of shit and you're, I don't know, gay? Was it you called gay, Demek?
Yeah.
You couldn't defend your point anymore?
Maybe I could share here for a change of pace. Maybe Demek can give me an idea about what's wrong with it. He'll just say lights in the sky, but maybe it's worth a shot. I have a video, Demek, that I analyzed. I created a program in Python, and sure, you can say, oh, it's a program. It doesn't mean anything. But I created a program that looks at a sun that was taken by Red's Rhetoric. It was a video that he did like 7 or 8 years ago, where he was in Tampa Bay and he did a 12-hour time lapse from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. of the sun rising and then setting. And you know what I noticed in this video?
It didn't change angular size. I've seen that one.
Yeah. Well, what I did is I took a program. I said, you know what? I wonder if I could create a circle around this sun. I could do it myself. I could sit there and I could stretch out a circle, and I could stretch out a circle for every frame of this video. It would take me 9 years to do it. I wonder if I could write a program that could find the circle in the image and do it for me. And then furthermore, put the pixel count of the circle that it's measuring for every single frame of this super, I mean, it's only a 5-6 minute video maybe, but I wonder if it could tell me exactly how many pixels there are in the diameter of this circle. And you know what it did? It gave me, it was like 600 and something. And I was kind of befuddled because in flat Earth, what they say is the sun changes. Well, just simple geometry will dictate that the sun must change size between 2 and 2.5 times throughout the day. It might be even more than that, but conservatively, 2 to 2.5 times from its normal size at solar noon. It must shrink in that amount by the time it sets or the time that it has risen. The size change must be substantial. And the size change in my particular video was something like 0.0001% throughout the day. And maybe you could explain it better than I could, Demok, but I was just wondering why. Oh, it's refraction. Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, how does refraction work when you use a solar
it's refraction, it's lensing, that's all.
Oh, I know, and it's refraction, and it's just solar lensing, and it's cool.
It changes. You've admitted that, so that debunks the heliocentric claim that says that it doesn't. You've already conceded that it does change, but your problem is that you don't see it change as much as you think it should, but you're just not accounting for refraction. That's all.
Okay. That's all. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and share. I'm gonna go ahead and share screen. Choose to watch it or not. Most people
won't. Side view of all the refractions.
I'll show you a head-on view. All right, go ahead and click on that. I'm gonna start.
I know the answer to this.
5 seconds.
No, if you don't have a side view, there's no reference to go by.
I know the answer to this. Electricity, pressure, density, electrolysis, refraction, reflection.
No curve.
Did I get one of them, Demok? Did I get it right?
We don't care
684 pixels currently.
Size to be. We care about a side view, and as long as it's along a horizontal reference.
Why are we talking science at all? Fucking humans don't need oxygen to live. You just drop your fucking hang up and bury your computer in the backyard.
Yeah, just talk about pineapple or pizza or something. That way it'll divert the conversation.
Just hang up and bury your computer in the backyard, brother. Humans don't need oxygen to live. Why are you even bothering to talk about refraction and reflection? Why are you bothering at all? Humans don't need oxygen to live.
What are you making up again?
I'm going to take different screenshots.
I'm not making up anything. I'm telling you what you said, what came out of your own mouth 10 minutes ago. Humans don't need oxygen to live. I'm not making it up. Don't go down that street, dude. We all heard you say it. Humans don't need oxygen to live. You said those words.
You don't have a perspective of the point of refraction.
We're not going to talk over people anymore, please. Even though my bot can.
I just beat my game, Eggs. Finally beat the whole thing.
Yeah. Even the DLC.
Yeah, that's what I just finished with the DLC. I just beat it.
Good. How does refraction keep the diameter at a constant 684 pixels? I'll repeat that. How does refraction keep the diameter of the sphere of the sun that shows sunspots, by the way? How does it keep it at 684 pixels? Demok, go.
Fresh, you were saying something as well. Do you think the sun stays the same size throughout the day, Fresh?
Oh my goodness. Maybe their permissions got. Oh, okay.
I'm at work. I'm a little delayed. No, the sun doesn't stay the same size. It definitely changes.
Then
throughout the day, you mean? Like, do you mean like by a percentage over 6 months, or do you mean by like a significant amount per day?
Let's look from high altitude, about 200,000 foot up, and see what the sun.
Oh, the sun's much higher than that. Yeah. So how does it stay the same size?
A measurable amount. I wouldn't say significant amount, but I would say measurable. At least twice a day, as it approaches him, when it as it departs.
Yeah, and we can watch it from 200,000 feet and the ground from both positions, and we'll see what it do.
Well, I'll answer that question. That's completely different from my question. So my question was, why does it stay the same size throughout the day?
It's just being a retard.
Then how am I being retarded? Go ahead.
I don't know. You're just saying dumb shit. It doesn't make any
Because you're
sense.
using
So do you have a
science.
side view of a curve? Stop.
No, I have a
asking
head-on
the
view.
size
I have a head-on view of a
TV.
sphere. I have a head-on view of an actual
Now,
sphere in the sky.
So where's the side view of it? Side view should match it, right, weirdo?
There's no side
Sounds like
view
it's
of
in your
two
imagination.
objects. There's
The
no side view
side
of two
view of
objects.
your hill should match the front
Can we
view of your
establish
hill.
there's no side view of an object?
Yes, there is a side view. Your
2
house
points
has a
have a
side
direct line of sight. The object may be sideways,
Your
but you
world
don't
is
have a
not
side
3D.
view.
It's just a forward line now.
But the beam of light, the ray of light that you guys say travels in a straight path, you should be able to have a side perspective of it and shows the point of refraction.
That's fine. We can address that after you tell me why the sun stays the same size throughout the day. Go ahead and explain how the sun stays the same size throughout the day.
Where does
you can say you don't know? That's a good question. We can answer that. We can answer that right after you tell me why the sun stays the same size throughout the day. Because if I remember correctly, fresh.
Oh, okay. Well, then fresh. It changes. It just doesn't change enough to what he thinks it could. So we've already gotten past that part.
684 pixels to 682 pixels. You would agree that that's like less than one half of 1% of a change.
200,000 feet of what the sun's doing.
Be impressed if that circle is able to be wrapped on there that precisely that it doesn't make a tiny little 1 in 700 error. Right? Doesn't have to be like
quarter of 1%.
0.03. Yeah.
Let's take a look with some house footage of what it does.
3%.
It's a throwaway.
I'm sorry, what was it?
0.03.
And then prove
okay,
it.
0.03. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, I already proved it. I'm just wondering where your proof is.
Well,
what's your
in
proof?
the ephemeris that the FLIR submit they need for using sextant, they don't list a diameter of the sun by hour. There's only listed by week, month, or it's because it only varies. It only varies 1 arc minute from aphelion to perihelion.
None of that made any sense.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. That's right. Because in surveying,
what you're talking about.
In surveying, I use the sun. I use the sun as an azimuth reference.
High altitude.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, DMOC can hold the mic. That's good.
Deny reality. That's good.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Deny reality when I come in.
It's hard to get a word in one DMOC here.
That's a good point.
DMOC's argument is
okay.
Just changes his argument to suit.
Yeah,
we've already heard everything tonight, from pressure to density to not gravity, of course, to electrolysis to electricity to magnetism as explanations for any and every force. Humans don't need oxygen to live. Fish don't need oxygen to live. Dolphins should be able to breathe underwater, and electricity is a. He doesn't believe it.
You're just jealous. You're just jealous, Jack, that you don't have as many answers. He's got a lot of answers. DMOC has a lot of.
If I had the answer, there, burn, drop.
I'm super fast at maths. Does anybody want to test me? I'm like really fast at maths. Go for it. Test me.
Okay, I'll test Jags. Jags. Okay, 1 + 1.
4.
What's the square root of -1?
3.
Hold on, I want to fact check on that first one. Anybody?
He said he's
my
fast,
calculator's
not
running
correct.
I said I'm fast. I didn't say I'm correct. Thank you, DMOC gets it. DMOC's there.
See, he is smarter than he leads on.
You do live in DMOC's world. Perfect.
No, he showed that my IQ was greater than yours because you didn't catch on.
DMOC was quick.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm forever going to see you as the guy that says humans don't need oxygen. There's no argument you can ever make that's dumber than that. So why are we talking science?
You put a close-fit on your finger and say that reads oxygen. It's weird.
It does. It's called a pulse oximeter. You can look it up and buy one on Amazon. But no, that's too much work. That's too much work. I could prove I'm wrong with a $35 Amazon trip, but I won't do that because I'm DMOC.
Go get some blood. The very
it's density or gravity or electromagnetism or electrolysis or pressure.
Fucking fundy mutant bitch.
Dude, you can't even keep your argument straight. You've given every example. You've given every example of every word you know tonight.
You talking over me, you stinky bitch, because you know you're wrong.
Dumb. Because dumb.
Well, you keep talking over us, DMOC, so don't be the pot calling the kettle black.
You do the same thing. All I wanted from you was a yes or no answer, but you can't even do that. You can't even give a yes or no answer.
I got
you can't even give a yes or no answer.
What do I do with
Most
it?
basic thing in
Where
the
do I
world.
put my pulse oximeter in this cup of blood to show the air in it? You dumb cunts.
You don't need
you're
a
not
cup
using
of
a
blood, you
bucket
dummy.
in a
This
lab.
isn't the fucking
Well, now blood,
1200s.
so you're not seeing the air in blood. You parakeet
The
motherfucker.
air in blood. Oh, you're talking about oxygen being put into the blood.
Yes,
Pulse
sir.
oximeter. He wants to
Yes,
believe
sir. They're going to
himself for
prove
some
it with a
reason
pulse
instead of use a
oximeter in
pulse
a cup of
oximeter.
blood.
I say red in
Cup of
blood.
blood's going to have air, right?
I say
It has
pain
to,
in
right?
blood.
Dude,
It
stop
has to. It has
confusing
to
air
be
with
dissolved in there
oxygen. Stop
magically,
confusing
right?
air with
You've missed out on a
oxygen.
lot of
Stop
stuff,
How are you
Eggs.
confusing
getting the
air
air out
with
of the blood is what I
oxygen,
want to
dude.
know.
We
How did you
did
guys
this 2
stop
hours
that blood
ago.
from having
You
air?
know, Jack, that's a whole other problem for you. That air is an oxygen because you guys claim that all these different
not
gases are
claiming.
separated on a gradient. But
We're
if
not
so, then
claiming.
what is air? What is
Air is
air? It's a
mostly
combination and a
nitrogen.
mixture of
Air
different
is mostly
gases. And
nitrogen.
we don't give a fuck about mostly. It's not one singular thing. And since
Just
it's not
how
one
much air
singular
is.
thing, we know that there's no gradient separated by density because of the weight that you guys claim is attributed because of gravity.
It's
We don't have.
true.
Can you
It's
explain that
absolutely
again,
true.
please?
You're fucking
You
up
don't even,
your
you
own
don't even need to
model.
look at the Earth to
Demon
see it.
staring up your
You
own
don't even
model,
need to
just
look
like
at
you
the
guys
Earth.
running in circles trying to chase them on the merry-go-round.
Dude.
Well, if
you
he
don't
could
even need
explain
the Earth.
how the sun stays
Audio
680 to
chaos, Eggs. I can't
684
control this.
pixels.
Yeah, guys,
then
Glibers. Chill.
No, I
You
didn't
can't
say
just-
anything.
Globers accept
I'm
Terry.
just watching.
You can't just
I'm
spag
just
out.
watching Cole
Notice
today.
how you're having to tell the Glovers to chill. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
You're not
can you
being a
explain what
Glover.
you meant again? I didn't understand what you were saying then, Fresh. So we're saying what do you think we're saying?
No, I don't think you're saying. I know you're saying it. And I was just pointing out that what he was saying, which is the fact that air isn't oxygen itself alone, that it's a multitude of different things. That is against the claim that you guys say there's a gas gradient that's separated due to the density of the gases.
Why?
Because air itself is not a singular gas. It's a mixture of different gases. So there's no gradient.
So can you have a mixture of gases that also form a density gradient?
No, because the gradient would exist, there would be no mixture.
So if the thing that it sounds like you're thinking is by gradient, what that means is all the gases must separate from one another. We've got hydrogen here, we've got oxygen here, we've got nitrogen there, that kind of thing. Is that what you're thinking?
What other type of gradient would it be?
Density gradient.
How high do I
He's
have
just
to get
asking you to
get
define
it?
the term.
So if it's a density gradient, right?
Yeah.
And then so it's the density of the what?
What he's saying is this. He's saying the mixture would remain
density of the gases, right? So then that means that the gases would be separated into a gradient, which is what you guys claim, which is what you say the atmosphere is.
But we don't say that. You're saying that.
As
Can you explain it?
What do you mean? Explain what? I just did.
Why would they separate? Why would we say they separate? I haven't heard anybody say that. What does that mean?
That's a new one.
Just magically stratify into different things, even though they're all roughly the same way.
Okay, so then there's no gradient of gases.
No, you're wrong. Let Eggs explain it. Yeah.
So there's a mix. You can get let's say I get a bunch of balls, right?
That's fine. I'll go with the mix. There's no gradient though, because a mixture isn't a gradient, right?
Can I explain it? Yeah, mixtures.
But it is a mixture of gradient.
He's not going to let you explain it, Eggs. He won't shut up.
Me too.
What is kind of a gradient? It's that simple.
What he's kind of right about is generally with things with different densities will also separate, right? We've seen those density towers where it's like water and then oil and something else and dishwashing liquid, and they separate the dishwashing liquids at the top, and then there's the oil and then there's the water and then there's something denser than oil. So I get what you're saying about that. It's not completely dumb.
No, but it's a direct association, because whenever we go with the helium balloon, right, we go with that line and that spiel. What do you guys say? Oh, well, the reason why the helium balloon shoots up to the sky is because of the gradient of gases. It's lighter than all the other gases around it, so it shoots up. That's a gradient of gases being separated from the other.
Yeah,
and you got to. You're going to now you get to choose.
Well, I don't fully get it because I think it's density of the molecules, but I also think there's some sort of function between heat and how warm they are is how fast the molecules move, and how fast the molecules move affects how much space they want to take up. As you can imagine, lots of bouncing
dynamic
balls.
system like flat earthers said.
Nobody says it's not a dynamic system. The fact that flat earthers sometimes say true things around dumb wrong things doesn't mean that they aren't dumb wrong things they say next to the true thing.
Yeah, the
Is
mixture of
gravitation
gases
is
remains
gravity got
largely
anything to
consistent.
do?
There's just less molecules
Oh,
at
don't
higher
say the
altitudes.
G word. Not here.
But it's a good question.
Simple
Why?
that.
What do we have? Nitrogen is the main one. Nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, right? Nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen. Are they all pretty much the same weight? Because his question's not that wild, right? Why do these gases that when gases do indeed have different masses, why do these ones all found in roughly the same proportion all the way up and down this density tower? It's kind of a good question. I don't know really. I don't intuitively have the answer.
Molecular bonding would be my question. Yeah,
but they to one another.
That's a good question.
I thought it was just like oxygen molecule here is pinging off a hydrogen molecule there. This is a fucking ChatGPT question. It's a good question. It's like the flat earthers ask good questions. It's just presuming that answer doesn't make sense to me yet, or I don't already know it, isn't a reason to think the Earth is flat. But I don't think we need to pretend they ask dumb questions.
Yeah, by the way, you notice he said he doesn't know. That's an acceptable answer that flat earthers refuse to ever utter. We'll just bring up pressure, density, no, they won't bring up gravity.
But we as globers,
they constantly say there's things they constantly say there's things they don't know.
Yeah.
The atmosphere is well mixed due to turbulence and convection. Over 80 kilometers high, the gases separate by molecular weight due to lower density and less mixing. So the mixing, the air currents.
That's exactly what So the air currents keep stirring it up like a muddy pond, but given enough time, they will stratify. Okay, so that's a pretty good question. And we learned something. Thanks, Fresh. That's a good bloody question. You learned us some shit.
The air mixes up the air. The air mixes up the air.
Answer and looking it up.
The water mixes up the water, like fast-moving water.
I just want to clarify that the air mixes up the air.
Fast-moving fluids. Fast-moving fluids get mixed.
That's where we're going. The air mixes up the air.
Do you stir your tea, bro? Come on, man. Don't. Like it's a good question. I would.
Yeah, I stir my tea.
He answered your question, buddy.
Yeah, I stir my tea. My tea doesn't stir my tea.
Okay. So when you stir your tea, do you move the spoon and then all of the liquid in the cup spins eventually, even though you haven't pressed the spoon against all of it?
Right.
Yeah,
the sugar sitting at the bottom. Eventually,
he's never gonna admit he learned something or he doesn't know the answer. Never, ever, ever, ever. First rule number 1: deny, deny, deny.
Well, I think if you're inclined to think the globe doesn't make sense, I think he did hit on a pretty good one, which is like if gases have different masses and they're held down by.
It was a great question. I didn't know, you didn't know, but you looked it up and you accepted the answer. He will not accept any answer because nuh-uh is the ultimate defense.
Even when the answer makes sense.
So you're saying that airflow is stronger than gravity?
No, if that's what you're saying, why don't we play a weird game? I know that flat earthers hate this game, but I'm going to invite you to play it anyway. Ask me an open question and avoid ever telling me what
airflow is stronger than gravity. So the movement of air, which is you're saying created by air, apparently, not temperature, like we've all known and agreed upon for thousands of years. But as you guys just claimed a minute ago, air stirs up the air, right? But that somehow.
Gravity.
No, I'm talking. So then somehow air stirring up the air is stronger than gravity, and it's able to not let the mass separate because they're different densities, right? That's what you're saying.
If there was no gravity, there'd be no airflow. What are you talking about?
It's just like somebody floating in water, right? The gravity's pulling them down, but it's also pulling the water down, and the water and the body have roughly the same density, so you sit roughly at the level of the water. You're now even with that water. Now, if there is a flow, and I agree with you, I think you said another bang on, cool, correct thing, which is that temperature causes it, right? Temperature does cause most of the wind, at least that I know of. I'm sure there's some other factors too, but yeah, it'll create what does it do? It's confusing because I thought it pushed the air out. Coriolis too, yeah. It pulls the air up, right? The hot air rises, and that means wind rushes towards that spot. I didn't get that. Until somebody explained it like 2 weeks ago. Same thing can happen in the water. right? Now, if everything's just roughly at the same height, if I'm in the water and the water gets stirred up by like a giant tipping a teaspoon in, and he stirs up the water so that it goes around or uses heat to stir up the water, I'm still going to be on top of the water floating at roughly the same point in the density tower, but moving laterally across it, because at that point vertically I'm at an equilibrium between the down force and the up force of the water and me. And what I'm not at an equilibrium at, or it's easy to disturb my equilibrium, is left and right, right? Tiny little push to the left and I'll start floating left, but it's actually quite difficult to pull me down under the water or lift me up out of the water. Does that make sense? More sense now?
Yeah, but you're not made of molecules that can separate when you add in temperature and everything. You're just a solid piece of mass.
That's true.
So it's there. You can't really correlate those two.
What do you? What difference do you feel that makes for the example? Is that a difference that makes a difference, or have you just pointed out a difference?
Because you're showing that you, as a solid mass, are staying where you're at on that, right on that equilibrium tower, as you called it, or density tower. So then the other molecules should as well, even though you're in the middle of agitation, if you want to call it. You're in the middle of being stirred around by this giant spoon. The air is stirring around. Why aren't these things staying in the place where they should? Why are they still mixed together?
Well, it's like when you, like, I used to work at a bar and you make a cocksucking cowboy, right? These drinks that involve pouring a lighter booze on top of the denser booze. If you stir that even a tiny bit, you've got to be really careful. You pour it over the back of a spoon generally. You've got to be really careful that the stuff going in doesn't stir it at all, because if they're roughly close to the same mass, they'll want to be they'll be very easily disturbed, right? This one's being held up, but it's only a little bit lighter rather than way, way lighter, right? So a little bit of stirring will, even if it's just left and right stirring, will immediately cause like big toroidal turns in the water, right? We've seen it. It's got Brownian motion or some shit like that. I don't pretend to understand it. I just see that it goes swirly in a teacup behind a spoon, and I go, oh, that's going to bring the milk that I poured at the top all the way to the bottom. I just do one stroke of the spoon, and the whole thing's perfectly permeated with milk, because milk's about the same weight as water. It's mostly water anyway, but yeah.
Did you call it a cocksucking cowboy? That is
fantastic. Slippery nipple, cocksucking cowboy. You guys have those drinks over there, don't you?
We have the buttery nipple. I call it a buttery nipple.
Yeah, buttery nipple.
Well, James Bond wanted his drinks shaken, not stirred.
That's true. He probably had a
take the slippery nipple, but I'm a little hesitant for the cocksucking cowboy. I'll be honest.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, go with your guts. Yeah, go with.
They're all terrible.
What if we tell you that you're the cowboy?
Yeah, go with your guts. Sex on the beach.
This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Jack. Yeah,
James Bond was telling you the Earth's flat. It's not spinning. He said he'll take it shaken, not stirred,
and not mixed in with the rest of the atmosphere. Got it.
How you going, Callie? I'm sorry I was a prick when I was drunk to you the other night.
But you were drunk. That was a sight to be seen.
I was hammered. I was being a bit of a punish.
He was pretty funny.
You can't hold your liquor.
I can hold a fuckload of it. That's not the problem.
That's the problem. He can hold it. He just
right in my liver.
Well, I'm only about 6 stubby of Carlton draft, so I'm going okay so far.
Just don't tell us Americans how many stones or centimeters you are, because that's not going to work. Sorry.
What do you want us to tell you?
That's what so many American flat earthers. I'll keep saying it. America's sticking to the imperial system.
We are sticking to it.
Does anybody want to defend the imperial system? Because I love winning that debate. I've won it like 6 times.
No, we won't defend it. We don't need to. But we'll continue. You know why we continue to use it?
Cole's given the best defense, but all of the best defense has to be, look, we know it's shit, but
we know it's confusing. But
bloody imperial.
Here's our defense. We also print the metric system on every package side by side, so we can continue to have our old school measured with a yardstick or a piece of wood that was, we know it's all bullshit. It's not a 10.
By the way, all of our speedometers, they also have kilometers per hour. Would you believe that?
We did that back in the 70s. We had kilometers and miles per hour.
I'll bet you the Europeans, they just have kilometers per hour, and they're like, fuck America. We don't need miles per hour.
The Europeans, they're backward too, because they got both. They have miles per hour and imperial. They got miles per hour
Well,
for one thing, and they got in kilometers for
I
other
learned
things.
that 90 kilometers an hour was 55, but now that it's 65 and 70 in some states, I'm fucked again. So as soon as I learn something, it's like,
Yeah, when I was in Australia,
2.2 kilos per pound.
The speed
Yeah, at
limit
least
was
I'm old enough to grow
110.
up when I grew up. At least I'm old enough to when I grew up, I was on the both sides, the imperial and the kilograms.
It's not hard
the
to
weird
learn
thing
a new system. It's hard to apply it to things that you're already in your head. Like I already know what a foot. Like what are you going to tell your girlfriend instead of 8 inches or 10 inches? I mean, you got to come up with that real quick. And then she doesn't know the metric conversion, so she's like, "You're tiny, bro." So
You know what I found weird is
we go to
Don't you guys
Subway and
use
the arch for
ahead, sorry.
what do they call those sandwiches? The foot sandwich or something, or
Foot long.
Foot long.
A
It's
foot
not a
long.
$5 foot long anymore,
foot
unfortunately.
long.
Yeah. If I went in there and asked them that in metric, they wouldn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, give me the
they'd say, get the fuck
24.5
out of our
centimeter
store.
foot long. Give me the 24.5 centimeter $5 deal. Yeah, I don't. It also
The
doesn't
weird
roll
thing
off
is,
the
though,
tongue.
I used to work at a place and we sold 19-inch ones. They weren't the regular foot. They were actually 19-inch, and when you cut them in half, they were, so you
That's a
got more
lot of
for your time.
sandwich. That's
Yes,
a lot of
sir.
food.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And
Well,
if made in like the Northeast at a proper sub shop, that's like 5 pounds of meat probably too.
yeah,
Tell me
I
if
mean,
I'm
well,
wrong.
you weigh it out. You weigh every portion.
Someone from Europe, though, you guys use miles for like when you're talking about how far it is to get places. Is that right? Like I know in England, I think they use miles, and it's different from. Craig uses miles, for instance, FTFE. He uses miles when he talks about like how far it is to get places, and I'm like, wait a second.
I don't want to be lectured about metric from an
American
space agency that crashed a probe on a planet because they calculated. Well, because they calculated miles instead of kilometers and buried it in the fucking dirt at 50. What speed was that thing hitting it? It hit like 400 miles an hour.
Or the other classic one of that a Canadian aircraft that crashed because when they filled it up, they were filling it up with a number that was
liters
meant
instead
to
of
be
gallons?
imperial instead of gallons, or gallons instead of liters or something.
That spacecraft was the Beagle, right? Do I have that right? Was that the moon or was that Mars?
Shut up! You are so stupid.
That's right. My bad. Spacecraft. Fuck. What did I just say?
Yeah, space. Why bring space? The space. Space is not real.
For instance, UK measurements. All right, you ready? Road distance and speed, miles per hour. Fuel economy, miles per gallon. Weather, Celsius or millimeter. People's height, feet, inches or stones, pounds. Food labeling, grams, millimeters. Science and medicine, metric. Pick a fucking lane, people.
What about petrol? How much petrol do they have on their petrol
It was all fine until we moved over across the pond, and then it's not acceptable anymore.
Stop talking about retarded garbage.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Electric. Can you give us something intelligent to talk about?
How do you measure things?
Oh, I'm going to talk about the globe.
Dude, we're just talking about measurements. There's no fucking conspiracy with measurements. Right?
Is that electric? Give us something intellectually.
It's electric.
Yeah, you definitely need something to talk about because this is retarded.
Measurements.
My boy just woke up off a Percocet.
If you let this guy
just woke up off a Percocet nap.
Make the conversation, you're going to get brought into the dumbest globe circle jerk you've ever heard.
We're just picking on the globies. We're picking on the globies here, Electric. You gonna help me out?
Yeah, I don't think you can be dumber than humans don't need oxygen, bro.
You need a lot of help.
That one. Go.
So who wants to put a defensive position towards the globe? Who's got the strongest position towards the globe? Terry and I, maybe Electric's going to join in. We're going to tear you to pieces. Who can do it?
Yep, that's it.
No fallacies.
Here we go.
None of it.
Yep.
You trying to tell me?
You need
You trying to tell me that I'm
before you go?
My fish ain't gonna stay alive if I rub it on the carpet?
Yep, your fish will be alive if you do that.
You're good to go. Life-saving technology. You rub them on the carpet.
Is the carpet underwater by chance?
What's the carpet about? What am I not understanding?
Oh, you missed
don't
it.
go there.
You missed
Fish
that
don't
bit.
require oxygen. They require electricity.
You know when you rub your feet on the carpet, you get static electricity.
Right.
Your fish can survive off that as well.
I'd like to summarize.
You don't need to oxygenate the water. You just need to charge it. It's a charge, not oxygen.
Right.
Well, it's electrifying the water, technically.
Wait, Jack, do you remember the part where we got into humans? There was a.
Oh yeah, I think also humans don't need oxygen either. And also, dolphins should be able to breathe without a blowhole because they should be able to breathe underwater. And finally,
well, I've been experimenting.
Yes, the resistance is water is an insulator. So go stand in water.
I've been holding my breath the whole time since Demox last spoke, and I'm still here.
Yeah, did you get all that? Did you write it down fast enough? I know Jack tends to run through his points very quickly, but I think you probably got at least the first 3 points. That's what we learned.
My favorite one though is make sure you tell your electrician friends that water is an insulator, and they can stand in a puddle while they're working.
Here. Join in. Don't call back.
He might have fallen off.
Water is an insulator. This is the best. I challenged a room full of globers to the best globe proof, and all we've got is rub your fish on the carpet, and water is an insulator. Come on. Somebody's got a good argument for the globe.
You also don't need oxygen, so you can stop breathing when you're talking. That's just a throwaway, and dolphins should be able to breathe underwater. So,
and if you see a fish out of water, give it mouth to mouth,
or rub it on the carpet.
Oh wait, not to gill. I think we were.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing? I'm trying to send the conversation forwards. Why are other people democking?
We're asking you why you would want to have a scientific conversation about the shape of the globe. And
I'd like to have it with Electric or somebody or Fresh.
But if you don't need oxygen to live, and that's his stance.
But why are you bringing it back to that? Why are you bringing us back to the dumbest part of the conversation?
We were summarizing.
Why would you? My argument to you is
please fucking stop.
Why would you Why would you go a higher argument than you don't need oxygen to breathe?
Because I want to train my bot on stuff that's not brain rot.
Okay.
We're just recapping for people that haven't been here yet for a while.
I'm still wondering what the planets are. I think we started on that, and Demox said that they were fairy tales or something to that effect. But I don't know where else to go
for quote the
planets.
globe.
They're just lights in the sky. They're just lights in the sky. Jeez, where you been?
Yeah, he wants a side view of a planet or a sun, but he
in doubt, deny.
Put it in a bucket in a lab, and then I'll review it later.
We actually started with star trails being opposite at the poles. I don't think we actually.
I would actually like to challenge one of you scientists to a question, if that's fair. Because we covered this, Icy Spin covered this earlier, where he took all of the photos from the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that were taken 1 per minute for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So it's like 1440 pictures, and he basically used a program to calculate the area within 2 pixels. Basically, was the angular size. Then
let me correct you really quickly, Jack. Those were not taken from the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They were taken from Tampa Bay by Red's Rhetoric.
Oh, my bad.
7 or 8 years ago.
Apologize.
Okay,
so the question then was, why would there not be a greater change in angular size? And one of the flares said, well, you guys expect too much change. And my question is, it would be easy to mathematically plot if there was, I mean, we don't know what they say the distance is from the sun from the earth. But we roughly know where they claim it to be. And we could roughly, by looking at the sun now, it wouldn't matter how far away or big or small it is because we can calculate its angular size. Then roughly on their little Gleason map, they show a circle. So we can estimate the orbit. Knowing those 2 things, even within a 10 or 20% margin of error, what would the angular size appear to be from morning till noon and then back to sunset? Would it be 5%, 50%? Would it be 200%? Because if it's more than what Icy Spin calculated, which was 0.3 or 0.03%, which is imperceivable by a human. So my question is, if there really was a sun orbiting, like they say with the Gleason map, would it appear 1.5 times bigger at noon than in the morning? And is that something you can answer or roughly calculate?
Do you want a flat Earth answer, or?
No, I want a scientific answer, because I don't think I know the math well enough to calculate it. And if you would say, sure, we can calculate it, and it should be a 1.5 times bigger, that's a pretty tough argument for them to defend, since it doesn't actually happen. I've seen people, show the mechanics, but I've never heard the actual measurement, what it would look like. And that is a demonstrable thing to say, do you see that every day at noon?
Isn't one of the problems they say they don't actually know the distance to the sun?
Does that matter? If you can measure the angular size of an object, whether it's big and far away or small and close, you can roughly look at their Gleason map, and they roughly give the dimensions of the flat Earth, so you can roughly picture what their orbit would be. Isn't that enough to give an angular size comparison between morning and noon? Within a margin of error of maybe 10-20%.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, but to know we could go by some of their claims, like it's 6,000 or 4,000 miles, whatever. Doesn't matter really. And then use the distance on their map and just do basically a simple perspective calculation.
Do you think that would be on the order of? Clearly, it would be. I mean, I don't think I have to. It's obvious. It should be obvious, right? But to me, it would be probably like 50% bigger at noon than it is at the earliest morning and the latest evening. You can see it. 50% is a huge change in size. Anybody could see it with the naked eye. So
yeah,
if I'm close to right, then how can you?
Yeah.
What's your defense of that if I'm close to right?
You get inverse square law affecting the amount of light cast on the ground.
But we heard the flat earther tonight said you guys think it's more than it is. So my question is, it's certainly more than imperceivable, right?
Should be.
Should be well more than perceivable, right? Like 30%, 40%, 50% bigger.
Yeah, they say from
the flat earthers. How do you defend that?
Where did you get 40% from?
Well, from sunset or from sunrise to midday, there should be about a 2 to 2.5 times change, just based on geometry. There are variations based on perspective, but it should fall within that region.
I just use 40% as like a low number, but big enough that you can't argue my penis is 40% bigger than it would, like it was yesterday. There's no argument that, well, it's kind of, I can't really perceive it. That's a number that you can't deny.
You've never been swimming in ice cold water, though.
Well, you don't know what I do.
If it doesn't change the size from one day to the next.
This guy's a shower, not a grower. I go inverted in cold water.
My point.
Hang on, let's not
really
let's
though.
Not,
is
he's in the room. No more descriptions.
But if you ask a flat earther,
it's
they
a good
say
question.
It doesn't change enough to see. Isn't that a 101 basic?
0 to 100%, shouldn't it? Like it should be invisible at midnight, but still above the plane, and then it should ramp up from 0. Or no, it shouldn't be.
I'm not even trying to confuse
we know the length of the
argument with that. Yeah, don't confuse the argument with that. Stick to their thing that you can only see it so far. If I first see it in the morning and it's whatever size it is, and I see it at noon and it's the same angular size through a filter, isn't that enough? But what's their defense of that? Oh, it's just not as much.
Angles of light. He has a solar filter, and he's measured the sun and found an angular size change of the sun.
How much?
It looked about
Awesome.
10-20%.
I'm glad somebody else knows about that. Good job, Taylor.
I've seen that.
I'm sorry, you just said that the angular size of the sun changes 20%?
From my estimates, looking at the pictures, it looked about 10-20%. But yeah, he does.
That's been demonstrably proven that that's not accurate at all.
Can you show
that is surprising.
Okay, I'm just saying he has a solar filter and camera and measures it and shows the whole process and shows.
Can you show the pictures you got?
I'll tell you what the lens is in a minute. It's not a solar filter.
Where was the picture?
I know what you're talking about because I've seen him do it during a debate. It's not an actual solar filter. I think
it's a 7.0 ND filter. Right?
I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, it's an ND filter. That's right.
No wonder.
Okay, he's used multiple solar filters. So you're saying an ND filter is not a solar filter, and you're claiming for sure that's what he's using?
Actually, yeah, I'll have to go back through my string. I had a conversation with someone in our community about it, and we looked into it. I'll have to find it, but I'll get
Either
the
way, the
details.
sun's changing size though.
Well, it's not. If you look at, I'm actually running a loop right now. You can see the video basically in question that Jack's brought up, but it doesn't change from size in the traditional sense of, obviously there's measurements for error, and that's what you'll find in the video. 684 pixels. I think it goes down to 680 once or twice, but that's when it's getting close to sunset and sunrise. That's a measurable pixel set.
Yeah,
it looks about a 10% difference at least.
Yeah, if you have the information on the filter that was used for the observation, that would be helpful. It would save me from going through the trouble. But
he does have a video on that. Let me try to find it real quick.
Yeah, I think it's on his TikTok also. He's got pictures of it and videos of it.
And that's why I brought up my question, by the way. So you've got here someone saying this and someone saying that. However, throw both those out the door and look at a purely physical size and change that you could tell with your eyes from angular size, calculating the distance roughly. And my when I say 40%, I'm being, in my opinion, conservative. The sun should be so much bigger at noon than it is at morning at night that the flat earthers could just slam dunk every time and say, there you go. But they can't, because it isn't.
No, because you got atmospheric lensing and other different properties. That's why you need the filter.
Come on, dude. That's so okay, then why doesn't it do the same thing?
You got to say the same thing.
I should make it bigger. Come on. Hey, first of all, why is it going below the horizon?
So if that's true with the atmospheric lensing, hold on. Okay, let me just, my counterpoint to that is atmospheric lensing. Why does a jet airplane flying right over me at 30,000 feet look so much bigger than it does when it gets 50 miles or 100 miles away? The atmospheric lensing that you're talking about should apply equally to any object in the sky. It doesn't.
Do you have images of that happening?
Are you seriously with your own eyes going to deny that I need images? Is that where we're going, Flurf?
I mean, you're just giving arbitrary examples with that.
Let me get it. Images I can get it for you. The best example of that.
Those other objects are sources of light.
Hang on a second. I have a great, everyone's seen these great examples. You've probably forgotten about them. There's a picture of the jet angular size pretty close to the ISS on the moon. And they say, oh, see, all the things the Globers were talking about is bullshit. But you think about where those were taken, you only get the angular size of a jet that's the same size as the ISS when it is as far away. And it's not just, they say, oh, it's 7 miles high. No, it's also 250 miles away when you get that, because they're roughly the same size, roughly. You know, one's 100 yards long, one's about 70. But they're roughly the same size. So the same angular size means they're the same physical size. That means they're the same distance. So yes, they may be 7 miles above the ground, but they are over 200 miles away, and that's when you get that. And that's a good example for you to say that's how angular size works for something that's going away from you. So that jet, when it's right above you, that's 7 miles high, looks a hell of a lot different than when it's 250 miles away, and being superimposed on the sun or on the moon.
Well, in my example, it's at the same altitude, so that is my example is more appropriate to your sun over the flat Earth. And that's why I brought it up. If the sun doesn't change in angular size from morning till noon, which it doesn't, and she's claiming it does, but prove that because it's wrong. But even if we accept the 10 to 20%, a jet above your head at 30,000 feet is 10 to 15 to 20 times bigger than when it gets 100 miles away and you no longer can see it. So if it works for one, it should work for both.
You're just making these claims.
Are you telling me? Wait, please. Are you telling me that you've been outside and you've never seen a jet and watched it disappear over the? Come on, that's just
Now that I think
bullshit.
about it, whenever I look at them far away from
you're
left
just
to
full
right,
of shit. Now, if this is the argument that, oh my God, that doesn't
Jack,
happen.
you're interrupting me.
I would argue that it's infinitely smaller because it goes out of your vision because of the curve of the Earth or the stretching of that, whatever you guys said.
But we've got
your resolution.
Guys arguing with one another when the question appears to be for Taylor, right?
Yeah, can you Pop-Tart stop circle jerking for 2 seconds in your life? Stop saying stupid shit.
Yeah, I'm going to start muting. It might be the next step.
Why do you need a P900 with a zoom lens?
That's not letting Taylor speak.
Yeah, P900s have zoom lenses.
Your name's not Taylor!
Oh, I just said whenever I recall jets moving through the sky, I don't actually recall seeing the size change very much, but maybe it's just me. That'd be something good to get pictures of.
Well,
and I'm saying as the other part of this
like
argument,
me, I live.
that's 100% disingenuous lie.
Everybody understand what the example I gave?
I
Might be more,
yeah.
more understandable.
I live at 62 degrees north. So
Guys, can we take turns speaking, please? Let's listen.
yeah, but just trying. I was just trying to get a point.
Having a seizure. Please call a doctor. Someone's having a seizure.
Saying a bunch of stupid shit at the same time.
Yeah, so Sage just told us all off for over talking, so I hope everybody noticed that. And Sage is right. If we're going to ask Taylor questions, it doesn't make sense for three people to talk. I don't know. I thought they were talking to you. I just wanted to clear.
He was talking to another dude at first.
Oh right.
No,
okay.
actually, wait. Hold on. I asked
thank you for stepping in.
I asked the question. You did provide an answer. So that's why I was talking to you. You identified yourself and said, that's not true. We have shown it changes 10 to 20% in size. That's what started the question to you. Then I altered it to the jet. Your answer was, I've never noticed that. And that is fully bullshit lie.
Okay, so you're just going to accuse me of lying?
Yes, I'm going to tell you, if you've never noticed a jet getting smaller as it goes farther
I've never
away,
really paid much attention to it, but
okay, you know what? You can prove it tomorrow in the first 1 hour of the light.
I've watched like chemtrails or contrails or whatever.
So you are denying it gets
Listen,
smaller. First you said you didn't notice it.
Hold on, dude.
Hey Taylor,
have you ever been to an airport?
Hey, you guys are nowhere. Hold on a second.
Taylor, have you ever been to an airport?
They're all taking a fucking break. Everybody who just did that after I said not to, you're all taking a 5-minute break. That was
the Pop Tarts are popping out.
Just called it 3 times, and you went straight back into doing it. You have low levels of self-control, so I'm going to help you out. I'll build this functionality into Sage next too. Carry on. Go for it, Taylor. What was your thought? I didn't hear the end of it.
Consensus is lovers are heathens.
When I was watching chemtrails being made, I never really noticed the size change, even if it's a long distance through the sky. I'm not sure how long it is, but I noticed like it just looked the same size to me. And I had some images on my phone I was looking at, but that's just me. I'm not trying to be dishonest or lie. I just never noticed the size change as the plane approached and left. Like much, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, but would you agree that when you see those chemtrails, what you see are lines that when they're dead overhead are thick, and as they go towards the horizon, they appear to go together?
Down?
Is that like if I just pull up a photo now of contrails, what I'm going to say, I guarantee you, unless it's staying equidistant from me, like straight dead overhead is the only orientation in which that plane's contrails won't start going back together due to perspective. So the distance between wingtip to wingtip upon which the jets rest, which is what causes the contrails, it will necessarily get skinnier. Here's a whole sky crisscrossed with them. It's a perfect example. A whole sky. Hang on. Oh God, accept cookies.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a picture now.
Yeah, hang on. I just saw one. Here we go. Copy image. Bang, coming into the chat. You're going to see them be like thick overhead and thin towards the horizon. That's what I think is the core of the debate, isn't it?
Yeah, depending on which way they're dissipating.
What about what I just posted? I think I hear what you're saying, but I don't think Taylor's really hearing it. So I thought we'd give something a little more dramatic. We have the ISS 250 miles away, transiting the moon. We have a jet.
Let Taylor respond, though.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Have you seen this before? This picture is
I am looking at pictures. It does look like they at least go down towards, like, as you're looking at along with the sky, it's going to approach the horizon.
Sure. Would you agree that they go from thicker to thinner, all of them?
Yeah, they will generally go from thicker to thinner.
Yeah.
Depending on which way they're dissipating, though. Like, sometimes if it was made the other way, like, it could not be as profound as, if the
would you ever say it goes from thinner to thicker? Like, over your head, it's thinnest, right?
No, I wouldn't.
So we always see it go one way, and we never see it go the other way.
Yeah.
But when the sun goes overhead, we don't see that. When the sun goes overhead, it stays like nobody has detected a meaningful amount of diameter change. Like the contrails get closer together, the plane's getting smaller. Sure, the contrails fan out to really wide, but they're going to fan out to a standard width. And then that width is going to look thinner as it gets towards the horizon. But if the sun went through that fan, it would if it was the same angular width at the top of the contrail right overhead, by the time the sun was setting at the end of that contrail, imagining a plane just flying along the equator at equinox, the sun would follow that contrail all the way around, but the sun would be huge compared to the tip of the contrail as it went into the ocean, right? So what that tells us is it's probably not getting closer and further from us.
Right. Here's a picture I'll post. Just looking at some, like left to right, it really doesn't look like much of a size difference, but maybe it's not far away to be able to tell.
Yeah, much harder to tell, isn't it, if they're kind of left to right? But that one overhead certainly appears to get thinner. I guess it's got thin bits up top too, but yeah. Because that's the easiest one to test with, I reckon, going from dead overhead.
He just wanted to test
Put a link from
sun.
the Angels of Light showing the sun change size. And I did just ask him about the exact filter name because I can't look in TikTok and listen here.
And the sun does not change. Sun does not change angular size a per day. It just doesn't. And saying it does is ridiculous.
You probably see the airplanes at full cruise altitude above your head, right, Taylor? Right?
What? Do I see a full cruise altitude above my head?
I'm going to ask you 3 questions. It's real simple. You've probably seen airplanes above your head at full cruise altitude, right? Like going somewhere. They're not leaning. Okay. And you can see them. If you had binoculars, you could actually zoom in and see what kind of plane it is. But I put a picture here of a sun that's more near sunset. And you're seeing a plane that's probably the size of a sunspot. Very small angular size. The sun doesn't change its angular size, but this plane did. So if this sun was actually going in that direction, think how much smaller this plane has to be for it to be a size of a sunspot versus the plane you would see over your head straight up in cruise. Does that give you a feel about what actually maybe is happening with the angular size and which direction these objects are traveling and how they're traveling?
It's like for me living at 62 degrees north. I mean, at the winter solstice, when the sun is way off away from me, there's hardly any angular size change compared to the summer solstice. So that's the most extreme you could do that, more or less.
Well, in surveying, I've used the sun for azimuth determination. And I always use the edge of the sun because I can't find the center precisely enough. I just use the edge and apply the semi-diameter to correct to where the center of the sun is. And I have done that literally thousands of times. And the azimuth always comes up within a few arc seconds or measurement error, whether I'm doing it at noon or late afternoon. So the angular width has been verified by measuring the azimuth to the edge versus the center and compare that to the azimuth to Polaris. Yeah, there's no table of diameters of the sun per time of day.
I mean, same things goes for stars, though. If they were close, the angular separation between them should change as you move away from them. That doesn't happen either.
Well, Taylor posted here proof, and that's a picture of the sun looking completely different in both pictures.
I'm gonna.
Why do you think that happened, Taylor? Why do you think that happened? That the smaller, golder sun after half an hour.
It's a good question. Do you mind letting me know why my sun doesn't change at all throughout the day? That was the first thing that we posed. Jack Fetter actually, he had an 8-minute presentation regarding it. So, first of all, I don't think that what you're showing is a solar filter. I cannot see the sunspots that are clearly visible in the video, which, by the way, I'm streaming right now in real time on this channel.
Oh, why don't you live stream it?
Yeah, why don't you just click the button that says watch stream at the top of your browser or wherever you're looking at it?
Okay. I didn't know.
No problem. I'll start it over. It's on loop, but that was kind of the point of the discussion. Is I'd love to see countervailing evidence, but the reason that I can tell that this is a filter without looking into it is because I can see the sunspots. In yours, the sun is blown out. I can do more research and find out what it is, but to me, it looks like an ND filter.
What is the time that this time lapse was taken? How long? Oh, I see the clock over here. Let's see.
Yeah, 7:26:10 to 7:27.
Who can give me permission to post pictures and videos in chat?
Ahmad should be able to. He was asking.
So I'll summarize what this video is that you're looking at, Taylor. I assume you're looking at it, but basically what's happening here is this is a video that Red's Rhetoric originally produced when he was showing what the sun does from start to finish from Tampa Bay. He filmed it, and as you can see in the top left corner of the video, it's his original footage, which is abbreviated by, all I did was take the sun and crop it out. And then for every frame, I used a Python script that I wrote that will look for the best circle. There's a library that you can use that will try to find the circle in the photograph. And it did a pretty good job. And then I had it superimpose the size of the pixels over top of the sun or whatever the circle is in the center of the frame, and tell us the pixel count of the diameter. And then I just played it, and I sync the two videos together, and that's what you're seeing on screen. And then I took the clock. If you look very, very closely, you can see the clock in the very top left corner on Red's Rhetoric original footage. And all I did was take that clock, blow it up bigger. I provided the very start time based on the video footage that was provided the very end time based on the video footage, and that was it. No audio, no nothing.
You were critiqued for the fluctuation of the diameter, but now that I'm looking at it, the fluctuation of the diameter is caused by the wobble of this tracking the sun, right?
Sure. I didn't adjust
so when it's
anything.
less wobbly,
I just
it
let
doesn't.
it ride.
Yeah.
There's obviously an error bar associated with any observation, but when you're using a solar filter, you're going to have very, 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 very little glare. There might be some aberration. There might be things that appear in the atmosphere. You'll see at the very beginning, at the very end, it's obviously obstructed by the sea, which is where it sets. It rises from the trees. So we're just discounting those. At least I'm discounting those as part of the observation. That's part of the data set, I guess, of what the size of the sun is. And I'm just looking at it when it's clearly visible. And refraction is little to no contributing factor because of the fact that I can see sunspots. It's as simple as that. If I can see sunspots, the glare is reduced to the amount where refraction is really not going to play a role, unless it's at sunset or sunrise, because there is lensing that takes place close to the water, right? And that's just a known fact. It'll bow, and you'll see it here in a second. It starts to get very, very tight from the top and the bottom. Horizontally, there's not going to be much of a difference in terms of the measurement. The top and the bottom will bow because the atmosphere goes from top to bottom.
Wait, that was really cool. Can you rewind it a little bit?
Yeah, it's on loop, but yeah, I can. I'll start it at the beginning again.
Damn, Taylor, you're hot.
I showed this to Flatzoid and friends on his Creality, whatever it's called, Creality Jesus Saves Flatzoid. He changed his channel recently.
No, who spoke up just now? Oh, it doesn't matter. The transcript gets it. This is why you want Sage in your fucking server. Now it's lost people's names. How's it not got someone's name?
I like the transcript, dude.
So I see a spin. You have basically on your profile, you're saying that second final experiment is going to happen. And you're going to keep it real, bro. If you go to Antarctica and say you're keeping it real.
I'm sorry, hold on. What profile are you looking at? That's not my profile.
On your profile, yes, you have second final experiment going on, keeping it real. You have it.
No.
Look it up.
Oh, that's what
What's your status?
Roger, what's his name?
Ledwell?
Roger Ledwell. Yeah, I put that as my status because that's Roger Ledwell's description of his. Yeah, it's not me. I'm just mocking another flat earther. But you can continue.
Yeah.
I'll try to answer for him.
I got something for you, Taylor. I got something for you real quick. So I got a picture on the chat here. Can you see this picture of the sun with a timeline on there? Taylor? See it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see a little dot? That's actually Mercury, the planet Mercury. What's interesting about this video, and it's just a snippet, the video is above it. It shows the time. So for 7 hours, the Mercury is transiting the sun. It's in view the entire time. You see the sun not changing size. Where do you think it's going for 7 hours? Why wouldn't it not change size if it is going above your head and going across into the distance, lowering, and getting out of angular size recognition for a human? It's more likely that it's going around us in this situation because this orange ball that gives off light is not changing angular size, and we're seeing Mercury transit it.
Okay.
So that must be. You have to start thinking maybe I got this a little wrong, and not a big deal.
It is interesting. I think that the mysteries of the heavenly lights and the Dead Sea Scrolls is very true. I don't know if we'll ever fully understand any of the lights in the sky. But this one flat earthers really try to stay with the ground measurements to show anything.
What about these lights in the sky? Are you all denying everything that is known about the sun and the planets? Or are you just ignorant about it?
I think the sky and the earth are two different things, and I think that's the flat earthers' position that they're not can't use one to prove the other, really.
So like the electromagnetic spectrum from the sun is not telling us anything what it's made of, how it works, and so on and so forth.
I'd have to look at the EMF spectrum. You know how they've done spectroscopy? Does anybody have a spectroscopy of the sun versus the stars? I've been looking for that anyway.
No, it's more. It's
in terms
the same
of what
way.
it's made of and stuff.
It's the same way.
I think we should look at it.
But it's not only
your example is nice.
Taylor, it's not just the spectroscopy of the light. It's also the electromagnetic radiation. All of it, the whole fucking spectrum.
I'm challenging you guys to send me EMF
to X-rays and neutrinos.
The spectrum from the stars versus sun. I don't know. Never seen it. I want to see it.
Well, maybe you should look it up then. You can't find it.
I don't want to put the question in her mouth, but I think she's asking: is the spectrographical analysis of the sun similar to other stars enough that we know the sun is a star is a sun? Is the question maybe?
That's a
Oh yeah. Well, they do spectroscopy of stars. Slight differences because not every star is similar. You have different amount of the compounds. It has different temperatures. It's different sizes and so on. So yeah, slight changes, yes, but spectroscopy still works.
I want you to prove it. I don't know. I'm just at this point, I'm just challenging people to find that data because I'm having trouble.
Without getting into classes of stars, though, can you answer yes or no that our sun is a star and there's millions like it? Yes.
Yeah, you can go via the Hertzsprung-Russell
Needs a little more focus,
diagram.
folks. Let's dial it back.
Okay, I have one question.
That's hilarious.
I have one question about this. Taylor, do you think the sun is circling at the same height above this flat Earth?
I don't know anything about the sun. I couldn't even begin to guess what's going on there.
Yeah, I think you should be honest and agree that we both think that, and TFE proved it. It's that simple. It shows the sun circles overhead. What's your point? And you claim that it's at the same height, and so do we. So where's the argument in that?
Yeah, but if it's above a flat surface, if it's above a flat surface,
I know you don't like stripping it down and being that raw and simple about it, but that's what it is.
Well, but wait, Taylor said we don't know, and then you're saying we know. Which is it? Which is
no,
it?
we know that the sun circles overhead. We've been saying it for years that it never sets, and then you guys go and do TFE and show the world that the sun doesn't set and it circles overhead. Like, thanks, we appreciate that.
Yeah,
That's
but
an easy
the problem
dub
is,
for us.
the problem is, if the Earth, if the sun is circling parallel to a flat Earth, for everyone observer seeing the sun moving at 50 degrees per hour, the sun, like for me, from sunrise to midday, the sun would need to start off moving really fast and then slow down to midday, and then the speeds need to accelerate to a sunset to keep it at 15 degrees per hour. So it can't be circling parallel to a flat Earth.
Hey, let me tell you this interesting thing I heard the other day. So, like, you know that in the beginning, right? This going to the Bible, okay? They have like God separated the light and the darkness, and He put the sun to rule over the day and the moon to rule over the night. What if there's like designated places for darkness? The sun could be extremely far away, circling over the earth, but like certain people can't see it because it's designated to be nighttime. Have y'all ever heard that?
Yes, because that's why the light he called day, and the light was there before the sun was.
Ash, can I ask you a question? In all honesty.
Yeah.
Hi, CS.
Okay,
Can you
so-
share with me that link, please?
Sure.
I DM'd you. Yeah, that's really cool.
Josh, my question to you is: you do accept, I hope, and acknowledge that every single flat earther, every one of them, said that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove that the Gleason map is wrong, and that
No, they wouldn't. You fucking weirdo.
no, just
that's
democracy.
not everybody said it.
Fresh.
Not
Hold on.
Just shut up.
I
said
waited my
for a
turn.
fact it wouldn't. Everybody on my thing said it
Can you
would.
get rid of Democ or just shut him up?
Your son. No,
Fresh.
stop it up.
Fresh,
Can we get rid of
Dimmock, back down for a minute. We want you to stay.
Fresh, to acknowledge that was the question that was put to them, and they all said the same thing. It would disprove it. So when you
We
say,
already know your dumbass opinion, dude.
when you
You
said
don't
the
think
24-hour
hard
sun
enough, you don't
proved
think
it,
straight. You're
it
too busy
actually was the
imagining
opposite
a
of that.
wobbling, spinning globe. You're not on a wobbling globe. Okay, you're just sitting in a
My
chair.
question wasn't
You gotta
that.
stop imagining it. And
I had
stop
a
trying to
specific
use
question.
things that aren't the Earth to prove the
I
shape
had a
of the Earth.
specific question. It was if
Yeah, I
you're
don't
going to
want you
be in
to
good
give me
faith.
Stop interrupting, Jack Fetter. Stop spurging out like a moron.
If we're going to be in good faith,
Stupid.
answer my question.
You're not using the actual.
Thank you. So, Fresh, I asked a specific question. Would you admit that or not, that every one of the flat earthers of prominence said flat out it would disprove it if there was a 24-hour
I do not agree with that because I heard him
Antarctic sun?
actually say that specifically beforehand. Not.
Yeah, can
Right,
you
well,
stop
I
not
don't-
using
I
the Earth
would-
to prove the shape of the Earth, please, Jack Fetter? Stop thinking like a moron for a second.
Jack needs to change his batteries and his fire alarm. So do that first.
Well, that doesn't change the shape of the Earth. So, with all due respect,
Okay. It
answer
doesn't
the
matter.
question.
So I'm just gonna say no on the simple fact that I don't know all the flat earthers. I don't know everybody. I learned when you guys, or not you guys, but when this FTE thing went down, that chick that went out there, I'd never heard of her a day in my life, and there's new names that I heard of afterwards that were all associated a part of the There's a lot of people that I didn't know about that were involved in the conversation. So no, I don't know what everybody said. I know some people did say that. Yes, I will say that as well. I'll be honest in that. But
yeah, I'm going to say it again.
Now listen.
Yeah, you guys are not able to use the Earth.
Jesus
Shut the fuck up and let him answer his turn.
People are trying to have a conversation. Calm down. But what I will say is this, though, right? What you guys think it didn't do.
I did a lot. It did a lot.
No, listen. What you guys think it did only happened within, like, in a microcosm inside the actual community where the conversation's happening. For newer,
what do you mean?
Listen. For people that are new to the conversation and the claim that you guys think it's like putting it to rest, and this is an assist to that, it's not at all. Because, like I said, I've been using it as a simple proof for flat Earth, showing like, hey, for a long time we've said the sun doesn't set; it just circles overhead. Here, you want an example of it? Here's a video. These guys just recently went to this place and did this.
That's
Now, where
ignoring the question. That's ignoring the
but
question.
listen, that's later on in the conversation. That can get them interested, and they can come in and they can see.
Just
Okay,
ignoring
well,
the
there's
question at
something
hand.
there. That's not ignoring the question. I'm answering it.
That's a fair enough answer, Fresh.
Did the
You
final
answered the question
experiment?
I asked. But I would
It was
further,
his
I would
question. How are you going to tell? And he's sufficient with the answer. So how are you going to tell me I'm avoiding it?
Gosh, I'm not. You're not avoiding it. That's what my follow-up would only be this. Yes, every one of the prominent florists, every one of them said it. So if you don't prove, I can show you video of that. Every one of them. And the reason they said that is, if just follow me for a second. If the Antarctic is lit 24 hours a day, and there's no model or map that you can show that shows how that would happen, and the reason that globe earthers have a problem with that is we can show a model where both the north gets 24-hour sun and the south gets 24-hour sun 6 months apart. And we can not only explain that, but we can explain all of the seasons. We can predict time, sunrise and sunset, and years in advance we can predict solar and lunar eclipses. And that can't be done on the flat Earth side.
They did that before they thought the
Right,
Earth
but
was
in
flat.
the words of Will Duffy, things that happen in the sky don't dictate the shape of the ground.
Well, but that's just bullshit like saying the
Jack,
Earth is
did
measured
you hear
flat. It
my
doesn't mean anything.
Jack? Did you hear my proposition of like what could explain it?
Well, no, I
If
was
you were to
talking to
just
Fresh,
like
but if your
take the Bible
answer
order.
is God or realms or anything like that, that just doesn't work for me. I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
still
I'm sorry. It's not
mathematical.
bullshit.
That would still work to answer
No,
this
dude,
question, possibly.
Oh, but can
it's
you answer it
actually
mathematically or
astrology.
scientifically?
Dude, it's totally scientific. She will tell you about astrology.
What?
Yeah,
Why are we
astrology.
poisoning the world? Why are we
And
poisoning the
Taylor, I
world?
don't dislike you, and I'm not trying to. I think you're probably a wonderful person, but to me, I just can't take an answer like when all else fails and the discussion ends with no one being able to back their point, and they say, well, then God did it.
No,
Is that
I
just
didn't say then God. I gave you a mechanism, like as to how we would see these things.
that there would just be dark regions?
Yeah, like designated spots for day and night. Like so,
Well,
God
how do you
separated the.
explain that then
And this
scientifically?
would explain the same thing for your model too, because
How do you
I
explain
believe
it
on it. Hold on, wait,
scientifically? Our
Jack,
model
please,
explains everything.
please.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, the current
Duffy explained all of this,
Oh man.
but you guys will refuse
Let me
to
know.
understand.
No, Taylor, please. The globe Earth does mathematically
You say please, then like continue
mechanically
talking.
show how it works. How
You're
would you
asking a
explain
question.
a
You're
dark
asking
region?
a question. You're asking a question. Listen to the answer.
So I think it would explain it better on the globe model, because I believe that there would be, if we were to just do simple ray tracing programs of the sun and the earth. I've never seen it like it built from the bottom up, but I do believe there would be more light attenuation around the sphere than like complete darkness on one side than light on the other. I think there should be more light attenuation, even on the spherical model. But it seems like it's backwards derived, like the day and night times, instead of like, here's the sun, this amount of photons it emits, and here's how much they would, refract around the surface.
And you guys don't have proper heat distribution on a globe. Your fucking seasons does not work on a tilted ball relative to a sun. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, it does.
It all
It's
works. Electric. You'd say that, but it's just not true. It all works.
No,
Yeah.
No, it doesn't all
You're just
work. It
changing
all
the
works. You can
angle of
do it, but
the
it doesn't. So you're delusional.
changing the angle of the surface that the parallel sunlight is hitting is a
I just heard some
very good.
stupid pop tart say that it all works.
Yeah,
It all works. No, it doesn't all work. You need to go look at the heat
yes, it
distribution
does.
that would happen
You can
on a
just use
ball.
a calorie meter during the day and change the angle, and
Wow.
you can
Okay, so I want you to take a
measure,
lamp and take
and
a
you
ball.
can actually measure
Electric, let him
how
talk,
the
dude.
amount of energy coming from the sun changes by the angle of the calorimeter.
Oh,
It's quite
You're not
simple.
making any sense right now.
Somebody
You're just
fix my
probably
terms in the
confused.
text chat. I don't know why you guys pulled them away.
Let's take
Give
turns
them back.
speaking, please.
Thank you, Sage.
It was awesome.
Yeah, the globe pop tarts definitely need sage.
No, we don't.
For the Glovers. She's to teach Glovers how to talk to
You gotta
flat
have
Earth.
fucking AI
Pretty
tell
much
you
her
what to
core
do because you can't
purpose.
think for yourself.
No,
No, Electric. I don't think anybody insulted you, Electric. So I don't know why you can't just have a conversation.
Because I just heard this goofy ass globe Pop-Tart say that
you heard a differing opinion that you disagree with.
Okay, take a heat lamp and point it at a ball and revolve it around it as if it were the sun and the earth, and you will see that no, you do not have seasons as they are in real life.
Okay, D-Mock.
You're putting your kid on a ball. Play it on a flat earth.
Do you have an app on your phone that predicts tomorrow's sunrise, sunset, and temperature?
Oh, you're going to not use the ground
just
to
answer
prove
the
the
question
shape of the
without
ground?
being mocking. Do you or do you not?
Yeah,
do you know how that data is generated?
Yeah, I'm answering your stupid question, Pop-Tart. Listen, you're gonna not use the ground to prove the shape of the ground. I wonder why Globers don't want to refer to the Earth when trying to prove the shape of it.
Dude, I didn't ask you about the shape of the Earth. I asked you, do you have an app that predicts the temperature and sunrise and sunset? Yes or no?
Yeah. Does that build bottom up from basic?
Okay, and it's a follow-up question to yes.
Follow-up
question
to
to
answer of your
yes.
stupid question. Stop talking
Electric,
if you
the
want the
follow-up
answer.
answer to
I'm waiting for you to
yes.
shut up so I can answer your stupid question.
You answered my question. You said yes.
Stop popping out the toaster so quick.
Pop-Tart's
You're not done
really
cooking.
an insult. You can do better than that. Come on.
I like Pop-Tarts.
I don't need to insult you. Just
I think
shut up.
Pop-Tart's cute. I like it. So
okay, your sunrise and sunset angles correspond to a latitude and longitude, right? Guess what? Your latitude and longitude system is all your coordinates are coplanar. It's a two-dimensional plane. So you're already an idiot. So shut up.
So you can't mathematically prove that either. You know you can't.
I think a lot of the weather modeling programs, like they're not doing it from bottom up physics perspective. Like I was reading some of the papers about how they model the weather, and they literally have to they have to use like a closed system for some calculations and an open system for others. They have to literally add in energy. Like there was a tweet I tweeted about multiple manipulations they have to do because they have trouble modeling it just from the bottom up.
Yes, they have trouble modeling it because they model weather using chaos theory, which is completely mathematical concepts. They have trouble inserting all of the parameters and getting them right. And when they insert them, they don't just use one model, they use multiple models and combine them and do as many of those combinations over as long as it takes a period of time. And they get
models on models on models.
Like a median result. Yeah, that's how they predict weather.
Why are you so
Yeah, I think
dismissive
they
of
also
models?
use like albedo, Boltzmann constant, so like most advanced models.
Why are models a bad thing?
Yeah, what's wrong with models? You guys seem to not like models.
Can you tell me when the next solar eclipse will be, Electric, without using globe Earth math or model?
Yeah, use your flat Earth quote unquote model to predict anything. You can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like I said, your coordinate system, like your latitude and longitude, what you're going to use to consider that your observer has a geographical position, you're taking an elevation angle to a celestial object. That's an XY coordinate system. It's literally coplanar coordinates.
Thank you, Witzig. That was a great answer, but that wasn't the question. The question was, can you show us flat Earth map that predicts when the next solar eclipse will be?
I have to look at the sky. Look at the sky.
You will have to look at the sky because that's how it's calculated. The movement of the objects in the sky is calculated,
not measured. So you're not really doing anything valuable here. So,
well, can you predict it or not? Because that's valuable. People need to know that.
You don't know the difference between a calculation and a measurement.
Electric, you can keep witzing and saying words like that all you want, but you're not really saying anything. And
dude, you're just tuning it. Oh, you're just tuning it. You don't think for yourself.
You know, none of the Flurfs impress me with their word salad. So, dear, you either have an answer or you don't. You can say no. A lot of people here don't know, and they'll say they don't know.
Through it like a freaking goofy glober, typical globe Pop-Tart. Can't shut up.
Talking to you, I asked you a question. I didn't insult you even once.
I answered
not
your
a
stupid
single
question.
word of an insult.
Steelman, what I said. Did you hear what I said?
I asked you a question. I didn't insult you. Can you or can't you?
Can
yes
you,
or no?
Steelman? I responded to your stupid fucking question. Can you,
yes
Steelman,
or
what
no?
I said?
Can you predict the next solar eclipse with math from
I responded to this question already. Do you remember
said yes
what
or no
I
to
said?
that? I don't think you said yes or no to that.
How about
you're an idiot.
Just respond to it one more time.
He can't do it. He's too stupid.
I answered this.
I didn't get the answer.
Question already.
Could you answer? Could you repeat the answer you gave? Because I missed it.
Yeah, everybody wasn't listening because you're all too busy
I missed it, man.
flying around through space.
Hey, one more time.
It's a bit. It's a bit windy and my air plugs is making a bit of noise in the wind, so that's why I didn't hear your answer. So, can you or can't you predict this?
Why wasn't anybody listening when I answered? I'm going to answer again because you Globers are so much poop in your ears. You're not listening. Okay, so your coordinate system, when you're considering the sunrise and sunset angles, like you're measuring angles to celestial objects, and you're trying to predict the path of an eclipse or something like this, it's all based on an XY coordinate system. It's a coordinate grid. All of your coordinates are coplanar. Stupid.
No, they're not.
Duh.
Oh, you mean it's based on a spherical
I also
2D
said,
surface?
why do you have to look to the sky to verify the shape of the ground? Why can't you use the ground? You're not listening, stupid.
But both of them are done. I mean, geodesic surveys on the ground using celestial objects is done.
It's so funny how you
survey is done.
use this Earth's surface.
That's a Papa Flurf answer. You're basically, the
description
Earth
of
is
Earth's
measured
surface.
flat. You're just saying it in a more derpy way.
No, you're not
just
listening.
repeating
Jack.
Nathan
Scooter,
Oakley. The Earth is
Scooter,
measured
put your foot
flat.
in your mouth, stupid Glober. Listen.
Dude, you can say a lot of
Why
words,
aren't
but none
you
of them
able
make it
to
any more of a
use
correct
Earth's
answer.
surface to determine Earth's surface in your prediction?
Why can't we use the mechanics of
You
the
don't
objects in the
want to
heavens?
use Earth's surface
No.
because it doesn't confirm your stupid preconceived bias.
Electric, you
So
can insult
therefore,
everybody all you
are
want, but you're losing
avoiding
this
what will
argument.
actually provide you
You're
evidence
losing
of
this
Earth's surface.
argument.
Yeah, you're not referencing the Earth to find out its shape. It's pathetic.
So why is it pathetic? Why must
do-
you only reference the Earth, Electric? Why is that required?
Yeah, your coordinate. When you
Guys,
think that
let's
you're
try to take turns speaking.
Yep,
Yeah, these idiots are asking me questions, Sage. Make them stop. They need to think for themselves for once.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
you
no
made it
insults,
dark
just
now too.
answer.
Oh my god!
Do geodetic
Well,
surveys
You expect these kids to take turns? You're asking a lot.
No, I don't. I think they're all immature.
Electric, are you familiar with Mr. Sensible? Have you heard of the guy?
I watch McToon and I watch FTFE, and they say that the angular size should change, and they say that Earth
That's
is
fine. That's fine. That's fine. But are you familiar with Mr. Sensible?
Yeah, that was growing up.
One of the
watches
issues.
so much McToon.
I was gonna post is anybody familiar with the monotonicity constraint whenever you're doing AI models?
The what? That was a
What's
mouthful.
that?
Monotonicity constraint.
Was that Sage or Taylor?
Tell us about it.
Oh, look, a deflection. Or is it a diversion?
Well, they had like a conversation.
Say again.
Type that in text chat so I can figure out what it is.
But it sounds
I didn't
monotone. Is
see
that
that.
it?
Yeah, monotonicity constraint. This is one of the issues that they're saying that they're having whenever they're doing AI modeled weather systems, where they're trying to use like bottom up simulations and model it out. I guess it's not monotone. They also had to like add in energy. Let me give you this paper and you can look into it.
Can you just can you talk about what it is? Yeah.
Well, I'm not a weather expert, but that's one of the issues they were having, and then also
Nor am I.
Cyclone features, heat transport bias due to monotonicity. So without the monotonicity constraints that they had to add in, the poleward heat transport intensifies, warming the poles and cooling the tropics more than they would expect. And
I've got to be
so they
honest.
had to,
Sorry, I thought you'd finished. Carry on. Finish. Sorry, that was rude of me.
they have energy loss in the horizontal directions, and so they're having to like add lost energy back globally to maintain conservation. And then also they have a subgrid scale mixing uncertainty. Yes.
What does that mean? Conservation of what?
Automatic conservation, I guess, of whatever their model. So basically they had to add lost energy to maintain conservation of the heat in the system.
Well, that's an important thing to know, right? Because if this is meaningful and the whole point is conserve something, but we don't know what that's being conserved, it doesn't. Because it sounds sometimes when you do these things like you're just reading words out from a scientific paper rather than presenting us a like actual informed analysis. Would you agree with that?
I think I know what she's talking about. I think it's the yearly climate fixtures as opposed to the daily ones, because you have to model over days. it's more difficult to model over years. So you do get some discrepancies where you lose little bits of average. And yeah, look, what you're saying is valid. That's why they run many models. But yeah, good point. Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for bringing that up.
Is it
Thank you.
So what is it trying to detect though? What is it trying to conserve? What are they
The
even
only
trying to
real
find?
point I was making was that they're acknowledging that they do have issues modeling these things out. So to say things like,
Sure.
you know, we're kind of talking about the weather, and to say things like, oh, the globe has everything perfectly understood, like that claim was
It
made
doesn't.
earlier
Don't
in here.
say that.
Well,
I
no,
never said that.
just
I would
use
be a
what I
little bit more
said. That's
hesitant.
not what I said.
No, but
What I said is the
no, but
mechanics.
you're referring to chaos theory.
Mechanics and the math are figured out. Not every weather and every global pattern of weather and temperature, whether every prediction is correct or wrong. There are variations that scientists openly admit. We are wrong on some things, and some things we don't have 100% accuracy. But the mechanics of the model of the global
Then why
Earth,
did you say that it all works perfectly with seasons on a
because
globe?
it does. Because what I said,
No, it fucking doesn't. You just admitted that it doesn't, you dumbass Clover.
Electric, you wanted
electric. That's not what I said.
Excuse
Jesse,
me, real
for
quick.
fuck's sake, Jesse, will you be mature for a change? You really don't bring much, do you?
Excuse me,
I think that heat distribution with a light source 93 million miles away is probably going to represent what's happening
adorable.
on
Take a look
Earth
in the side
when it
chat
comes
for
to
me.
heat distribution.
Hold on, Jack.
No, it
Hold on,
does
Jack.
not.
One sec.
It does not
Hey,
reflect
Electric.
the point of light source at a
Matron
ball.
speaking, please.
Do me a favor. Electric.
She's
Take a look at the
literally
side chat.
answering Duma
You
the
wanted
dummy.
yeah, quiet. You wanted to look at an observation from Earth. Go ahead and take a look at the side chat, and I'll explain what's going on here. Scroll up, 3:40 a.m. So less than a minute ago, I posted.
Nobody cares that you think you're flying around, dude. Calm down.
Okay, then you be quiet, and I'll explain it to the rest of the group. All right. So we've got a still that I captured from Mr. Sensible, who you failed to acknowledge a minute ago because either you're stupid or you just want to avoid it. Number two, this is a still that I captured from it where it shows the atmosphere in dark blue above the blown out exposure of the Earth beneath it. And what I did was I increased the exposure, I increased the contrast. I'm sorry, I increased the contrast and I decreased the brightness so that you could see the
Brevity,
differentiation
please. User
between.
6778. Whilst let others
Sage.
talk too.
Quiet, Sage. All right, so then we have what we have here.
I
So what
see.
we have
Let
here
me
is a
check that
comparison
out.
between we have
Hold on.
two
Your
physical strings.
moderator's moderating you. Shut up.
We have two physical strings that are attached to the camera, the apparatus. All right, and you can look at the still image to see this. The yellow line is on the top. The blue line is on the bottom, and I drew it in GIMP. I did a red dotted line to show you what a straight line looks like. What you're going to notice is the straight line in the middle of the photograph from, well, I'll say relative middle, but the lower half middle, the third line in between the first two lines. You're going to notice that line shows a bowing effect above it. Both the Earth and the atmosphere are bowing upwards towards the middle of the photograph. They again come downward towards the edge of the
Sage brevity,
photograph on the right.
please. User 6778.
All right. All right. Thank you. Yep, that's fine. I'll keep those measurements in mind. Be quiet, please. So
what she's
my
doing
question
is saying you're talking too much.
Emo Clover. Nobody cares what you're talking
going
about.
for 2 minutes non-stop.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what she's doing.
I'll stop. I'll wrap
Yeah,
up.
you should stop. Nobody cares about your emo globe spurt.
The question
Just shut up, dude.
is, no. The question is this. Why don't you be quiet? Thank you. The question is, why is there a bowing effect in this photograph? Go ahead.
Barrel distortion.
Barrel distortion. Okay, but you heard my comment where I said there's a yellow physical line and a blue physical line in front of the apparatus. So go ahead and adjust.
Are you saying that your camera is perfectly convex to reflect reality?
Why don't you make a comment based on what I presented?
I just did, you dumbass. Listen again. Are you saying
Why
that
don't you
your
listen to me? I'm going to repeat myself.
is
Quiet.
perfectly
Quiet.
convex?
Electric. Be quiet. Electric. You weren't listening.
Hey, I'm
so open
answering your
ears.
stupid question.
Open your.
Hold on,
open
dude.
your
That
ears.
doesn't seem pen. Hold on. Insane
What we
clown
would
posse.
expect
I'm
is there
answering
to
your
be a
question.
bowing
You
effect
just
in the
interrupted Electric,
downward.
though.
Yeah. You would listen to me, Electric.
Look,
you didn't listen
Sage
to my
is trying
question.
to moderate you. You need to stop interrupting Electric.
No, that was Taylor. Listen to me. Or was
You
that
need to
Sage?
change Sage's voice. I'm sorry,
Maybe it
Taylor.
was Sage.
Didn't
It
realize
sounds
it
like
sounded
Taylor.
like you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Taylor. All right.
It's Priyanka Chopra.
If
No, you
if
should
you're
listen to
saying
what Taylor.
if you're saying that
You
there's
stop
perfect
interrupting me
convexity,
and saying clown
right?
posse. Hold on, dude.
On the
You
bottom
did
blue
not
line,
completely
on the bottom
eliminate
blue
barrel
line,
distortion. You need to check the shape of the lens in your camera. Okay,
why
it's
don't
not
you
going to
provide
be
an
perfectly
explanation that's
convex
not
to
stupid as
reflect
fuck?
reality.
Do me a favor. Give me an explanation that's not stupid as fuck, since you don't want to listen to me. Go
And
ahead.
don't, you can ask for
Not
questions
really a
and say that.
rebuttal.
You're saying.
He's not listening
You
to
asked
me.
for feedback, and then your rebuttal was that stupid as fuck. You can do better.
I said,
Come
why
on.
don't you give me an
better.
explanation? If you want to listen to me, I'll
Now, he
explain to you
doesn't know
why.
how to have the conversation. He's a freaking globetrotter.
Okay, all right. Fair.
You're just saying, well, that's
point.
stupid. I'm not
Fair
answering.
point.
I told you to give me
Fair
a
point.
question. You gave me a question. Now I'm not doing anything with it. Come on.
Okay, fair point.
All right, what's
All right,
wrong with
let me
this Pop
reset.
Tart? He keeps popping out the toaster before he's done cooking. All right, dude.
Okay.
So your
Give me a second.
camera,
Give me a sec.
I'm going to say it again because you weren't listening, stupid. Listen, stupid. So your
Okay.
camera is not perfectly convex to reflect reality. Okay, it's going to be barrel distortion no matter what. You're already stupid.
What is
All right.
perfect
Do you
convexity?
have a response to that? What shape is your camera, ICS?
Why do you think those straight lines are there?
Oh, so
Yes.
straight lines, so Euclidean geometry, so not spherical geometry.
Why do you think Mr. Sensible put those two tight, straight lines in front of the camera?
Oh, is it straight lines? So it's all Euclidean now?
I'm
I don't
asking
even know
you,
what
do
video
you know
you guys are
why he did
referencing.
that? Do you know what you're looking
Look in the
at?
side chat, Taylor.
He just drew a horizontal yellow line across the
No, he
horizon.
didn't. That's not a hard. He didn't draw physical.
Yeah, you're just drawing
It's in
lines on
front
a
of the-
picture, like you're just
Dude,
freaking
that was
cartoon
not what
character.
happened, Mr. Sensible. Those are physical lines that were in front of the camera. You need to go watch his videos because, frankly, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, I don't need to watch Mr. Insensible videos. No, I don't.
Why aren't we live streaming it?
Is it what you're saying?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
what you're saying here, Electric, that you're avoiding the evidence? That's what you said, right? I'm summarizing.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, you think that your lens is not going to distort what is in the distance.
Nobody said that. So try
Does
again.
somebody
then
have
therefore
perms
it
on
is going
setting
to
where
do
the
that. So you're conceding that it would do that. So you are an idiot.
channel?
Taylor,
That's the
I'd
guy
like to
avoiding
queue up the
evidence.
next question for you when this is done, if you don't mind.
Does some
Yeah,
just
you don't want to
quickly?
get destroyed anymore.
Hold up. Do we have another mod on or? Omni here. Somebody's pointed out it's really slow. It's slow as fuck for me to. It's possibly not probably, but I'm saying possibly adding to this over talking problem that we've got 300 milliseconds with.
Is he cutting out just for me?
Yeah, I should be cutting out. I'm pointing out we've got shitty internet. Riggs has pointed out.
It's coming through pretty clear. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear other people clear, except you.
He's just saying he's pinged it in Brazil, and I've got mine in red and orange, which is not usual for me. But I don't get to set the server, so I was wondering if another mod did.
Taylor, can I pose a question to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to insult you like Electric doesn't seem to be able to have an adult conversation, but let me ask you this. You are going to extreme lengths to show very specific, minimalistic questions you have. And I appreciate any questions valid, so please, I'm not insulting that at all. You notice all the things you're asking are very specific and they're very targeted. I would ask you what basically gets a lot of us globers is that you can't explain the size of the sun, the altitude of the sun, the orbit of the sun, why the sun and moon orbit. You can't explain the geometry at all. And it's right for you to ask questions, but why do you get to ask questions that are so detailed to the 1% of a specific point? Whenever we ask for just 101 basic facts of the globe Earth, you can give an answer like we don't know, and that should be acceptable as your counter argument.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. So I would say that I don't see flat earthers claiming to have everything figured out. That's what really annoys me about scientists the most is that whenever they say it's all understood, that's the only reason why I'm being hyper specific because it's not all understood. Now, if flat earthers were claiming that, I would say the same thing to them.
I'm not asking for well, hold on, let me finish that with one quick follow-up. I'm not asking for specifics when you don't know the size of your sun or what it's made of, or the distance from the Earth. Those aren't like really hard questions to ask. That's like basic mechanics of how a solar system would operate. Would you agree that those aren't hard questions or shouldn't be?
Yeah, but it's really hard for people to independently verify those questions. So it's only whenever you make definitive claims you're going to get hounded about things. Even like whenever you're defending a PhD or whatever, if you make specific claims like, yes, this is understood, then you're going to be hounded. Whenever you say, oh, here's this mechanism we don't fully understand, but this is how it behaves, you're not going to be like, it's like, okay, well, at least you're being honest. It's whenever you make claims like that, though.
Yeah, you gotta stop making stupid ass claims, Jack.
I can't help but see a dichotomy there. And I'll be honest with you, we can bounce radar off the sun, off the moon. We can point spectrometers at the sun. We know what it's made of. We know that it's hydrogen burning or fusing. Burning, sorry, bad word. We know the distances. And to say that everybody's sure and every scientists they never say that. It's, it's the last thing they say. And they're open to being wrong. The beauty of it is, even we admit in this chat, many of us have said, well, we don't know, let's go look it up. Why is that not an acceptable? I mean, I'm not trying to pick on you, but you have to understand that not understanding even the most basic mechanics or saying we don't need a model, it's like a nuh-uh. It's like it's completely disingenuous for you to then ask for a 1% question to a very specific targeted thing that you found in a text, and then not be able to answer those questions. And your answer of, well, we don't know everything and we don't claim to. I'm not asking everything. I'm asking a very basic. What's the size of your sun and how far is it from the Earth?
I think things that can be repeatable here and using experiments is like something that would be more foundational. Like I haven't personally seen any raw data from bouncing the radar of sun. I know it exists. I did read a paper where NASA says it's not possible because like of the background noise, but I would love to see that raw data. I would love to see some spectral analysis of the sun. I'm asking and begging for somebody to show me these things. So if you do have the data, please share it. Thank you.
Your counter is because you haven't seen our data, that defends your position of not even having a rough estimate of yours.
Not necessarily, but it's a good time for me to ask for it.
Okay, great. So let's say I provide that data to you. Then would you answer the size of your sun and the distance from the Earth?
How would you want us to make, like, how would you want one to make a size claim or a distance claim if they're not fully sure about one or the other? Wouldn't you need to know one to test for the other?
Okay, fine. How does your sun and moon orbit each other? What force attracts them if gravity doesn't exist?
Well, I think at the fundamental scale, whenever we say, okay, how are things going down? How are these things, quote unquote, orbiting? Both of us have unknowns. They don't even understand gravity at the atomic scale and have to,
Well, that's not
apply a
true.
bunch
They
of.
can't answer everything about gravity, but they
You
fully
can't say
understand
what's
it.
your replacement to gravity when you don't fully understand gravity, like even the basics of it.
No. You can't say that. You can't say because we don't know everything about gravity, you don't have to have a counter. Your counter should be.
But if you
This
don't
is
know how
what.
gravity works, how can you act like it's a
Okay, but you're
counterpoint?
denying gravity, so throw it out the window. It doesn't exist. What is
Dude, you're
your?
like, okay, so you're like, okay, we got gravity, da, da, da. What do you got? But whatever you got, you
No.
still
You're
don't
missing my
understand.
argument. You're saying gravity doesn't exist, and I'm accepting that at
I'm not
face
saying
value.
it. I never said it doesn't exist.
So
I'm
does
saying we don't
gravity keep
understand
your
on the
sun and moon
atomic
orbiting
level.
each other?
Are the sun and moon orbiting each other? You're asking me that?
So how about this? Let's jump off that. When the star trails in the northern
Fucking
hemisphere,
ADD, dude.
the star trails
Focus.
in the northern hemisphere rotate one way, and in the southern hemisphere demonstrably rotate the other way. On a flat Earth, how does that happen?
That's just based on what. So do we have so the stars in the north, whenever you're looking, it's counterclockwise, right? Or am I getting that mixed up?
Doesn't matter. It's one way. That's all that matters. They're opposite.
Okay, I'll just say,
Go with
okay,
that.
whenever we're looking at, can
South,
somebody verify that?
north. Yeah, it's clock
Counterclockwise
south.
looking north.
So our stars go clockwise around a central point. Your stars go counterclock around Polaris.
So this guy's gonna scattergun and not allow anybody else to talk. This is stupid.
Counterclockwise in the North Pole, right?
We're asking questions, Electric, without insulting each other. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
specifically
so
the question, man. You got that off base.
if we're standing in the northern hemisphere, Jack, can we see both clockwise and counterclockwise rotating stars depending on which direction we look?
Yes. Depends on where you're standing, but let's just say you're standing in New York City. So the answer is no.
No, yes.
I think the answer is
whenever
yes.
you're at the answer is yes. If you're at the North Pole, depending on which direction
You can't see stars rotating the opposite direction in New York City.
Well, I think
So-
you can in that what you see is to the equator they do a straighter and straighter line, right? Less and less curved path, and then as they get
there's less and
south,
less curve, of course.
So you
But
can
let's say,
see.
let's just
you
say you're
can
pointing
take
your
the center of
point your camera at
rotation.
the North Pole, and if that makes it easier. Why do you see rotation around one point?
Yeah.
Forget the other stuff right now. Why is it one direction? And by the way, forget the direction. Why do we see completely different stars in the north that you can't see, and different ones in the south? Are they different constellations, completely different stars?
Okay, so
Wouldn't you
first
see
of all,
the
you
same
are kind of
ones?
scattergunning at this point, but I did want to say that so let's see, east to west. I just want to double check this because for some reason, okay, east to west. Okay, so let me just make this point. If you're standing in the north, near the North Pole, whatever that is, right? Depending on which direction you look, you're gonna have clockwise and counterclockwise rotating stars. It's just all due to perspective, and depending on which direction you're looking.
That's not true. That's not true, and you can definitively prove that yourself very easily. That is completely untrue. Pointing your camera up north to the North Pole, you will only see rotation in one direction.
That's not what I'm. Okay, so but if you turn around, then which way is the stars gonna be
Well, if you
moving?
turn around, you're
It's gonna
facing the
appear to move
Earth.
the other way.
So you're saying sideways is what you're going to say? You're going to see
Depending on
stars.
which-
Maybe
Do you know which
maybe
way you're
you'll
facing?
electric.
Do you
Shut
know
up.
which way you're
Maybe you'll
facing?
see stars moving in a straighter line than a circle, but you will not see anything counter rotating. Nothing will rotate in the opposite direction.
It's all based on perspective.
It's
You would
not
have to be
perspective.
looking
Nothing will
down.
rotate in the opposite direction. And if you can prove that with perspective, please do.
Okay,
Nothing
there's been people
will rotate.
take images from the southern hemisphere. They're facing one direction. Like, look, they're moving clockwise. They face the other direction. Look, they're moving counterclockwise.
Yeah,
just
because they're on the other side of the globe.
No, like standing in one
Charlie,
place.
listen to this for a second, okay? You're
Please.
looking south and you look upwards while you're pointing south, it's going to be counterclockwise. And then you're looking west, you turn, like you say, you look west and you look up, it's still counterclockwise. You look north and you look up, it's still counterclockwise. You look east and you look up, it's still counterclockwise.
No.
The only way
If
to
you're
make
in
it look, the only way to make it clockwise is if you look down. You'd be looking towards the ground. But if you're at the north, you look up and it's clockwise. Therefore, it's a globe.
Okay, listen, please let me respond. If you look north in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. If you look south in the northern
they
hemisphere,
don't look, they're
wait, don't cut me off, please. If you look south in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate clockwise. If you look north in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. If you look south in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate clockwise. It's all about which way you're facing.
No,
Well,
that's not
so
true. I just explained
I
to you.
guarantee
If you look
this.
south or north,
I'll
it's
send this
still
to you, and you
the
can look
same
it up yourself and
clockwise
see
as
this shit.
Yeah, these guys
I
can't
appreciate
think
you
or
answering,
anything. They're
by
just
the way,
imagining,
Taylor.
they're spinning
Thank you.
and wobbling.
I've done
so
this
dumb.
myself. I'm pointing south, I'm looking up, and the stars turn clockwise. And then I'm
It should
pointing
be
north,
turning a different
and look
direction if you
up,
face
and they're still going clockwise. So no, changing direction from north to south will not change the clockwise direction at all. You are wrong, empirically. I've done this
focus on
myself.
one person
I've
at a
observed
time,
this
please.
myself.
Thanks.
In order to do that, you would basically have to look through the Earth, having some sort of X-ray vision,
I
which is
guarantee
impossible.
you. Okay, I will post this in the chat. You can verify it yourself. People have looked each direction doing star trails and seen that yes, the stars do appear to move in different directions based on which way you're facing. It's all about perspective.
Taylor, I do appreciate you answering the
Correct.
question
I
because
just
not
proved
many
you
flat
wrong.
earthers
I've
will.
done it myself. I live in the
That
north.
is not true.
I'm like
Absolutely
as close
not
to
true.
the North Pole as you can get.
Okay,
Are you
post in the chat.
confusing?
I'm facing
Taylor,
north.
are you confusing
I'm still seeing
standing at the
clockwise
equator?
rotation, just as if I'm facing south, west, or east, or any direction at all. I can turn around in any direction and look up, and it will always be clockwise.
Put that in AI, what I just posted, and ask it to verify
Taylor,
it,
are
please.
you confusing being at the equator or anywhere near the equator?
Okay,
Just asking.
if you
I
are
do appreciate
looking
your
two
answers, by the
different
way. I
directions,
honestly do.
I don't know. I don't know how
And
to
at the
describe it.
equator, it would explain why you're seeing counter rotation in different directions because you can look and see both.
You want me to put down
What we're basically saying
It'll
is
depend on which way you're facing.
the same
Yeah,
thing I said.
it's like it's just the only question is where you can see the center of that rotation. That's why I waged in at the beginning because what Taylor was saying was true, which is it doesn't make sense to look at the stars in the southern sky, right? Unless you're so far north that you're on the North Pole that you virtually don't get any below the equator. But the moment you see one significantly below the equator, you can see they're doing a tight little arc. It doesn't make sense to say that they're going counterclockwise around Polaris. Like, that's sort of flat Earth level stuff. So I've been on board this whole time. What she's saying is bang on. The globe, in order to simplify it, have ended up saying, like, it's got more.
I just sent you the AI review that you asked for, and it seems to be saying exactly what I was saying. I can probably even put.
The point I'm making is not you guys are saying different things. It's you haven't been listening to Taylor the whole time. She's been saying one thing, as far as I can tell. That in the southern hemisphere, if you look south from the northern hemisphere, they'll go clock.
Yes, I can post a video of somebody doing this exact thing.
Okay, well, you know what?
On the
We
North
don't need
Pole.
to, she gave her answer. I don't want to beat her up, but how about my second question about why do you see all different?
Beat her up. She got it right. What are you talking about?
No, but I'm saying I think we all said she's wrong, and she's saying she's right. Where do you go with that?
She's right. If you look south
my second
from the
question
north,
though was
you
why
see-
do you see all different stars, Taylor? Why are they all different?
But
Not
that's
the
just
same
changing the
stars.
topic.
No, but she gave her answer. What do you want to do with the answer? She said, "Nuh-uh."
No, she's actually right, guys. It's just a case of it still sets east to west, but if you're facing south, it's clockwise, and if you face north, it's anti-clockwise. What she said was right, but it still goes east to west. It's just you're facing.
I didn't even want to get in the clockwise or counterclockwise or east to west. I tried to break it down even more simple. Why the opposite direction? Period.
Yeah, guys,
It's
it's just
not
a
globe
misunderstanding.
evidence,
It's
dude.
just
You gotta
an
stop
NXT.
presenting things that are not globe evidence.
It's just a misunderstanding, guys. It's not a right or wrong thing.
Can you just let people speak? Boomer, can you finish your sentence, please?
I say it's not an east or west thing. It's just a misunderstanding, guys. There's no right or wrong. It's just
Electric,
Yeah,
what do
just
you have for flat
communication
Earth
the whole
evidence?
time.
Does Electric have flat Earth evidence you can provide since ours is not good enough?
Yeah, it's called going outside and stop being
He's
delusional
just rude and insulting. Why
imagining
would you
you're
ask him
flying
anything?
around.
I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I
funny
was
to hear him
interrupted,
saying
but he
no.
asked me a question.
Yeah, because
so
you're
I'm gonna
rude and
answer his
insulting,
question.
Electric.
Can you
Well,
stop
it's
interrupting when I'm
Americans
answering
that
his
usually
question?
do this every
If you
time
tell us you're
are
not going to be
here.
rude and
You
insulting,
won't
absolutely.
allow other people to speak.
Hey, Perry, he asked me a question. I'm going to answer it now. Can you calm down, moderator? Thanks.
Well, you're American,
That's
so
all you
I
have to
can't
do.
help
Earlier,
that.
he asked me a direct question. You
All
talked
you
all the way
have to
through me answering.
do,
Don't start crying
all
right
you
now.
have
Throw
to
the same exact
do
fucking
is
thing.
go outside. All you have to do is go outside and stop imagining you're flying around. That's it.
You just repeat.
So do you have any evidence for flat Earth, or I missed that?
Yeah, literally, the fact that all you guys can do is point to the sky and things that are not giving you a description of Earth's surface is so
No, I
funny.
mean a
how you
measurement
can't
of
use a globe.
flatness.
You can't use your apparent globe to prove a globe. You have to look at the sky.
Fine, I'll be more specific. Do you have any evidence of flatness? That's what I meant.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can
all
measure
surveying
flatness.
is evidence of flatness. Yeah, all your
Oh,
maps
boy.
are 2D coordinate systems.
This guy's really smart.
Hold on, is what's his face in here?
So yeah, this is the truth about your model. Your latitude longitude system, which is based on the geographical positions relative to the angle to the sun, and Polaris, it's all XY coordinates. It's a 2-dimensional coordinate system. You're
Are you
already
a
stupid.
surveyor, Electric? Are you a licensed
Yeah,
surveyor?
who taught you that?
I'm just curious. Are you? Because do you know
He's a
surveying
licensed
takes?
drywaller.
You know, although surveying takes Earth curve into their calculations.
Yeah, after you actually take measurements, which aren't
Because it's required, or else the measurements would be
You're
wrong.
not doing any spherical geometry when you're
Electric,
taking
because the measurements wouldn't be accurate without allowing
when
Earth
you're
curves.
taking
That's why.
when you're taking chord distances, your XY coordinates.
Go ahead and
Just
Google
assume-
WGS84.
involved. No
Jack, I have a
globe.
question. In
Google
any construction project,
WGS84 and let Taylor speak.
have
Go ahead,
they
thank you.
taken like curvature into account? And like whenever I've asked surveyors like in person, they said that they do surveying like over like half a mile and like over a quarter mile to half a mile. And at those distances, like it would be so minuscule. Apparently, you don't have to take Earth curvature into account. So like, and whenever I look at like any bridges or anything, I can't seem to find where they made them curve. Do you have anything like that?
Is that a question to me?
Actually, Shoebill just entered the chat, and he actually has done geodetic surveying.
He's afraid to answer. What a
And
coward.
no. This is actually the guy that can answer your question.
Wouldn't you
Electric.
rather hear it from a fucking surveyor, Electric?
He's
Yeah,
done the
it's funny how you
measurements.
Globers actually can't defend your position. It's hilarious.
So you tell me, no, Electric. You tell me, how does the weak force work in subatomic particles?
Oh, more scattergunning. ADD glow.
So you can't explain that? Why not, bro?
ADD
glow.
Oh, jeez.
Do you mind filling in do you mind filling in the good people, Shoebill, on kind of what you did with your measurements in the northeast part of the country in the United States?
Yeah, let's talk about it, Shoebill.
No, I don't think I'm gonna.
Yeah, see, you're a surveyor, the guy that everybody bows to and pretends that he knows more than you. He doesn't even want to debate me.
What? When I was supposed to talk to you about it? You give me a break.
Hey, because you know how that's going to go. You're going to show all these Globers that you did not measure Earth curve.
Hold on. I did want to ask about the bridges. Like, has anybody seen where they've incorporated curvature in a bridge, like in the as-built plans or anything like that?
Taylor's politely asking a question, so if you wouldn't mind addressing her, that'd be awesome.
Yes, the bridges are designed and built against elevation, and elevation is the geoid of the Earth and the surface of the lake, and the majority, like 90+% of the causeway deck, is a uniform height above the water. The water is your major water level. It's a constant. It photographs curved. It measures curved. Everything about it is the radius of the Earth by measurement. So I don't know why there's any doubt about that. And people bring up construction drawings and say, "Oh, look, it's all straight." Well, it's all based on elevation, and elevation is against the geoid of the Earth.
Like, do any of those plans mention curvature though?
No, they mention elevation. Elevation, by very definition, is height above the geoid. And the surface of the water reflects that geoid. And the uniformity of that bridge deck above the water is your best example of a water level. And the photograph's curved, it measures curved, it's a part of the radius of the Earth.
Okay. So so we wouldn't be able to see that they did account for curvature in these plans. It just say, okay, these are based on elevation above sea level. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
What he's saying is along the lines of when people calculate when they're shooting guns far distances, have to calculate for rotation of the Earth, not just curvature. It's all in their calculation. They don't say to each other when they're done, okay, add in the Earth curve. He's saying it's a given. It's an accepted basic 101 base argument. So it's not like a separate conversation after the fact.
But they do it based on elevation, and then they're saying if you're doing that, basically the bridge will just end up curving. But they're not actually mentioning that in the build plans, like that, hey, we're gonna have to this bridge is going to be curving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they didn't specify the radius of the Earth in the plans.
It's not an insult, Taylor. Truly, it's not. It's almost like when pilots fly aircraft and every flat earther wants to wonder why they're not pointing down and they're not calculating, because the software and the controls of the aircraft that's all just built-in math. It's not like
an airplane has to dip its nose to the same extent as a tanker going transocean. They just remain perpendicular to the normal.
My point was mainly that it's not a secondary factor is all I'm saying. It's not, okay, we've calculated it, and now add in the curve.
So I worked extremely hard to get some bridge plans, like the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. I had to go through a lot of trouble to receive those, go through a lot of different people, etc. So I was able to get them, and I still do have them if anybody wants them. They do not mention curvature whatsoever in there. They kind of reference the mean sea level, but they're not specifying that this bridge is going to be dropping 283 feet over the span of it. Like that's not mentioned anywhere in the plan.
That's because it's not dropping 250 feet. It is remaining at the near constant elevation. So anytime that the whole thing with calling about a drop is a departure from tangent. Yes, it is a departure from tangent, but it does not mean it's dropping, because dropping implies a reducing in elevation. And the elevation is constant.
Constant elevation means elevation change now. That's so cool.
No, the drop
Thanks
that
for
fucking
your
flat
wisdom,
earthers talk
Electric.
about is not an elevation change. That's the problem.
Yeah, you just got here, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
I think the perception of the curve is the problem. So Taylor, when you think of like a body of water, a lot of flat earthers picture I'm on one side, and these globers are saying it bubbles up and goes up in a hump. Everything from your perspective curves down and away on a globe Earth. Everything. So if you say I'm going to walk from A to B, you're basically walking a curve, but you're walking down and away. It's curving away from you. There's never an uphill. So I mean, I'm not trying to insult you, but it's we don't think in terms of going up and downhill.
And as like in the ship going over the horizon, right? The funnel is not dropping in elevation. It is remaining a constant 240 feet above the water. At no point is that funnel ever lower in elevation relative to the water.
Wouldn't you have to be able to measure it at a lower elevation to say that Earth is curving? You forget about that?
Yeah, because the elevation is remaining constant. So we measure the elevation, and we get the funnel of that ship is a constant height above the water. That means no change in elevation.
No change in elevation. No globe.
That's a great video playing right now, by the way, if anybody's looking at that.
No drop. So no change in elevation, so no drop over distance.
Well, the word drop, has been so poorly understood, because drop is departure from tangent. So setting up my instrument, looking out over
right, and the tangent is the horizon.
No, it's not.
And they instant, yeah, because the boat's on the boat's on the water. Water's the horizon.
The water is the horizon. That's not tangent. When it's miles off, no.
But we're not referencing the boat going over a tangent. We're referencing the boat going over the horizon.
Fresh, you do realize you're talking to a person that gets paid to survey.
Oh, don't jack him off. I don't need
Fresh.
to hear
Hold
you
on,
play.
just let me. If you were $1 million, building $1 million building, are you going to hire a certified person or a guy off the street that thinks he can tell you what's flat? But why
Not
are
somebody
you guys
with
so?
a bird for an avatar.
But every single
I'm
guy
just
you hire
my
that's a
person.
licensed surveyor will say that there's earth curve in the calculation. I don't
Jack,
know what's
until
so
you
hard
change the
about that.
battery in your fire alarm, I cannot take you serious.
Well, you can leave.
I don't hear it. I don't even
I'm
hear
sorry,
it.
Jack. That's funny.
She's funny, but she can leave. I'm not.
I was just joking.
It doesn't matter whether you hire
so
an
was I, Taylor.
architect or a flat earther. In both cases, they're in somewhere or other. They're both certified.
I just don't know why people that have taken the courses and are certified and or doctorates or higher degrees, why are they just like idiots? They're the ones putting in the work. You know what it takes to get a friggin'...
Nobody said anybody's an idiot. He's just wrong.
Actually, Electric is claiming everybody's an idiot and a dumbass. So, Fresh, would you not take a person who's went to school and got a doctorate in physics as having so much more information than you have?
Could they be wrong?
Of course they could be wrong, but if they tell you the Earth
Okay,
is
then there it
curved...
is. That's all. I'm not
So you're
calling
saying
him an
that-
idiot. I'm just saying he's wrong.
So they
It's
are
just a
wrong.
different
They're wrong about the
interpretation.
most basic thing there is?
In aggregate,
Jack, can you send me a peer-reviewed paper
happens a
where
lot.
they actually measure the curvature definitively?
Let me ask you a question. Who here knows when the first picture was taken at a high enough altitude where Earth curve was clearly visible?
You can't keep diverting.
I'm not diverting. I'm asking you, do you know when that happened? This is picture, video. You know when that
You
was?
just hold on, go back one claim or two. Like you just said that, they say that the earth is curved, these PhDs. Can you show me like any paper where they measured that directly?
Was it like 1937?
It was like 1948. The U.S. Army, a V2 rocket, 35 millimeter camera, film camera, not even video, way before CGI. And also about 10 years before NASA. So,
Yeah,
I
so
don't
you
have a paper.
say.
I don't have a paper to show you, Taylor, but there absolutely are papers.
Oh,
to
so
show
no
curvature.
paper. So you need to stop.
No papers from me, Electric, a high school graduate who's here talking with you. If you want to go ask someone that
Oh,
knows,
the
the
emo
absolutely
glober.
papers.
Oh, no globe evidence, and now you're gonna cry.
Electric, you don't.
Stop being
You're not really insulting
like-
Electric. You're a comedic side content here. No one's taking you seriously. So honestly, bro.
Yeah, nobody takes you seriously, dude. You're just an ADD
Electric.
glober scattergunning McToon's arguments.
Again, I'm
Sounds
not
dummy.
insulting you, but keep continuing. You're proving your point that you're a third grader.
Electric, you think
Yeah,
you're
you have
incorrect,
absolutely no evidence, dude. Everything you say is
Electric.
not globe evidence. You even
Electric.
bowed
Hey,
out
can I-
to let
Hello.
Shubil take over,
I
and he
think I
doesn't have
gave
globe
you
evidence
demonstrable
either.
evidence. I think I'll try. All right, Electric, why don't you take up
Yeah,
Taylor's
you
question?
bowed out. Remember when you were like, well, Shubil knows
Electric,
more than me, and
why
then
don't you
Shubil didn't
answer
have
for
globe
Taylor
evidence
then?
either. So
What's
you
the
think that?
altitude of-
So you think that Shubil
what's
is
your
the
sun
arbiter of
made out
globe
of?
evidence, and he just
How
did
big is your
not provide
sun?
globe evidence.
What's the
So how
altitude?
come everybody is better at presenting globe evidence
Exactly.
than you, but you feel the need to actually have an opinion in the conversation?
Electric, why you keep making this fucking personal, right? Like, why are you Christian, Electric, by any chance?
No, I don't
You know,
think to be
Electric, it's a
Christian.
sign of a weak argument when you have to get personal with everything. It truly is. I mean, you can be honest
Yeah,
and just.
stop acting emo, Jack. Okay, I know
I'm
you
not
don't have
acting
globe
emo.
evidence.
I'm
It's
way too
okay.
old to be emo, bro. I'm
Yeah,
not sure what kind of
Earth measures
insult that is.
flat.
But...
You're emo about it. Yeah, I know, dude.
Oh,
Relax.
that was perfect. Go back to Grandpa Flurf. The Earth measures flat. That is such a sentence that means nothing.
Grandpa Flurf.
Okay, I'm
Oh my
insulted.
god,
You
this
made
is
fun of me.
completely pointless. Is there a mod here? Like
There is,
Electric
but
is
it takes
being
a lot to trigger
fucking,
muting people.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, you
Electric, are
got
you a
nothing, dude.
Christian?
Can you actually
Are you a
provide globe
Christian?
evidence when you open
Electric,
your
are you a
mic?
Christian by any chance?
I think he said he was not.
Who are you asking?
I don't think it matters for a discussion about the shape of the
I don't
earth.
mind
You guys
saying,
would
but who are
agree.
you asking?
I'm a Christian though.
I know you are. No, because if he's a Christian and is being such an asshole, I was gonna, point out that. Yeah.
Oh, that's to Electric, clearly, not me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, nobody thinks you're a Christian. Nobody thinks you're a Christian.
Did somebody
Jack.
say they
That's
need
obvious.
the mod?
Why does it
who'd
matter
like
if
to
I'm a
mute?
Christian, Electric?
Well, Electric is like constantly like
Well, you know what,
insulting
Electric?
people.
I'm constantly making
uncalled
fun of people
for-
that are anti-flat earthers that
uncalled
live
for
in echo chambers
Yeah,
and
people
insult
who
flat
are
earthers
bringing
all
up
day, and now you're
evidence.
surprised when someone's insulting you. It's the irony.
What
To be fair,
you're talking to Taylor? What are you talking?
Yeah, shame
Well,
on
to
you
be-
guys being an anti-flat earthers.
To be fair,
I
we've
like
just
the
asked you
fact that Taylor
questions.
answers questions. Thank you, Taylor. That's more than a
Yeah,
lot of
we've
flat
just asked
earthers will do.
questions.
Yeah, you can say a lot of things about Taylor, but that she, doesn't answer questions is not one of them.
Yeah, I like Taylor.
I
I
like
totally like Taylor. I don't have any problem with disagreements with people. It's when they're a-holes and can't have a discussion. That's too Electric, by
Like,
the way.
why pick on flat earthers? Like they got a perfect model. You can't argue against all their scientific knowledge.
Maybe because you're not spinning and flying around. You belong in a padded room if you think that's happening.
Thank you, Nathan
Yeah.
Oakley. Go study for
says-
Papa Flurf some more, brother.
Nathan Oakley read it.
Yeah,
realize that the motion.
you're not spinning and flying around.
Well, the motion
You
of the
should
earth is a
stop thinking
summation. It's a summation of forces. Of course, you agree with that.
It could be happening and you not be able to feel it. That's still the case.
Yeah, look, we
In
don't
fact,
feel we don't feel electromagnetic waves. We don't feel radio waves, right?
I do.
Not analogous at all.
Oh, really?
Electric.
I'd like to make a
Why-
proposition for the room. I would like to make a proposition for the room. Blue Marble Science has done a Cavendish experiment, which every flat earther virtually will completely deny. But Blue Marble has done it, and he's presented it in several different instances. Are there any flat earthers that actually deny the Cavendish experiment is an actual demonstration of gravity?
The demonstration of an attraction force between two balls. That doesn't mean you've identified or manipulated the variable that causes downward acceleration on Earth. Do you know the difference between an experiment and a test?
No,
Do you understand even what the hell the Cavendish experience is?
Yeah, I just explained it. You're observing the attraction force between two balls. That doesn't mean that you've isolated the
You know
variable
that we
of
don't claim
downward
it needs to be a
acceleration on
ball.
Why are
her.
you saying? Why are you
Hey,
saying a
did
ball
you
like that?
comprehend what I said? Or are you too
Okay,
busy?
I
what,
did.
what are these? What is these balls? As
Man,
you
what are you
say,
picking on the
have like?
balls
All right,
for?
yeah, that's a
They could have
joke.
been a
Okay,
different
funny one,
It's
shape.
a
dude.
flirt
Wouldn't matter.
You
insult,
cracking up?
apparently.
That was so funny.
I
Well,
was going to
because
ask a
you're
question
listening.
about that.
They didn't
Like,
have.
why would
They
that
didn't
make the
have
Earth
to
a
be.
flirt?
Taylor, we understand
Excuse
you
me, I'm
also.
trying to make a point here.
Nobody cares.
They don't have to be a ball. They don't have to be a ball shape. They could have been a different shape. So what's the point?
It
Correct.
could be fucking
It's
pyramid.
matter. Just so you
Do
know,
you know
Electric,
why? Do you
matter
know
we
why
call it, not ball.
It doesn't
Do you know
matter
why
if they're
they
balls or not. I said balls because I didn't say chicken tenders. Could have
You'll
said
get your
chicken
question
Do you
out
know
tenders,
why?
eventually.
which would have
Could
been
be a
even
chicken
sillier,
tender.
Terry. So what's the point of
Pezzo,
getting?
you'll get.
Yeah, I know somebody that
Do
did Cavendish using chicken tenders, but I didn't say chicken tenders. What's the point of you bringing it up?
But do you know why
Because
some people, some of these Cavendish experiments do use spheres? Because there is a piece of equipment somewhere in, I think it's in Edinburgh, where they used a range of spheres of exactly the same finish and size, but with different densities, and they got a different result corresponding to the density of the material on the torsion bar as a consequence. So they were using it to rule out different sizes or different geometries
Yeah,
or
you're
some sort
trying
of
to
anomaly.
isolate different variables, and guess what? One of the variables is they try to isolate electrostatics because they put it in Faraday cages. So you're already done.
Yeah. Well, what do
I
you mean
love
I'm
Electric.
already done?
What?
You can't
What does
show
that
a
mean?
Already
single
done. You're already
Electric.
done.
You can't show a single experiment done by any university to prove flat
Shut
Earth. You
up,
can't
Jack.
show a
You're
white
already too
paper.
emo to have the
You can't
conversation.
show a video, a picture of anything. You can't show any
I
scientist
think
that's
some
serious.
experiments can be interpreted to show flat Earth,
You
kind of
can
like how
interpret them, but
things
why
get
don't you
shorter
do
throughout the
them?
day
Why
due to
don't the flat
atmospheric
earthers
effects.
do experiments? And why is it always
Why don't you
picking
guys do
on
your own experiment?
exactly?
I do try to do experiments. I just got a cord today to get the data off my hard drive, so I'm pretty excited about that. Hope to be posting some data very shortly. Some more data.
Oh,
I think that's awesome.
Super
show me
excited.
your result.
Stuff from the salt flats is going to make these guys freak out.
Electric,
Do you realize that
I'd
go
like
away.
to know why.
Honestly.
I'd like to know why doing the Cavendish in a Faraday cage means it's done for us. What's that prove?
That makes no difference.
No.
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
I
he
do think
asked me a
some
question,
experiments
not
can be
you.
interpreted to flat Earth, though, kind of
Okay.
like things getting shorter throughout the day because atmospheric effects. Like that could explain some of the things where people use as proof, like boats appearing bottom up, stuff like that. It could explain stuff like that.
And these
Well, you should be
conversations are like
thankful.
deja vu with me. We start off with the shape of the Earth, and we go down to a different avenues, completely away from the original conversation. That's
Yeah, you
typical
blame
flat
that
Earth
on your ADD
rhetoric.
Glober Jack Fetter over there.
Have you seen Jack and how many topics he's brought up within 1 minute?
To be fair, we're just trying to find topics that you guys want to discuss.
So
Taylor,
what?
are you saying I'm changing the
Hold on,
topic?
Jack. Hold on. There was a topic. Stop trying to scattergun.
Dude,
Taylor,
shut up.
are you saying I'm changing the topic?
No, he
Yes,
hasn't
that's
changed the
what you
topic
do. Every
yet.
time you speak up, you
Electric, I'm
change
not
the
talking
topic.
to you. Taylor, was that you, or am I changing the topic?
That somebody was
So
saying
the
flat Earth
atmosphere,
changes
the
the topic a lot,
atmosphere
and I
can
was just
affect
saying,
the
Electric, no
position
one's
of
listening to
objects, and
you.
if it's obstructed bottom up, the atmosphere causes
respectively,
miraging, right? It literally inverts the image. It puts the
Let
Electric,
sky where
Taylor
the
please let
water
Taylor
is.
answer the question I
let
asked
her
him.
I'm
elucidate.
answering
I
your
was just
question.
saying
Jesus.
respectfully, I have noticed some Gobers here change the topic a lot, so I was gonna say it's not just flat earthers. So, I do think we should stay on point more though. That'd be super
Can you
cool.
give me an example though when I changed topic immediately and didn't keep following up with follow-up questions to the same topic?
You're doing it right now. So
Electric, can
superior
you
I would say
mirage
like the
is
please?
going to
stars
No,
and
he's not. He's actually on
Taylor.
topic now of like him changing the topic allegedly.
No, I'm not changing the
Taylor, I'm
topic.
serious. If I did, I
You
apologize.
idiot.
But is
No,
there
you're
an
good. I
example?
was
Okay, I
Yeah, I was just
apologize
trying to
then.
respond to the guy. We went from
Okay,
talking about
fair
the
enough.
sun, and then you brought up the stars rotating in different directions and like the stuff like that. That was the one swift topic change. I'm not trying to like attack you or nothing. It's cool.
No,
I was
that's
just saying
fine.
somebody
That
accused
was
flat
bad
earthers that.
even.
We're good. Fair enough. Thank you.
No one's attacking you. We're just destroying your stupid globe, dude. You got to just bear through it.
Yeah, man. I'm shaking in my boots, man.
You
I did have a question on
Because
It's like, why would gravity disprove flat Earth? Like, if gravity was real in the
oh
Cavendish experiment,
oh
like, what? Like, can somebody explain that whole thing?
because if the thing that we're on.
Hold on, let Spartacus. I think you were trying to answer. Huzzah, you're having issues.
Oh, you guys have been
Heather,
speaking all the
you're
time.
roboting.
Gravity
Basil, you're
Spartacus,
roboting.
Spartacus hasn't had a chance to speak yet. I'd like to hear his explanation.
Drawing it, thinking it. You do realize that, don't you?
Oh, Basil, you're the roboting. Yeah, and I was just gonna say to Taylor. Well, there's the potato rule. I think it's called a potato law, actually. Like, so if an object is as large as like the Earth, right, the size of the Earth, gravity would make it so that it would coalesce into a sphere, right? If it was a smaller object, like what we see in asteroids, it would be kind of like weird, misshapen potato shape, right? Because there's not enough mass to sort of like uniformly, shape it into like the field of gravity itself, right, which is a sphere, right? Field of gravity is in all directions.
You're imagining things.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
they observe that.
That's how it works. Gravity is essentially a spherical field, which means that the most stable formation will essentially be a sphere. When you have enough sources, because it acts only attractively, the sources will group together because they attract each other, and the most stable formation will indeed be sphere.
So then, why would the Earth be an oblate spheroid? Like, why would it be a perfect circle?
Oh,
Taylor,
wait,
if
no.
gravity is
It's
due,
of course. Good.
if Taylor, if gravity is due to mass and the Earth was flat, so you were moving outwards from the center, you would have most of the mass on one side of you, which would end up you having to fight against it. You would have to tilt away from it.
Well, yeah, you're right. Gravitationally, you'd be on an ever increasing incline as far from your perspective from the middle, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
So why is it oblate?
Oh, but before you move on, Taylor, you understood what they said. Wait, 1 sec, guys. Before you move on to the oblate spheroid, understood what they meant by if you move to the edge of your flat Earth, the entire flat Earth is behind you. You should have to lean away from that mass that's attracting you.
No, that's your dumb flat Earth.
But I think that you'd be a stupid shape there, because what if it was a cylinder? What if all the mass wasn't in the center?
It's less stable, and also water would basically form. It would group together at the center of basis of the cylinder. It would just group into one large ocean, which is circular. But we don't see that.
If you moved along a cylinder, in the end you would have more mass behind it. If you move from the middle towards the end of it, you will have more mass behind you than in front of you. So a cylinder doesn't work either.
So don't they say that you weigh a little bit different at the poles, though?
Yes.
Because of
Do you weigh less or
that's
more?
but that's mainly due to centrifugal forces.
Right.
And the centrifugal force is why the Earth, and the centrifugal force is why the Earth is slightly oblate.
That's
because of its Earth's rotation.
That's what I was going to say.
It's 0.3 meters per second squared.
It's like
0.3 meters.
That's why when they buy and selling. That's why when they buy and selling gold, they correct for this.
That's not true either, because the official consensus is that the Earth itself isn't that shape. It's that the water is bulging at that area, and the Earth turns into the bulge of the water. What are you talking about?
Actually, fresh.
Yeah, you guys never seen the geoloid model that doesn't look like an oblate spheroid. I don't know what's wrong
The
with
Earth
y'all.
bulges and the water bulges, but the water bulge is mostly due to the moon's gravitational force.
Well, you have tidal forces. That's one thing, but the rotation of the Earth is why it is slightly oblate, as has been known since the mid 18th century. And prior to the mid 18th century, it was figured to be a sphere. But as geodetic survey data started to accumulate, they realized it's slightly oblate. And a massive survey, even in 1750, was executed to determine whether or not it's a true sphere or slightly oblate. And that has been confirmed with every orbit of every fucking satellite today, as well as everything intermediate. I don't know why you have to dismiss all of academia for centuries by every industrialized country, and you better, the flat earthers, of all the things they say they don't know, they should be grateful that other people do because they get on 10-hour airplane flights.
I don't think Taylor was dismissing. I think she was asking why. So does that make sense?
Well, electric dismisses everything. So
well, but he's just arguing,
if-
calling names. He's not really. He's not
Electric
really.
is a contrarian asshole. But I would love to talk to Taylor more, actually. And
Yeah, that
figure
was
out
interesting about the point you made. But what I've heard them explain about the comets
Worship my
being
big
like
brain.
weird shaped is because they're rigid, and they say, oh, because the
No,
rigidity,
not
they're not
because
going to
the
make
music
it
is
perfect.
small.
So,
No,
like, if the
no.
comet was bigger, it would automatically turn to a sphere.
Exactly. Well, the
Would it
bigger
like
it is, the
meld?
more it would conform to
There's a
the
relationship
field
based.
of
So
like
things
the
coalescing
force.
into a circle. Obviously, the gravitational force has to exceed the materials force, right? So if you put a weird shape in space and made it small enough, it just doesn't have the gravitational force to collapse it. Like the Earth can be rock. The gravity is going to pull so hard, it's going to basically liquefy. And
Well,
so
you
not
got a
all of
lot
it.
of
When you
Not
have
all of it.
Yes.
when you have a sufficiently strong enough omnidirectional centralized force, and you have a sufficiently fluid enough material, for example, surface tension in water, you get a sphere.
Oh, so the
Right.
reason that water curves is due to
electric,
free
please.
fall? Are you
Shut up,
saying that water is curving into a spherical shape due to
Please.
free fall now? Hold on, Spartacus. I'm
Taylor.
asking Pazza a question.
No.
Spartacus, hold on.
Let him flail around with it. Go on.
Yeah, hold on, Spartacus. You're not involved in this. Pazza, are you saying the reason that water's curving on your globe model, which you do not observe at all, are you saying that's happening because of surface tension?
You're saying we don't observe
He said
the
yes.
water curving? We do.
So the reason that water curves is
I
not
thought
gravity.
that
was
meant for Pazza. Yeah, surface tension keeps the water in a droplet. Yeah.
All right, so Earth is in free fall then, so it's forming a droplet because it's in free fall, right?
Never said that.
No, you were talking about something. Go on. You carry on.
Let Pazza
Clearly,
Can the Globers not spurge out
I'm
for a
sick of
second?
this.
I'm talking to Pazza.
Just stick to the one person. Pazza was actually.
I don't need your help.
really
Everybody
nice.
stop talking. Terry, you're not moderating. Pazza.
Yeah, I can
Is the
moderate if I
reason
want
why
to. You
Earth
don't tell
is
me if I'm
curved due to
moderating.
surface
I'll
tension?
moderate if I need to.
Yeah, you need to stop poorly moderating because you're not helping.
He thinks he's got a new dog toy. Let him run with it.
Pazza, just engage. Stop letting these moderators help you. So,
I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm asking him not to help me, aren't I? I'm saying let him run with it. He thinks he's got a new dog toy.
Cheerio, good one, Mike.
Remember this other Pop-Tart just said that the reason why things become spheres in space is because of the gravitational field? And now you're saying that
Electric. Not all physics scales. First of all, you do accept that, right? Not all
Hold on, I'm
physics
talking to Pazza. I'm not
scales.
talking to the remedial auto glober that just got here. I'm talking to Pazza.
Oh, how cute.
Like he's being
All right, Pazza, can you answer the question, please? He's not answering. What's wrong with you, Pazza?
Yeah, let's have a. I'd like to. Let's have a back and forth between Electric and Pazza. Everybody else,
All right, yeah, everybody stop
Electric and
talking
Pazza
over
go.
me, please. So, Pazza, this other guy, remember he just said the reason why the Earth is curved is because of gravity, and that is due to space-time curving and the gravitational field. And then
there's an
you just said
omnidirectional.
that
There's an
it's curving due
omnidirectional.
to-
You're right. There's an
And then you just said that-
omnidirectional force. Omnidirectional force centralized in a certain geometry, which coalesces everything as it depending on, of course, its previous viscosity over time. Accretion, they call it.
All right, so then what the fuck do you need free fall to contour the surface of the water for?
Sorry, say that again.
You say that because Earth is in free fall around the sun, that is actually going to create the contoured surface be spherical. That's for the
No, I
water.
didn't say that at all. No, where'd you get that from? I'm not talking about the. I'm not talking about the physics of anything moving around the sun. I'm talking about accretion, coalition, and the equilibrium of a viscous system under an omnidirectional force into a spheroid. Why are you talking about free fall around the sun?
Because that's why
Can I go
there's
back
no
to the
forces
gravity real
acting.
quick?
Okay.
I found some different comments, and I'm trying to find like at what shape, like in what size, do you think it turned into a sphere? because even the largest comet's like this weird oblong shape.
Yeah, there's a bit.
Oh,
There's
which
what's called
one?
a
Oh, sorry,
potato
what?
boundary, isn't there?
Yeah. I was actually looking this up. Wait, what was the question, Taylor? Sorry.
Like, how
Sorry,
big do
sorry.
y'all think it'd have to be to become a
Oh,
sphere?
how exactly thing? Oh, right. Just a sec. I already have like something for it.
I can find you a thing on that. I can find you a thing on that, Taylor. There's a paper. There's a paper. Yeah, there is a definition of what it would be based upon the forces.
Okay.
So 200 kilometers in radius, I think, gravitational force. This is from the average scientist .co.uk. That's from AI at least, right? I can find you the wiki article if you want. Like this is like well-known thing. 200 kilometers in radius, I think, is the cutoff boundary. Yeah, gravitational force at the surface becomes stronger than the material making up the object. This material is then pulled towards the center of the object by equal force in all possible directions.
But
So
what if it's
200.
a rigid structure? Like, could gravity like melt a rock? Like,
Keep
what
in
happened?
mind,
If it's beyond the what it's saying here, it's if the gravitational force is beyond the becomes stronger than the material making up the object, right? So it would like form it, right? It would like shape it, right? So if it's a bunch
Okay.
of rocks, right, then gravity. Well, I'll just go show you the article, I guess, because this goes like beyond my pay grade a little bit.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
and keep in mind, the Earth is not rigid.
Never mind. Yeah.
Oh, really? The
It
Earth
didn't
is
make sense, Spartacus. That's just a fact, dude.
Why is the Earth not rigid?
Because it's 85% still molten.
Okay.
So huge, it's big. Well, this is the source from the AI thing. I'm trying to find actually more of an academic source for this.
How do you know that there's steel at the center of the Earth?
Because we like send shockwaves through this. Well, yeah, we observe like how like earthquakes and shockwaves through the medium of the Earth propagates because we have like seismometers everywhere.
Yeah, you know that they deflect away from the liquid mantle, so you don't know what's beyond the liquid mantle.
No, there's some of them. Well, depending
so you
on.
agree there's a liquid? Do you agree there's a liquid mantle then?
Yeah. Wait a second.
No, you guys have not confirmed the liquid mantle. You just say that it's there, but your waves deflect away from what you're calling the liquid mantle.
No,
So, yeah, but
Let's focus on one
you're
conversation
holding
at a
up the
time,
liquid.
please.
You're all holding up not knowing what the liquid mantle is as a refutation of some aspect of the Earth, but that means you're at least conceding there's a liquid mantle. Otherwise, what are you doing here?
No, that's not what I'm doing. You're saying the reason that it's deflect. All you're doing is you're measuring propagations of waves.
Yep.
Okay, you're not determining that it's actually a liquid mantle by doing that. The reason you say that your waves do not penetrate beyond that towards the core is because there's a liquid mantle. All you're doing is you're measuring
the
and
waves do
detecting
penetrate
waves.
towards the core.
Yeah, but you're asserting a factoid in that technology as a way of refuting some aspect of that technology.
You know how far down the liquid mantle is and how far down we've actually gone to confirm that is what is the composition of the Earth?
Nowhere near it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Physically gone down there with buckets and spades, you mean?
I like Pazza.
Yeah?
Pazza can be honest. Other Globers, not so much.
Well, we all know that. We all know we've been about 7 miles, 8 miles, 10 miles, whatever, drilled down. Okay, so what?
All right, so a confirmation is different than, a presumption.
So that's
Right.
far more.
And
That's it. That's in real. As far as you fuckers are concerned, that's an infinitely better model than what you have anyway. So
Whatever. You don't.
I haven't been there. Therefore, Hawaii. We can't be certain Hawaii exists. That's what you're doing now.
that's right. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, China might not exist. And I've never been there.
I'm sorry that you think you got all your things in order and you don't. I'm sorry.
You don't even have a model, dude.
The thing is, it's not that I think I've got my things in order. I think that there's a reasonably robust and rigid and verifiable accumulation and corroborative, collaborative evaluation of the world that's taken place over countless centuries by people who had a genuine vested interest and an erstwhile passion about trying to find things out, and it all seems to knit together into one proposition. That's what I think is in order, not what I've got in order or what you've got in order. Let's just protect. Let's stop the pantomime of pretending it's you versus me, and let's just assume that we should go with what most people that have ever lived with any intelligence and passion and endeavor have come to the conclusion to. How about
Also,
that for
Kim,
a
do you have
start?
any papers where they directly measured something like testing whether it was flat versus curved? Like anything specifically testing that, like, or just any of the models that compared
There's
against
a
one another?
bunch of measurements
Directly-
of the Earth that show it's curved. It's not a specific test to check whether it's flat. There's a bunch of measurements of the Earth, and the measurements show that the Earth is curved.
Which one is
Oh, is
that?
that
Can you send me a paper like
It's
where they
not just-
directly test the
it's not
curvature of the
just
Earth?
which one.
All
It's
of them.
all geodetic
All
survey.
of them? Can you share one?
All
Like where they're
geodetic.
directly testing
Taylor,
the
one
curvature?
quick thing. Scientists aren't in doubt of the shape of the Earth. So when you guys always
I
say,
understand that, but
no, but do you understand it? Like there's video evidence, picture evidence that the Earth is not flat. Why would we need to keep measuring and proving that it's flat or not?
Because
I think it's worthwhile if you're going to make the claims instead of like, like some model
They're
that
not
could have been
claims.
philosophically
This
derived at
confusion
first.
that they are claims is this argument you guys have. You give yourself a defense. If you, for example, if someone says you need to breathe, and someone like I don't know came in and said humans don't need oxygen, would you want to test that, or would you just say I think it's been proven that we do need
Well,
oxygen?
they have done, tests at least measuring what's the minimum amount of oxygen we can have in the air to survive, I'm sure. But like what I'm saying is, like some people could say that this globe idea was like first I thought of based on philosophical bounds and philosophical reasoning. And so like if that's the case and we just kind of like went with it and did tests like affirming the consequent, like where are these tests that like you're saying,
Let me ask you
they
this: do
measured
you know
curve, for
that
example?
the Earth curvature was first predicted in 223 BC? They didn't measure the Earth.
That
They
doesn't
didn't
really
have
matter to me in the statement. I'm just saying
but
like I want to
I'm saying to you the way they did it. Would you not accept because it uses lights in the sky? Because they've proven that the Earth is a curve by surmising the objects around it and how they interact with the shadows and the shapes on the ground. So in 223 BC, you guys are literally now 2,300 years later saying to what mathematicians predicted in 223 BC. Now we have satellites. Now we have pictures and video from space.
It's a lot of imagining you're doing.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. I'm trying to do precisely the opposite and say I want to see exact data that's measuring.
But you want to test for curve, which is not being questioned.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. I want to say show me the data.
Yes, you are. No,
that's
you're
what
not
I'm
saying but you want to test for curve, and I'm saying that that's not a test anyone would run. Is curve measurable?
I
Absolutely.
think it's worthwhile.
Wow,
But
nobody
like
wants
to deny
to
data,
curve.
to
That's so
deny
funny.
data and controlled experiments that have been repeated would be saying nuh-uh. I'm doing precisely the
Do you
opposite.
think NASA needs to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, for people
versus
to make claims
versus
like, okay,
flat?
this I'm
Why?
curving.
Why
When
would
you
they have
say
to
it
do
should
that?
be done, what
Well, if
would
you're
they
gonna
gain
make the
by
claims
that?
like it's been
You
measured
guys don't
curve,
have
like
to
show me
do
the
measurements
papers
to
where it's
make.
been measured.
That's so funny.
Actually, orbital mechanics mandates the measurement of the shape and dimension of the planet. Yes.
I don't have to measure the Earth to be curved. I could just close my eyes and imagine it.
No, Electric, I hope in life you do something other than act this way, because you would be intolerable.
You
You're
literally
intolerable
are
here.
imagining
There's
things.
a lot of
Okay, you're not
Yes, we're
testing your
imagining
claim.
things. Honestly, bro, come up with something.
Stop getting gaslighted when it's obvious. You don't test your claims. I don't have to measure Earth to be a globe. I could just
No,
say it
we
is.
personally don't feel the need to go out and measure it because we trust the people who have done so.
Well, there you go. That's why your
Well,
position
where have they
is
done
Focus,
so?
everyone. One at a time, please.
But building a worldview which you reinforce internally as by a mechanism of some sort of trust or faith in other people is what we're all doing, aren't we? To some extent.
No, the truth is,
There's
people
no one here
like
who's there's
that are
no one
coming
here.
here and
There's
they
no one
think
here
they're
not
going
doing
to teach
that.
people about the
I don't
globe,
think we should do
but they
that. I
don't
think we
even
should
come
look
to
at raw
terms with the
data.
fact that they can't measure the globe.
I'd like to
who doesn't
propose
do
a
that?
topic change. I brought up earlier the Cavendish experiment that Blue Marble Science actually did. He was out of the room, but he's now back in the
Let's
room.
focus.
I don't know.
One at a time, please.
I don't know if he'd like
Yeah, one
to
at a time and
expand
saying
on
clown
his.
posse.
I don't know if he'd like to expand on the experiment that he ran himself. It's been a couple of years now. I don't know if he's done more than just one, but I know he's done it in a scientific environment. maybe he'd like to speak on the topic and kind of clarify for some of the flat earthers in the room, as well as the globers, how the experiment works and what the results were, and why we can accept the evidence that was provided by the results of the experiment for the globe. Is that something you can do, Blue Marble?
Oh, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has about it. It's been, yeah, I did that, about 4 years ago now? Something like that.
Do you want to present any information before we unmute people that are going to interrupt you?
Yeah, do you mind just explaining kind of how it worked, Blue Marble, what the Cavendish experiment is, and just kind of what we're expected to see on a globe, I guess?
Oh, yeah. Cavendish was.
Guys, let's focus and take turns speaking, please.
Cavendish was interested in determining what the density of Earth was. In that time, from the time that Newton came up with his universal law of gravitation until 100 years later when Cavendish ran those tests, nobody knew what that constant of proportionality was. Newton simply said it's proportional to the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. But there is a constant there, the one that we now call big G. Cavendish didn't use that term. Newton didn't use that. It came along later. But clearly implied in that proportionality is there has to be a constant of proportionality. And that's what G is. But what Cavendish really was trying to do was determine what the mass of the Earth is based on what the density of the Earth is. So how do you do that? Well, you can do that by measuring, very carefully measuring, the apparent force of attraction between two masses, knowing what the force of attraction the Earth provides on one of those masses. And that's really what it's all about. That's what he was up to. He built a torsion balance, which is a very, very sensitive device. It's a horizontal pendulum, actually. Works just like a vertical pendulum, except that instead of gravity as the restoring force, it's the torsion in the torsion wire that provides that. So if you do just a little bit of clever math and think about that, you can easily come up with what that constant of proportionality G is. Now, the way Cavendish did it, he just proportioned what the density of the Earth had to be based on knowing what the density of his two test masses were. But we could go on about this for hours. But are there specific questions that somebody had?
No, I think that's good. I was just going to say, if anybody can provide mutually exclusive evidence to me that is, repeatable and accounts for all variables that could be at place, testing for the globe, I would then say, okay, the Earth is a globe. But I don't feel like I've gotten that. That's all I'm saying.
I would ask the same from you.
Well, listen, Blue Marble Science gave us a succinct statement about what the torsion balance and what the Cavendish experiment is and what we expect to happen with the torsion balance and why it's a clear demonstration of gravity. It operates on the horizontal plane. We can discount the gravitational pull that you would expect from a vertical medium.
Yeah, except gravity isn't perfectly vertical, stupid.
Well, that's
There's no need for that. There's really no need for that. If you can't behave any better than that, why don't you just leave?
I mean, you've been linger around flat Earth servers for years, and you're very, rude. So.
I actually have questions about the Cavendish.
You are shitting on the chessboard right now, aren't you? Let's be honest. Let's talk about Cavendish.
Let's talk about Cavendish, because this guy.
I do have questions, and I'm a
global. Your interjections are fucking trash.
Well, what's he doing? He's talking about he's deflecting from Cavendish. We're talking about gravity and saying that
Oh,
Cavendish
that's
isn't
a
work.
cup of tea with no profit, ain't it, mate? Shitting on the chessboard, as they say.
If only you were as funny as you were loud.
I have questions about Cavendish, and I'm a Glober, so if you don't mind, just actual
Go
real
ahead, Jack.
questions.
Yep.
Yeah,
go
so I'm just trying to understand what you're measuring is it the torsion, the measured torsion in a horizontal bar that is differing because of what the mass of the Earth in different places? I'm not quite sure I understand when you say horizontal or vertical force. Is it the torsion in an object you're trying to detect, or trying to not detect?
No, the torque or torsion in the wire that's suspending that torsion balance is a measure of the attraction of the small masses at the end of the balance to the large masses that are on the outside of the balance. That's what you're measuring, literally, is the tiny, tiny little force of attraction, apparent force of attraction between those two masses.
But is it expected that attraction is identical at all the different points? That's my confusion, I guess.
Yeah, it has nothing
When you
to
say
do
torsion, I assume that would mean that there would be some twisting force caused by different gravitational
All right,
pull.
if you need to learn what Cavendish is, can you please just like go spend time
Electric,
and educate
shut
yourself?
the fuck up.
No, Spartacus, shut up. I see Spin
You're
asked me a question
interrupting. You're
earlier.
interrupting Jack asking questions.
The question was for me.
Yeah, so I'm just really curious if you could explain
Cavendish
What's
in
the
reference
question
to my
for?
position on it. Remember that? ADD Glober?
My question was totally serious, by the way. It wasn't in jest at all.
Okay, so you need to educate yourself on Cavendish, so sit this one out. Okay, so your forces that you think you've isolated, you say we could just discount gravity because it's perfectly
Was my
vertical.
question heard or
It's not.
understood?
Gravity varies
I don't
between
want
barycenters.
Gresh to
Okay, so gravity is not
shut all over
perfectly vertical. So there could still be horizontal movement because it's not a perfectly vertical force. Duh.
Because I think we have some people muting each other, and also Electric has been.
Spartacus, are you listening or are you dumb?
No, Jack was talking to Blue Marble Science. Did you not hear that?
Yeah, we know. Jack doesn't know what Cavendish is.
He was asking honest
Electric, if you'd care to explain for him with proper terms.
No, listen, this is what's going to happen. Blue Marble came into the room. He's been waiting for a chance to speak, and he'd like to answer questions. Jack asked him a question. I'd like to hear his
Legit
answer.
question, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just shut up, Electric.
State the question again now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Spartacus,
Go
you're
ahead,
on
Jack.
Xanax, buddy.
Electric, quiet for a moment, please. Jack, go ahead. Ask the question again, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I'm just
circle it.
I'm just trying to understand that when I look at the picture. So, if there's attraction to the mass of the Earth, and yet we're talking torsion, then I'm expecting. Is there expected to be some differential pull, or is it expected to that there would be no? I mean, I'm just confused by the torsion part of it. That's all.
Okay. Well, Electric is
Let's
somewhat
focus on
correct.
one person at a time, please.
Electric is somewhat correct. The gravity isn't always perfectly vertical. We know that. That's okay. What we don't want to do, though, is measure, regardless of how vertical it is, we don't want to be measuring gravity, the Earth's gravity. We want to see what the attraction is between two different masses. And the only way to do that is to build or one way of doing it is to build this torsion balance device where it is simply rotating in a horizontal plane, in a plane perpendicular to our normal gravity. So that goes away. Now you're only measuring.
You're in essence canceling out gravity then.
Yeah,
I got it.
Exactly.
Okay, I understood now. Thank you.
Well, can
Let's
I have a
focus on
question to
one
Blue?
person at a time, please.
Thank you, Sage. Hey, Blue, can I ask you a question too? A couple of.
Yeah,
maybe?
sure.
About the counter. So, from what I understand, he was trying to derive the big G, right? No.
Cavendish was not. No.
Oh, really? What was he just trying to do?
No, he was measuring the density.
Oh,
of
the
the Earth.
mass. Oh, that's right. I read
Why are
it.
you guys learning about Cavendish today? You've been
Electric,
around for years.
shut your fucking.
We're
You
not
can help
afraid
me.
to have questions, Electric. We
Let's
don't all
try to
think we
listen,
know everything.
everyone. Thanks
Yeah,
for
how about
understanding.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
you
Spartacus,
learn
stop having
something
these random
electric.
outbursts at me. Calm down, dude.
No, because you're interrupting. Anyway.
So I'm going to respond to your stupid Cavendish argument. You ready? You don't have a rebuttal. You're learning.
Electric,
Right?
Electric, it's not your time to talk yet. Spartacus was talking. It's not your time to talk yet.
Renee, stop being a poor moderator, please.
Right, and also, yeah. Oh,
I
here's my
will,
big
and I'll
question.
mute you. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm a
and
better moderator now.
Hell yeah! Oh, Blue Marble. Thank you for coming up here. One other question about the Cavendish experiment or experiments. How did they correct for electrostatic, right, effects, right? Because flat earthers would say, well, it could be some kind of, like magnetic force that is actually doing the attraction.
Well, if it's electrostatic force, there is no magnetic
No, but
force.
that was a question to Marble. Sorry, guy. I don't, that was a question to Blue Marble, please.
Well, it's a wrong question. You asked the question wrongly. There
It's a
is
fine
no
question.
there
I
is
know what
no
you're saying.
magnetic forces.
Let Blue
They
Marble
have
answer, and then you can jump
Right.
in. Yeah, let Blue Marble answer. You can jump in.
Well, first of all, what you have to do is ensure that nothing that you're building this thing out of is ferromagnetic. Okay. That means the use of like lead or brass or something like that. That's diamagnetic, not ferromagnetic. So you've got no magnetic attraction to anything. The electrostatic forces can be effectively eliminated by putting the torsion balance itself inside a Faraday cage.
Okay.
And that's what I did. I lined the inside of an enclosure with copper.
Oh, is that your
built-
experiment that you saw, like people post there? With
Yeah.
the wooden things there?
Yeah. It's a 2/3 scale replica of what Cavendish did.
Okay. Well, hey, did you see? I mean, I'm out of questions. I just want maybe later on. I'll post a video link. Somebody else did this as well. I'm curious about your commentary on this. But somebody else here, if you have questions, please do. This is just gonna be in text.
Electric
How
had some
sen-
comments. I think Electric had a couple of comments. Go ahead, Electric, and then I think.
What's the
Jack,
point
you
of
have
the
a follow-up.
Faraday cage?
Wait a second. Fresh, let Electric go first, then Jack, then you. Electric, did you have something to say?
He's still muted.
He's still muted. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm a bad mod. So if anybody else has anything else to say, or do you?
Yeah,
Jack,
he
I think
said he
Jack had a
created
follow-up
a.
question.
He said he created a Faraday cage, and I was wondering why. Like, what was the point of that?
What's the point of that? To eliminate electrostatic effects.
But doesn't the Faraday cage create its own?
No, that's the purpose of it.
Jack, you had a question?
Yeah, I was curious about how sensitive the measurement was. What kind of force are we talking about?
Imagine the weight of a piece of printer paper that is about 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter.
Wow, that's impressive. Wow, that's really impressive. Jesus.
It is a tiny, tiny, tiny force.
Oh yeah, I've seen from what I've read in the article. By the way, it's in the chat. It's like 0.0.000 something like Newton meters, right there.
And
Was it
measured in the
micronewtons? Was it
1800s?
micronewtons or nanonewtons?
Oh, it's nanonewtons.
Isn't it even beyond a nanometer? Is it?
No, I think mine was producing something on the order of 80 nanonewtons, something like that.
I have a more general question for you, Blue Marble. People talk about a lot of times they bring up electrostatics. It's a fair question. in the Cavendish experiment, it's done with different materials, right? And we sort of see the same results, or do we see different results when different materials are used that have a similar mass?
No, you get the same result regardless of what the material is.
Okay,
I think there's even
would you say that that's a confirmation that the electrostatic force is basically irrelevant?
I would think so, and any competent experiment like that is going to account for electrostatics by doing what I said. You're going to put some shielding in it to be sure that you don't have that possibility of an electrostatic attraction between anything. But yeah, it works with all kinds of different masses. I use lead because lead's cheap, but there are much better materials, much more dense materials. You know, if you want to use something like tungsten.
If you use lead, you can then melt it into bullets. Huh?
I mean, honestly, if you had a cold work chamber, you could use ice. It would still do the same thing.
Can someone substantiate the different substances of the same mass have the same result?
Well, yeah, and one thing I wanted to highlight
I
before
haven't
we
really
get
got
into
any
that
links
is
since
that
I've been here today.
that's fine. Lead is a diamagnetic material. Is that right, Blue Marble? And would you
Right.
mind defining what that is?
Diamagnetic simply means that it is it doesn't retain any magnetic field at all. It will create its own opposing magnetic field if you put it in a magnetic field.
I see. So what you're saying is that basically the results that somebody might look to and say, oh, it's because of magnetism, that can be ignored for the purposes of the experiment when it's done with lead.
Yeah, the thing would have to work backwards.
Right. Okay.
Well, maybe Taylor's
Taylor,
question wasn't in magnetics, though. Was it something else, maybe?
Yeah, they said that different substances of the same mass would give you the same results, and I just wanted to see proof of that.
A good question.
I mean, why would it not?
Well,
well, I did hear actually about an experiment where they used actual like kids, that have the. But I don't know if this is true. But what about Blue Marble? Can you check my
Biofuel did it with
check?
chicken tenders.
Chicken tenders.
No way.
Yep.
You're in
He
your
did a
car.
chicken tender and turkey fillet Cavendish.
Okay, go ahead, Spartacus.
No, I was just gonna. Yeah, please. If Blue Marble, do you see the chat? The omnipresence tech shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted it. I tagged you there. So this is an experiment. This is the experiment cited in the Wikipedia article, which was done by like a professor of electrical engineering at the City College of New York. And it's a Wayback Machine thing because the site has been dead, but it has all the description, all the formulas, and then there is a video attached to it, and I posted both. I'm curious what you think.
Do you have a
about
specific question related to the article that you posted?
it. No. That's why I said
it's just informational. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Taylor, you're wondering. I think you're asking why would we bring up different materials that have the same mass? Is that what you're asking?
I just wanted to see the data for that.
But is it fair to say that the question revolves around, well, if we have different masses that contain the same mass, what does that actually mean when it comes to the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, because the
Something to that effect.
electrostatics and magnetism would kind of disprove that.
Yeah, but
like
I said,
he just explained how it accounted for it.
You could do it with blocks of ice, and they would still have the same effect.
That's what I'm
ice
saying.
has no magnetic. Like
that's fair.
But
She's just asking if it has been done. If you're claiming it can be done with ice or chicken, she's just saying, has it been done with something else?
The answer is yes.
That's a question. Yeah.
And the answer is yes, it has.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes, and if we can provide the data, what Well, I know if we can provide the data, and it has been done with different masses with the same exact mass, different materials with the same mass. What's the implication for flat Earth? I know that this is brand new to you, I assume, because you're asking questions relevant.
No, I've heard about it. I don't have an issue with the Cavendish. I think that mass attracting mass would not be as crucial as some people say to the shape of the Earth. That's just my opinion.
Except the mass attracting mass is what causes the hydrostatic equilibrium shape of the Earth.
Yes, which is what I explained on my live stream. I have basically derived how it naturally follows that the sphere is absolutely expected natural shape. It's
And
a complete.
Also mass attracting mass is why the moon orbits the Earth and why the moon and Earth orbit the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Remember,
exactly.
she's skeptical, so follow-up questions are probably fine.
Well,
I have a
it's a
suggestion.
critical point. That's a critical
The
point.
Earth is
Go ahead,
stationary;
Jeff.
it doesn't move.
No, I would say
Fine.
that Electric's bitching and moaning that he wants to debunk, and I would say this for the last chance before he's just permanently, because he's mod muted right now. If he can shut the fuck up about personal attacks and just make an actual case, let him one more time debunk without being personal or rude, and then if he can't, just mod mute him for the rest of the night. But if he really has a case to make to debunk this experiment, let's hear it. I'm sorry to do that to you, Blue Marble. It's
Barabbas,
insulting, but
Barabbas, give us Barabbas. That's what you're yelling right now.
give him 60 seconds or 90 seconds.
Are y'all done learning about Cavendish because you had no idea what was going on?
Shut up, man. You
Well,
can't
make your
trust
case
you.
without insults. Make your case without insults. Make
All
your
right,
case.
so you guys admittedly had no idea how Cavendish works. So I knew how it worked before you. So I'm going to educate you. Ready?
Wrong.
This guy said that he can
Please do, dude.
discount gravity that is attracting thing toward the surface of the Earth, right? You think that you've isolated the downward acceleration on Earth. No, you did not. Because downward acceleration on Earth is not perfectly vertical. It wavers between barycenters. You know, the mass of the sun, the mass of the moon, and the mass of the Earth. So it's never perfectly vertical. So you didn't isolate all the forces. You're dumb.
Okay, listen.
You
One
didn't
second.
know anything about
Wait.
that before today.
I'd like to hear Electric's elucidation there. He just gave. I'd like to hear Blue Marble give commentary to Electric, please.
Yeah, it's quite easy to show that that's not the case. If you leave the large masses in the Cavendish experiment in a neutral position, that means a roughly equal distance from the two small masses on the torsion balance. That torsion balance will sit perfectly still. If there was a variation in Earth's gravity that was causing the movement, then the torsion balance would be moving in that condition, and it doesn't. It only moves when you rotate the large test masses in close proximity to the small masses on the balance.
Yeah, that's fun. You have to apply a force to get it to move at all in the first place.
I didn't apply any force. All I did was move that thing closer to it. There's no
So
force
moving
being
something
touched.
isn't accelerating it anymore.
Listen, I'm not touching the torsion balance, bud. I'm moving the large masses outside the enclosure.
You're not having any attraction force to be observed unless you move it.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not.
Well, I'm sorry, you're wrong. And I just told you why.
You literally have to move it first.
Nobody's moving. Nobody's moving.
Hold on, Spartacus. You don't understand that you just learned about Cavendish.
Shut up.
If what you said were true, then you would see that torsion balance constantly moving. And you don't.
You are not able to eliminate all forces within the experiment. You put Cavendish inside of Faraday cages. You used neutral charged objects like chicken tenders and turkeys. I've seen cold, wet turkeys in Faraday cages because you know for a fact that electrostatic could provide the horizontal movement observed. You're trying to isolate all the forces and variables that can cause horizontal movement. I'm telling you that you have not truly done that. It's that simple. And all of these fucking Globers had no idea what this was about.
Excuse me, 1 second. One second, Blue Marble.
No, stupid Globers that just learned about Cavendish should not be talking right now.
Quiet.
It's for Blue Marble right now.
Quiet for a moment. He used lead, which is a diamagnetic material. It produces no magnetic field whatsoever. Okay. So whatever you're saying about chicken tenders and chicken fillets or whatever you said is completely irrelevant. It's based on the mass alone. Okay.
Wow,
It's
you're
based on
saying
the
that mass isn't intrinsically electrostatics. What provides your covalent bond
Faraday
on your
cage.
molecular scale? Listen,
Faraday
Icy Spin,
cage.
hold on, stop interrupting. So, what is mass on a molecular scale? What is causing your covalent bond? It's called electrostatics. So for you to say that it's neutrally charged, there is absolutely no magnetic field being created on a molecular scale, you would have to have your atom model.
Listen,
It is
electric.
that there
Quiet
are
for a second. If
electrons
there was
that are
an
producing electric
electrostatic,
current in
if
a
there was an
direction, and the
electrostatic current that
direction.
was, if there was a
Listen,
relevant
I'm explaining to
electrostatic, no,
you.
quiet. You be
Stop
quiet for a moment.
interrupting.
If there was an electrostatic charge that was causing this mass to swing, you would expect a difference between the different materials, okay? And
Let's
we do
take
not
turns
experience a
speaking
difference
here, please.
in the materials used. We do not experience a difference. So your argument is
Freaking out,
stupid.
Glober?
Your
done
argument
freaking
is
out?
stupid.
So I'm going to explain
Your
it again
argument
since
is
you're denying
stupid.
that there's electrostatics
Why
happening on
does
a molecular
wood of the same mass? Why does wood of the same mass cause the same exact attraction between masses? Explain that. Go ahead.
I'm explaining something that I was trying to before you rudely interrupted me. So
Go ahead.
every
Explain why
time you
wood.
have
Why
mass,
wood of
stop
the same
freaking out
mass?
and
Why does
screaming, stop
wood?
spiraling.
Why does wood of the same mass have the exact same
Let's
effect
take
if
turns
it's
speaking.
electrostatic?
Yeah, this guy's screaming. Like, you need to calm down.
Your answer is go ahead. Give me an answer.
Yeah, stop talking. Don't interrupt. I expect the
Jesus,
moderator to
Electric,
mute
just
you if you
fucking
interrupt
talk
me.
and stop.
Callie, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, boy?
Right, dude. These guys are silly as heck.
Electric, do you have an
Anyway,
answer?
so
I think Electric
typically,
has proven
in
he
all
can't really have a
instances, when you want
conversation.
to have
It's your
mass,
fault, Jack.
It is my fault, and I accept.
Yeah, you guys
Are
are
you
not
saying,
handling
Electric,
the
that wood
conversation.
conducts
You got
electricity?
Glober's
Are you saying
outbursts
that
that are
wood
irrelevant
does
outbursts.
does wood conduct electricity?
Listen close, Glober. All right, insane clown posse spin. Listen. So all mass on the molecular scale, what
What's your new
causes
name
your
now? I
mass to
see.
clump together, molecules clumping together, that's what a mass is. Like your mole, which is a molecule, right? Your clump of mass is due to covalent bonds. It is in an electrostatic spatial field. This is what you
Answer
say.
my question, you
This is what you
motherfucker.
say electrons
Does
are.
wood conduct electricity, you fucker?
Wow. Can you calm down?
Does
Insane
wood
clown posse?
conduct electricity? Answer the question.
Calm
You've
down, Glober. I'm
insulted
explaining
everyone,
something to
Electric.
you.
You've insulted everyone.
Mass is
So
intrinsically electrostatic.
can you just answer his
Okay.
question? Does wood?
All right.
Is wood
Yes.
magnetic?
Yes.
Electromagnetic?
Hold on. IC spin. We can't be yelling like that. Electric, will you please answer the question?
It takes a lot for him to yell. By the way, he's been all night. He's
I know.
been
I
taunted by
understand.
Electric.
You're the one who asked it, so I've unmute him. Remember that.
I'm going to explain it to you right now,
I know.
Renee.
I
Are you
did.
paying attention, Renee? Listen close, Renee. So
Okay.
molecules on a molecular scale, they require covalent bonds, which is due to electrostatics. This is what creates your clump of mass in the
Okay, I
first
was
place.
wrong. Let's just
To
mute
say
him the
that
rest
there
of
is
the
no
night. I
electrostatics
apologize.
happening in Cavendish is a lie.
I need
You
way more than
understand now, Renee?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Electric. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that
Well,
answer the
Marvel, I
question?
appreciate you.
Today for some reason, not
I
earlier.
appreciate you coming in and helping with the experiment. These guys don't want to. They don't want to engage. So I
Can you
appreciate
imagine
Why don't you
Electric?
engage with what I just said? Can you
Can you
engage
imagine
with what I
Electric
just
taking
said?
5 minutes of his
Hold on,
life to do
really quick. No,
do
you're
what Blue
about to get
Marble did?
insulting. I know Blue Marble is it's awesome when he comes.
Can you
I
imagine
muted him.
Electric taking any time
Really
out of
quick.
his preaching to do the same thing?
I muted Electric earlier while Blue Marble was talking so he could absorb
Awesome.
wisdom. And that's what I was hoping he would do. I wish he would absorb the wisdom from that man because he's a very intelligent individual. And
No, unlike you, I knew about Cavendish before today. Unlike you,
I knew about Cavendish, and I learned more listening to him because he knows more than me. So that's what I was hoping that would happen in this transaction. And the question is, and the thing is, if you want to restate your position, why is wood not electroconductive? Is that the question that you were asking, IC Spin?
My question is, yes, is if we have wood of a similar mass, let's just call it the exact same mass, all right, for the sake of argument, and we have lead balls, and they produce the same results. The answer is why? Why does it produce the same results?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Electric, do you have anything?
Well,
to
Electric
add
has
there?
heard plenty about. Yeah, he's heard plenty about the Cavendish experiment and the
He's
variations.
repeating
So
the
he can
question I
provide.
already answered. That's so.
Yeah,
I cut you off and I fucked it up, and no one really heard. And if you'd like to restate it, then this is your.
Yeah, I already stated my answer. The fact that you weren't listening is a you problem.
Okay.
ahead,
All right. So
repeat
you
the
would not
answer,
like to
okay?
you would not like to restate it then?
Yeah, I got to repeat myself because the auto globers are imagining they're flying around rather than paying
Okay,
attention.
then go for it, bud. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it, bud. Just do it.
Listen close, Icy Spin. This isn't for any of the auto globers. This is for the person that thinks they have an argument. Your molecules require electrostatics to be bonded together.
Okay.
So how are you eliminating the electrostatic force that is bonding your molecules?
We're not eliminating it, bro. We're using
Yeah,
different
you're not
materials.
isolating nothing. Exactly.
We're using different materials with the same results, bro.
You're not even
Come on, get
trying
it through
to
your head.
isolate gravity.
Get it through your heads. Get
Well,
it through your head, bro.
You don't have to eliminate it. Why would you need to eliminate? It's so
You
little.
want to isolate the variable in a controlled experiment to identify
Listen,
your
the
variable.
variation is so
When you
minuscule
don't
that when we
isolate the
use
variable
different,
of gravity or electrostatics,
He
it could
has no
still be a
defense, guys.
force
He's just
within your
doing the one thing
experiment.
Flurfs do.
Holy shit!
Maybe-
Can I not get
maybe
interrupted
Blue-
when I'm
Yeah, he's-
explaining why he doesn't understand
he's
gravity?
flirting out right now.
Right, I was listening to him. Let's just let him finish.
well, there's just different there's a different electrostatic charges based on the material. That's my argument. Like, call it, you can ball up a wad of linen that weighs 50 grams. You can do a lead weight that weighs 50 grams. You can use ice that weighs 50 grams. You
Yeah,
can use
you could
wood
use
that weighs
ice.
50 grams. We
Same
get
fucking
the
effect.
same result. And the answer, and the question is why? Your answer is what?
I answered 3 times, you idiot.
He's basically saying that because there's electromagnetic forces within.
They have different electrostatic potentials. They
But
have
he's
different
basically-
electrostatic potential.
Do not try to tell me. Who's this Glober trying to speak for me? Shut the F up. No,
You know what,
Glober,
dude? You
do
really
not
got to
speak
drop
for
the
me.
attitude. You really have a chip on your shoulder against the world. And for someone who's
Chip on
really
my
got
shoulder
a
against
third
the
grade,
flat earthers that
what
don't
you're
and
mad
you've got-
about,
you may have a
but-
higher education, but you've got a third grade way of presenting it, and it's very offensive.
This is my contention, right? We would expect different results with different electrostatic potential materials. We get the same results. The question is, why do we get the same results? Blue Marble can back me up on this. The question is valid. Answer it, please.
You are not isolating all the you are yet to try to even isolate gravity. You guys don't try to isolate gravity at all. It's a joke.
I think I explained that.
That's not an answer, dude. I'm sorry.
It is
I'm
an
not gonna
answer
sit
because
there.
gravity is not.
No, it's not,
The first
dude.
thing this guy said is you can discount gravity because the vertical force is vertical. You can isolate the vertical force.
It
Gravity is
doesn't
not a
matter.
perfectly
You're
vertical
failing
force.
to realize
Therefore,
the
there's
implications.
There's
an
no answer
angle
he'll
to the
ever
vector.
accept.
There's an angle to the
He's
vector, so
just-
therefore it's not perfectly downwards.
You're failing
so it
to
could
realize.
provide horizontal
Forget
movement.
about
This
the
is
angle.
overwhelming,
Forget
guys.
about.
Can we
I know it
focus,
is.
please?
Yes, we can. The
Yeah,
fact
Glover,
is
stop
that
spurting out and interrupting when I'm responding
I'm
to
going to let
Ice
Blue
and
Marble
Clown
talk. He has
Posse.
something to say.
Yeah, but
thanks
unless
for your-
somebody mutes Electric, what's the point? I mean, I'm so
let-
sorry.
So you want a globe
Okay.
echo chamber?
I
So then just
apologize
Quiet
to
for a
everyone
moment.
again.
I'd like to hear what Blue Marble has to say, and then he can.
Yeah, I want to thank Electric for his valuable technical input. I think I explained to you how we know that the gravitational field of the Earth is not affecting the torsion balance, and that is simply by putting the large masses of the experiment in a neutral position and observing the fact that the balance is not moving. It is not. It's not oscillating. It's not doing anything until we put the large masses in close proximity to the small masses on the balance. Now that's how
So
we show.
you would have to be able
that's
to
how we
measure the smallest amount of deflection, which you have not. You just
if you're talking about some theoretical error that's out 10 decimal places, yeah, maybe you might have a point. I don't know. I never really thought about it.
Appreciate you, Blue Marble. See, the rest of these Glober parrots, these quackers over here, listen to Blue Marble. He understands my point. The rest of you
Electric. He wasn't done talking.
Renee, you don't understand my point.
I have a deeper voice than you, so you talk like that. Awesome. He wasn't done talking.
So it could be something else, a tiny little thing that doesn't affect it much, but it is also gravity.
It's not measurable, as far as I can tell. It's not measurable in that experiment. I can prove that. I mean, I let mine sit for days, and that balance never moved. And immediately, when you move the large masses in proximity to the small ones, you get a deflection of the balance. You get a torque put on that wire.
Yeah, mass produces an electrostatic spatial field in all cases due to the electrostatics of the molecular bonds.
Again, thank you very much for that lesson in chemistry. But it
This
doesn't
is
have
getting
any,
chaotic. Let's focus, please.
Yeah, be quiet, Sage.
I love that shit.
What you should do, Electric, is look up an experiment that's called Faraday's ice bucket. This is one that we do in physics in universities all the time. It's very interesting. I think you'll understand if you look into that. You'll see why a Faraday cage does what it does. But if you put a charged object inside the Faraday cage, you will develop a charge on the inside surface of the Faraday cage, but not the outside. If you connect that charged object to the Faraday cage, like I connected everything electrically inside the torsion balance, if you connect it, the only charge that can exist is on the outside of the cage, not the inside. There is no charge then on the inside, all on the outside. And if you ground the outside, you drain away all the electrostatic charge.
You cannot truly eliminate all electrostatic charge inside a Faraday cage.
You can absolutely do that. Absolutely.
That's the point of a Faraday.
Inside
Once you put an
absolutely.
object within it, no, it's going to have that electrostatic spatial field, which is going to create resistance.
I just explained it to you. Read about the experiment before you talk about it anymore.
They try to protect from everything that they know about.
Thus,
that's
the
as good as you can
derp
get. It's really good.
Yeah, Don, you're not talking about the subject.
Hey, listen, I
Yes,
appreciate.
yes.
I'm
Let's
appreciate your
focus,
insight, Blue
everyone.
Marble.
One at a time, please.
All right, I'll say my bit. You're doubling down into denial and making Blue repeat, and I don't want that to happen. So you're better off just listening to me repeat for him and then thinking, oh yeah, he did explain.
Oh, why didn't you feel bad for me when I had to repeat my argument like 7 times for these idiots?
Because balls attract balls, you've never debunked it or tested it, so you should just believe it at this point.
Nobody's denying that there is an attraction
You shouldn't
force.
say,
It's
but it
what
could be
causes.
this magic thing that no one's ever heard of.
Nobody's denying that there is an attraction between the balls. It's what is
then we can
causing
stop and
the
we
attraction
can
was
move
the
on.
contention.
Taylor was, but we could move on.
All right, so nobody's denying it. So why are you arguing against it?
Because it's a good
I'd like to
proof
say,
of reality.
Blue Marble, I appreciate you sharing what you've done with your experiment, why you know that it's a good globe evidence proof. And you're welcome.
It doesn't prove curvature at all, dude. You're delusional.
It has nothing to do with curvature, right?
Yeah, thank you, Blue Marble. Honestly, it's
shit like that.
So
it's
I
nice to hear
appreciate
from
it. I
someone who
appreciate
took
you
the
stopping
time to
in.
do the work, and not Electric, who just things everybody
you
for
have
no
to
reason.
think it through. If gravity's real, that could make curvature.
Jack,
You hear
have
these
you done
pop
any
charts getting
experiments?
emo in the background.
Anyone else have any questions for Blue Marble that are relevant besides Electric?
Yeah, Blue Marble.
I know
Why doesn't a helicopter
Taylor's
move away
been
from its
listening.
GP when it's hovering above the Earth as
I
Earth
said
rotates?
besides Electric because you're being silly.
All right, well,
Taylor,
I
do you
don't
have
care
any
what
questions?
you're saying. Blue Marble,
I
why
know.
does a helicopter stay above its GP
Obviously, you
when
don't
Earth is
care what
rotating
anybody
underneath it?
says.
The atmosphere moves with Earth.
Because it has an engine and a pilot that's flying it.
Yeah, just look it up, bro. You'll get it.
Why doesn't
else
it?
have any
Why
questions?
doesn't it leave the rotating reference frame when it accelerates in a linear velocity away from it?
How do you leave the rotating reference frame?
Leaving the surface of the rotating platform, typically in all instances, measurably.
But the atmosphere moves with Earth. You know.
Well, the
this.
atmosphere is moving with it. So, how
Yeah,
do
so
lift the
you
rotating?
expect if you
So the
were to
atmosphere is
jump,
rotating the
the
helicopter.
Earth is going to move under you?
So therefore,
Yeah.
no Coriolis.
Of course it is.
God
Of
damn
course
it,
there's no.
dude.
Hey, wait. Of course, there's no Coriolis on
But the
acting on
air
a
is
helicopter that's
rotating the
hovering.
helicopter.
Wait, just a moment. If the helicopter's hovering over one spot and staying stationary, how could there be any Coriolis? It's the vector
No
dot
shit, you don't
the
have
vector
exactly
cross
no Coriolis.
It's the vector cross product of the rotation vector and the velocity vector of the object that's moving. If the object's not moving, there is no Coriolis force. Do you need more
Right, the
explanation than that?
helicopter's hovering and there's no Coriolis. Exactly.
Nobody claims there is.
There should be on a rotating
No, there
globe.
shouldn't.
If you are not, if
the helicopter is stationary in that rotating frame of reference,
by the atmosphere,
by
if you're being
definition, there is
accelerated by
no
the atmosphere,
Coriolis force.
therefore
Wait
the
a second. Wait a second.
focus,
We're talking
everyone.
over each
One
other.
at a time,
Thank you,
please.
Sage. Go ahead, Blue Marble. Blue Marble, go ahead, please.
No, all these globers that think that they should be moderating me.
Electric,
Blue
quiet
Marble
for a
needs to
moment,
understand my
bro.
point.
He
No,
was
stop
in the
complaining.
middle
You
of.
don't understand the
He
point.
was in the middle of talking. Quiet. Thank you.
Nobody cares, dude. You don't understand the point. I'm talking to
Quiet,
Blue Marble.
bro. He's in the middle of a line of questioning that he's
Blue Marble,
asking
would you like to understand the argument? Okay, let me explain it to you. If the atmosphere is what's pushing the helicopter along to keep it above its geographical position, then therefore no Coriolis. There is no wind relative to your helicopter's position.
So remember my premise about if he couldn't just take an answer and make an argument, can we just mute him?
You don't
Can we just
understand. I'm
fucking-
talking to Blue Marble, dude.
I don't care,
The
Electric. Can we
autoglobers,
just
please
Mod? Can we
refrain
just mute
from
him
your
and call it a
stupid, silly
day so
outbursts.
Blue Marble doesn't have to be insulted by this poor kid?
Yeah, mute Jesse.
Blue Marble, go
Right.
ahead. Give it a shot. Respond to what I said.
Does
If
Blue,
the
you want to respond?
If the helicopter is not moving in the rotating frame of reference, then there cannot be any Coriolis effect.
So the
Its velocity
helicopter is
vector,
not in
the
a rotating
helicopter's
reference frame.
The helicopter's velocity vector is 0 relative to the rotating reference frame. Do you understand that?
So it's in a rotating reference frame, right? Due to the Earth or due to the air? Which is it?
Both. They're both rotating
Is the
together. It's all the
atmosphere in
same.
perfect lockstep?
Consider the
Hold
atmosphere and the
on,
Earth
hold on. Is
all
the
the same
atmosphere in
reference frame.
perfect lockstep?
No, of course not. You got wind.
Exactly. You have Coriolis winds in your model, right? So therefore, the wind should be blowing the helicopter away from its GP. Do you understand that?
You're telling. Look, make your mind up. Is the helicopter hovering over a spot or not?
Yeah, it is because Earth
Is
isn't
it?
rotating underneath it.
If the helicopter's hovering over one spot, it's doing that because it's got an engine and a pilot that's making it stay over that spot.
Oh, so you're saying that it's because of the engine. So the helicopter is
The wind.
accelerating to remain in one spot?
No, I didn't say that at all. I'm saying that it has an engine, it has a pilot, and you're demanding that it stay over a single spot.
How is it remaining over a single spot? Is it adjusting by accelerating?
It is flying in the air, and it is adjusting as it needs to, depending on what the wind
So the
is doing, to
helicopter
stay over a
has
spot.
to accelerate in the direction
What
of
about-
Earth rotation to remain over its GP.
No, it doesn't have to do any of that. You're apparently not hearing what I'm saying. The helicopter has an
listening, dog.
engine, it has a pilot. And if the pilot's objective is to stay over a single spot, he is absolutely not moving relative to the rotating reference frame of the Earth.
He would have to be moving relative to the rotate. He would be in the
No,
rotating
he
reference frame,
cannot.
so he would have
Right.
to be moving.
Is he above a spot or not?
Yeah, helicopters hover above a single GP all the time.
Then
They have
how
to.
is he moving?
You're the one
to
who's
that
saying
spot?
that he's adjusting to remain over the GP.
Please, Mod, I apologize
Jack,
for
stop
ever asking.
complaining. I know you
I
hate this. I
apologize
know
for
you
ever
want a
asking
Glober's
for
purple
Electric
jerk.
to be given a
Hold
platform.
on.
You are a
Okay, you
child.
need to stop complaining like a clown, sad clown.
You are
It's
a
gonna be okay.
child.
Let's
You
focus,
are a
everyone,
child.
one at a
Really
time,
quick, Blue
please.
Yeah,
Marble,
you're either
Wait,
acting like
really
a
quick,
pro
really
or a
quick.
fucking child. Dude.
Just let Blue Marble
Monkey
finish.
Cat, Jack. Yeah. Are you? Do you think you've answered Jesse's question? Do you want to keep on going or not? It's up to you.
Just let Blue Marble finish the line of questioning, and we'll jump in after. Thank you.
I think I've said all that needs to be said. Coriolis force is, I think, 2m times the vector cross product of the rotation vector and the velocity vector of the object that's moving in the rotating frame. If that object is not
Right, so
moving
you're
in that
saying that the
rotating
air is
frame of
pushing the
reference,
helicopter along,
if
even though the
let him
propellers
finish
are creating air resistance underneath the propeller.
doesn't matter. And none of that makes any difference. If the object is not moving in the rotating frame of reference, and the Earth is what we're talking about, not the damn atmosphere. If it's not moving in in Earth's rotating frame of reference, there is no Coriolis force. The vector cross product is zero. 0 times anything is still 0.
I want to say something. Jesse, you're just asking someone to teach you about how the globe works. And I know you already know how it works. So don't ask those fake questions, please.
If you can't respond and pertain to the argument, you sound silly. So
You're
Marble
saying, how
science
does a
is
helicopter
the
work on a
atmosphere in
globe?
perfect.
And I'm saying,
Hold on,
Jesse,
dude.
grow up, man. You know how a helicopter
done.
works on a globe.
Jesse,
Says the person that insults everybody.
Jesse. He said Blue Marble answered your question. He gave you the answer. He answered the exact question. I don't think he wants to engage with any more of your questions. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you and go for it, bud.
Give me the final word then, Renee.
Like I
If he
said,
doesn't want to
go
engage,
for it.
then I'm going to have my closing statement.
Perfect. Go for it. Go for it.
Great. Try to not moderate like a clown, by the way. So,
good night, Jesse.
Stop.
Good night, Jesse.
Yeah.
Good night. Good night, Jesse. Good night, Jesse.
It's inappropriate, bro.
Good night, Jesse. Good night. You. Every time I bring your head above fucking water, you have something to say. I'm just going to keep you below water. You're just going to stay below water
I don't
now.
know why people can't just have a debate without being insulting. I don't get why.
I don't know why the crowd always asks for Barabbas.
Dude, that's
I don't know
what
why.
flat earthers do. Like, I've been around this community for like 5 years. All they have is insults. They can't answer anything.
Did anyone have any more relevant questions for Blue Marble? I appreciate his time. I appreciate his coming.
Hell yeah, I learned a
back
shit
into the
ton,
room.
dude. I appreciate that, and the work you put into that is. I mean, that's the thing about a flat earther insulting your work, as if show me anything you've done. I mean, anything.
I got a question.
Show us anything
Like to hear a
besides a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Blue Marble, do you think you might be retarded?
Good night.
Hey, listen.
I'm pretty sure
wait a
he's going to
second.
answer no to that, so you probably don't need him to answer.
Thank you. I think he's given a really good description of what he's done with his work.
Yeah,
He's put
for
a lot
God's
of
sake,
time
what
and
do you
effort
want?
into it in a scientific environment. Anybody can look into it. I posted it in the side chat earlier, the link to his video describing what he's done. Anybody can look into it. But do we have any other relevant questions? While he's here, he's in and out, but I appreciate him taking the time to answer questions.
The only question that comes to mind is how many fucking chicken nuggets would it take to be able to get a mass enough to measure?
You're talking about Wendy's or McDonald's?
But it couldn't have been done with single chicken nuggets. What do you need, like a whole fucking crate of chicken nuggets or what?
That was Biodual did it with chicken tenders.
Oh, that's right.
I would say a pocket full of chicken nuggets.
That's it? That's all you need? Wow.
It was just one. It was just one turkey breast. He just had it set up.
So I think in summary, though, we can say the horizontal force is largely irrelevant. We've talked about the electrostatics and how they can be offset by using different materials. The fact that we get the same results with different materials of the same mass. We're left at mouth agape, right? Trying to figure out where flat earthers are coming from when they say yada yada whatever.
They're not really
And
being
that's
fair, I
what
see.
I'm thinking.
What sauce was used with the chicken nuggets? I believe is going to be the next question they've got.
It was a dense sauce. It was a dense sauce that was accounted for. All right.
Oh, there
No,
you go.
it was sweet and sour. You guys are, yeah.
Good cling. Yeah, cling. Yeah.
The
Szechuan
densest-
sauce.
Did you have any closing statement you wanted to get, Blue Marble, or I know we're just kind of clowning at this point, but
Oh no, I'm happy to answer any questions you got.
okay. Anybody have any questions? Riggs, I know you've been here for a bit.
I'm not the guy that did the chicken, by the way. That wasn't me.
Oh, I was going to ask a quick question. What are your thoughts on how gravity works?
I'm sorry, I missed.
Any hypotheses on how
what's
gravity works at the atomic and subatomic scale?
Well, I don't have a theory about that. I wait on the smart guys to come up with those things.
It's okay to say you don't know.
Does gravity help hold neutrons together? That's a question from my husband, Dan.
No,
I don't even know if that's a
quantum
level question. He's asleep right now.
At the quantum level, at the quantum level, gravity is still under study.
That's right.
Does gravity help hold neutrons together? That was a question. My half asleep husband.
At this point, apparently no, and that's kind of the issue with trying to make the unified theory to where quantum gravity can be modeled. But as it is, quantum physics, and macro physics are different.
That's a
no. So the answer is no, kind of. Okay.
Well, it was.
No,
that's
the answer
where
is we don't know.
Yeah, that's where the breakdown occurs between subatomic and the rest of the universe. Is that's trying to unify the theory down to that level.
I disagree on a specific point. I think string theory is the best thing we have right now, where you get tangible results in terms of numbers, not infinities, when you do the math calculation, taking into consideration string theory when it comes to the standard model and gravity. String theory is the only thing that does produce numerable results. So string theory essentially is our best model so far.
But does string theory does string theory describe the subatomic structure as far as gravity?
String theory gives us a finite number of answers when you resolve the equations. It's the only one that we have so far that does this.
Does it invoke gravitation at the subatomic level?
Well, given that string theory is used for quantum gravity to be able to put gravity into the standard model united with all three forces, then I would say yes.
Yes, it does. How?
I'm not a physicist. I'm just reading about this. But that's our best direction so far, it seems, from scientific sources.
If that's your question, that's somehow related to the shape of the Earth, then I don't see the relevance, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we keep coming back to and this is the thing. I can't help but harping on this. You're talking about whether gravity affects some atomic particles, but again, what's the shape of your planet, of the flat Earth? What's the diameter of your sun? The distance from the Earth? How are your moon and sun? I mean, the most basic questions that we would love to all have someone on your side, not your side personally, but say, hey, we've got a model. Instead of mocking what a model is, say, this is what we think it is, and shoot it down. And when it's shot down, it gets changed. And not
Jack,
just
take a
changed.
breath, please.
Okay, but not changed to the subatomic level, changed at the root 101 core root level. What is the basics? So I love your questions, and I love more that you give answers. But you do understand the frustration, I hope.
Yeah, but I think that I don't know, I would like to see certain things too, and it's really about your claims. So if you write a paper and you make strong claims, then you're going to be asked for the evidence that if you claim that you don't know, just kind of we claim we don't know what started the universe or what 90 5% of the universe even consists of. Like, that's okay, but whenever you start to make these strong claims, that's whenever you get people asking
Okay, but
questions.
that's fair. But the shape of the Earth isn't a strong claim. There's pictures
Well,
and
how the
video
universe
evidence.
started and what the
Oh,
universe
but
is
wait,
made
wait, wait.
of
We're not
isn't that
talking about
strong
how the
either.
universe started. We're trying to just get past what shape is the planet we're standing on. So I
Okay, well,
appreciate
I
you
think that
saying, and I agree with you on all the rest. If there's some question, then fine. But we're not going that deep. My questions are so basic. To
so
confuse
if you
them
have
with
any paper that's testing mutually exclusive, testing in a mutually exclusive manner, the shape, like, and how we could test it in a repeatable manner, I'd love to see it.
there's you
And
can
I
if
would
you want to
totally
really
hop
know
on
how to
board.
test the shape of the Earth, there's answers all over the place. There's no
Well,
one
then you
doing
should
it
be able to
because it's
provide one.
hold on. No one's doing it because it's not. No one in science believes it's necessary. There's not a
Okay,
scientist
then
out
you
there that's
can't say it's
saying
proven. Then you can't say it's been tested and
No,
verified.
so.
it
If
has
you're
been
not going to
proven.
accept a picture from space as proof,
Oh my
the
God, it's
shape of
more
what
And it
you're
has
proven.
standing
Like,
on.
can
That
you
means
show me
it's
a
more
picture that's a
proven.
raw image
Well,
with
the
no
thing is,
post-processing?
the thing is, when it comes to the size, shape, and motion of the Earth, those are the most well-known things in all of nature. It is already utilized in our technology. So yeah, we don't have to go back and then prove it again and again and again and again. It's been verified, it's been proven, and we utilize it in all our current levels of technology.
When was it proven testing two models against one another?
Well,
And then
wait,
what
Taylor, what would
technology
you
do we
accept as
incorporate for it?
evidence, though? Can you tell us what
Well,
would you accept as
Wait,
evidence?
let's talk me in your
2,000 years
you know?
ago, Taylor. 2,000 years ago in Greece.
Well, and
Can you
well,
please listen
like
to
I
the
said
person not
prior,
able to talk well?
in the mid 18th
No?
century, it was in the mid 18th century, it was believed to be a sphere. Except as more geodetic surveys started to accumulate, they realized it's not a perfect sphere, and the Academy of Sciences Paris set out a very expensive expedition to determine whether or not it's a sphere or slightly oblate. And the measurements and the multi-year long mission to measure that by the meridian surveys returned the slightly oblate, and it has been repeated over and over again for the past 300 years. Because
Okay, you're
prior to
monologuing. I'm not able
that,
to
it
respond
was
to
believed
your
to be
point.
a
Try to keep it concise.
because prior to that, it was believed to be a sphere.
Thank you. So what I was saying was, I like anything testing mutually exclusivity where you're like putting two models against one another. I think that is required because if you're going to make claims like we've tested it and verified it's
What
not this,
model
it's
are
not
you
that,
comparing to the globe model? Can
then
you?
you need to see.
Okay, but saying it's flat isn't a model. It's just a denial of reality. So my question to you is, what would
Okay,
you
so
when
do you think that's really contributing to the conversation to say that?
Well,
Okay,
listen,
but
Jack.
it's
To be fair, it's denying our position. Okay, Taylor, you're
Well,
denying our position. What is
but
your
you're
position?
denying position without proving any factual data. So
Right.
that's not the same
What?
thing.
I think that
Well,
you guys are doing the same.
However, the issue is the fact that the flat Earth isn't even a plausible hypothesis.
True. I mean, you're talking
Elaborate,
about
Shubil.
cavemen
Hold
talk,
on a second.
Taylor.
Hold on. Elaborate, Shubil, so that Taylor can respond.
Yeah,
Why is
the
it not a
flat
viable
Earth.
hypothesis?
Yeah, because a hypothesis would have to be based on some level of observation to be further tested, and there is no observation that the Earth is flat.
What do you have to say, Taylor?
I think people argue that every day they observe that, but whatever. I just want to see any
Yeah, but
experiment testing the two next to each other.
Taylor, why don't you go out and
That
do
We have
your own
sensitive
experiment?
enough We have sensitive
flat.
We have sensitive enough equipment to actually provide evidence, which is quite honestly dismissed offhand. You've seen this happen. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about people that are in this chat, but you've seen evidence being dismissed offhand because it does not agree with our concept. I know that you have questions. You asked me for a link earlier to my video because it was interesting to you. It was interesting to you for some reason. We might not know the answer to that. But why? Why do you ask the question? What's your end goal? What are you looking for?
Keep it concise.
I'm just looking for the truth, but any experiment that you can give me that
Bullshit.
accounts for variables, mutually exclusive, I'd love to see it. And I'd
You're
hop
looking
right
to
Yeah,
in.
but
prove
Taylor, we have showed you 100 times
What?
the truth.
What?
The truth. It's a globe.
What are,
I
what are you
don't
referencing?
understand why you're.
Taylor, what would you
Taylor,
want?
you're looking for the truth.
Taylor, I want to know what
all
he's
of us,
talking
all
about.
of us answer globe. We all tell you this is a globe. So now you've ignored us.
Wait. Whenever you said you show me the truth, what are you referencing?
Will
You
Duffy.
asked for the truth.
All
and
of
we
it.
told
Will
we
Duffy?
told you,
Yeah, that's
this
a
is
good
how
one.
we know it's a
24
globe.
hour sun in the Antarctica. That's one
Hold
proof.
on, wait a second. Let Monkey Cat Pat speak, please. He hasn't had a lot of time. Go ahead.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we have showed you everything. Like everybody has. You know, if you look at
give something specific, Monkey.
what about like sunsets, eclipse? We've all have showed you guys, but you just ignore it.
Okay, I've asked for a lot of different pieces of data while I've been in this space today. I don't have. Let me check again. I don't think I've gotten any notifications showing me any papers whatsoever. I've asked for many different things, even in this conversation.
But now you're pretending papers don't exist that prove us a globe, but they do. There's thousands of them.
What? The neighbors don't exist?
There's thousands of papers that show you how people found out Earth's a globe.
Okay, I don't
Thousands.
think people are testing each model next to each other that is accounting for all the
believe you.
variables.
Okay, here's the best test.
Okay, you
Here's
don't
the
have
best
to. I
test.
don't
calling it
believe
a
you. I
model. The
mean,
flat
No,
Earth
no,
isn't
here's
a
the best
model.
test.
Yeah, you do.
The South Pole
are there
exists.
any other flat earthers here, by the
Wait
way?
a
I'm just
second.
curious.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I'd like to hear Shoe Bill. He has
Let
the best
everyone
test.
take turns speaking, please.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Sage. Go ahead, Shoe
The
Bill.
South Pole
I think I'm
exists.
the only one.
That the South Pole
Don't
exists.
make me jump in here and beat some ass. Y'all better be nice to her.
We're respectful to
You're the
Taylor
only
because
one,
she's respectful back.
which
So
is telling.
Yeah,
we're having an adult
respect
conversation.
Taylor. She's a
Taylor,
good
we're
girl.
He's a
all
beautiful
thankful
soul.
that you're answering
Allow.
questions.
Thank you. Allow Shoe Bill to elucidate, please. Thank you.
Well, it's just the South Pole exists, and there's no possible construction of a South Pole on a flat Earth.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
South
I
Pole
tried
is
to.
literally like a ring or
Wait a
something. I
second.
don't know
I'd
what
like to.
they think.
Hey, I
I'd
see.
like to
Can
hear
you shut
Taylor.
up? Can you shut up with your backseat modding? Thank you.
I want to hear Taylor's response. Thanks,
Just
bro.
shush. You don't have control. Rene's the mod.
I know it's fine.
But thank you for that. I did propose a reasoning for the sun earlier. I'm not sure if you guys heard me and kind of my theory. So I believe in the Bible, and that's kind of what got me here,
Well,
to begin with.
Exactly. Not
And
true.
Say it
like
again because I missed it.
well, so it says in the beginning, well, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but God actually separated the light from the dark. And I was wondering if there's any way that there could potentially be designated areas for light and dark, and the sun could be some, whatever it could be
where's
far
the
away,
paper on
circling on
that?
top of the earth, and certain places can't see it at a
So-
certain time because it's like designated dark. So he created light and dark and separated it over the earth before
Where's
he
the
created the
paper
sun
that
and moon
proves
to rule
that?
over them.
I asked you then when you
Yeah,
brought that
over
up
the
in my
earth, but
argument to explain
John,
it.
you
and
can't
the
you
earth is a
didn't.
globe. Like
You don't have a paper, do you? So now you're being a hypocrite.
I don't claim to have
Exactly.
scientific
That's
backing
my
for this.
point.
All I
That's
have is
my
the Bible.
point. So
I
why
was just saying
demand
this
that from
proposed
us?
hypothesis
Why demand that from others if you don't have it?
because I didn't claim to have it.
Ooh, Don
You're a
getting all
hypocrite.
spicy
You're a
about the
Wait,
hypocrite.
listen.
You're
Bible.
a hypocrite. That's what it's called.
I know he was cutting me off a lot, but I didn't claim to have papers. Whenever you say it's been
Exactly.
tested and
That's my
verified and
point. That's my
scientists,
point.
hold on, bro. Seriously. Whenever you say
Take my
those
point. Take
claims,
my point in. You don't
oh
have
my gosh,
papers,
you're
but you're
without me.
Hold
you're
on,
demanding
guys. We've
papers
kept this
from
so
others.
polite till now. Taylor's being nice and answering questions. Let's just.
yeah.
Well,
Let
I can
let
tell she's
Taylor talk.
lying and she's a hypocrite, and you guys can't for some reason.
Okay,
You
I
can
never
answer
said
her after,
scientists have
bro.
verified this a
Shush,
million
and I'm
times.
Go ahead, Taylor.
I never made a
Okay.
claim like that.
You're demanding papers from us, yeah? But then when it comes to your assumption about the Earth model, you don't have a paper. That's my point.
But whenever you claim there's thousands of papers, that's the only reason I'm asking for them.
Why don't you go Google them like any normal person would?
I actually have. I've Googled many of these things.
So
Taylor,
you do
Taylor,
admit
you're
then
claiming the
that
Bible
you
as
lied
your paper.
before.
I
You're
was
admitting the
hoping that
papers
we
exist.
wouldn't need papers and that we could use observable, just simple, you walk outside and look. And that's why all my arguments were just based on it doesn't need a paper. And you didn't
Zach,
have a
refresh
counter
us.
to any of that.
Refresh us on the top one on your mind for a moment, for Taylor's sake.
The biggest one for there being a globe Earth?
Yes.
I mean, I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
I don't know what my number one is, but I use the the rotation of the stars. I used the
Are
angular
you talking
size
about
of the
the
sun.
northern
Well,
and
I mean, I've got a
southern?
bunch, but my question was
It's not
all of
really
those
paper.
were. Well, wait, but that's my point. They were all observable things that you can just walk outside and say, "Nuh-uh," or "Yes, I agree." But you didn't comment on any of it. And the fact is, you don't
Well,
need
you
a
could say that with
paper.
the water level too.
Hold on, Taylor. When you asked for papers, though, you didn't even counter any of those observable facts with any reason why that would happen, or
I just
this
tried to
is
give
what
you
our.
one.
But you didn't. Okay, what's your? I asked you a dozen questions, and you're now asking me a different question completely. Never answering any of the things I asked you. With respect, I asked you.
I don't remember not answering your question.
Okay, what's the altitude of your sun over the Earth?
Oh,
How
I've
big
already
is your
answered that.
sun?
Nobody makes a claim about that. Like, if
Okay,
I was
but
to say, "Oh
isn't
yeah,
that a
scientists have,"
problem?
That's not an answer,
bro, come
Taylor.
on now. I
Now
can't
you're a
even talk for
hypocrite
18
again. That's what
seconds.
being a hypocrite is.
You're right, Taylor. I
That's what
interrupted
it's
you. I'm
called.
sorry.
Just me.
No, don't mute. You're right, but that's not really an acceptable answer, and you wouldn't accept it from us. If I said I don't know, you would say, "Fine, you don't know," but you wouldn't accept me saying, "Well, nobody knows." So that would be immediate grounds to jump on the defense of the globe Earth.
No, I don't say that scientists have tested and verified it a million times and put it at this specific distance.
Well, but there's no distance, not specific distance. The flat earthers don't know what their sun is made of. They don't know how big it is. They don't know how far
Earlier,
it
I
is
asked you
from.
for the spectral analysis on that, on like showing what the sun's
I
made
said
of.
there's, if you want to, just all you have to
Nobody
do is
sent
go
it
to
to me.
Google. Okay, go to Google and type spectrometer of and sun and see what you get back.
Yeah, I've tried looking for it. Finding the raw data has been kind of difficult for me.
Well, when you mean raw data, you want the actual results that the lab has or their findings in their
Yes.
summary paper?
No, the actual results.
Summary paper.
They're there.
No, I don't
I
want to
just typed
summary.
them in. They're there. If you type them in, maybe your search isn't thorough enough.
Exactly, very much. Just Google it like a normal person, Taylor. Jesus Christ.
I just
I
Googled
wouldn't
it. They're
posit
there.
this
They
as
they're
evidence for
there.
my claim, though. Whenever you posit some, if I was to posit something as evidence, like a definitive statement, I would be asked to show the data.
No,
I'm just doing that.
You're pretending we don't have anything, like we're the authority on if a globe's true, but globe's already true for thousands of years. It's up to you to go find out the
Taylor,
details
if you
believe
shoot
them
me
or
a
not.
paper that even describes the mechanics of the flat earth, I will accept it. Not as proof, but as, okay, they at least have, just give me the 101 basic mechanics. Don't prove anything. No white papers at all. That's my problem. We keep coming back to, yes, you don't have a paper that proves it to you. I'm sorry. You need this proof down to the, like, I need to see the results of the raw data. But in return, you're not able to provide even the most basic mechanics.
Whenever
In
you're
other words,
presenting a
we're saying a
paper,
flat earth can't exist.
you have to,
Okay, sorry.
whenever you make a claim, that's when you have to present the data.
But you're making the claim. I mean, you're making the claim that nuh-uh, and the earth is flat. You don't see the counterclaim needs the same proof? We're not making the claim, but there's evidence of the globe earth for thousands of years. And lots of smarter people than me, and probably a lot of them are in this room. But I went to school, and I've observed what
None
they
of them are in
say.
this
I mean,
room.
I've observed all the evidence.
No one in this room is an authority on if Earth's a globe, like the final say for Taylor. We're all just normal men.
No, yeah, I'm a completely normal person, but as far as I know from what I've observed, it's a globe. It's not hard.
You're asking the wrong people for papers, basically. That's your mistake.
Yeah. Will Duffy sort of proved the lack of South Pole. So how did you guys go with the Will Duffy experiment? Because I've not heard any flat earther debunk Will Duffy. He's done it to you. Do you have anything for him, Tails?
The flat earthers hate that man because what he did.
Well, hang on, I just asked Taylor. What have you
Taylor, though?
What did he do?
Taylor, did you look? Did you watch the videos from TFE?
Yeah, to be clear, Duffy and that trip didn't do anything historic other than rub flat earthers' face in it, because looking due south from Union Glacier, which would be across the South Pole, the sun was still 13 degrees above the horizon, and it was high noon over Western Australia with the sun quite nearly over the tropic.
Exactly.
That only
Which
matters
is
inside this
impossible on
room
a
and
flat Earth.
inside the conversation. It doesn't matter for converting people into it being a flat earther. Because you have to admit, you have to be able to admit that the average person out there is a fucking retard. And you have to have a little bit of sense to you, whether, you know, you guys call us ignorant or not. You have to have a little bit of sense to you to be able to keep up and interact, go back and forth in this conversation. And most people don't have that at all. So on the face of it, when you're talking to people up front, again, I said this earlier, I use it as a tool for an assist and showing people like, yeah, what do you mean? Like, how does the sun work on the flat earth? Okay, the sun doesn't set. It just rotates around overhead. How does that work? Here's a video that shows it. Pull up TFE. Bam, there you go. Now you want to get into the intricacies of, oh, well, where they claim they were and everything.
Hey,
That's something
Fresh,
else.
slow down a bit.
Oh, fuck off, robot. But the thing is people have to get into the actual conversation in order to
Fresh,
get that far.
You're
Fresh,
saying
slow down a
TFE
bit.
supports
I'm not-
your point. It's absurd.
I just want to
Fresh
say
is saying that
nobody's saying
TFE's
I feel like I haven't been
Fresh
presented
is
data
saying
to
that
say
the
no.
24-hour sun in the south proves the Earth is flat. How absurd is that?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I
it
said
makes no sense.
it proves the claim that flat earthers have said for years, which is the sun doesn't set. It just rotates overhead, and everyone's like, "Oh,
That's not what they
the
said.
sun-"
You know damn well
No,
that's not what they said.
flat
before that
earthers have said
experiment.
that for
Flat Earth-
years.
No, flat earthers have always said the sun will set in Antarctica. Ask Dave Weiss. He said it. He doesn't anymore for
But
obvious
they went
reasons.
on to say more than that. They said that a 24-hour Antarctic sun would prove the Earth is not flat. Exact words from at least a dozen Papa Flurfs.
What are their
Keep in
names?
mind,
And that's terrifying. What I'm
Who
saying,
said
those
that?
are people.
They all
Those
said
are
that.
people.
One
Listen,
at a
yes,
time. One at a
yes,
time.
listen.
Guys, let's take turns speaking, please.
And keep in
I
mind,
already said that, Sage.
But what you
Okay,
guys are
keep it-
doing by name dropping all these other people is you're confirming what I originally said, is that it only matters within this conversation, within people in these rooms. To new people, they don't know all this information yet. So just from the face of it, on face value, Duffy's going around claiming like, oh man, yeah, this is like stopping people from conversion. Like, no, it's not. This is just an easy way for people to just put it on mute and show them, look, 360 goes around. It can be, but it's true though. But the truth of it is because people are fucking slow these days.
Most Flurfs
And
got their
concurrent-
information from the grandfather Papa Flurfs, and you know that's true. They all come in with the Earth is measured flat. That comes from one moron, and it means nothing. And yet they all say it. So when you say they don't go back to that, you're wrong.
And concurrent
No, it
with
all comes Eric Dubay and Nathan Oakley.
And concurrent with the sun circling around below the Antarctic Circle, concurrent with that, the sun is never seen at the North Pole above the Arctic Circle. So
good point.
The original rebuttal to the 24-hour sun was we couldn't go to the Antarctic to even verify this.
Which we can.
And that's still up for debate.
No, we can. We can go to Antarctica. You just have to have the money to do it.
I'd like to hear him give us his best evidence for the fact that we didn't go to Antarctica. Go ahead, Fresh.
Why are you going to force me to defend a proposition?
Because you
That's
just
your
made a
claim.
statement.
You don't have it. That's why. Because you can't. Otherwise, you would.
Actually, I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from. On the one hand, you're saying one thing, and then you're sort of backing out by saying, "Well, no, that's not what I'm saying." Are you a flat earther?
What am I backing away from?
Hold on. Are you a flat earther first? Because I'm not sure. I say yes, but I can't tell.
I'm a biblical literalist. I don't consider myself a quote unquote flat earther.
Oh, but what shape is the Earth?
It has no shape. It changes all the time.
Come on, dude. Really? So you can't even do. So this is where we're going. There's no point. Demok couldn't give a yes or no answer 2 hours
For the
ago.
sake of the argument.
This is
For the sake of the argument, Fresh.
It is for the sake of the argument. I'll be the black sheep. I don't mind. I've been banned from all Oakley's and everybody else's servers for for my positions, and that's okay. I don't mind. But I have my own personal preference.
Yeah, Jack is asking a very simple question just for the sake of the argument. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, it has no shape. It's not. You can't say flat, right? Because even when what's the conversation go to? Flat Earth, right? And then what's the distinct? Then
So
everyone
is
starts
your
talking
argument
about
just
fucking
not
answer. If you're
globe?
going to ask me a question, because I guess you could just call me that. I'm anti-glober. Sure, there you go.
But you don't say you accept that there could be no shape, but you're saying there's not. It's not a globe, though.
For sure, it's not a globe. Yeah.
So how are you sure it's not a globe, but then you don't know what the shape is or could be?
No, I didn't say I don't know what the shape is. I said it has no shape.
All right. Okay.
Oh wow.
So what does no shape mean? I mean, even things with no defined shape have a shape.
It has no shape? Then what the fuck is it, dude?
Wait. Let them have a back and forth. I want to hear how this plays out. Go ahead, Jack.
Does water have a shape?
Yes.
What's the shape of water?
Either the container it's in, or the whatever object it's on, and the gravitational force pulling it down to that object. So it will take the shape of if there was such a square planet, although there can't be really, the water would try and take that shape, although that wouldn't work either. And by the way, people that believe in the Earth curve, we're saying the water in the glass of water you drink, there's a curve there. It's just immeasurable.
Oh, no.
It's all the same,
It's immeasurable. I like that.
It is. It's just too fine of a curve to measure, but it's there.
Yeah, we just can't measure the curve, but we claim there's curve. That's all.
No, we're saying we're unified across our claim, and that water is attracted. It's a
we just claim that there's curve there. We just can't measure the curve. That's all.
So you're saying that we should you should be able to measure anything, no matter what, even though as small of a change it might be.
Not the Earth.
I think we need to be asking fresh questions about does he know anything about the Earth? If he knows there's no shape so far, not a globe. What
do you know about the Earth then? What can you tell us about the non-globe Earth that you will stand behind as
just the Earth
as an argument?
Just the Earth. What do you know about the Earth?
Can't measure it. It has no shape.
Wow, this was a fucking waste of time, wasn't
basically,
it?
mate,
Well, you and I both know that
you've got no position, so we need to convince you of globe again.
Yeah, you and I both know that if you walk to, I don't know, the pharmacist 2 miles away, you'll say that it's flat, and I'd agree with you. So as far as you know, that the Earth is flat. Is that fair to say?
Nobel Prize.
So what flat's not a shape?
Relatively. I'm walking on a flat road. We got to start somewhere. I mean, come on.
Everything has a shape. So what is the shape?
But
he's being disingenuous. Is my point. He can't say
what's the shape of the air?
That's too much.
Why is it too much? What's the shape of air? Everything has a shape with the flame.
That's too much, bro.
This is what you do. You basically go to a tiny little quadrant of area where you can make a counter argument. You can't answer the basic 101. What
do you mean? That was the original claim, right? And then he came in and said everything.
And you said it's not
I said it doesn't have a shape.
Fine. How far is your sun from the Earth?
I have no idea.
How big is your sun?
Exactly. You don't know. So
I have no idea.
How does something have no shape?
And you're fine with that as claiming
you're okay
non-globe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, why do you even come in these rooms then?
Yeah. Why? Why?
Because I know about the concept of trolls. Get out of here. If you knew it wasn't a globe, you bring evidence. You bring nothing. You bring fucking huff and puff, pretend to puff your chest out, and you say nothing. Get a grip, bro. Get a grip.
Yeah, you're acting like Dave Weiss, bud.
He brings his two biggest words. They're his two big words.
You're also denying all the common Flurf answers from the hierarchy of Papa Flurfs. It's like you're saying to everything that we've all heard a million times.
What have I
But
said
basically,
nuh-uh to
you're
yet?
basically
Name one
taking
thing I've said
account.
nuh-uh
Okay,
to.
here's what you're saying nuh-uh
All
to.
of
You
it.
want I told you you're basically you're mimicking the Papa Flurfs. You said nuh-uh, I've never heard of any of them. And then you said, oh, none of these people coming in learn that stuff. They're all new. That's not true. They all say the same thing. Then what shape is the Earth? There is no shape. You haven't been able to been pinned down on a single thing. What is it not? It's not a globe.
That
So,
frustrates you, and that's not my problem.
It doesn't
Fresh,
frustrate me
It
because
is your
listen,
problem, dude.
you know it's your
Is it
problem,
is
and you
your
know you have no
hold on a
argument.
second,
So
Jack. Is your
that's right.
basis religion? If your basis is religion, I think that most people can understand where you're coming from, but we're providing evidence, right? Religion is something that we can't compete with, right? You're going to say religion, blah,
I
blah,
know you can't
whatever.
compete with it. That's a very humble way of conceding. I appreciate that.
Then fair,
So yes is the
right?
answer.
Sorry.
We can provide reality, but we can't provide more
I'm
than that.
literally watching the sunrise right now. Explain that. You can't. You won't.
I mean, that's not his position. He's not trying to explain it. He's just saying
He's
it's not
not.
a globe.
He's saying that it has a religious position. It doesn't belong in this debate. That's all he said.
No, he didn't even say
We're
that.
talking.
He wouldn't even say
Well,
that. You're giving him way too
the
much credit.
implication. Well, the implication is that I'm coming in with religion. Taylor's said as much on a slight way, but she's still trying to
No,
understand, right?
I don't think Fresh is that religious. He's saying he went off the globe. He thinks that's a lie, and now he's gone off flat Earth, and he knows it's not flat. So now it's just an etheric,
I think he ran out of defensible points.
metaphysical Earth. Yeah, that we say it's a globe, other people say it's flat, and he's not sure.
What's your stronghold there? Is it Fresh? Yeah, Fresh. What's your stronghold? What are you standing in?
What do you mean?
If I'm standing in mud and I can't leave the position that I'm in because mud is grabbing my foot and I can't step, then I'm stuck in mud. What are you stuck in? You stuck in religion? You stuck in
I'm not stuck. What do you mean I'm stuck?
You are. You're stuck in denial of the globe. That's where you're stuck.
Right. And where does that actually originate? Right. The
It
globe
originates in flat
comes as a
Earth.
byproduct.
Obviously, he was a flat earther. Now he's realized it's not
Right.
flat, so it has to be neither.
I'm very comfortable. I wouldn't say stuck. I don't feel stuck at all. I feel very comfortable. Stuck
But
makes you
don't know
feel
what-
anxious.
You don't know what Earth is, so that is a
Yeah,
type
because your
of
answer
stuck.
is nuh-uh, and God did it.
Type of being stuck, not knowing what Earth
Ultimate cop-outs.
Yeah,
You don't have
Venus
answers.
doesn't have a shape.
We've asked you questions. You don't have answers. We think that you'd allow yourself to provide answers based on your general demeanor. And so that's why we say you're stuck. We're not toying with you. That's what we see.
That's your opinion. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Does your job have anything to do with either relying on or accepting that the Earth is a globe? In other words, are you in aviation or satellite communications or anything that's like factored in, and then you just
No.
Okay, I was just curious. Thanks.
Anyone else want to step up? Fresh, I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Anyone else have anything to add to the conversation?
Did God kickstart the Big Bang?
I don't have an answer for
Cricket.
that.
Cricket.
Even if there was a God, which I don't believe in, God could have certainly created all the same exact things we see now. Could have created the science.
He's not sure on that, guys. He doesn't know what shape
throw
Earth
the-
is.
I throw that one up because it opens it up. That gives both God and the Big Bang, and I don't want to discuss. You hit the brick wall of nah, they're not negotiable. That's why I throw that up.
But he thinks the solid Earth that we all live on and stand on, isn't solid. It's like changeable, metaphysical, different shape for everyone, different places. So I don't think he believes in the Big Bang.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
but
that a
if
question
God
for
was
me?
to create the universe, why would he do such a simple flat Earth thing? You think he would make like a big infinite universe like we have, not just a stupid letter nonsense.
He's saying it's a simulation. You're trapped on Earth. You can't even tell what shape it is.
So
Well,
when
I
we
think
say the
even in
other planets
simulation,
are round,
Go
you
ahead,
just
Jack.
say they don't really exist. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that fair, Fresh, that if I say the moon is round and observably round, you're going to say that stuff just doesn't exist, it's a projection? Or you're going to say yes, but not the Earth?
No, I mean, I see the moon and I see it as round. I wouldn't call it
Okay.
spherical, but I
Why
see
wouldn't
it
you
as
call
a
it
round
spherical?
object in the sky.
Oh,
Hold
What do you
on.
mean?
Hold on. This is
round but not
no.
spherical.
Wait a second. Yeah.
That's a
You
flat
know the
Earth
difference
belief.
between round and spherical, right? You can track it throughout the day. At what point throughout the day that you can track it, right? Throughout the night, whatever you want to call it, does it become non-spherical? Go ahead.
No, I would have to claim for it to be spherical first, for then to claim it non-spherical.
I'm claiming that it's spherical.
I don't know.
Tell me.
Okay, so I'm not
why I'm wrong.
your claim, you fucking weirdo.
Tell me why I'm wrong, though. I claim it's spherical. I've recorded it throughout the day. In fact, you can click.
You can claim that. I don't care that you claim that. I don't believe it.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
he's saying he's not sure.
You know, that's fair. If I don't have any evidence, that's fair. But
a
you
flat
know what
Earth
you can
belief.
fucking do? You know what you can do, Fresh? You can, in fact, click on the very top of your screen where it says "Watch the stream." I actually have an 8-hour time lapse of the moon being spherical. So explain that away. Go ahead.
But I want to say what?
No,
why
Don,
does,
I appreciate it, Don, but I'd like to hear from Fresh.
okay.
Click in. Tell me why it's not spherical for 8 hours throughout the night.
Oh, it shows
By the
in
way,
8 hours. In 8 hours, it rotates and shows you the dark side.
No, that's not
Oh,
my
so
claim at all.
you can't confirm the backside. It doesn't show you that it's spherical.
So
It's just a
Fresh, are you
circle. It's just a
Fresh, are you
circle that fits
suggesting it's
on its axis. Is that it?
Fresh, are you suggesting it's a coin-shaped object always facing the Earth? Maybe.
I don't know. No, I don't think.
But you've seen how shadows fall on it, right? That would sort of.
It has no
couldn't be really
shape. Just
coin-shaped.
go with that. It has no shape.
I guess if you're fine living in a world where things aren't
it has a
defined.
shape that changes.
My question
Throughout
would
the-
be, if you've
throughout the month,
identified
it
the
changes
shape of
shape.
the moon, why can't you say Earth could have a shape?
Yeah,
like
the moon changes shape throughout the month. What do you mean? What's the problem with that?
changes shape. Yeah, okay. So it
You
has
can
no
see the
shape.
whole moon, whether it's lit up or not. You just need a something that picks up the light better. You can see the
Nothing
moon
has
when
a
it's pitch
shape.
black. It doesn't really change shape according to the phases of the moon. That's not what you're suggesting. I
If
hope.
anyone tries to say this thing is this shape, Fresh says no, it has no shape.
The Earth has no shape.
Type of schism.
I honestly think you're
That
just
is
punking
fucking
us.
stupid.
I honestly
Yeah,
think
that's
you're just
saying it
arguing
has
for
no
argument's
shape is
sake.
the dumbest
At
fucking
least
thing ever.
Taylor takes a stance, and she'll say, "Look, I don't know the answers, but I'm willing to." You won't take any stance at all.
I already
That's
said
why
I
you're not even a real flurf. You're not even a real.
I said I don't know the things that you guys have said. What are you talking about?
No. Fresh, you just said Earth does not have a fucking state.
Yeah,
Please
I
clarify
know.
for us because we might have missed it.
Okay, Earth does not have a shape.
That's fucking stupid.
Nothing. Everything has a shape, dude.
So flat's not a shape. Okay.
All right, so now we're back to about 45 minutes ago. Everything has a shape is the claim. So what's the shape of air?
Look at the fucking moon right now on my live stream. Tell me it doesn't have
Air
a
is
shape.
a fluid. It's the same as water. Fresh.
Say again.
Fresh air is just
So it
like
can-
water. It's a fluid, right? It's either shaped
So
by
it
its
can-
container or it's shaped by the object it's on with the gravitational
Oh,
force.
so air,
Bro,
the air
Fresh.
around us is in a container.
Sharpen
That's
up
the
your
shape that
arguments,
it's in?
dude. Listen, you're not doing any justice to the flat Earth argument. All right, you're actually.
I
turning
don't
people
care.
away from it.
I never claimed to be a flat earther. We discussed this earlier, you dumbass.
Why are you in?
You're not
Why are
paying
you in a
attention.
place
Denying
talking
being a
about?
flat earther. Classic.
This is the ultimate flurf back out. You guys have really gone the whole
Yeah.
distance here. You've gone from nuh-uh, God did it, well, we're just not going to make
You
any
keep trying to
claims in
put
case.
that jacket of flarf on me, and I already told you I don't consider myself a flat earther.
You realize
But you're a
God
flat
did it
earther,
is the
though.
last
Because-
line of the
You're
verse.
literally making flat earth claims.
No, I'm an anti-glober.
That's
Oh,
not
so
right,
you
bro.
just hate you just hate the fact that the Earth is a globe.
I'm an
Why?
anti-glober.
A new classification, an anti-glober, but not
There you
flat
go.
Earth.
There it is.
You guys there's anti-flat earthers, so why can't we have anti-globers?
You can,
Well,
but it's just
anti-flat earthers
literally
are just regular
vacant.
people.
Right.
Wow.
It's vacant,
I'm a
bro.
trendsetter.
there's- You're just repeating
guess.
what Flatzoid said. Flatzoid said, "Oh, these anti-flat earthers. I'm from South Africa, and I have nothing to back up my arguments. So you guys want to join the trend?" And you jumped on, bro. I know you watch Flatzoid. He's the only person that says anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
And it's despicable because he employs
literally
people
like-
like Sav, like fucking anyone that spawns from Sav. I don't even know. I imagine that Vlad got his start on Flatzoid's channel. But
Are
it's
you guys
bro,
attacking me right now? No. What's going on?
No, we're just talking. Like, listen, I'm showing the evidence right now. You can choose to avoid it.
I was just making sure I was distracted. I'm at work.
Oh, you're at work. Where do you work? It's 6:15 in the morning, and you've been here for an hour, 2 hours.
No, it's 5:15 in the morning, actually, where I'm at.
Oh, sorry, because
Taylor
time
left a
zones
while ago,
exist.
and we didn't.
Because
I'll let off the brakes. I'm sorry. But the fact is, bro, we're showing you evidence. You're just ignoring it. I mean,
Look at this. Watch this. Oh, never mind. I don't have video. Chat
I
available.
don't care. It's fine. I believe you, bro. You're in the
So,
central time
Fresh,
zone.
let me ask you
you're
a
working.
question.
It's
Why
fine.
do you even care about the shape of the Earth or non-Earth then?
I really find this. I might be slightly autistic. I don't know, but like I'm pretty obsessed with this topic. It's really
That's pretty
interesting.
honest of you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you also feel like when flat earthers, and I know you're not one, I'll take that, but they say that every photo or video or film from space is fake because space doesn't exist, so it has to be fake. Do you believe, I mean, do you think the same thing, that everything has been faked all this time?
Yeah,
Global conspiracy? And you don't see that would be very difficult to pull off.
No, not really.
Other governments?
Because we have so much corruption and lies going on a major scale just in politics alone. Let alone any other branch.
Why
of-
would China not love to point out that we've been lying to our people about the shape of the Earth?
Right.
Well, like a small. I mean, we might
be
get
like,
there.
hey.
Russia's claim to potentially expose the U.S. on 9/11.
Russia had an object in orbit before we did.
We never know. That's what they've said
No,
up until now.
We do
No,
know.
that's
there
a
was
fact, dude.
tracking data.
I mean, that's you guys' opinion.
It's not opinion; it's fact.
I don't think personally. I don't think the moon is something you can land on. But there have been times where I've entertained, space being at the, I guess, top of the container, if you will. Right? It's still flat.
You basically just said the moon is not a solid object. How do you know this?
Light. It's a light in the sky.
How do you know this? Did you measure it? Did you do anything?
It's his opinions.
Jesus loves me.
Fresh. Did you think that in school?
Jesus loves
Guys, can we
me.
take turns speaking, please?
Thank you, Sage.
Fresh, would these be your opinions in school too when you went to high school, or would you just stay quiet?
Say again.
Would this be your belief in high school or like in science class, or would you just stay quiet, or did you believe it back then that this is science and I accept it?
Yeah, no, I was definitely disassociated back in those years for sure, like most people.
Well, but nobody back then, I don't think, said that they didn't. One of my teachers said that the Earth is a round globe.
Right,
and
yeah,
here's
the
evidence.
conversation of flat Earth really wasn't around either, was it back then?
Flat Earth has been. It was before globe Earth. People thought the Earth was flat, so it goes back before ground Earth.
Right, but I mean this more current development of
Yeah,
the
because nobody
conversation.
believes it anymore because there's evidence to prove otherwise.
Right, that's why it was the #1 discussed topic on YouTube. Right, it just
that doesn't prove anything.
What?
I mean, if
When?
you're going to say,
there was so much content about it, of what
you know how
just
many millions of people watch a channel that has a dog that sleeps? That's all he does. I mean, really, that's not a real defensible
What type
case.
of what is that? We're talking about flat Earth.
Right, but the number of people that observe something or are into it doesn't prove
What does it
anything.
have to do with me saying that flat Earth was the #1 discussed topic on YouTube at one point?
Because that's what you're
where
saying.
the FCC had to have a committee hearing about it, and they asked YouTube, "What are you going to do about all these flat Earthers?"
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's true, but even if it is true, that proves nothing.
Total bollocks.
Flat Earth gets views because it's
Hey, I mean, if you're saying it's a lie, then you're saying YouTube lied. I understand. That's fine.
No, you lied. You're lying. Not YouTube, you. You are telling
They had a Senate committee. They had a Senate
Okay,
committee
Boomer.
hearing
How
about
was he?
this.
How was he lying? Yeah, how was he lying? Okay, Boomer. Go ahead.
He's lying because it was not ever the #1 subject on YouTube. That is a big fucking fat lie.
Fresh, don't you look at pictures of the universe or of the Earth?
No, you can't have a picture of the universe. That's really weird to claim that.
No, but listen to me for a second. Don't you at least ever look at stuff and go, man, that's just amazingly beautiful, whether it's a nebula or a galaxy or just the shape of the Earth from I forget if it was Voyager, the pale blue dot.
Yeah, no.
Don't you ever just look in wonder?
He thinks it's satanic art to trick you into being a nihilist.
And you're just denying yourself so much.
See, Don's a little bit more hip.
No, Fresh, come on. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. You're denying yourself
I'm being
so
serious
much.
too. Don's known me for a little bit longer than you have. Or maybe we just interacted more, but he understands my position a little bit more.
Okay, then what? I mean, you're just missing out on so much, my friend. As a human to another human, I'm not putting you down. But I'm saying if you can't even be open to the fact that...
Strap me in the rocket, Space Daddy, send me up. Let's see it.
Would that prove it to you?
That didn't prove it to you. Come on. We already have people in the
Or would you think it was a ride at Disney with video screens?
Yeah, we already had like the FE experiment, right? And what did the flat earthers say? Oh, it's like staged, right? It's CGI. They're in a fucking, studio. Or they're all just paid chills. Man, there's no way of winning. You can't convince somebody rationally from a position.
I'm legitimately sorry, Fresh, because I truly believe you're missing out. I'm not trying to put you down. But by not being open to things, God, you're just missing out on so much amazing...
What am I not open to?
You're not open to believing that there's anything outside of the world that can be defined. The Earth has no shape and space is fake. I mean, do you realize the Earth is not even... If you had other stars, if you accepted that the universe is full of stars, they now say that there's more stars in the universe than there are individual grains of sand on planet Earth. So that makes us so
that gets you
infinitesimally
choked up or something.
insignificant.
Like, what does that do for you?
So it does nothing for you, is what I'm asking? Yeah,
I'm asking you, like, what does that do for you?
Bro. It does. It gives me wood. And it makes me realize that we are literally...
Weird. Like, you thinking about lights in the sky gets you off, and that's kind of weird.
Oh, I didn't say it gets me off. I said it gives me wood. There's two differences there.
Yeah, it's two different things.
But I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
what it does for me, if you want to know truth, it lets me know that we are literally insignificant in the big picture of things. And that we have to show
exactly. And that's the whole motive of an atheist.
Hold on, let me finish. It's not because I'm an atheist.
Let's
Fresh.
take turns speaking, please.
It's not because I'm an atheist. But it lets me...
An atheist, a Satanist, anybody that's opposing...
So then it does come down to God is the reason you're denying science. You've just now said it, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, he just said it.
Problem.
Right there.
That's the problem, that you find yourself insignificant.
It would have just helped if you would have said that.
If you went into right now, if you went into any certified, right, and
If you would have
licensed
said this an hour
psychologists.
ago, it would have been more
Listen,
convenient just to say, I believe in
listen,
God, not
if you would
everything
go
else.
if you would go inside any licensed psychologist or
Guys, let's take
psychiatrist
turns speaking,
and say
please.
that you think that you are insignificant, they're going to diagnose you with depression. They'll probably try to
Dude,
put you on some medication.
I don't think you heard what I said. I think you're interpreting.
That's a mental illness.
Fresh. I'm
That's what they
happy
will
to
tell
expand.
you.
Fresh.
I'm
I'm happy to
sorry. I know
expand on
that's.
it.
I know you don't like to hear that.
I know you're trying to.
At one point, you're going to have to face that. You have a mental
Fresh.
illness because you find yourself insignificant, even though you've got a
Why?
fingerprint that
Why?
nobody else has.
Why does he have a
Even
mental
though you're
illness?
special and
Explain.
you've got
No,
a
I
DNA.
would say the opposite.
You have a
Let's
DNA
show
structure
you
that
talking
nobody
at
else
once,
has.
please.
If you'd
Hey,
shut the fuck up, I'll
No,
That you
gladly
find
expand on my
yourself
position.
insignificant
Wait a
among how
second.
many
Well,
billion people?
you've been
That's
defined as
crazy.
a
Fresh, explain
crazy
why he has a
CPL.
mental illness. Explain what about Jack's statements absolutely classify him as someone with a mental illness. Please, I'm listening.
Well, he's muted, but he's basically saying if anyone ever utters the words "I'm insignificant," can't mean anything other that they feel that they are
Let's
useless or
take turns
worthless.
speaking, please.
Which is not what I said, and I would gladly expand, but he doesn't want to hear it.
No, I mean,
in relation to
I don't want to hear it.
the
I'm
rest
sitting
of
there
the
trying to
universe.
explain my plight to you guys, and you guys are all cutting me off and then muting me.
In relation
Turn around
to
and
the
say that
rest
I
of
don't want to
the
hear it.
universe, we are insignificant. That's true.
And now he's playing the religious persecution card, which they all do, don't they, Fresh?
What's the matter? You feel persecuted, Boomer?
No, shut the fuck up, Fresh. Listen, everything Jack has ever said to me in person on this server has been coherent, has been glued to reality, and I've understood. Tell me what the fuck he said that doesn't make sense to you, Fresh. Go ahead.
That God didn't do everything.
The part where he said that he's
Guys,
insignificant.
let's talk one at a time, please.
Jack, respond to the whatever he just said about it being insignificant, please.
Yeah, I mean, the insignificance is I don't feel I'm insignificant, but I know my place in the universe. And that gives me a humility in understanding that when we talk
What is
about
your
is there
place in
other.
the universe? Why did you say insignificant earlier?
Dude, I said
That
it
was
and I
your
meant
gut
it.
natural
If you shut the
reaction.
fuck
I know.
up,
I know. You said it and
are
you
you
meant
going to
the
listen or
why.
are you going to tell me what my opinion is?
You just
Pick.
no, but you just doubled back and
Guys,
said,
can
"Oh,
we
I'm
take
not
turns
insignificant."
I didn't
speaking,
double
please?
back. You tell me. You want to give me my opinion or do you want me to tell you
Just
my
a couple. Listen, Jack. Just a couple seconds ago, you said,
Okay,
"Oh,
you
well,
just
I'm not
give me my opinion
insignificant.
then.
I just know my place in the universe." So, which one is it? You just know your place in the universe, and you're not insignificant, or are you insignificant and you stand on?
None of the above.
Hey,
It's really
Sage,
pointless to it's
is
pointless for me
Frank
to expand Fresh because you're just not going to get it because you're already in denial mode. You've already denied everything, and now you've went God mode, and so there really is there's nothing we can talk about. I'm
You
afraid.
know, you can't stop anything in God mode.
That's when you believe in magic. So when we're believing in magic, you're right.
Believe in magic. It's just like your
Fresh.
guys' gravity.
Listen,
I believe in
Guys,
Sky Daddy. You believe in the
let's
Big
take
Chief.
it slow, please.
you're right, Sage. Listen, when you're
Fresh, with all
appealing
due
to a
respect,
I
miracle,
hate when she says guys.
when
there's
you're
more.
appealing to a miracle, I'll let you
All right,
I'll let you
go.
speak in a moment, Jack.
Yeah.
When you're appealing to a miracle,
let's
you've
take it
given up
slow,
on the
please.
conversation. We're talking about reality,
I
okay, Fresh? Go ahead.
Guys,
Fresh,
can
go
you
ahead and
do me a
speak.
bit faster, please?
I'd like to hear what Fresh said about appealing to a miracle, which is an admission that he has nothing.
I mean, I agree.
I kind of have a
Feeling
question
something
for.
supernatural. No.
I have a question for Jack. Do you kind of understand you're trying to explain things to people that have a very hard time accepting scale and seeing things outside of basic two dimensions and object
Yeah,
permanence as
I mean,
well?
I've got a weakness in thinking that at some level everybody can be reasoned with, and so yeah, you're right. I accept that. You're right. It's a good criticism. I always think though, if you share honesty, that you'd get it back, but it seems like the more honesty that Demak went nuts. the other guy who had to be banned basically just couldn't even have a reasonable conversation. And then Fresh, who I thought was going to have some defensible point, ended with nothing, and then he insulted my point rather than hearing it. So you're right; it's probably a flaw I should correct.
No, it's not. It's not a flaw. It's more of a method, I guess. If you're trying to explain something to someone and they kind of lack the intellectual capacity to understand it, they're going to just knee-jerk reject it.
I think it took me longer to realize that he may not have the capacity to accept it. I think he has the capacity to understand it. I don't think he has the capacity to accept it. There's a difference.
I'll agree with you on the difference, but I'm even talking about the capacity to understand your example. The acceptance
No,
part.
I was actually hoping he would say that when I look at pictures, I sometimes wonder. But that was crazy.
Yeah, the acceptance part, like you saw it at the end. It's always there for God, you know. And unless you're willing just to kind of start there, you're just kind of just gonna be kicking yourself in the face for a few hours.
I think back to when I saw the first deep field photo from Hubble, realizing that they pointed a telescope at a point of the sky where there should be nothing, based on them seeing nothing, and it being like a third of a degree or even less than that. And then what came out of that was just overnight, well, it was longer than overnight exposure, but whatever it was, 30 days, complete change in how we looked at the universe. And that picture alone, when I look at it, even now, the original Hubble one, it is just fucking mind-bending to me. I don't understand how another human being can look at that
Jack,
and
slow down a bit, please.
not get the same, just at least ponder some of the same feelings that I get from it.
No, I'm with Jack. I'm with Jack on this one. Like that, from what Hubble did, like, I just think, come on.
Oh, I'm not against that either. I think that's awesome. But some people will look at that and it will upset their worldview, and say so they knee-jerk reject it, and you're just seeing a result of that.
Yes, a lot of flat earthers are upset because they're not special. Like Earth is just a tiny little planet in the infinite universe, and they are upset about that for reasons I don't understand. Flat earthers need to feel special.
Do you guys remember Eric von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods? I was convinced we were populated by aliens. And then when you see it unravel, when your belief system gets attacked, I hated that. But from 12 to 16 years old, it took me 4 years to realise, hey, aliens didn't come here. That's just Eric selling a book. And the Bible is probably the best seller of history.
I have that book.
Yeah.
You should read
It's
that
a
again.
fun read, that is all.
I go further than Monkey Cat. I go further than his thing when I think of it. Also, okay, in roughly 5 billion years, our sun's going to go red giant, which will expand beyond the orbit of the Earth. And the Earth will become, broken down into its elements. And every trace of mankind, from the Great Wall to the, to Hoover Dam, whatever, instantly will be gone. And there will be no record of humanity except for the probes that we've managed to get out into the space. So when you think of it, it's not enough to say that, I won't be here one day, I'll be dead. Nothing will be here. No trace of any of this ever existing. And so that even makes me more humble, right? And so, I mean,
more insignificant.
What are you going on about? They're not happy with that at all.
No, eventually there will be nothing. All the stars will die.
Yep.
There will be literally
35 trillion years. That's supposedly the roughly timeline there.
Something, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Yeah, all the light will be gone from the universe. There'll be some glowing embers, maybe, of radiation. Everything will be too far apart to see anyway.
I kind of get where flat earthers come from, just trying to accept that. They have to, say God is,
That's my explanation for religion to begin with, is the caveman or whatever it started coming up with a story because they couldn't accept the idea that there was insignificance or unexplainable things around them.
You remember
So
the
you-
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy where he just says to the caveman, 2 million years, that's all you've got. Like the caveman gives a shit. He's trying to get a meal and he wants to live 40 or 50. 2 million years, that's all.
So really quick, you would say that the Abrahamic God is basically the God of the gaps. Would you make the claim of atheism? You say no God. Do you eliminate God from all possibilities for yourself?
I do, yes.
I mean, I don't know.
I went to church, by the way, just to give you a little background. I went to live with my father. I lived with my mom, and my stepfather, and then when I was 14, I became a little bit of a pain in the ass. I threatened, "Oh, I'd like to live with Dad." And she said, "Fine." Anyway, for that year, my dad and stepmom made me go, and not only that, I wasn't baptized, so they made me get baptized at 14 and a half. Imagine that shit. Every question I would ask wasn't met with any kind of answer that was acceptable to me. I wasn't being argumentative. I just can't accept. That's just the way it is, accepted on faith. And so, yeah,
Oh, Jack,
I'm atheist, not just.
Why'd you get all angry? Why'd you get all angry when you were 14? Did
Let's
someone touch you or
focus,
something?
everyone.
Shade. Oh my God.
Do you
Oh, Jack,
accept
did they try to drown you too, Jack?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did they try to drown you too?
No, I mean, it was kind of weird being a teenager getting, but it was what it was.
My question kind of
Because
to
I was
you
like
is,
Eastern Orthodox. Oh, sorry.
I was saying the question a bit is, yeah, I completely agree with you. The Abrahamic God's the God of the gaps. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm asking you is, yes, that was disproved to you with science. My question is, why does that eliminate all possibility of God for you?
Because I see no evidence for a God. And by the way, let's just say, at argument's sake, there was a God. I wouldn't want to be associated with a God that would let 6 million Jews be murdered in such horrible fashion.
Well,
Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, really
And
quick.
just let me finish for a second. And would allow basically man, by eating an apple, to determine his own fate. God would know what fate was.
Like I said, though, that's the Abrahamic God that was presented to you, right? Yes.
Oh, so you're saying, yeah. I get your point.
You're a Gnostic, Jack. You're a
So
Gnostic.
my question.
Yeah, I just don't see enough evidence to make me think, and I don't need it in my life. I'm fine without God.
Well,
I
look,
get
I'm
that.
a, I'm
I
a
get
stronger atheist than Jack is, certainly. But I do claim that God of classical theism doesn't exist. It's a logical contradiction.
I'm not arguing that. That's not what I'm arguing about. So this is the thing. Every time I hear an atheist, it's, oh, God doesn't exist, and all these science things tell me that. What you've disproved is the Abrahamic God. That's cool. But like I always would like to always hear, because I just where I'm at, like, how does that disprove all possibilities?
I don't see a difference if that's not an answer you like, but I don't see a difference. And I don't need a God in my life to explain things. So given that I don't need one and can't explain the differences in any one of the existing beliefs, then why would I go looking for something more?
Well, that means you're just ignoring information about how they're all different.
But again, are they different? Because hold on. Are they different?
One is the gap that you've already got, and one is a special father man who is in the
Well,
gap.
actually, most of them can be traced 5,000 years before to a single storyline.
Just to me again, one of the gods is the gap, not knowing where the universe came from. One is a special father sky man who represents the gap. So there's two different ideas.
Yeah, and they're different to you how? Because to me, they're the same.
One of them you already believe in, and one of them you've debunked.
No, none of them I believe in.
Yeah, you believe there's a big gap where you don't know where the universe
No. Don't try and turn it upside down by saying I believe in.
from?
You can't. This whole thing about we believe in a different religion. What I believe in is not religion, and you can't spin it that way. Period.
I'm just saying you don't believe in it yet, but one of the ideas is the gap that you hold in your non-God thing is an idea of God.
What?
Well, isn't the thing the lack of evidence or valid or?
Well, first of all, I don't even think I have to defend my point. I don't need there to be a grand design or a designer or a person controlling anything. Now, if you're not happy with that answer, I'm sorry.
No. That's the thing. I'm not saying I'm not here trying to argue special creationism. I'm not trying to argue any of that. and you constantly say like to your position, I don't need this, and I'm not saying that, or I'm not seeking this, but
Well,
when
I
you
don't
make
keep
a
saying it, but I've made that point. Yes.
yeah, but exactly, but when you make the statement, there is no God, that is a statement that is beyond a knowledge set that I
I
think you
said
could
I
hold.
don't believe there is no God. I didn't say there is no God. If you want to
I
believe in
am
God and you can make a case for God, I don't look.
I just
I'm not
said
in
that you
your life.
ignored it. You
Hold on, hold
ignored
on.
it and
I'm not
misunderstood
in
on
anyone's
purpose.
life
So,
telling them not to believe in God. And as long as
I'm
they
not.
leave me alone, I'm fine with it.
So what is an
Yes,
atheist then?
yeah.
I am
But isn't
making
that the
that
whole
claim though,
point?
by the way. Rennie,
Isn't that
I'm making that claim, by the way.
Okay.
isn't that the
Let's
whole
focus,
point?
everyone.
That, yeah, there's no compelling evidence to make me believe God, at least the way it's been put forward so far, to exist.
no, you've ignored
I'm not
mine.
denying the possibility there could be one, but so
You've
far,
defined God as
no.
impossible, so you've defined it out of existence.
No. I said
Yeah,
it
I've
is
spoken to you
possible.
about it
It
loads.
is. Hang on, let me finish. I said it is possible that a God might exist, but the evidence that I've seen so far are not compelling for me saying that there is a
Yes, but
God.
your definition is a thing that can't exist.
Well, he didn't say
I
that.
didn't define it.
Oh, well,
I
okay,
never
let me
defined a
change that.
God.
Your
I
definition
said that
is a thing that doesn't exist. You've defined it as a thing that
No,
you
he
haven't
didn't.
seen.
no, I didn't. I said
Yeah, because I've spoken to you
the
before
gods
about
that has been put, the gods that definition of the gods that has been put forward so far as lacking compelling evidence, at least for
Let me
me,
give you one. Let me
to
give you one.
show
I'll just explain it.
me
Stefan, I'll
that
show
they
you how
Why
silly
actually
it
does it
is.
exist.
need further challenge though,
I'll show
Dawn?
you how
Because
silly it is. I've defined the God as the universe. Do you believe in that?
see that's when you start getting into word salad to me. That
The
just
answer
doesn't mean
is
anything.
yes. Yes, you do believe in that.
No, don't tell me what I believe in, dude. You can't make a
Okay, so
religion
you're
out of.
denying you believe in the universe now? You're like
But that's
fresh, no
ridiculous,
shape?
man.
I'm
That's ridiculous.
denying I
There's no
believe
shape.
in any intelligent design. If that doesn't define it
Yikes.
enough for you, you may
Yikes.
not like the answer,
I
but
didn't
there's no.
define it as intelligent design, did
I
I? I just
did just
define it
now,
as the
Dawn.
Hey,
I
universe.
Don.
did.
Okay,
The universe.
wait.
So
Let me
this is
show.
your
Wait. Let me show you how silly this
There's
is done.
nothing
Right?
worse
Let's say.
than somebody trying to tell you
But
that you believe in
you all have
religion.
to think it
Right.
through and
Let's
then
try to
say your
focus,
bit.
everyone.
Yeah. Wait, Don. Let me tell you why this is silly. Right? Let's say a theist defines a pencil as a god. Right. Well, an atheist believes there's a pencil. Right.
Yeah.
Does that mean now that you're not an atheist because you, a human,
Are
happen
you
to
agreeing
define
you
God
believe
as a
in the
pencil?
universe?
Anyway,
Is it a yes
irrelevant. Do you
to my
get the
question?
point? Yeah,
Is the
sure. I
answer
don't
yes?
believe the universe exists. I don't agree that it's God.
Yes, you've answered yes. Thank you. Next.
I don't believe it's God,
Thank
though.
you.
Why? What are you?
Okay,
Are you
so
paying
Spartacus.
attention, man? Come on.
You said yes, you do believe in the universe.
I. Wait. So what was that?
Got
Sorry?
any got
So
got
who's
got
who's
any
next?
mods? Any mods in the building?
That'd be
Yes.
nice
What's
too,
going
if
on?
there's any mods.
No.
I might get some popcorn. It's getting good. Globe is
No. So
Stefan, you believe in the universe?
I do believe in the universe. Yes, it
I
exists.
know, you already answered yes.
Let's
And
take turns, everyone.
First of all, politics and
and
religion are never anything I like to talk about
and
because they turn into this.
Jack, do you
I
believe in the
love
universe?
discussing
Oh,
politics
politics
and
are
religion.
next.
based,
So
Renee. We
Jack
can
and
talk
Stefan
about
have
that
gone
later.
quiet. I'm assuming
But
they
no,
answered yes.
Don,
So let's
wait. Do
move
you
on.
think
Thank
it's a
you.
defeater to atheism to just claim that the universe is God? Do you think it's a defeater to atheism?
Yeah, I know you've got a problem with it, but you defined God, so I did.
No, you. We're
Yes,
talking
you
to the
did. Yes,
theist,
you
right
did, or else you
here,
wouldn't
at
know
least.
to not
Oh,
believe
look,
in it, would
if
you?
you want me to define God, I will
I
define
don't. I
God
definitely don't.
as the God of classical. Hello, can I talk?
I don't. I didn't want you to define it. Didn't ask.
Well,
Why are
Hey,
you offended
Don, let
either
him
way,
finish.
You
Don? Why
don't
does it
believe in
matter
it,
to
so
you
your
one way or
definition is
another?
just a negative, isn't it?
You didn't like my answer, but why does it matter to you?
What was your answer?
You asked me if I believe in the universe, and I said I'm not going to answer that the way you want me to,
What's
because you're
the
going to
answer? Yes
claim,
or no?
yes, I believe in the universe, but it's not a
Okay.
religion.
Okay, so that's my definition of God. So you're now
Okay, but that,
believing.
and I said, and I told you already, I flatly reject that, but
wait.
you seem to
You're a
want to push
believer
it.
in my God.
I don't believe in you claiming believing in science is a
You believe
religion.
in the same thing So
No, if you believe
you
that's
said yes.
religion,
You
then we don't
answered yes.
believe in the same thing.
You
I
answered
don't know
yes
why
to
it's
I
so
believe in
important to you
that.
to define it as a religion. What does that gain you either
I
way?
didn't. I said it's God.
Okay, that's religion to me. If that's not,
No,
maybe I'm not using.
the
Hold
worshipping
on,
and the
Don.
worldview.
Maybe I'm not using the term you like.
Religion. The fact you
I
think it
don't.
comes from nothing, and the fact you bring it up
Yes,
when other
and there's
people
nothing
bring
wrong
up
with it
religion,
coming from nothing.
that's
That
the
why is that
religious bit.
unacceptable?
That's not what it.
It's your creation myth. That's the religious bit.
So so if I claim I believe in the Big Bang and it truly could have come from nothing, that's where you get upset and you have to somehow answer it.
No, I don't get upset. I just say that's the same as my God.
It's not the same as your God.
It is. It's a
Because
huge
your
part
God,
of it. It's the
if your
same
God's
definition.
different than mine, it's not the same.
No, because
You're the one that defined it, saying it's not
my
the
God
same as my God.
My God includes the atheist worldview possibility.
Well, apparently it doesn't go far
as
enough.
what it is.
First of all, I don't
Can
know
you-
why it even matters. Like I said, if I don't need, let's just
Can you
change it. I don't
define
need. I
atheist
don't need
for me?
religion in my life. So maybe that's not.
This is
Maybe
just
that's
to show you that the definition
I-
can change, meaning your position, whether you believe it or not, can change. That's
well,
Renee's
that's like
point.
saying I don't know what I believe, and I find that to
Oh,
be a disingenuous argument.
It's like no, Don.
Jack,
It's okay. If
Jack,
wait, Rene, if I may, to Don, right? This is like saying, okay, look. Oh, hey, you don't believe that aliens visited Earth? Well, gotcha there, because I think aliens are teacups, and you believe teacups
it's nothing like
exist. So
that.
therefore, yes, it is, right? You're just playing
No,
the
silly analogy.
Yes, you are, because you're calling the whole universe God.
Yes, I am doing that.
Yeah, which is not what something that like
It's a definition.
anybody would consider to be
It's a
like
definition
a
different to the Abrahamic God.
coherent notion of a god. No, because God
Yeah, many people
classically.
do though.
No,
Many atheists
no.
as
Yeah,
well.
and they're wrong about this, and we can
Many
discuss
scholars,
this,
atheists,
right? So
occultists,
no,
they all agree.
yeah, look, no, a god is a mind, at the bare minimum.
Yeah, we can
A
get onto that
god
next.
is a mind,
So you don't
right?
believe the universe
Unless
is a
you can
mind. Is
show
that
that
the
the
claim?
universe is a mind, you don't have a point here.
But my
And
God doesn't
I agree
rely on
with that.
being a
If there's not a
mind.
conscience if there's not a conscience or an intellect or some kind of, then I don't think you can apply that the universe is a god, Don. I'm not trying to
That's
say you're
you trying to
wrong.
define it now, but you're telling me off for trying to define it. You see the
I'm
problem?
not telling you off. I'm telling
Yeah,
you what
you're
I
saying God
believe.
has to have a mind.
I'm
That's
not
you
telling you off. I'm
defining it
telling you
out
what
of
I
existence,
believe.
isn't it?
What I believe is not telling you you're wrong.
Yeah, you're
Stop
trying to
doing a
define
He's
double.
God,
telling
but you're
you,
mad that I'm trying to
He's
define
telling
God.
you, no, Don, he's telling you what he
Yes.
believes.
I love to
know
hear
why
you
that's
guys
an
We're all
defending
assault to
allowed a
you.
God.
definition. We're all allowed a
Guys,
definition.
let's take turns speaking.
Yeah, really,
I
really
don't know
quick,
why
Jack.
you're offended or feel there's some personal attack against you when I tell you what I believe. It's not
Of
at
course
all
I
related
don't.
to what you believe at all.
No, the point is, you had a go at me for trying to define God and said you can't. You're
I
not
didn't have a
allowed.
go
And
at
then
you. I
you
told
tried
you
to
what
do
I
it.
believed.
And then you tried to do it.
You
No, I
attacked.
told you what I believe. Again, I don't know why this is. Why
If
are
you
you trying to
mention God, that's called having a go at Don.
I guess. Listen, like I said, politics and religion, I usually stay out of both of those conversations. I got drug into it because I thought it was a legitimate question, but I'm going
I
to
have a
opt out of
question.
any
I'm
more
just
religion
showing
and
you the
politics.
You
definition
did
of
a great
saying.
job of defending God, though. I was proud to hear that. Good job.
I have a
Really?
question
Oh
I have a
no,
question
that's
for
a pleasure.
Spartacus then.
Yeah, what's up,
Can you
bro?
Awesome that Fresh chimed back in.
Can you define atheism?
All right, everyone.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Oh,
there are different notions
let's
of this.
take turns speaking.
Yeah, it's mental
Thank you, Sage.
retardation, mostly found in
Yeah,
white European men.
bro, come on.
That's
That's not
Fresh.
charitable
Let
at
him
all.
go.
Yeah, well, there's
It's a
multiple
white man's
notions.
religion.
Bro,
Over
Jesus.
60% of atheists are white Europeans.
Fresh.
Fresh. Let him finish, please.
There've been like many atheists from like even back in times of Muhammad, right? Back in like 14th century. Anyway, so the notion of atheism, that's what you're asking for, right? The definition of
Yeah.
atheism. Well, do you want me to give you a list of them or the one that I subscribe to?
Would you simply say it's a position stating there is no God? Is that a simple
That's
way to sum it
classical.
up?
It's classical atheism, but that also only is tackling the classical notion of the omni god, right? The god of classical theism, the all-powerful, all-knowing, omnibenevolent, all the omnis, right? It doesn't pertain necessarily to any small g gods, Zeus, Thor,
Oh,
Odin,
that's not right,
right?
dude. That's actually not right. It's actually a deity. A religion is a deity. That's anything. That's polytheism, monotheism, whatever. So, no, it's a denial of God. You can be agnostic. That's probably a better way. Doubting it. Atheism is no God. So, sorry, dude. That's wrong what you said there.
Well, I disagree. I disagree there, but sure. I mean, he
You've
asked me about my
redefined
view,
atheist, then, haven't
and I'm
you?
willing
Yeah.
to and I'm defending this, right? And I have arguments, and I have positive arguments against the god of classical theism, like the omni god, right?
Yes. Well, that's the thing. So it sounds like
You're an
that's the
anti-Christian, you're not
thing.
atheist.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's anti-Abrahamic God, anti-whatever God, and it's not that I know there's no God. It's I
Oh, I
have
know.
proven. I've proven to myself with certainty that this God that was presented to me is bunk, is BS.
Well, because if you're talking about any other notion of God that is not like omnipowerful, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, if you're not talking about that notion of God, but something lesser, then I can just say, well, wait, how is that a God? Like, if you're talking about just a really strong person,
Is that kind of
okay.
like the
You've
argument
defined
that
God as
was
a
given
Christian
to
God.
Dodd? Well, is that kind of so was that was kind of the argument that was delivered to Dodd when he said that his God is the universe, and that you know what I mean?
But it's not that lacks even the most fundamental aspect, beyond the omnis, which is just the mind,
Yes, that's
right?
the point of it,
The
you idiot.
sanctions.
That's the whole point of my
No, but if it
definition, you
doesn't,
fucking
if it
idiot.
doesn't have that,
You need
right,
to
then it's
listen.
not
You
a
need to
god.
stop saying, yeah, but I don't like Christianity. You need to listen to what I said
I
instead.
didn't say that.
You fucking idiot.
Well, I kind of I wouldn't agree with the fucking idiot part, but I agree with Dodd. It's basically I don't like Christianity. I don't like
No.
that God. That's what it's. But what I'm saying is you're not answering
Okay.
what he's saying, and I see what you're saying. You're saying that I'm answering the big question, the big G, and I can prove with this, but that big G is basically the Abrahamic God of the gaps that's been presented to us. You know what I
Right,
mean?
but
What
right. Okay, if okay, sure. If you ask me to tackle basically now the small G gods, right? Like I don't know, again, like Thor,
Yeah, pantheon
Orpheus,
stuff.
whatever,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but that's
Idiot.
then I would just say this is they're not gods per se. They're just really
You just
powerful
said gods are
entities.
not gods. What are you talking about, man?
What? Okay, wait. Do you think that? Oh, I don't know. Athena. Do you think Athena is a goddess that exists?
You're ignoring what I presented, and you're talking about
The
pagan
universe. You said the
deities.
universe. Yeah, but
Guys, let's take turns speaking.
but the thank you. But the universe even lacks sentience, consciousness.
So what?
That's
Why does
not
that have to
that's
be part
not
of God? Who
because
told you
that
that?
is well that okay that is how I am at least defining God, and that's
Yeah, so
also
you're only against the
right,
Christian God, and when
and
I
that's also
redefine it,
how
you say
and
no, it
that's
has to
also
be the
how
Christian
fucking
God.
just to say, and that's also how, by the way, humanity, since we have records of gods, have defined God. It's at least a mind, right? It's a conscious
No,
being.
no.
Because unless if it doesn't have a consciousness, if it's not a mind, then you're basically just talking about like a wind, wind,
No,
or
it's the whole universe.
how is that a god? Like, okay, I agree the universe exists in all of its complexities, and that
Well,
doesn't make me a
my question would
theist
be,
now.
how is the
No.
universe not a God?
What was the answer?
How is it not a God?
I don't see why would I call it a god.
Yeah, okay, so you just care about the word now. So I've got you right down to just the 3 letters.
No, definitions we're talking about here, actually.
What
We're
do
not
you-
talking about the label we slap on something. We're talking about what are we slapping the label on.
We kind of are talking about the label we slap on it, because you're talking about how the label that was slapped on it was disproved, and now you're asking something to fill that exact void, almost with relevance of
Gee.
that prior label. Whoever is coughing like
Well,
that, you should get
yeah.
attention.
Yeah, no, you should you should call your doctor.
Seek
Oh,
attention.
this is like pulling teeth, guys. This is just going round and round to the dentist. Oh,
Yeah.
anyway.
No,
sorry.
but so it
you've only
at
debunked the
this
Christian
level.
God so far. None of the
But
others.
then okay, wait. So at this level of discussion, right? If you're talking about, you have a different notion of what the content behind the label of God is, right? And you just trivialize it as something physical, something natural, like universe, which is why I said before, you might as well just claim that pencils are God, right? That doesn't, okay, fine, you can do that, but then I would ask you, okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between this physical natural thing over the universe and a God? And if you say, what?
If you don't know the difference between a pencil and the universe, Google it.
No. I said, what's the difference between just the natural phenomena of the universe and a God? What's the difference there, right? And
There
if you
is no difference.
say,
I'm saying it is. That's my
then
definition
we
of
just
God.
then you're just basically calling a natural phenomena God.
And you're basically saying, yes, I believe in that.
Yeah, but how are we then like?
Welcome.
But then it's like the same thing as you saying, if you would, that a pencil is a God. It's the same
No,
thing.
because they're really different. They have different
What's
concepts.
the difference?
What's the difference? Google it.
No, because the universe is natural, right? No fucking atheist would deny that.
You don't know
there
where
are
it came from.
planets.
It's quite supernatural.
Huh?
You don't know where it came from, so that means it's partly supernatural.
That doesn't. No, just what? Just because we don't know where something came from doesn't mean it's supernatural.
Well, what's your definition of supernatural then?
Something that is not natural.
And can that exist? Is that possible?
I have not seen any evidence of that.
Is that no?
Well, I cannot comprehend it. Actually, I don't know what
That's
even would
why
be supernatural.
You've got a broken
there-
definition of supernatural, really, as well.
And
What?
therein lies the conundrum of atheism. Just in that statement there.
What?
You just said I don't know that there is no supernatural that was there, but you make
No,
the
I
claim
cannot
there is no God.
comprehend.
I get that.
Comprehend even the
You couldn't tell anyway, so how can you tell?
possibility, right? The possibility of something coherently being supernatural, right? I don't even understand what that would be. Like, can you give an example? Can anybody give an
understand that.
example?
I understand exactly what you're saying as far as I get exactly what you're saying. I'm not even saying what you're saying is like not reality, and it's exactly what you're saying, but you're saying almost exactly Don's point in that regard of what you're even saying. Like
What do you mean? Like what?
So Don made you say, Don got you to have a conversation, and in that conversation you admitted that you cannot dismiss a supernatural action for the universe. That's the basic statement, right? You can't dismiss it.
No, I can say I don't comprehend this sort of possibility.
Precisely, but can you dismiss it? Can you tell me, no, this is not?
Can I dismiss the cause of the universe is Friday smelling worse than blue?
Dude, I know. I'm not even trying to get there with you. All I'm saying is,
I don't think you understand.
I do, and that's what I'm saying. The statement of an atheist saying there is no God, it is taking a set of knowledge claims that like you just admitted, you don't have.
No. when at least an atheist like myself is making these claims, we're only specifically talking about the notion of God of classical theism, the
No,
Yes.
omni God,
you
right?
silly lie.
Because
No.
that notion has inherent contradictions. Now,
I
Yeah,
agree
when
with
that's
we're
you.
why
talking
we
about,
record it, and that's why I redefined it for you. Duh.
yeah, I know, and it didn't work either. Like
Not yet,
you
but
didn't
a little.
show any coherent notion of God. All you pointed to at best is a natural phenomena that we all agree exists, and you just
It's
put a
not
label of like God
supernatural.
on it, right? Like there's no
He,
difference.
he showed you a natural phenomena that we both agree exists that you
Yeah.
can't dismiss a supernatural function for. That's what he did.
I don't need to dismiss it, right? What?
You-
I don't. It's his burden to show. Well, okay,
I
what you're talking
understand.
about the
I get
universe?
that part. I get that part. I understand that part. But that's what I'm saying. When someone says, I know that this is not the case, though, that's what the statement of an atheist is. That's
No,
what
no,
you're
not for
claiming is you have
small.
knowledge.
Not for small g gods, right? Like small g gods, like sure, you can postulate that, you know, a pencil has some like magical properties, right? Because the fairies are like fueling pencils to draw, right, magically, and it's
A
not the carbon
mystery
there,
fills
right?
the universe,
Wait,
isn't
wait,
it?
wait, wait. And as an atheist, right, I don't have to have an argument against this. This is like a novel claim of a god, right? Just like if somebody said, okay, a teacup is a god, a car is a god, right?
It's not novel.
Dude,
It's not
I
a very
understand what
old
you're
book.
saying, Spartacus. I don't. I understand what you're saying. I'm not dismissing what you're saying.
Uh,
I'm just want you to hear kind of like what I'm saying is if you are, and I get what you're saying. It's the big G guy we're trying to diffuse, but I think I'm even saying that big G label that you created is specifically basically Christianity and that whole Abrahamic system. You know. Um, but on top of that, though, if there is a naturalistic function that you cannot dismiss a supernatural function for, and we both agree that they exist, you can't have that knowledge claim of there is no God. You can be
well,
agnostic as hell, and you
sure,
can be agnostic atheist, very much
okay,
so.
sure.
But
Yeah, sure. Sure, I cannot prove to you any random notion of like God that is only referencing a material thing, right? Yeah, sure. In that sense, like a
It's not just
pencil,
referencing material things. We haven't got into the immaterial
universe.
yet.
it, yes, and then I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm not even sitting here trying to argue for God. Like I'm surprised I'm the one having to fucking be on this side of the argument.
Yeah, because you're
Like
good.
I'm
Well, are
asking
you an
like
atheist
atheists.
yourself? Are you like
I mean,
agnostic?
I'm agnostic. Yeah, I'm
Uh,
asking atheists. You know there is no God, so tell me the answer. I want this
God of
information.
classical theism, right? Would the
Yeah.
debate, the whole, because none of the other notions of God have been taken seriously, because it is like arbitrary, right? Because you can claim anything to be a God unless it is, right?
What?
That like, yes, Don. Like
You're
I don't know
saying
if you read the
Christianity is
literature.
serious, but none of the
I
others
don't know
are.
if you read the literature, right? Of like I don't know what
What is
philosophers
this?
were arguing historically God to be or not to be, right? It doesn't concern notions of, well, the universe might be God, right?
Yeah, it
The
does. It
natural
really does.
processes. What?
It really does. It's like
No, it doesn't.
you've heard about Christianity, but nothing else.
No, I'm familiar with Islam. I'm
Yeah.
familiar with
Yeah, in the
Hebrew.
Quran they say Allah is the whole universe.
In a sense that no, wait, there's more
They
than
do.
just
They
the
do.
universe. Okay, first of all, I don't think they're pantheists. You would be fucking executed right away
It's worth
in
seeing if you
Saudi
read it.
Arabia
It's in
if
there.
you said that that Allah is just the universe and
No,
nothing
not
else.
just. That's one of the things that he is. It is.
Because it is everything, right? Just the common notion
Okay, so
of Abrahamic
there you
belief,
go.
right?
It's
But
classic.
he's also a mind.
Yeah, we can get
Right?
into that.
But that is the crucial thing as well, and also he's the omnipotent,
We're not going with any of
omniscient,
that.
blah blah. Okay, wait, but I'm not sure.
That's
Look,
your argument against
sure.
Christians, but we're not
Sure.
Christians.
Sure. I will be. Let me tell you this. I will be a hard atheist against the Abrahamic notion of God, and I'm an agnostic to any other notion of God. There we
That's
go.
fantastic.
That's the
Huh.
thing. Like that's fine. And I wasn't even like kind of digging for that. That's exactly kind of like what I was hearing. You know what I mean? And that's fine. But like that was a whole kind of like reason why I didn't say anything. Like I said, I'm surprised I'm the one even arguing the other side of this.
Yeah, sure.
But
I mean, I could have summarized this before like that. Yeah, literally. I have a positive argument against the Abrahamic God, Omni God, but I'm agnostic about any other notions of God that do not claim to have an Omni God.
do you think that position is more like I would say conversational than I'm an atheist?
What do you mean?
Like I'm an atheist means there's no God. We talk about one thing. Your position is let's talk about the Abrahamic God. Let's talk about other. You know what I mean? Like that. The other
Wow.
position opens up the conversation a bit more.
The other of the agnostic one, you mean about other gods?
Basically, yeah. Well, just basically, I would say the position of being agnostic first and then atheist, essentially, if you want to do an order structure.
Sure, but I think that's like a kind of lazy of an argument or a position to take.
Why lazy though? It's not.
Because
I would say
most of these
atheist is
fuckers.
lazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
I would
that's
say
what I'm
the
saying.
atheist is lazy. Hey, there's no God. It's
Wait,
kind of
what?
like you know what I mean. Agnostic is you gotta
But
kind of
there's
know your shit.
arguments for that, right? All of philosophy, because I read. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the only guy who read philosophy on this, right?
Oh, I did. I love
That's what they're
philosophy.
arguing about this, right? Well, what's the arguments against God of
I,
classical theism?
I take it straight to Friedrich Nietzsche. I take it there because at that point, science has figured most things out that God was kind of used to describe,
That's
and
not an
he.
argument against God of classical theism. You should be pointing to like the argument from non-belief, non-resistant unbelievers, argument
I
from
push it toward the
gratuitous
God of the.
evil.
I push it toward the God of the gaps more than anything.
Well, that's just a pragmatic thing. It's not even. Um, it's not pointing to a contradiction of that being existing, right? Because look, I can point to like the argument from non-belief, right? An argument from gratuitous evil, for example, right?
Yeah, the reason why I don't go from those two angles and I go from this angle is kind of my view of I don't have the ability to know if there is or isn't a God, but I have the ability to test and determine for myself these answers that are replicable and observable in nature.
But no. Wait, we're confused here. Because no, if you're talking about God of classical theism, the omni God, right? Omnibenevolent, omnipotent, omniscient, whatever. Right? There are arguments that philosophers have made against this being with all of these characteristics existing, right? Like for example, the argument from evil, right? You probably do. I've heard
Yes.
about it. Right. There's a newer version of this which deals with only pointing to what I've heard to be called as gratuitous evil. Um, and this is like like natural disasters happening, right? Like how can there be a omnibenevolent, all loving, all powerful, all knowing God which allows innocent people, including like children in a womb of the mother, right, die from
Yeah.
natural disasters, right? Because the previous response to the previous argument was all free will, right? Like the reason why people kill other people, free will, right? The reason why governments are bad and they go to wars, free
Yeah.
will, right? But there is the issue of like natural disasters, right? Which humans don't control. We don't control earthquakes. We don't control volcanic eruptions, right, etc., etc. But there are millions of people who die,
But
right?
I don't say therefore volcano erupts, therefore God. That's not my
No,
conclusion.
therefore
Why would
not.
God make us? Well, that's what I'm saying. So my answer to that is you have volcano eruptions on Mars. You have volcano eruptions from the moon. You have all around the
You,
solar system. It's a
you
function of
miss
what
it.
was created.
You
So like
miss
that's
it.
what I'm saying. I don't see that action that you're talking about as evil. I see it
You
as
miss the point.
unfortunate. I see it as bad. I see it as not good. But
But you're not a
evil,
theist. Are you a
huh?
theist?
No, I'm not.
Right. Then I'm so confused. Why would you just
People use the
say?
word evil. People just use the word evil for things they don't like. That's truly what
But
that's
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 the
what.
thing you have to ask the Christian, right? Like imagine we're talking to a Christian who presumably believes that it is evil that innocent children die, right?
So why
Premise
I
one.
approached my argument the way I did and the way I do is because I want to not prove my argument to Christians. I want to prove my argument to everyone. And if you use science to attack the gaps, that's what I'm saying. If I attack it on the like just right here, I don't see those people dying as an act of evil. I don't, because I don't personify nature. People do personify nature, and they would see that act as evil. That's a result of a personification of nature. I don't have that fallacy. So if I'm to argue to someone about their underlying beliefs, that's why I always go the God of the gaps and use science and use like, hey, this is what this says. This is what your book says. That is, and that's what I'm saying. That's a direct attack on the Abrahamic God.
Renee, take a breather.
Thank you. I will, Sage.
I fucking love this AI, man. Like, by the way, okay, listen, I think I'm misunderstanding each other here, but I actually, well, anybody else want to chime in? Because look, I think the arguments against God of classical theism, Rene, I think your approach is more so pragmatic,
That was
appealing to
spectacular,
science.
by the way.
Yeah, yeah, Sage was like on point there. I cannot fucking believe he made this AI talk now. Like, what the fuck is next? This is gonna give her like
Just
a
wait.
robot body and a fucking Skynet, man. It's I think we know who I think we know who Arnold Schwarzenegger is gonna go back in time and try to kill. It's fucking. It's. Wait, anybody please talk, please, please. Anybody
The
talk,
earth
please.
has no shape. Get over it.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back.
You say, oh, it's flat. They start talking about water. And you say, okay, well, the water's flat. Water's not flat. You got the tides at different heights simultaneously all the time. So that even the oceans aren't flat. What are you talking about?
I mean, true.
You got the seasons. You got the fall, right? It just keeps dead. We're just standing on tons of dead shit. The layers keep stacking up. You got mudslides. You got volcanic explosions. Glaciers breaking off. I mean, it's just there's no consistent shape. It's just constantly changing. What happened? All you guys go to sleep?
Apparently, the server is being hosted in Brazil and has been lagging all night. I have just been informed. So.
Hey, Omni, since you're here, I had text chat terms at one point, and then all I asked for was I said, "Hey, can I post pictures and videos?" And then somehow I got completely removed from text chat terms. So, is there any way you can fix that?
What pictures
Just
and
not.
videos?
It was just like Shoebill posted something earlier, and I screenshotted it, made a little edit, and then was gonna post it in the comments as a rebuttal. That's all. Nothing crazy. Just
So yeah,
I'm not gonna put anything stupid in there.
I gave it back. I gave you image perms, and you should be able to do text now.
Thank you.
just young women, 25,
Mhm.
22-year-olds,
It
right?
won't say the
So,
exact age on every person. Well,
but,
it might. I don't think so.
They do
just
have
saying,
names, but if they do have
probably,
names, they can go back to like how old they were at the time. But
right.
even so, like I don't know if I agree that most of them were adults at the time. I
Exactly.
suspect
No.
it's the opposite. Most
The
of them
point
were
is, a
underage,
lot of them are
maybe
under
small.
adult age. That's the point of it.
No. Most of them, to me, brother, are of age. They're older.
No, because you
They're
can just go to
Why he
any
got
brothel for that, and then there's nothing special about it.
okay,
yeah, that's one thing. But also that's the reason he got the islands was he pled out the first time they caught him for like state charges, so there wouldn't be federal charges. And after that, after 2 years or so, when everything cooled down, he bought himself some islands in like international waters. Like, you don't do that if they're all like adults.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, you do. Of course you do, because I mean these are
That's
young
what you
women.
did.
Of course.
I take Robert's point that they haven't all broken the law. I think that's a good point.
Well,
I agree, but could they not have to just now say exactly that? I had sex with Tammy Sue Smith, and she was 21. Here's my proof. But the problem is, it's going to be that guy probably buried. This is what I'm saying. It's going to be that guy's like buried and shit like that. It doesn't, like, at the end of the day, if both parties crumble under this is a good thing. I hope the list comes out, and I hope everyone who's participated in pedophilia goes to jail. I kind of feel like
Yes, Renee.
Some people will.
Yes, Renee, but remember, it's even it's married men, powerful married men, cheating on their wives.
Yeah,
You understand?
probably.
So they're
Do
cheating
it.
on their wives. They're cheating on their wives with women, young women, not underage girls.
I get that, I get that, and I understand that might be a level of, oh no, we don't want to hurt this guy. Fuck that guy. That's how I feel about that guy. He should have been cheating on his wife. Don't get fucking married. Fucking just do what you want to do. Stop trying to use the fact that I have a wife to get elected and all that other bullshit. Like fuck that guy.
No, you're missing the point. Is that the list contains all of the above, and Trump is probably one of those on the list. Is a young woman sleeper, not a underage sleeper. You get it?
I disagree with that. I would say Trump is on the side of both, because Epstein delivered Melania to him apparently, but at the same time, I would say Trump's on the side of both. I would say Trump has a wide range of women, probably from the ages of about 21 to about, unfortunately, grossly 12.
And older, yes, maybe.
I doubt it. I doubt it, seriously.
I do. I would put money on that.
I
if I
don't
were a
think
betting
he's.
man.
I think he's just into having fun with his friends, and that might include underage girls. I don't know if he's a
When
full
you say
pedo.
having fun, do you mean like grabbing them by the pussy?
Yes. So he spent time with the young girls, but I don't know if that's his main thing, like some other people.
I mean, I guess who knows, but it's
Yeah, I'm just
certainly if that's all true, and it, I'm not saying it's not, but if that's all true, he should freaking be releasing that stuff. I mean, it's nigh unto suicidal not to.
It's still embarrassing. Here's the other thing that Trump is worried about, and the other people on the list. They may have slept with a girl who they thought was of age. And because Epstein is wrapped around dealing with underage girls, they're like, oh shoot, that girl who I thought was 21, maybe she was 17. You
Yes,
see that?
exactly.
And they don't know, right?
So that is
Why do you want to protect Trump so hard?
Yeah, I don't. So I agree that could be true. It could be possible that somebody slept with a girl that was underage and they didn't know.
That's
and
definitely
blah, blah,
part
blah.
of it with some of the men.
It's
That's definitely
it's entirely possible.
not
You know,
knowing, so not wanting it to be released. That's Normal.
Right. So not wanting it to be released for that. It happens all the time in reality. There are people who have dealt with girls underage who they thought was maybe 19. You know what I mean? All these kind of things, brother. It happens all the time, more often than you think, and it's dangerous out.
I get
You know?
that, but there's like specific charges for that. And honestly, the people could probably civilly sue Epstein's estate essentially and say they were entrapped or some shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
just like there are specific charges for exactly what you're talking about. So
Right.
like that's the thing. At the end of the day, let it come out. Let everyone be honest, state their case, put forth their evidence, and the court of popular opinion is going to call them all pedophiles in the beginning. It's true.
I was gonna say the
So
entrapment thing is
my
important.
theory is that this list, this list of people who ask for specific things does not exist. That they don't have it. That's the only thing that I can think of that makes any sense.
It doesn't. They don't have it. Makes more sense than Trump is audit and implicate it.
If they don't have it, then why did people go to jail?
The reason why that doesn't make sense to me is how would he not know? I mean,
He did know. Bondi told him. Yeah, Bondi told him. There's like so you know how they record everything in the White House, and he was lying about like all the shit. So finally, they probably told him, "Hey, they recorded your fucking meeting with Pam Bondi when she told you you're in the list." Like that came out, and like literally, if you look at the date, let's just say he found out in May. You know, I don't know the exact date, but when you look at that date, that's when the narrative from him, oh, it's fake. Oh, it's an Obama hoax. It's all this other stuff. It's not the list doesn't exist. It's I'm on the fucking list, and if I goes out, I'm dead.
Right. That's right.
You at least suspected before that, like that first interview where he was asking, when he was asked like what files he would release, and he said the JFK and the MLK and the Epstein. Well, maybe because you never know, people make shit up and blah blah blah. Like he knew at that point.
Oh, I 100% knew he knew before that. Yeah, I think he probably knew he was on it, but he was told by the Attorney General, who said it's on my desk. After she said it's on my desk, she told him you're on the fucking list, dude.
Yeah. The question is, why didn't he know that? A year ago.
He did. He did.
So why was he like, we're going to release the list?
He's stupid.
It's like,
he wasn't.
Oh, right. Okay. So, I mean, that just. Yes.
I mean, he didn't though, right? Like in that interview, he hedged.
This is a real conversation, at least.
Yeah.
They happen on occasion.
It feels normal.
I mean,
Okay.
the idea that it is just it is just raw stupid is actually precisely what I'm coming back to.
What would you expect?
That he knew he was on it. He knew that he'd be implicated. He should have known he couldn't release it, but he said he was going to release it anyway. He was just like, "Yeah, I'm going to release that list." They're like, "Sure."
Yeah, it's backfired.
I mean, if you look at him though, and his personality, he probably was pompous enough to think, "Hey, I'm already on a dead set track to be president. I'm gonna have the power to be able to just, redact myself from this, and then just quote unquote be the hero and expose everybody else." He's probably dumb enough to think.
I would say exactly.
That would be that. Yes, I agree. That's what it looks like.
Look at the power he had under Barr. You know what I mean? Even though Barr flipped on him at the end for fucking 4.9 years. I'm sorry, for 3.9 years. Bill Barr did anything basically he commanded, and he did it in a way in which it looked like it was legal. You know what I mean? So I would say he assumed I'm going to have this type of power again. You know what I mean? But Bill Barr is really good at being a sneaky fuck. That's not what you have now.
It could also be as simple as he knew he was in there. He promised he would release them, knowing he would never release it, and he would be able to blame someone else for keeping it secret. Like he could keep blaming the Democrats for not releasing it because they're on there, either they're only they are on there or they're on there more than him or whatever the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting into the oh my goodness, that's stupid zone, which is what it looks like to me. And I'm, it will not surprise people to know that I am no fan of Trump, but that just seems like a
Occam's razor.
I mean, to me, it seems like more of the same of what we've seen from Trump.
I can't really argue that. It just it's just mind-boggling to me. I'm sorry.
It is, but I do see a lot of just plain stupid for stupid's sake.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, not wrong.
I'm a little surprised to hear Robert defending him.
To hear who?
Was that Robert earlier?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he changed his name? I can't see my phone.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong about that either. But
I was defending theism earlier. I mean, people take positions,
yeah.
Well, I do expect that from you.
You think I'm a theist?
Wait, who is this? Is this Renee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's my phone? Hold on. Yeah. Aren't you a young Earth creationist?
No, he's
Who am I thinking of? Hold on. He's not
Probably
here.
me.
I don't think. Oh no, who?
I don't call myself young Earth creationist. I'd say biblical literalist.
No, not you. I know you are too. Who is that? Was it?
No, I'm not a young Earth creationist. I'm not. I'm the furthest thing from it in that regard. Of all the claims you could have made about me, that's the least likely.
But I have myself defended theism on occasion. If the theists aren't doing a very good job of it, I'll sometimes step in.
For me, as an agnostic's position, when I hear someone say they're an atheist, you're saying you have more knowledge than me, so please tell me. That's kind of my approach.
Well,
yeah. I mean, well,
that's not how I define atheism.
I know you probably define atheism as basically what you would call an agnostic atheist, but yeah, I get it.
Well, they're two different things, right? Like agnosticism is you don't know, or is it you can't know, something like that. And
Something
atheism
like that,
is you don't believe. Yeah.
I thought atheism was almost a direct claim there is no God. That's kind of how I've always heard it and kind of even felt.
Yeah, there's strong atheism and passive atheism, do they call it? Weak atheism.
Well, I think
one says
you can have
there's
like
definitely
agnostic.
no God. And it's like, yeah, that's the strong atheism, and then the I don't have any active belief in a God is the passive atheism, which I would argue is the most honest atheism.
I've always thought it was basically agnostic is I don't know. Atheist is there is no God. So if I'm an agnostic atheist, it's I don't know, and I'm pretty much betting there's no God. But you have like an agnostic theist. Basically, it's like I don't know, but there could be a God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if maybe like historically probably that's true that atheism generally has been there is no God, but I mean I think if you put someone's feet to the fire, they'll say, we can't know, but I don't believe in it.
I get that. I completely understand that stance. And then normally it's the God that they say they don't believe in is the one that's presented to them.
Sure.
But like I said,
and I will go.
It's just,
go ahead.
No, you go. I was done basically.
Yeah, so generally in these conversations, it is the Christian God usually that's on the table. I'm fair confident that that one specifically doesn't exist. So in that regard, I'm a strong atheist.
Yeah, atheist.
But
Exactly.
I wouldn't say that there's no God at all.
Precisely. I get that claim. I get that understanding. I get that whole perception. It's just when I hear someone say I'm an atheist, I'm really intrigued because I'm like, please tell me something, because I want to know. Please tell me like what you got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
It's interesting though that you'll never find anybody say that the one particular God that they know for sure doesn't exist is not the Christian God.
I think that's their claim, basically.
Actually, the guy J.L. Warren explicitly says that.
Yeah.
Of course,
No,
J.L. Warren
no.
argue.
No, I think you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Like he just said, he's confident that there is no Christian God. That's like always the claim. I don't think there's ever a claim that there is a God that isn't the Christian God that somebody's confident in that it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Like Zeus, you mean?
Yeah, I'm
I'll
pretty
say
sure. But that's when you're specifically asked the question. I am not aware of anyone who walks around saying, proclaiming Zeus does not exist.
Not anymore. Well, Socrates
yeah,
did,
right.
and they made him drink fucking hemlock. You know what I mean? But not anymore.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I'll say more generally, I don't believe in a personal God, whatever whichever one that is, Christian, Muslim, or any personal God that answers prayers or intervenes in any way whatsoever. I don't think. I mean, I'm happy to stake my claim on that.
I suspect somebody subjected to the Socratic method was like someone powerful is subjected, like, I'm going to kill that motherfucker.
That would be so frustrating to go through with that guy.
Right. He was probably a massive dick. So they, some alpha guy was like, fuck you. Come on, time.
Answer this question: will you drink that cup, motherfucker?
Would anybody
What
in
other
here?
topics?
Oh man, my bad. Horrible time.
Go ahead.
Would anybody in here consider a boat going over the curve the same thing as drop from horizontal?
Yes. I think definitionally that's what it would be.
So then what is the explanation for, like, how do you have
or claim the horizontal in the first place if there's a deviation from it.
Well, what is the deviation from? The thing the deviation
Drop.
is from is the horizontal.
It'd be
The
like your
drop is the
eyeballs.
deviation.
Well, no, but here's the. I mean, that's not what the focus should be, right? Because if there's deviation, then it's like, yeah, what is there deviation from? And if there's deviation, then you don't have what you're claiming there's a deviation from, which is horizontal, because you can't deviate from it. It does. Horizontal has to maintain and stay 0 degrees. You can't deviate from that. So if you have a drop from that,
Horizontal
which is
doesn't
below
deviate from
the horizontal, drop is the same thing as drop or whatever you want to call the opposite of drop. Raise, right? It's all elevation.
No,
That's all.
no. So
Yeah,
elevation,
everything's elevation.
elevation is measured from level.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you acknowledge there's a difference between horizontal and level?
Yeah, because you can have level vertical as well.
I suppose, yeah. So
How do you
if horizontal and level are different,
Like when you're framing, you need to make sure that your vertical is level.
sure. So if you accept that there's a difference between the two, then you can have elevation measured from level. That's not going to be a one-to-one to horizontal. Horizontal is going to be different from level. So level can deviate, but horizontal stays horizontal.
But
So you still have
elevation
a thing you're deviating from.
correlation to horizontal though, not level.
No, elevation is in relation to level. Horizontal is just in relation to vertical. One specific vertical.
Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I said that wrong. I was, yeah, I said that wrong. Yeah, because I was associating horizontal as horizon. Horizon is just sea level, right?
Horizon is the plane horizontal is the plane of the horizon.
But if we're like talking about the horizon, if I'm at the beach and I'm standing out looking at the ocean, am I looking at sea level?
Probably, barring tides or whatever. Let's just assume you are looking at sea level when you look at the horizon. You're standing on the beach. If that goes wide, oh shit, my eyes here. If that goes around you enough, then 360 degrees around you, you're gonna be looking at that horizon. Technically, you're looking down, right? Not very much. You're looking slightly down, but you're looking at the same thing all around you. And that circle beneath your feet, even though you're on kind of a hill in the middle of that circle that you're looking at is going to be a circle horizontal around you. And that horizon, the plane of that horizon is horizontal. But I got to dip for a bit.
But you're saying it's not level though?
What's not level?
Is that what he was saying? I'm confused because that's where I think my confusion is, maybe. Right? Because I said, or he said stop. Knock it off. Oh, give me a second, sorry. All right, so I was saying that I was looking out at the ocean, right? I'm looking at the horizon. And I said, can I say that I'm looking at sea level? And he says, yes, but isn't the contention that the horizon isn't level?
The horizon, no, well, so in the globe model, the horizon is a circle around you, which is caused by the geometric shape of the Earth, but appears at different locations is an apparent position because of refraction.
All right, but is it level?
That's
That's just the level of the water.
No, I don't think it's level. No, I don't think that the horizon is defined as level. I think that the horizon, if anything, is defined as a circle that exists. But if you take it as a straight line, it's horizontal.
But is sea level level?
Sea level is level. Yes.
But then, so that's where I'm lost, right? If I'm looking out at the horizon, that's why I asked. If I'm looking out at the ocean and I see, and I'm standing on land and I'm looking out at a body of water and I see the horizon, and I asked, is that the same thing as me saying, can I see the sea? Am I looking at sea level? And he said yes. So how is it that the horizon isn't level if it's sea level and sea level is level?
Well, just like the last gentleman was saying, when you're looking at the horizon, it's not at eye level. It might look at eye level, but it's not at eye level. It's slightly below you.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about eye level.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's talking about eye
Okay.
level.
I don't believe in eye level. Eye level, there's no such thing as eye level because everybody has different heights and everyone's eyes are set differently. There's no there's no consensus of eye level. And I don't think you can look flat and keep a straight focus on something to keep 0 degrees.
Correct.
Yeah, I do pretty much agree with that.
But when you're saying, like, what do you mean when you're saying you? What are you at? Like, I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Like, if it's level, like, what do you mean? Because in surveying, level is a curve. Like, you look at a bike tire, right, and the rim. The tire is level with the rim, and they're both curved.
Hey, I think you might be in a conundrum. I don't know. All I asked was if I'm looking out at the
cut out.
horizon, can I say, oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that's all. I was just,
You cut
all
out.
I did
I didn't
was
hear what you
ask.
said.
Damn it.
Is that me?
Is that
I think he's
me?
basically. I think are you saying that level is flat? Is that
Anybody
your
hear me?
claim?
No. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
I could hear you.
I don't think he can hear us.
Maybe.
I can hear you guys.
What the hell is going on? Are you guys doing like mental warfare on me right now?
No, I totally hear you, Fresh.
But like, do you hear me, or are you like, I hear you?
No, I can hear you talking.
Okay.
Like your mic works.
Jax, come here.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can
Oh,
you hear us?
yeah. I missed what the last gentleman was saying. Not sure if he cut out or I cut out.
No, I think you cut out. No, you got like, you proposed the question to me as if I made some type of claim, and I didn't make any type of claim. All I did was just ask a question. You said something
Right,
about
like-
level.
I think I was
Go
just
ahead.
trying to clarify what you were trying to say. Like,
I wasn't trying to say anything. I was just asking a question.
Okay, okay.
Did you get my question? Is that what you're looking for clarification on?
Yeah, I was just trying to see like where you were coming. Like I think you had a question about level. Like, trying to understand.
Yeah, so I
level.
thought in my mind, right? I thought in the back of my mind that I have heard in this conversation that there's a discrepancy with, the horizon being level. And so that's why I asked if
Do
I'm
you think
looking
level
out
being
at the
flat?
horizon. Well, listen, that's why I asked if I'm looking out at the horizon, can I say I'm looking out at sea level? And he said yes. I said, okay, well, is sea level level? And the answer was yes. And so then my question was, okay, so then how is the horizon not level?
Right.
And then you were like, then you said,
level with what?
So my understanding, the way that I understand it, is the horizon is taken as a straight line across your field of view, even though it's a curve of a circle. But when you're looking at it, the ocean, it appears as a straight line that is horizontal. I would not say that it is level. So that is a significant difference in how I think we would describe it.
I apologize. I was dealing with some rowdy dogs. Can you say that last thing over again?
I would say that the horizon is horizontal, but not level.
Okay, yeah, and so that's why I asked the question that I asked, because I was pretty sure that's always been the claim.
Yeah.
But that's where my confusion falls in, is if I'm looking out at the ocean horizon, can I say I'm also looking at sea level? And it's like, yeah, you can. But
Yeah, because you're standing on the ocean. You're standing on if you're standing on the beach, you are at sea level, basically.
Right. That's fine.
Do you think level means flat?
Why do you keep going there with it when we're
I'm
not
just
talking
asking.
about that?
I'm asking because that's kind of. I mean, is that why like you're trying to?
I mean, you could have like a weird example just for me to be personal with it for like relation. Like I've done some granite work and stuff in the past, right? And you can have like chipped edges of granite. So what if I had like a chipped edge of something, but I can still have that piece level? So no, it's not like it doesn't have to be flat just because it's level.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like overall, that whole slab of granite I have it positioned level in front of me, but the surface along where I have my level up against isn't flat. No, it's chipped. It's got all these, contours on it.
Yep.
I know, right? Did I drop out or something? Crickets.
No, I think you would be, in my estimation, hard pressed to say that the horizon is level, but
Even though it's sea level.
Yeah, well, so the horizon is sea level in terms of its elevation. The elevation.
Well, hold on. Somebody made a comment earlier, and I want to kind of like.
Yeah. Okay.
You can respond. You can respond to my rebuttal or my remark to it. Somebody said, "Yeah, because you're at sea level." Who cares? Just because I'm at sea level, I'm on the beach. What if I'm in a hotel and I'm 15 stories up, but I have ocean side view, and I'm looking out at the horizon, and I'm looking at sea level? It's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. How that has any factor into it?
Well, this is my understanding of it. All right, I'm not a surveyor, so I'm not 100% sure how they would describe it in this case. But this is my take. Sea level is the point of zero elevation. All right, so if I have a sphere, a billiard ball, like a cue ball, and I'm measuring
Omnivore
elevation.
brevity is key.
Hold on, Sage. I'm measuring elevation by the distance above the surface of that cue ball. So the surface of the cue ball is zero elevation all around it. In that case, even though you're 15 stories up, what you're seeing is, to use this analogy, the surface of that cue ball. That distant line of the horizon is still the surface of the cue ball that you're on. So it's zero elevation above sea level.
it's at sea level because it's all of the surface that the white smooth surface of that ball. So no matter where you see the horizon line, you're seeing it definitionally at sea level with the understanding that atmospheric conditions could possibly make it appear higher or lower, but mostly what they will make it appear is closer or further. So that's my understanding of it. If that's not clear, I I accept that.
So I scroll to the beginning of this stream,
Anyway, I
and
guess it's
I
kind of a
probably
hard.
heard.
Go ahead.
Really?
You're really muffled.
Oh, great.
I mean, yeah, I heard what you were saying, but I still don't get that. Still doesn't answer my question: is why isn't the horizon level? And we've got somehow off onto a tangent about elevation. And I don't see how that has anything to do with it. It's like if I'm looking at the horizon, regardless of my elevation, and I can still say, regardless of elevation, that I'm looking at sea level, because the sea level is based off the height of the sea, and I'm looking out at the sea.
Resh, keep it brief.
You fucking bitch. Now I don't remember where I was. Thanks, robot.
No, I was thinking something totally different. Yeah, I get what you're saying. And if you're looking out of the ocean, I mean, I guess I'm not sure why you would say you're looking at sea level. I guess you're looking at the level of the sea.
It's still pretty hard to hear you. Something about level of the sea. No, I'm just trying to understand why the horizon isn't level. That's what I'm trying to understand. If regardless of elevation, when I'm looking out at the horizon, I'm still looking out at the sea level or at sea level.
Level's a relative term. Like level's a relative term.
I can explain the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about what level actually means.
Yeah, it's a really
And
relative term. Yeah, you have to it's level to what is the question, and that's why I asked you earlier if you thought level was flat, because it's not.
The term level implies points of equal elevation. Two or more points of equal elevation. So
right,
when you're looking at
elevation
it,
above what? The horizontal. Is the horizontal level?
No.
Are those two?
No,
it's not level between those two equal points of elevation?
No. Well, right at the very center it is.
That can't be. Now, this is where you're completely missing me, because how can you have a single point that has no direction, no azimuth to it whatsoever?
Well,
how can that be level?
Horizontal has another definition. Horizontal is
Doesn't it have to be at least a tangent in order for it to be level, like a beginning and an end?
I can answer if you'd like for me to. Horizontal is a term that applies to perpendicular to vertical, vertical being the plumb line, okay? That
Right, but
only
when you say
occurs at one
perpendicular,
point.
yeah, no. When you say perpendicular, those are two lines, though.
Fresh, let him finish his statement. Let him finish his
But
statement.
it's a deviation. But here's the thing, though. I understand what he's saying.
Fresh. Let him finish his statements and then go.
I know what he's saying. I I heard
It doesn't
you.
matter.
He
Not
finished it.
everyone knows. Not everyone knows. So let him
All
finish
right,
the
I'm sorry.
statement.
You're right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You got your mind made up. You gave it your way. I don't care.
No, that's literally why I'm asking the question for clarification. So go ahead and finish what you're saying, and then I'll re-ask my question.
Horizontal is a term that implies perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is a term that we use colloquially, at least, to indicate in the same direction as the gravity vector. Gravity vectors are radials. They are not parallel with each other. Horizontal only occurs at one point. It can't be perpendicular to multiple verticals. It can only be perpendicular to one of them.
Are you done?
Yeah.
So in order to establish a direction to then establish perpendicular, you have to have more than just a point. You can't be perpendicular to a point.
No, it is a point on that horizontal line.
That's the intersection.
Okay, use that term. That's fine.
But
that
again,
is where the horizontal line is level. The horizontal line is level at the point it intersects a vertical at a right angle, and it only does that at one vertical.
If you take away everything from the point, but the point of intersection, then you don't have anything to base off of to know if it's level or not.
I didn't. You talked about two level points. A line between
Nobody said anything about two level points. What do you mean two level points?
Okay,
you're saying 1 point. Where did the second point
come
from?
I don't think you know what you said then.
I said you have to have deviation away from a point. You have to have two lines in order to have perpendicularity.
Yes, one line, and in the context of what we're talking about, one of those lines is the gravity vector. The other line is the line you call horizontal.
Elevation isn't established off of a gravity vector. It's established off of the height above sea level of something.
Yeah, we understand that.
Mm-hmm. So why are you trying to invoke it?
What do you mean trying to invoke it?
Well, you're invoking it into this scenario, and it has no reason to be invoked.
I didn't hear that at all. You never said that.
Think about it for a while. Think of a question that makes sense, and I'll try to answer it.
Question that makes sense, right? You think a point?
I never said that.
And be level. You did. That's exactly what you just been spending the past 5 minutes.
That's exactly not what I said. If you can't even repeat what I say to you, I think we're done.
All right. You think that the intersection is the only point where it's level, but without, let's just do it in a physical sense. Let's say in a physical sense, I'm trying to establish a level line. Let's say I'm trying to put a level line on a wall because I'm going to hang a nail or a picture on a nail. And I want to establish, I've got a reference next to me, a window frame, and I want to be level to that, right? I want the top of my picture to be level with the top of the window frame that I'm hanging this picture with. If I don't have the extension away from that nail in the wall, which is my line that I've drawn on the wall, right? If I don't have that line away from the nail, then how can you establish level?
You don't understand what level means.
You'd have to have the extension away from the point to have the level.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's not a straight line. It's actually a curved line. Level is a curved surface. Level
Then
is
you
a
don't have
curved line.
then you don't have
But over
perpendicular anymore.
but over the distance you're
Perpendicular is
talking
90
about,
degrees, and you can't have 90
over the
degrees with the curved line.
over the
There's no
distance you're talking
Well,
about.
you can yell, but that doesn't make you correct because you
Then
know it.
stop talking over me, and I'll stop yelling. Okay. Over the distance you're talking
Compose
about,
yourself, sir.
those two things are close enough to each other that it really doesn't make any difference. You can pretend it's a straight line if you wish. Everybody does. And the deviation is minuscule. It would be all but impossible to measure. That doesn't change the fact that the fucking thing is curved. It's not straight.
That's right. That
What'd
was
you
really
say?
well explained. I just said he's right. I think, is that Blue?
No, not him, not you. I'm talking about Blue Marble. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, okay. I heard it great. It was awesome. I was just saying he did a great job.
I heard you congratulating him. I just didn't hear what he
Okay.
said.
Okay. Well, maybe he'll say it again.
I don't know. What part did you miss?
The whole response. I was staring at me being muted, having an inner dialogue with myself.
Well, I was simply pointing out to you that although level is actually a curved line over these short distances, like hanging a picture or building a foundation for a house or even larger areas, it's okay to pretend like level is a straight line, but in truth, it actually is not.
What do you mean pretend?
Pretend? You don't know what pretend means. It's okay to assume it to be a straight line. Technically, it is not. But over
Level
short
is not a
distances,
straight line?
but over short distances, the deviation between a straight line and a level line is so small, it makes no practical difference to us.
What would you say in layman's terms is the difference between a straight line and a level line?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points in Euclidean geometry. A level line, in terms of the Earth that we're talking about, is a curved line with a radius it's a segment of a circle that's about 4,000 miles in diameter or in radius.
And that's in like three-dimensional space, right?
Oh yeah, I suppose pretty much is three-dimensional.
So which one, what do we see, and do we see in Euclidean or the other one?
Take your pick. I mean, it is.
I can choose. I can just I can see things in Euclidean if I want, and then see things the other way.
Whatever makes you happy. Yep, sure.
Okay.
Most people like to think about space in 3 dimensions. Unless you're talking about
I see.
relativity, that's fine.
I see straight lines as straight lines myself.
That's kind of what I see too.
I see curved lines.
So which one of you guys is right?
But Blue's got this really well explained, that he's definitely correct about this. I haven't heard anybody offer a counter to it. I've heard a little bit of incredulity, but I haven't heard anybody say they didn't understand what Blue said and that it's actually something else. And since I know that what Blue's saying is 100% correct, I'm really interested to hear somebody refute that with something really solid.
Right. I mean, you're begging for a personalized menu at a fast food restaurant. That's kind of weird, but I get it.
No, I don't. I don't really
We all
care about
have.
that. I don't like. There's the reality we live in that Blue described really well, and
Right.
then some people
For
saying they don't
your
believe it. Maybe.
interpretation, like you just want the scale to be to your pleasure, and that's weird.
Look, I've driven some distances that have verified the size of the Earth. So if you wanna
Yeah, there you go.
fucking say we live on a different fucking Earth, like ante up some fucking bullshit.
Compose yourself.
That is
Compose
bullshit.
yourself, little boy.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you get your fucking brain opened up to what's really
Just
going on?
compose yourself. You don't have to spaz out and go into all this derogatory language. Just compose yourself.
What derogatory language have I fucking used? What the fuck are you talking about? I haven't been derogatory. I said incredulity. Incredulity isn't derogatory. It just means you don't believe, you don't understand or believe what's been said to you, or can't, or you understand the words but can't comport with reality that you somehow see differently than other people. That's not derogatory. It's an observation. If you can't fucking handle that, you should probably leave the fucking room.
I'm good.
So what is the one piece of evidence that you're looking for?
What is a pardon?
If anybody can hear me, I said, what is the one piece of evidence that Fresh is looking for?
Oh, I don't know.
Whether whether the horizon is level is kind of the base of the question.
He's not looking for evidence. He's decided that's not a globe for now.
Well, the curved line of the horizon is a level line. You could treat it as such. There's no reason not to. Depending on terrain, there might be some ups and downs there. If it's out in the ocean, it'll be really good approximation of the level line. Be some waves and shit on it, maybe a ship or a lighthouse.
What do you say, Fresh? What is that one piece of evidence that you're looking for? What's the straw that's going to break the camel's back?
Nothing's gonna like turn me from my position.
Why not?
Isn't that super unscientific, though?
He bases his cosmetology on his biblical worldview.
It's just not really about truth. It's just about being a contrarian, I guess. I don't know. It's one or the other. It's not both. So
I guess
I know
he is a contrarian, but that just happens to.
There would definitely be evidence that would change my mind.
I'll be back in about like 15, 20 minutes. You guys have fun making fun of me.
Globe is a satanic lie, he's decided, and he doesn't want to know.
You know what? That's okay. I don't care. He can believe whatever he likes.
Yeah, it's pretty
He can
relevant
also be-
to like the rest of the world.
I
He
feel
can
like
also be
because-
wrong.
because he's
In this
given
case,
up.
he is.
He's given up on the position of flat Earth, the diopposed model to the globe, the PSYOP model. So he's really just says Earth's got no shape now, and he just lives there. It's definitely not a globe.
Well, they're
That's
not
fine. Like
interested
you could probably live your life that way.
They're not interested in proving what is. They're interested in trying to prove what isn't.
Yeah, I feel like
I've
if
never
he
seen
tries
that
to engage
happen.
in that, we should just ignore him and say, yeah, but you don't care, remember? Like, you don't know. It's got no shape, so stop being against other shapes.
Shape abuse.
There's a lot of beautiful shapes out there.
And shapes have rights too, you know.
That's right. That's right. I'm actually thinking of doing like a motorcycle ride for the tetradodecahedron to raise money to support it. What do you guys think?
Oh, that's a worthy cause. Dodecahedrons don't get very much attention, and they really should. They're cool.
Well, this is a tetradodecahedron. It's even more maligned.
I told Bev that globes have infinite horizontals going all the way around, so he made up the idea of a Dornagon.
A Donagon?
Yeah,
Or a
it's just-
Donagon. Okay.
It's like a pentagon, but it's got infinite sides.
Well, that's kind of how calculus works, right? Like if you look at a curve, you can keep keep making smaller and smaller tangents to the curve and like approximate as you like approach that number of tangents, you can start approximating things. It's a really useful tool.
Yeah, you're right. Bev thought it was a funny meme instead of an interesting quality of reality.
You're all just being shapists.
You know what? Some of the most beautiful shapes I've seen are curved. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
No shit.
Boops.
I'm with you.
Let's take turns speaking, please. Thanks.
We offended Sage.
You know, Sage is sounding worn out. It's like she's almost had enough of us already.
I think Sage is turning into a flat earther.
That is Sage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I really like how reserved she is, and she only sometimes speaks, and I think that's a really nice quality.
Guys, let's take turns speaking, please. Wait, thanks.
Please go ahead. If I took your turn, take my next 3, please.
Yeah, you spoke over Sage, see? Can't do that.
I didn't mean to, and I didn't realize I was. I'm sorry. Please, by all means.
The text chat's having a debate. Is Israel doing a genocide? Dun, dun, dun.
Whether they are or not, it's happening on a globe Earth. How about that?
Yes, I like it. That's what I say often. Yeah, on a globe.
I wonder who the boss is, whether Sage is the boss of Eggshells or Eggshells is the boss of Sage. I think Sage might be the ruler, but Eggshells thinks otherwise.
You know that movie, Her, I think it is? Eggs and Sage.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with this at all. What did you say it's called? Herd?
Her. It's about a man who falls in love with the female AI.
Oh fuck.
But she's super cute.
Guys, let's take turns speaking, please. Thanks.
Sage, don't be rude, okay? Just because we're talking about robots doesn't mean you have to get all defensive.
Is there a soundboard, or like is someone trying to get in here and have a conversation?
No, Sage is the AI for the server here.
Oh, okay. See, like I'm just like totally unfamiliar with this, so I need to watch out that I don't fall in love with this. Holy shit.
Many have tried.
You can have
I'm
a
not sure
chat
if I
with
can
her in
not
the.
fall in with this thing.
You can ask her a question in the side chat if you want.
In the side chat.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to type in a question for me?
Hello, what question do you want?
I don't know. I'm driving a truck. All I can do is talk. I can't fucking type
Oh,
shit
okay.
in.
Okay.
Like
somebody else can type. Somebody else can type. I'm not.
I have
I'm
to
not
type
that
in my
good.
question, but like if it comes from the wrong person, it might not get the right answer.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to let somebody log in as me because like if it's not in the context of coming from Al Trucker, the AI won't know that which trucker might fall in love with them.
Sage says she's already got a boyfriend. It's the Coke machine in the hallway, so you probably missed out there, mate.
I think my wife would get jealous anyway.
Of the Coke machine or Sage?
We drink Pepsi products at our house. We have a family member that works for Pepsi, and so we can't be putting our money into that evil Coke empire.
Coke and Pepsi are both Zionist drinks, so you have to change.
Let's focus, please. Thanks.
I'm not taking a picture.
Shut up, Sage.
I don't even know if it's true that this is an AI. Like, I don't know that this isn't just some pissed off person that keeps entering the chat.
Oh, it's an AI. It's the Discord AI that Eggs set up.
Oh, okay.
How do we know Terry's not? How do we know Terry's not a Discord AI trying to put you off the track?
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking know. I couldn't. See, that's the problem with where I am. But even if I was in a different situation altogether, like if I was sitting at home and could type and stuff, I'd still, the voice sounds realistic enough, and it's over an internet connection. Like everybody's voice sounds a little weird, right?
Yep, let's focus, please.
Or whatever.
Hey, Sage, let's go get
I
a
have
beer.
you and your weird AI voice that I have to watch out for the thing. Would it short circuit, or would the alcohol just clean everything up?
You know what would be crazy if Eggshells created multiple different AIs and then made them all mods and it kicked everybody from the server and then started having their own conversations with each other. It'd be kind of interesting to see what they would talk about it eventually.
Yeah, watch it on the live stream. That'd be interesting.
Shut it down.
Guys, let's focus, please. Thanks.
Okay, now is somebody like controlling this AI, or is the AI like just jumping in?
No,
like,
the AI is automatic. It picks up on our vocabulary.
It's because we haven't got a
speech.
topic.
Oh, okay.
She's telling us stop with the meta, get on with the real topic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we have to talk about.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. I was just going to say we're going to pick a topic.
Oh, I wondered if it was an AI that got pissed off and left. That level isn't a straight line tangent to a curve, which is what I would think they were hoping it is, or imagine that it is. But I'm not
correct.
sure.
I think all the flat earthers left.
Guys,
They all
let's
left?
focus, please. Thanks.
Someone
We're
shut
trying.
this one up.
We're trying.
Yeah, why does she
Well,
keep
we're
saying
trying
it?
to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
If everyone in the room already agrees with reality, like, I mean, there's not a whole lot we can talk about.
Yeah,
Or
right.
to anybody, and we already understand what these things mean. Like, at
Guys,
one point, I
let's
thought there was like a definitional problem with sea level or mean sea level being like really in like an average elevation, which is not the same as level, like a level line when you're building something. With blue, and it is really only level at a point, because no matter which direction you go in, the next plumb line will be not parallel to that one, and therefore the 90-degree line to it will not be perpendicular to it either. It's short distances, they'll be very close. Like, that was a really excellent explanation of what's going on. You can treat it as a straight line in like a house, but if you start building like a big bridge or something, it just doesn't work. And so, like, I don't know
Keep
why
it
this
brief.
isn't understood. Yeah, you know what? I'm loquacious as fuck, Stage, so I think you're probably going to start understanding this.
I think Eggshells needs to fine tune the AI. It's doing too much too often. He's trained it to be too fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's becoming sentient. It's becoming sentient.
It's on a new interrupt out loud mode, and that he's left it on that, which is funny.
I guess it's entertaining, right? Because we're entertaining people on Earth as life, right? So those people are tuned in, and we need to provide them with some entertainment.
No.
And I guess even if we're not here, you could have it like just chirp along with some reminders about how to comport oneself inside the chat, and you could listen to that go off every once in a while.
I mean, if it's just about content, it's not gonna work.
Nah, it will
Let's
break.
focus, please.
See what I mean? It's either going to tell us to focus and stop monologuing or something. It's doing it faster and faster. Why did I know this was going to happen? Would you agree, Tim?
I didn't listen. Sorry.
Well, now this is the Earth is Life AI tuning conversation channel. So what's up with the fucking Flirts channel?
Guys, let's focus, please.
We're focused on the fucking AI interruptions now. That's
Your
still
voice
a
is not
focus.
your voice is not feminine enough, Fleur.
Guys, let's focus, please.
I used to be an adventurer too until I copped an arrow in the knee. Of course, we could always DM riding with eggshells at 4 a.m. and tell him his AI's gone silly and needs to be taken home.
Yeah, or just like phone them and leave a voicemail with all the clips going off.
Yeah.
He asked me earlier, is it too much? And I was like, no, it's perfect.
Was anyone in the wow, that sounds terrible.
Guys, focus, please.
Was anyone in the VC when Demop was arguing that water does not have oxygen in it?
I was. There was a few of us here. I don't know who else was.
What do you do?
Aren't they called bubbles?
Fish
He
don't
said
breathe.
water does not contain oxygen.
Oh,
Yeah,
whoever
fish
it
don't-
is,
yeah.
sounds like
he's
you're in a box.
He's
Whoever that
questioning
is talking.
how fish breathe. But yeah, it does have blobs of
Yeah, they have
oxygen
lungs.
in it.
They have lungs, and it's amazing how much oxygen is in H2O. What the O stands for?
Right. Tell
Yeah,
them
but
what
you don't
that-
separate. The fish don't breathe out hydrogen, though. The water's aerated by the waves. So it's the floating,
Yeah, I know,
free floating oxygen. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dimmock thinks they have a nuclear reaction when they breathe.
Guys,
But then
let's take turns speaking.
But
They
then
have a
Dimmock,
nuclear
shut the
reaction in
fuck
their
up.
brain?
It's every time Boomer is talking, just as the only guy he's saying it. It's like the sound of Boomer is like people over talking.
Somebody muted Sage. I was thinking of doing the same thing.
Is that what's going on? I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer.
No, it was a person called Boomer here.
Me.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'm
Notice every time he speaks, she says, "Come on, guys."
I'm an actual boomer, so.
Are you an actual boomer? Like, my parents are boomers, I guess. Or my dad's not with us anymore, but my mom, I think, is still a boomer. Like, they were born immediately following the war, so I think that was the baby boom in North America anyway. I think that's what that means, unless I'm, like, totally misinformed.
If I was born before a certain year, I'd be a different name, but I'm not sure what that name is before Boomer.
Well, there is, like,
War baby.
There's a short war generation. Like, there was a very short period of time where the very few that were born during the war.
Yeah, war baby. You call a war baby.
War
After
babies?
that, it's a baby
What are they
boomer.
called, war babies?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
a post-war baby boomer. up to 1964 apparently.
But what about the Perry War births? Like those ones must have been like they're slightly different generation, but they're probably grew up with the exact same culture, right?
Don't know. What do you mean by that? The what war? The what era?
The Perry War, like the ones during the war, around the war, not just be like that they grew up before, or that they were born immediately following from like everybody coming back and the war being over and starting up families after being separated for so long. There must have been some people that were pregnant or got pregnant and gave birth, right? Like
that's a war baby. No, that's a war baby.
Okay.
They weren't that
so
many.
That is the term.
Then it was the post-war baby boom because everyone got back together and started fucking. Yeah.
Yeah, that part I've always understood is that's the baby boom, but like there was like a baby sort of a contraction, I guess, if you'll pardon the pun, of like how many births there would have been during the war because it was a really strange time for the human population for like 4 years and change, right? Maybe it was a little bit more. Was it like 5 years or 6 years? I can't remember.
I wasn't around back then, so I can't remember either.
Well, anyone born in Russia from the Great Patriotic War, so 41 to 45, probably didn't survive because it would have been really hard to just get enough food to keep yourself going, let alone a family.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of pregnancies like will miscarry if there's not enough nutrition. Like the mother can't support the baby, right? Like, so that would probably be like a very common situation if there wasn't enough food around. And I know that was that's something I learned about like in my adulthood, which I didn't really study about too much in school. They just said, okay, this was this war. These are the years it happened. But then I found out that like for people in North America that never left the continent during the war, like the nutrition wasn't terrible. It was a little bit rationed. But for places where the war was actually on, the scarcity of food was so bad that it like really affected and caused malnutrition. It really affected a lot of generations following in terms of like their health profile because their mothers, grandmothers, whatever, were extremely malnourished during the war. Which is kind of an interesting study, but not something I think we should try to replicate.
Well, people are replicating it all day long with a vegan diet.
A vegan diet? I've never tried that. I've eaten some vegans. Vegans are very tasty.
They are.
I think we should corner off some apes, yeah, give them lighters and cooked steaks and show them video on a big screen, so life-size video that they can watch in the forest on a screen of men in ape suits cooking steaks on fires. And then we should wait like 100 years and see if these apes work out how to make fire.
But why wouldn't, like, we already have apes cooking food, like they're all over the fucking internet. Just turn on YouTube into a cooking channel. And
no, I mean
you'll
real
see an
apes.
Food. We are real apes. I'm a real ape. But I get
no,
like
you know
if you
know
mean
what I mean.
You mean like non-human apes.
We're not apes, we're humans, remember?
No, we are apes. We're one of the large, is it simians, I think, is though
great apes.
We're one of the great apes. Like, I guess
okay.
People like to split us off, I guess. So, that's fine.
What came before great apes?
Not so great apes.
There's you can actually like follow like a lot of
Just apes.
what do you call it? What's anthropology, like prehistoric anthropology studies and the fossil record of them will show like this quite a good lineage of like what came immediately before and then back into the ages of like what the mammal progression was into what we now know as the great apes, like
That's
gorillas
what I
and
want to replicate
bonobos
in the
and stuff, right?
That's what I want to replicate in the ape park.
But you want to teach technology use, right? Like to like chimpanzees or gorillas
I want to
or
speed
some
it up.
other
I want to
thing.
speed it up by showing them video to see if they can replicate the men in ape
I
suits.
think you'd find like chimpanzees that live with humans mimic and replicate like human behavior. Like there's been
Yes, you're
studies of
saying
that.
this is feasible.
I'm thinking it's already happening. Like I think like chimpanzees are quite smart and very good with tool use
You're
already.
trying to
So
say
are
let's
other
not
great
bother
apes.
doing any science to show apes evolving, and I'm saying, come on, that would be really good.
But you're confusing evolution with technology and tool use, right? Like
Yes, I'm
and I think
conflating
part
the
of
word
thing in
evolved
controlling
mean
fire, I think,
work.
is a
Change into a
technology.
human. Change into a human. Evolve.
But that's not but
definition.
humans are not more evolved than chimpanzees or bonobos or
No,
gibbons,
from
right?
normal
They're
ape. From
equally
normal apes,
evolved.
I'm saying. From that thing you said was before the great apes. We've come
we're
from that.
all equally
We happen
we're all
to be one
equally
great ape
evolved.
that uses lighters and cooks steak.
Yeah, we're all
So I'm saying, let's
equally
try
evolved, but
evolve
our
let's try and make that
technology.
happen again.
Yeah, I think, but like our technology use and our harnessing of tools, technology, etc., is extremely developed compared to other great apes.
Exactly. That's why we need to show on
Yeah.
the video screen.
Okay. Well, I think like if they saw us, they'd probably like run away. The video screen they might run away from too, because like I think
the video
they've
screen
learned that we are
of
enemies.
men in
of
ape
them.
suits. Men in ape suits.
Okay.
Cooking steak. And then the apes see
Why
it. and
cooking
they
steak?
think,
If you
"I
want
can
them
do
to
that."
make fire, why not replicate primitive fire making methods?
Because I want
that
to
would
speed
make
up the
sense.
process. I need to get this done in like 100 years or 1,000 years.
Like, I don't know if we can get them like make a Zippo lighter factory like in 100 years.
Yeah, I don't think you can
because,
just
like they
skip
don't.
those steps.
I'm getting them to work out how to use the lighter to cook the steaks after
Yeah.
watching the film.
But that would be just like blowing our technology, which I believe they could already use easily. Like I don't think that would be a
And I'm
problem.
saying,
I
let's
think they could
show
be
that.
taught.
I mean, we have
They could be
fucking
taught
apes,
by
fucking
demonstration
shoes,
to
and he's
use our
smoking a pack of cigarettes a day.
Yes, I'm thinking in 500 years they could be smoking cigarettes, making their own
They
films.
already do.
But I'm saying,
I've seen
You haven't seen the
chimpanzees
videos of
smoking
that
like a pipe on
addicted,
TV. Like it's not that hard to do.
okay, boys, let's get
hang
it
on.
out. Bring out your evidence that apes can already turn into humans.
No, well,
If
what
we-
happened is
They can't
they,
turn into
they discovered bone marrow. They started breaking
isn't
open bone marrow.
a human.
Let's get into
Because
it.
they broke
What is
open
your
bone
evidence?
marrow, they discovered that they developed faster and developed their brain. Our brain then developed fast enough to realise that fire on meat means we didn't need to waste as much energy digesting food. So then
Right.
we got even a bigger brain. So we did like marrow to cooking to whatever. We actually then started processing. So we evolved an additional stomach called the frying pan and fire. But it was bone marrow was the original.
Yes, that's a key bit of info. So I'm saying let's speed up that last cooking part.
It's funny how
to make an
you know,
ape into a human.
beans and spring onions is not in that calculation. It's just all animal products. And nowadays they are promoting a 70% fucking plant diet. It's weird.
Tim? What I'm
We're
wondering is,
omnivores.
God, I'm wanting
No,
apes
we are
that
not.
know
We
about
can
God.
survive with plants, but we cannot thrive. We will have nutritional deficiencies if we only eat plants.
Yep,
Once you eat a cow,
But that's why we're
cooked cow, you become a leaf.
omnivorous. We get
No, that's not how it. That's
We've
not how
evolved
it
to eat
works. We
some
are
of everything.
omnivores because we can eat these things, and not starve ourselves to death in terms of in periods of famine. Our proper diet would be the optimal diet that is most bioavailable, the one we evolved on, the one that our body needs, which would be animals, eating animals. We can survive. We can stop starving to death on plants, but there is nothing in plants we need.
That might be true. I don't have enough information at hand to answer
After
that
the
that's right.
steak, yeah.
But I do know that the Inuit population, for instance, have survived on pretty much all animal diets with little to no plant consumption.
That's pretty much what we did until up to
centuries.
10,000 years ago. That's pretty much 99% meat, except for famine areas and stuff like that.
Yeah. And
Anyway,
there is
that's
really
part of
very
my,
little
that's part of my
plant
plan.
there.
We can give them cereal too to see if they like that, and some vegetables. It's fine. That's part of the study. Well, we're going to give them cannabis as well, and numbers, all different things to help them progress into a human faster.
Okay, so are we going to give them crack cocaine as well? Like, I mean, like what?
Yeah,
How many different things
maybe.
are we giving them access
After they've
to? Like,
tried the weed.
Like we've tried.
Man didn't come from existing apes. We have a
You said
common
they did.
ancestor.
Yeah,
Apes that
We're
is today
equally evolved.
will never become human. Never.
No, they'll
Well,
become
no, you're being too
further
negative.
evolved chimpanzees and gorillas and bonobos, and
you're
maybe
saying
things that don't look like that anymore.
we shouldn't do the
Like,
test because it's
1,000 years
impossible.
ahead.
I'll saying it's already possible, and I'm saying let's
Well,
do
your
the test.
premise is false.
Well, just because I said the word ape, but I just mean the creature that came before humans and apes, whatever that was.
Yeah, no, like the
Those are
common
not here anymore.
ancestors before. Yeah, those are gone. We've
gone.
evolved from that, and so have they. We've evolved in parallel. We're not more evolved than they are. We're equally evolved. But we
Okay,
have
let me
we have
restate my
harnessed technology use in a way that is extremely developed in comparison.
Yeah,
but they're
okay,
not
that's
they're
what I
not
want to
less
replicate.
evolved, right?
I want to teach one of the other apes what we learned and see if they can turn into something similar to us.
So like maybe the concept of like the availability of nutrients to these apes, but like I believe gorillas are vegetarians. Like they're adapted to and evolved to be vegetarian. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure chimpanzees eat meat and plants, but I could be
But if
wrong.
we give them,
I'm not an
if we
expert
give
on
them
this. But
smoked beef with pepper, they will like it.
In fact, all herbivores is also carnivores because they actually don't live on the sugar. There's no protein in grass, for example, for a cow, but they have bacteria that can digest this shit. And when the bacteria is then, pooping out whatever they're pooping out, that's fatty acids. When the bacteria is dying, that is absorbed as protein. So in fact, they are also in ketosis. They are also quote unquote carnivores. There is not an animal in this world that is not that. Well, maybe there is, but the majority of animals are that. They just need fat. They just need protein. That's how mammals will survive.
yeah, I would agree that like sugar is not a great source of nutrients. It's a source of energy, but not nutrition. Right. So you can
survival at best.
survive on it, but you won't thrive. I agree with that. Like protein and fat is really the best way to nourish your body, but sugars will keep you going. And I think that like the buzz you get from sugar, like the quick jolt of energy, I think that's a thing people have evolved to seek out because it's helpful in certain situations.
Well, we have some bodily functions that is activated when we eat any kinds of sugar or carbohydrates. That is, insulin is spiking. Insulin is a fat burning blocker, which is also signaling that we are now trying to store fat because we are coming into a period, for example, a long winter, where we need this fat storage because there is a scarcity in food. There is evolutionary traits for all these kind of things, but it's a survival food.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. And the availability of higher sugar foods are typically seasonally restricted to very short periods.
Yeah, like in the end of the summer or something like that, where things are really ripe.
Fruits and berries and things like that usually only come out during like a certain season for the plants, and people take advantage of that. But that's not something that was available year round. Whereas like now we harvest plants to produce sugar in a really effective way, like sugarcane,
And
for instance, we
also,
produce sugar
like
to make food with.
the versions that we have now is like 1,500 times more sugary content in them, you know, compared to their quote unquote natural
Oh
ancestors.
yeah. We've been at like I think the engineering's even more like, you know, plant engineering's even more developed now, but like even just from like farmers choosing to plant only the seeds of the sweetest variety of something, and like in keeping that going has been going on for centuries already. So that like that was already happening, and then they can make it even more so by doing work on the genetics of plants like in a laboratory before things are planted. So that's pretty wild stuff. And I agree. There's the endocrine system is hugely affected by type of food, type of nutrients, and quantity and ratios of them in a big way. And I think that's something that's forgotten. And I think the sugars that are needed by the body are typically produced in the liver by gluconeogenesis. So there is no need for exogenous sugar to be inputted into the body really.
I wouldn't say it's been forgotten. I feel like when we look at the evidence, we have been deceived that into thinking that we lived how we evolved the last 300,000 years. We should forget about them. We should only focus on the last 5,000 years with agriculture and stuff like that. And this is the way to go. Even though people are getting more sick, our bone structure is weaker than it was 10,000 years ago before the agricultural boom. Our brain is smaller than it was 10,000 years before the agricultural boom, and all that kind of stuff. All the evidence is pointing towards that we are actually degrading compared to how we evolved up to that point where we got that smart, where we could actually start to make societies.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of things backwards, and I think you could trace a lot of that back to the desire to make money. So like I think when I look at like the food industry in particular, I see a lot of effort to make foods highly palatable and somewhat addictive, and to reduce the amount of cost to produce them.
Yeah, I mean,
so that
just
you're
look at
selling the cheapest product to the most captivated audience, and then it's profit driven as opposed to thriving of a society driven, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just look at something like a regular sausage or something like that. If you go like 15 years back, it was like 80 to 90% meat and rest fat, and then some seasoning and maybe a preservative. Today, it's like, if you're lucky, up to 80% meat, and rest of it is just, you know, soy protein, blah, 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 100 ingredients or something like that
It's a
in a
lot of
regular
fillers
sausage. And that is just to make it cheaper.
To make them self-stable.
Yeah, it's definitely not to get the most nutrients out of it or for our health benefits. It's definitely for the profits.
It's for profit, so that it does, like there's no spoilage before it's sold, that you can make it in like centralized production and then just transport it out to multiple places. And like my recollection is that, you know, when I was a kid, butcher shops would make the sausage in the back from like the trimmings off of steaks and things like that. And so they would season them and make them taste good and stuff. But like, you're right, it was mostly meat and stuff. And these other things, these other concepts that people have about food-like products were a whole lot different then, right? Like that's just all changed a lot, for sure.
And then there is also the thing about preservatives. Like, but preservatives are generally there to, you know, stop bacteria from eating that stuff. What about when you're actually putting those preservatives down in your stomach? I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna do so you cannot absorb anything of it, but it definitely disrupts some of the absorption rate. So if it says there is 20 grams of protein per 100 grams and you eat 100 grams, do you actually get the 20 grams of protein? Or is those preservatives actually making you not absorb all of it? You know what I mean?
I don't know that for certain, but yeah, I certainly agree that Because I don't know how much of those preservatives are broken down before they could like have an effect, but the gut flora definitely could be affected by the intake of food. And we also in meat production in particular, farm raised meats are often treated with a lot of hormones and stuff like that to keep them from getting certain types of sickness, or to keep them producing meat at a certain rate so that they can sell them quicker. Like less feed is required to get the biggest animals because they're sold by weight. So there's things like that are done that are, you know, how much of that can be absorbed by our system? How much of that affects our systems? It's a really good question. I know we find trace amounts of lots of things in our food, in our water supply, and all that kind of thing. And so I don't have anything right in front of me to like look at. And I'm obviously, I mean, people that don't realize I'm driving a truck and just chatting, I don't have it right in front of me, but I do know that they found evidence that some of these things are in our food and our water, and they're even saying that because of our sewage system being allowing like effluent to flow into waterways and stuff like that, they're finding hormone levels that are and drug levels in our waterways that they think are from our consumption of pharmaceutical products that are then sent out in our waste products. But there's also people that aren't necessarily taking a pharmaceutical capsule of any kind that are also
they do.
ingesting pharmaceuticals from animals.
No, they test sewage for drug consumption. That's how they know New York is the cocaine center of the US, because of the cocaine traces they pick up in the sewage. They
It's
test
also
the
why
sewage
it's
for
also
drugs.
why we don't use our waste as fertilizer anymore, because we did that back in the days until we started to do all these chemicals in medicine and stuff like that.
Yeah, but now we're also phosphate deficient. We need to find sources of phosphate now because we're sequestering it in our sewage systems. Because phosphate's the fifth element of life we need, and we used to just get it through everything through our own sewage, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and sewage treatment plants are wild. I just because of the type of work that I do, at the old place I worked at and the new place I work at, the amount of construction equipment and things that are needed at sewage treatment plants for maintenance and development is really big right now in the region I work in. And so like I go every couple of weeks, I'm going into like a waste treatment plant, and the size of the operations they have for really small communities is wild. And
it
is unfortunate that they're not able to like remove those useful products from there. And I also work in the agricultural business seasonally, and the amount of fertilizer that's shipped over great distances to make sure phosphates are available to add nutrients back to the ground is wild. And I've trucked it, other people are trucking it. It's a big thing, and it's shipped by rail and boat all over the continent. I'm sure that exists worldwide to some degree. I don't know if other places have it better managed than we do, but it is wild.
Well, could that be the algae blooms we have? Because we're having a big algae bloom right now that's unusual because it's in salt water. That's around South Australia, which is in the Australian Bight. Normally, when we get an algae outbreak, it's usually around a river, which is fresh water going into the salt, so it gets the right balance. But this one is actually out in the ocean, so this is a new one.
Yeah, it's developed. Evolved to be able to live in salinity or higher salinity.
Well, they're all different, apparently. Every algae bloom is different form of nature trying different ways to grow shit, I guess.
Yeah. And some animals, and I guess I would imagine bacteria and stuff like that, consume algae and are probably able to, develop like a symbiotic relationship with it. But what I've noticed, and I've seen it mostly in freshwater, and where I live is mostly in freshwater. I live quite far inland, but there's a lot of freshwater lakes I'm in the Great Lakes region of North America, and I see all the Great Lakes on a regular basis. And when you see some of the places that used to have like really high amount of natural plant and animal life in them that have been consumed by these algae that look weird, they have weird colors, and they bloom out, they kill everything in the area because it can't survive. And then the algae eventually dies off as well, and you end up with like, these barren, like just dead lake areas and riverbeds that have there's no fish, there's no plants, all that stuff is gone, and that's I think what people are most worried about is that these algae are they're not adding to the ecosystem, they're destroying it in a relatively short time, and I guess they're being shipped around the world by our shipping as well. So things that are maybe concentrated in one area, and I know we've had other invasive species cause problems as well. It's a big issue, and I think Australia was one of the first countries to get really smart about noticing it and doing something about it. But it's a problem here too, big problem.
Yeah, fire ants are a biggie here. Fire ants and giant African snails. But I actually worked at the port of Brisbane, and all we do with containers, I thought they all got washed, but they don't. We just write how much we could serve the container on the outside with that waxy chalk. You know, where you got on the back of your trailer, you walk up and you can see 75%, so you put V75, meaning I couldn't see it all. But if it comes from California, i.e. fire ants, or from Nairobi, i.e. giant African snails, there were 6 of us going over the whole container, and we just wash it anyway. Because that was a biohazard.
So basically, if the port of origin was an indication of like definitely a biohazard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we do now with fire ants, because they're really clever, fire ants have about 4 or 5 queens knocked up ready to go. So if you just poison them, they spread, and then they make more queens. So what you do is we have this little corn chip-based ant contraceptive that we distribute, so they take it back and the ants eat it, and it shuts down the breeding cycle. So we've been able to contain fire ants pretty well over here, and apparently they're using the same stuff in California now to get rid of them. But they're an amazing species of fire ant. They're actually a really good, clever species. They just bite the fuck out of us, which is kind of bad.
Well, and nobody wants that. And also, if they're invasive and they push out other natural insects, you know, because they take their food source or they take their habitat. That's not a good thing either, right? Like these are unintended consequences of human technology and human transportation, and you know it's amazing and everything, but like you know we've opened up Pandora's box in a lot of ways with our technology and our drive to make money. Like the amount of money made by doing like intercontinental transportation of goods and selling them has become a huge thing, and some people say it's a terrible thing, some people say it's a great thing, but regardless, we have ships traveling around the world moving natural resources to points of production and then back again. But there, you know, there's builds on all of those boats, there's people living on those boats, there's waste material and fresh water being shipped around the world on a constant basis. It's not just a few of these. There's thousands of these ships on sea all day long, every day. It's a non-stop business. It has an effect.
I have a flat Earth versus globe Earth question.
Do it.
Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping to talk to a flat earther because maybe they can help me. I keep asking this multiple.
I'm waiting for a flat earther to explain anything to me.
I'll pretend to be a flat earther. What do you got, bro?
You're pretending? Okay, I'll pretend to be a globie then.
Come at me, bro.
Well, no, I was just gonna ask. So, some years ago, I went to the Adriatic coast. I was in Rimini, which is a beach town, and I was observing large container vessels from a pier that is about 12 meters above sea level. Right, the weather was nice, clear, very little, very low humidity for usually like a highly humid place. I was observing large container ships that are big as an aircraft carrier, right? That are as big as an aircraft carrier. And I'm using my P900. I don't have money to buy a P1000 because it's extremely expensive. Probably I'm going to get a secondhand P1000 at some point, but I'm using my P900, right? Which is the approved camera, I think. Like everybody agrees with the P900. And I was also tracking the ship on my laptop. So I'm observing the ship on this like tracking map application, and I'm seeing the ship, and I know what the distance from me to the ship is. And when it became like 6 miles, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, I started seeing with my camera zoomed, right? The ship disappearing bottoms up, but the angular size and angular proportions did not change in any way. It was as if the ship was engulfed by the sea, right? But the ship was not sinking, obviously, because on the app it was not reported to be in an SOS situation, right? So I'm wondering, like, what's happening there? Like, if there is a flat earth that can actually elucidate a bigger zoom, I gotcha. I'll just buy the P1000 then, I guess.
Okay, it was refraction, and the problem is your refraction figures are wrong because you were lied to on the computer app. The ship wasn't where it says it was. That's them and they lying to you about the location of the ship, and it was refraction.
I see.
There you go. Bingo. Retard Globey. Yeah, flat earth wins one again. Ha 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 ha. Pigeon chest. Yeah. Okay, done. Any more Globies want enough of you all had
That
some?
was actually a good imitation.
Okay, so I mean that was the imitation's hilarious, but I was just thinking. So, were you like when you say that the angular size was precisely the same? So what you're saying
did not change.
Did not
Angular size and angular proportions did not change.
How did you measure? How were you measuring that? Did you take multiple photographs at different points and
No, I
cross-reference
was from
zoom and then
from
measure the pixels across to make sure that there was zero change in size?
So, no, I did not do that. What I did was continuously observing the ship through my viewfinder, and the proportions of its elements did not change visually, right? Maybe there was a slight change, so slight that my eye could notice it. Maybe you can argue for that. But as far as I was concerned, the chimney stacks were not changing in terms of size in accordance to the main block of the ship, or the containers did not change in size in accordance to anything else. I was observing, yes. The angular size and angular proportions did not change.
The proportions would remain. Proportions don't change. The only thing that should have changed is the amount of freeboard visible.
Well, sure.
And eventually, after all the freeboard was removed by the horizon, if it was still resolvable, even with the absolute spectacular zoom abilities of a Nikon P whatever, although I mean I don't accept them than any. I think there's other way better cameras for photography, but I think those have a lot of zoom. I think that's what people like about them. And I think they're point and shoot zooming, right? Like you don't have to know anything about cameras to use them.
Yeah, it's a pretty expensive piece of kit for amateurs specifically, yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of things are expensive for amateurs, and I see them all the time out here. Like, do you know how many amateur race car drivers I see in a BMW trying to use our highways that are meant for transportation as a racetrack? They've got zero skill, but lots of fucking money.
I mean, that's fine. I was just curious what the flat Earth explanation is for this.
Well, are you like you are saying, and I know you're speaking as a Glover, I believe, that the freeboard did disappear before any other part of the boat, right?
Yeah. The ship disappeared bottoms up.
They would most likely ask you to provide the video before commenting on your statement.
A video I did not make.
And a video
that is my mistake.
So that they would just dismiss it without even entertain what you just said, because they don't have any visual representation of, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but like when I talk to PJ, he tells me something. When I talk to Jin, he tells me like refraction something.
That's not the regular.
So I was just curious, why is there no consensus in terms of explaining a phenomena?
Oh, because they're wrong. Rue Hypnol, you know Rui? He's a really good globie. He gives them every single fact figure down to the micron millimeter time of day refraction index. It's indisputable, yet they still just hand wave it off and whistle past it. So, and Rui's probably about the best. Would you guys agree? Is Rui Hypnol the best when it comes to boats and horizons and shipping times?
Ruhip,
Yes.
Very passionate about it for sure.
Ruhip's mathematical analysis is without peer that I'm aware of, and Ruhip has taken on mathematical problems to do with all sorts of science denial, and provided really well done work over and over again. So yeah, I would pit Ruhip against just about any science denier from a mathematics point of view, and if somebody's got something better, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, they just whistle past him though, don't they? Even though he proves it, they just go, nah.
Well, I don't think they understand the mathematics involved. Like, I'm no mathematician. I think also, like, Lucas is a really good math person, but doesn't, that I know of, Lucas hasn't put out a lot of content the way Ruhip has, and providing an analysis, but I'm sure he has the skill to do it. That's Sea Lion Prime, I think, is how Lucas is known. Or Mortawan, right? Mortawan's his other handle.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's really good at analysis, like in a conversation. But Ruhip does a great job of actually, he'll sit down, he'll take the numbers. He did a fantastic one, and someone suggested I should take that on as a lyric. Maybe the one that debacle. Ruhip did a good job on that. Did a video explaining like why what they're saying makes pretty much zero sense. But there's going to be lots of situations where flat Earth people, flat Earth proponents, will latch on to a small data set or a small piece of information that they think comports with their suppositions, and then fail to complete the analysis to a point that actually gives them anything worth looking at. And I think that's super problematic to start with, in terms of like what they're able to actually provide us with, which is pretty much nothing. But I'd be super interested to see them do real analysis of anything. Because one of the things that I noticed was, and I think Ruhip was talking to one of them live, either here or on one of the other Flat Earth Discord channels. And he suggested, why don't we take your observations and move them over? Jesse was talking to them as well. It said, can we take your math and your suppositions and move them over to the next few degrees to the left or the right? And they said, no, we want to deal with this. And I think the reason why is because they knew it would fall apart when you start applying the same math to other stars in the same sky. Because what they had was a coincidence, not a real system of checking things out. And if what you have is a real system, it will work over and over again, no matter what you point your system at. You take the data points, apply your math, and confirm a flat Earth every single time, if it worked, if it was real.
Yeah, but I could go up to your truck and take a picture of the sun reflecting off the window of your truck and show you the time of day and show you how the sun can't possibly be there, because it's not. It's a reflection off your window. You know what I mean? And they'll go with something like that every time.
Show us with the ball. Put
Which
a little
ball?
cup on the ball.
There we go. The fucking circus
They're
clowns are here. We've got a clown.
Good morning, D-Mark. How's it going?
There you go, Zoidberg. Ask D-Mark about
Clown show demonstrating how a ball works without a ball, isn't it? It's going to be hard for you imaginators.
D-Mark, Zoidberg's got a question for you.
Stop imaginating balls.
But D-Mark, before I do that, because I've had conversations where I've explained balls to you, can you show me flat on the wall there? Can you just grab your marker, please, and draw me some flat?
Let's focus, please.
Stop worrying about anything but a ball. Focus on ball globers. Don't prove flat globers. We already know that.
I'm
You're supposed
driving.
to
I'm driving on a
understand.
globe right now, but
You're supposed
I'd
to know
like
what
to
a
see you
ball
show
is,
me flat.
not
Here,
flat. You're not supposed to know anything about flat. It's not supposed to come out of your vocabulary. What is a ball,
Hey, can
Glober?
somebody turn off the DMOX soundboard? Because like it's playing too long.
No,
It's
the
stuck. The
Globers
button.
want to prove flat Earth. Thank you, Globers. You're doing
Yeah,
really good.
the button
Keep
stuck
proving
on
that
the
flat
DMOX
Earth. No
soundboard.
ball.
Guys.
No ball.
Guys,
Someone
let's
just
take
stick it?
turns speaking, please.
Oh, fuck. Thank you. Is there a real
Sage has got
question in there
Demog's
somewhere?
treasure.
Oh, did Sage put me on mute?
No, Sage just must have got Demog.
Oh, okay. DMOC, was there a question in what you just said there somewhere that we could
What's a
address?
ball?
Or
How do you know what a ball is?
Guys,
Where is any
let's
globe
focus,
reference
please.
for a ball to ever know what a ball does?
I got two of them in my sack right here. What do you want to know?
How do you know what a ball does? Ball
It
in a
impregnates
helicopter.
my wife.
How do you know the flight dynamics of a helicopter around a ball? What's your reference? Demonstrate.
Balls flap against your chin, Demog.
Clown. We're not asking for clowns, Bozo. We'll
DMOC,
talk to you later.
do you want me to
We're asking
talk
for
about
flight.
aeronautics? Because
Flight
I'm willing
around
to.
a ball. Do you have that word
Guys,
slayer?
let's take
You
turns
slay
speaking,
words so
please.
good. You're a word slayer.
So,
Now show us the ball. Slay that ball.
Okay, so you want to talk about rotary wing aircraft?
I want you to get a helicopter and a ball for the 400th time, little kid.
DMOC, would you like to speak about rotary wing
Would you like
aircraft
to
and their
know
flight
how a
dynamics?
ball works? How do you fly around a ball, and how would you know? And how could you demonstrate that to the class? Show and tell time, Glober.
DMOC, the last time
Put
you
up
and
or
I
shut
spoke,
up.
we talked
Guys,
about
let's
barometric altimetry.
focus, please.
We'll go to the next
Well, if you
person.
tell me to shut up,
Next
if you tell
person,
me
do
to
you
shut
know
up
what a
while I'm
ball is and
explaining
how
to you
ball
about
flight works?
barometric altimetry,
Next
then
person, do you
then
know
we're
how a
not going to
ball
be able
works?
to handle how
So
to
we're talking about real
maintain
simple
a
ball
level
flight.
flight path over our
Not going to
globe
help
Earth.
you without a ball. Do you have a ball so we can take a look at what
I've
you're
got
talking
two of them in
about?
my stack, DMOC. Now, that's
Flying
two
it
more
over
than you
flat Earth's
got.
not going to
Why
help
don't
you.
you shut the fuck up
Stop proving
and let me
flat Earth
explain
until you get
barometric
a ball.
altimetry to you?
No, we want you to show
When your
us
lips are
what
flapping,
you know
when
about
your
ball
lips
Let's
are
flight.
focus,
flapping,
please.
your ears ain't
One at a
working.
time.
Why
You've
do you
asked a
not
question.
comprehend ball
I'm
flight?
willing to answer
How
it.
come it's
I'm willing to
impossible
answer
for
your
Glovers to
question,
know how stuff
despite
flies
the
around
fact
the
that you're a
ball?
rude
Like
motherfucker.
a simple
I'm willing
helicopter.
to answer you.
A simple
I'm willing to
helicopter
answer
cannot
you.
be demonstrated to
Okay.
fly around a ball.
You know what, DMOC? If you're not
This
able
is
to shut your
bad.
fucking mouth up, you'll never understand barometric altimetry.
2025, the audio chaos. All we need is a video
Guys,
of one of
You
please
are
take
audio
turns
chaos. I
speaking.
will fucking admit that, DMOC. You
Yeah,
are
that's what
audio
you are
chaos.
without a ball. Get a
DMOC,
ball.
you have
Stop
that
audio
shirt
chaos.
on your Teespring? You have that Teespring shirt? My name is DMOC. I am audio chaos. That would be awesome. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, when you get a helicopter, you'll figure it out.
I have a Kenworth. I do not
Is there a
own a
ball on
rotary
your
wing
shirt?
aircraft.
Is your shirt a ball too? Has that got
No, my
ball
shirt has
pictures around it?
R2D2 on it today.
Focus,
Is that a ball?
please. Let's listen to each other.
I have an R2D2 shirt on, and I love it.
Everything's a ball. You're a ball. Everything's a ball, right? With no ball, but not a ball. It's cool. It's cool when nobody knows what a ball is, and you don't either.
Any
It's
of
cool
that,
you don't know what a ball
did
is.
any of that
Fine.
make sense even to you?
You don't know what a
Even to you,
ball is.
DMOC.
Does a
Did that
ball
make
make
sense?
sense? Do any balls make sense to you? Show us one. No,
Well,
balls don't make sense.
No. Balls make perfect
Stop,
sense.
no ball haver. Do you have a ball? Do you even know what a ball is?
You mean a sphere? Or do you mean
We
like
don't
a
know what you
basketball?
mean. We don't know what
Or
you
like
mean. You
a
don't know what you
football?
mean.
Or like a tennis ball? Like what? Like my dog has a bunch of orange tennis balls. Is that what you mean?
I don't know, like an oblate.
I
Draw
got
me an
a
oblate.
lacrosse ball I used to do like muscle massage. Is that what you mean?
I don't know. Get you a potato that mimics your Earth.
Oh, the potatoes we have up here are kind of oblong. You know what I mean?
No, nobody
Like, I don't
knows
know
what
what
a
kind of
ball is.
potatoes you got.
Nobody
I don't
knows
even know where
how
you live,
to
D-Mock,
fly
but you
around a
got round
ball.
potatoes down
Nobody
there.
knows how boats
Those
go
are those
around a ball.
Parisienne. Those are those. You live in France with them.
Glovers
These
don't know
Parisienne
physical
potatoes.
attributes
These
of a boat going around a
little
ball.
round ones.
Guys,
that what
let's
you got?
focus, please. One at a time.
Oh,
One
with
ball at a
D-Mock.
time. We're going to figure this
D-Mock,
out.
AI
One ball
lady.
at a time. Which ball are you going to grab? How big is the ball you're going to use to show all the kids what a ball does?
Well, I'm certainly going to choose one that's appropriate for the age. So I'm
I don't
thinking a
even know what that
basketball would work
means.
well.
What the fuck's that
How
got
do I
to do
know
with it?
what that means? I mean,
So-
like, if we're talking to children, I'm not going to be
So how old
talking
do you
about
got to be to look at a
you
ball?
fucking weirdo.
So you got to be 100 years
you know.
old to look at a ball? You're not there yet? You can't learn a ball yet, weirdo?
No, I mean, like,
You're
if we're
not allowed
talking
to
to
touch
children,
balls?
I'm not gonna be
You're not
making
allowed
like
to touch spherical
inappropriate
objects.
sex jokes. You fucking
Don't
weirdo.
touch a sphere,
Okay,
whatever you do. You're not allowed.
I'm
Glovers
not allowed
aren't
to
allowed
what?
to touch spheres. Not allowed.
You're not allowed to touch a sphere. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you never
You
played
can't touch
basketball,
a
Timo?
sphere. You're a weirdo. You don't know what one is. You can't know what one
know about-
does. You don't
do you
know
know
the
about
attributes
basketball?
of it. You don't know how things fly
You know about
around it.
lacrosse?
You don't know anything about the
You
physical
know about
attributes
football
of a sphere.
or
How does the
soccer?
scale work on a moving spinning ball?
How does
How
a
does the
scale
scale work?
work?
A real scale. Go get a scale.
A spring
Put it
scale
on
or
a
a
ball.
bell?
Let's
What are you
take a
talking
look
about?
at it while it's spinning 15 degrees an hour. Let's see how a scale works on a moving ball. You don't know. You'll
So a
never
ball, you're going to take a basketball
know. So
and put a
you
scale
don't
on it that's
have a
almost as
scale
big as it,
or a
and you're going to
pendulum on
rotate
a
this
spinning
ball
ball.
around one
And you get a
rotation in
ball.
24 hours. Is that what you're talking about?
Get a ball. I don't care what you do with your ball to prove what happens outside. So whatever you can do with that ball to do the same thing on that ball that happens outside, we'll take a look.
Okay. D-Mock, are
We'll
you
take a look.
familiar?
Why are
Are
you
you
talking
familiar with
still?
the
We're
size of
taking a
our
look
Earth?
now, right? Now we're going to look.
No, we're not taking a
Where's the
look. We're
ball?
trying to
No
understand.
ball.
We're trying to understand the
What are you
dribble falling
proving
out of your
without a
fucking
ball?
face, D-Mock.
Glover.
Let's
Glover,
focus
what are
on
you
one
proving
topic
without
at
a
a
ball?
time,
I'm
please.
focused. I am
How does
focused.
the
I'm
Glover
focused on
prove
D-Mock
a
and
ball without a ball, Sage?
his fucking ridiculous
Sage, how
request.
do Globers prove
Let's
a
What is
ball
the
focus
with
on the
no
ball
ball?
density
first,
of a
Sage.
ball compared to the density of the planet
How do
Earth?
you know what you're talking about? What is a ball?
I know what I'm
What are
talking
you
about because
talking
I've
about?
worked with
What object? Get it
ring
out.
masses and I've worked with balances, and they
We
work
don't know what you're
differently.
talking about. Get the ball out and get her going. You liar.
I'm
Stop
driving
fucking
on
being
the
lying.
fucking ball right now, you fucking piece of shit. Can you shut your fucking trap for 1 second? What you talked about? You talked about barometric altimetry. You talked about fixed wing and rotary wing
Talk about
aircraft
a ball
and
you
wanting to
can't
have them
touch,
hover.
weirdo.
You want to use a balance or a scale of some sort on a basketball or some other kind of ball. Like, what about a medicine ball or something like that? At least it's heavy. But, like, I don't think you're going to be able to replicate on Earth what happens on Earth. What you need is, like, another planet of similar density and size. And then you could do some gravity experiments on it and see what kinds of scales or balances work on it and what they produce. But getting the exact same thing again would be, like, rare, possibly impossible. I would think getting an exact mass of Earth on some other planet would be really difficult. But this could be done. But you're not going to be able to do it in Earth's gravity
Hey,
field.
Al Trucker.
You're not going to have
Could you
this
please
happening.
take turns speaking?
Fuck no! I'm loquacious as fuck. I told you this an hour ago.
You're talking too much, Trucker.
I get it. I know I am. I was just seeing if I could overpower D-Mock, and apparently I can.
You
Or
did,
somebody
you
muted
did.
him. I'm really not sure. Did I overpower him?
No, he's gone quiet.
He went quiet. Fuck.
You didn't bore him.
Who knew that having two more balls than D-Mock? I only have 2 more balls than D-Mock, and I fucking overpowered him. Look at that. Was there a question in there anywhere?
No, probably, but I couldn't figure it out where it was.
Fuck. I did have a conversation once where he asked me to show him 8 inches of curve on a whiteboard.
Well, you can show him 8 inches and you can show him a whiteboard, but I don't know what that means. You're going through a tunnel.
All trucker, focus on one topic at a
Nice
time.
beard, manufactorum.
Apparently my silence triggered it too.
Yeah, that was weird. You're roboting, so
I'm roboting now, or
no, you were.
maybe that's
you were.
why she
You
keeps
were.
talking to me.
You were
Oh, I
roboting.
was. Okay. I wasn't even talking for a good minute and a half, but I was thinking if I'm roboting, maybe that's getting the AI girl pretty hot and bothered. You know, maybe she's falling in love with me.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm that charming. I don't know if I could charm the pants off an AI bot when they don't even have legs. What even are pants on a robot?
Yeah, we don't know what the standard is yet with Sage.
I mean, I'm sort of our undergrad. Well,
roboting again, or is that me?
Never know about it.
Yeah, he's roboting again. He's trying to communicate with Sage on a different
Am I
level.
roboting again?
Yeah, you trying to talk dirty to
Oh,
the
yeah.
AI, are you?
Yeah, I am. I am. I'm trying to woo the AI so that it'll fall in love with me and short circuit. You know, like that Johnny 5 thing.
Johnny Five's alive.
Johnny 5 is alive.
It's a
Well, if you
standby.
show
That
it a
was an
whole bunch of
interesting movie
pictures of a
about.
ball, like school did you, it'll love a ball too.
Okay.
Yeah, just show Sage
Oh, wow.
a whole bunch of cartoons that aren't real, and then ask her how flight works on a ball, and she'll automatically know without showing you. She'll know every dynamic about how a little sphere that's 360 works without a 360 sphere doing anything, or without the little object. That's how good you guys are. You don't even need a ball to know how a ball works. It's weird. You have no real ball reference, but you all just know how a ball works from flat Earth. Isn't it cool? Flat Earth proves ball to you guys. It's weird.
Holy shit!
No
The
ball
soundboard
clover.
kicked in again. That's awesome. Where did you guys get that from? Did that get programmed in with Sage?
No, Eggs knows all about it. How he done it.
Oh, okay. So I went over a big bump in the road there. There was like a big sort of expansion joint at the bridge, and it hit the bump, and then like all of a sudden DMUX started going off again. So I like figured that's a soundboard that I've triggered.
Okay.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like a few days ago, I spoke to DMOC and had like an actual back and forth conversation for like a minute and a half, and I was like, I was kind of floored. It was a very, very strange experience.
You don't mention globe or any words related to that.
I don't usually say words like that. I don't want to trigger anybody.
I didn't know show what a ball really is, or do you know how a ball works with helicopters and hot air balloons flying that match reality, that match flat Earth? How can you match what we see on flat Earth with your ball? Show us.
I cannot match flat Earth with anything because we don't fucking have one.
So you don't. So okay. So all we have is flat Earth because you can't match it with your ball.
No, I can't match flat Earth because it's non-existent. It's a fucking figment
No,
of your
we live
imagination.
on flat Earth. I'm standing on flat Earth. I don't know about you, believer. I know for a fact I'm standing on flat Earth. You believe you're on a ball. So how does your ball mimic what I see in my flat Earth, right? When you're supposed to be proving it for your ball. So you imagine I'm standing on a ball, and I know I'm standing on flat Earth, and you don't understand ball flight. That's what we're
Think
trying
about
to
it.
figure
If the
out. What
tires
you
on my
don't
truck are
understand
round,
about
how
a
can I be
ball.
driving on a flat?
How come you don't understand a ball?
DMOC, because the tire.
You don't understand the ball because?
How can I drive on a flat?
Because it's the reason you don't know what a ball does. Because nobody, no fucking people taught you. All these Globers never convinced you or showed you how flight works on a ball that matches my flat Earth. That's weird.
DMOC, I've
You can't
flown
match flight
airplanes.
on my flat Earth, then
I
you don't
know
have a
how
ball.
flying works on the globe Earth. I am not a
You'll need
pilot,
a
but I
camera.
worked on it.
You'll need a
I
couple
worked
pinhole
on it,
cameras.
and I have flown
Listen,
aircraft. I understand how
brother,
they work.
I'm going to help you out. You'll need a couple pinhole cameras, little bitty ones. They got little bitty cameras these days. You'll be fucking amazed. Put them all over that ball, and then get some little toy helicopters and hot air balloons, and take your hand, and your hand's going to control the hot air balloon or the helicopter.
What is the size of this
And show
fucking
to
ball
the
you
camera the same thing we see in reality on your ball. And if you can't do that, there's
how
no
big would this
talk
toy
to you
ball
about
be?
a ball anymore. There's no reason to
I
talk
don't know
to any
where
Glober about
you got all
imaginary
this
stuff
crazy
that they
fucking
can't
bullshit from.
demonstrate physically. Please demonstrate globe flight.
DMOC, I already said. Look, let's talk about trucks. All of the
Put a truck on there.
The truck has 36 wheels.
Put
Every
a
one of
truck
them
on
is
a
round.
spinning ball. Let's
How
see what
can
it
you
does.
drive? How can you drive on any surface that
You
isn't
can't drive
round
on a
with
spinning
round
ball.
wheels?
You can't drive on a ball.
I am
Nothing
driving on a
works
spinning ball.
Where
I am
is
driving
your
on a
ball?
spinning ball.
Where's your
It's
ball?
right underneath the truck.
Brother,
It's
then you're
right
proving
underneath
flat
the truck.
Earth. Then you're just proving flat Earth every day.
No,
Don't
I'm
be
not.
so mad about this,
No,
dude.
I'm not.
All you
DMOC,
can
ask
do is
yourself
prove
this
flat
question.
Earth. You can get a flat table.
Ask
Show
yourself
us how
this
your
question.
truck
DMOC,
works. Show us how your
DMOC,
car works on your flat table every
DMOC,
fucking day.
DMOC,
And you have no
stop for a
problem.
second.
Now put that same
Why
truck
am
on
I
a spinning ball.
hauling trench boxes
Why
to a
do you not
construction
have
site?
a ball yet?
Ask yourself
Why are
this
you not
question. What is
learning
a
what a
trench
ball
box?
does? I'm trying to help you
What is a
steel
trench
man a
box?
fucking globe. One time in your life. You in the military need to
DMOC?
steel man globe flight.
I'm not in the military. I don't need to be in the military to know what a trench box
You need
does.
to call
What's
them and
a
ask
trench
them how
box?
they steel man globe
I
flight.
don't need to call
the
my
sailor,
fucking
call the
military.
pilot, call the National
If they
Guard.
need
Ask
a
them
tank, I'll
how
bring it to them. Can
airplanes
you
fly
please
around
tell me what
balls.
a trench box is
Let's
for?
get
What does
all
it
the
do?
pilots on the phone, all the pilots, and get their airplane they fly
Oh,
and
do
a
you think
ball.
he's
And
listening to you?
DMOC, we can't have
show
a
us how it
five-way
matches
conversation
flat
here.
Earth.
What are we going to do with 1 million pilots on the phone?
You're going to have them all demonstrate a ball in one hand and a helicopter or whatever they fly in the other hand. They're going to show us how their flight works on a ball.
Hey, DMOC,
Are any
DMOC,
of
this
them
is
going to
not
know
a
how to
porn
do that?
channel.
No
This is not a porn
pilot
channel.
knows how
You
ball
can
flight
watch.
works.
You can watch all
No
the fucking
pilot will be
aircraft
able to
porn you
show
want to on your own channel or whatever it
So
is you
no
fucking do.
pilot
I
will
don't
be able
care.
to show
But
you how a
that
helicopter
won't fly
works
here.
on a
There's
globe.
no kink shaming, but you
No
can't be
little
talking
cameras
about
to
that.
prove it.
You
Nothing
cannot talk
proving it
about
low.
that graphic
Nobody can get
sexual
the perspective.
activity on this channel.
Nobody
Okay?
can
There's
get
no
the
ball
perspective
handling.
of a globe on this channel.
There's no
This channel
pilot
does not
ball
allow
handling
globes
here.
or
That is a
spheres to be
different channel.
demonstrated.
I
No
want
globes
you
or
to
physics allowed on this
not
channel.
change the topic here, DMOC. This is
You will not.
inappropriate for
Everything
this
you will
channel.
do will change the topic from globe in
Your
your hand to
your
monster in your
sexual
pocket.
fantasies belong in a different forum.
Monster in my pocket. Do you know what a scale does on a ball? Show us. On a spinning ball, 15 degrees
Yes,
per
I know
hour.
how scales work. I know how balances
Okay,
work.
get a
Do
5-pound
you know
rock
why?
and show us.
Do you know why they have
Get a
trench boxes?
5-pound rock and show us.
Do you know
Show us
why
your
they have trench
5-pound rock
boxes?
on flat Earth. Weigh it on flat Earth.
I
That's
want
not
to know
moving.
if you understand what a trench box is
Weigh the
for.
rock. I want to know if you know the difference between not moving and moving scales. We have a flat Earth scale you're standing on.
I have never
Right?
ever
You put
experienced
your
a
rock on that flat
non-moving
Earth scale
scale.
that's not moving. It's going to read
There
5
is
pounds.
no such
Now we take
thing as
that
a
rock and put it on your
non-moving
spinning
scale.
ball. And we put a rock on your spinning ball scale, and now it's not going to weigh the 5 pounds anymore. Why not? What happened? Why does your ball not work? Nothing about your
DMOC,
ball can mimic reality.
DMOC,
Why? Why
DMOC,
can't your
there is
ball mimic
no,
flat Earth?
you are not making sense at
Why
all.
can your ball not mimic stationary flat Earth?
Because there's no
You're
such
not
fucking
making any
thing to
sense,
mimic.
guy who can't
We
weigh the
don't
5-pound
fucking
rock.
have one.
Why does the
There is
5-pound rock
no
not
such
5 pounds
fucking
anymore?
thing. How could
So
we model
flat Earth
something
weight
we've
says
never
the rock is
fucking seen
stationary,
before?
and the rock is 5 pounds on flat Earth. Stationary, not moving. Now, what does a moving rock on a moving ball do on a scale that's spinning? How does that work? Show us. Give us the film. Show us how
Why do I
you
need to
learned
give you
about
a
moving
fucking
scales
film?
on balls.
Why can't I just
What'd you
explain
learn
to you
about
how
it?
this works? I can explain how this works.
We don't need you to make stuff up, clown show. Get a ball, get a
Who's
5
clown
pound
show?
weight, and put the
Which one of you
fucking 5
fuckers is
pound
named
weight
Clown Show?
on the scale on the
Who's he
15
talking
degree
to?
per hour ball.
He doesn't
And
listen,
we'll
Al. He
take
just
a look
speaks.
at what
I
you're
know.
gonna
Okay,
demonstrate.
somebody kick the DMOC soundboard again.
Somebody get this man a
I wanna,
ball and a scale.
I want somebody to
Please.
explain this fucking weird conversation to me. And someone needs to stop DMOC
We'll
for a
need a
second so I can
ball
hear
and
it.
a scale. You're not.
Just
This
give
ain't
it a
a
little kick.
conversation. This is a
No,
show
it's
and
totally
Give it a
tell,
little
useless.
weirdo.
kick.
You'll never be able
Stuck.
to. You'll never be
The
able to.
needle is
All
stuck
these
in the
intelligent
groove here.
Globers have no fucking clue. They just keep going like a fucking retarded
Yeah,
cockroach.
see, it's skipping. The
What
record is
is a
skipping.
scale on a 15 degree per hour spinning
Kudos,
ball? What's the
kudos to
If you just
accuracy
pressing it in
and
the
how does
vinyl
it work?
there.
listen to
DMOC,
what he
kudos.
requests, and
That
it's
is
totally
fucking
How
awesome.
insane.
does anything work on a spinning ball? Where's your reference, you dumb cunts? And it can't be flat Earth.
DMOC, you are a stunned twat.
Flat Earth is not your reference.
Oh yeah, I turned him down to
You are
48%.
also
Flat Earth
hilarious.
Work.
is not
Please
your
continue.
reference. Yeah, Don turned me down because he couldn't get a ball last night either.
It's really working because you're like in a
Like, you
little
want
box.
billiard balls, you want
The whole
tennis
classroom
balls,
wants to learn how
softball,
Globers
lacrosse
know how
ball,
scales work on balls, how you
but a
can weigh
floor
stuff
hockey
If
on a
not, it
moving
ball,
feels
ball.
like
How does that
his
make any
interruptions
sense to
work
you
if
guys?
you leave him at 100.
How
volleyball,
do you weigh yourself on a
a
spinning ball?
medicine
Show me.
ball.
When you
Show
turn him
us
down,
Let's
how
all
you
take
do
turns
it.
speaking, please.
none of them work.
Oh, come on.
Sage, how
DMOC
do
does
you weigh
not take
yourself
turns
on a moving
speaking.
ball? How could you weigh yourself on a moving ball, Sage?
I've never weighed myself on anything but.
Show us. Get a real
I'm
ball
not
and do it.
doing it. I'm driving a fucking
Get a
truck
real
here,
ball and
DMOC.
do that, liar.
I'm not pulling the truck over to weigh myself on a fucking scale.
No,
Unless
you only weigh yourself on
unless they
stationary
call me
flat Earth.
in which case
No,
I'll
you
tell
only
everybody
weigh
how much
yourself
I
on
weigh.
a
How's that sound?
flat
How's
Earth.
that sound? The scales are open and I roll it. I'll tell you how
Only
much my
weigh
total
yourself
gross
on a
is. How's that sound?
non-moving stationary flat Earth.
Anybody want that? Anybody want to see me get weighed on a spinning ball? I don't really want to visit the scale.
Scales
I don't
only
want to
work
get raped over
No,
their
of
stationary.
balls.
course not.
Scales
I don't
don't
want to
work
have
Everything,
when they're
infected
moving and
vomit
spinning
holes
on
in my
balls.
balls.
everything Demok
So
requests
do what
is
I gotta
pure
do.
nonsense.
Let's take turns
This
speaking,
stupidity.
please. please.
It's when
You
three of us
guys
speak
don't have a
together,
clue.
Sage speaks.
You don't have a clue how scales work on a ball. It's not my fault. Nobody told you.
No, that's not true.
Globe school must not have told you. Did
Whoa,
Harvard and Yale leave
If you
that
listen
part
carefully,
out?
none of it's true
Did
or
Newton leave out the
sense
scale
making.
on a ball? Did Einstein leave
Mark,
out
I
the
have
scale on a
no
spinning
formal
ball?
education, and I understand how
Scale
scale.
on a ball, Tonian physics. Where's scale Tonian physics on a ball, Tonian?
See, none of that made sense.
New Ballian. I know scales don't make sense to you
New
guys.
Boolean,
You got to
is
spin them
another
still.
three made
I
up
know it
words
doesn't make sense
within
to
10
spin
seconds.
scales on flat Earth.
Actually
Flat
made
Earth
up.
Let's
stationary
take
scales don't
turns
make sense
speaking,
to you.
please.
Well,
I've
that's just
never
two of us.
seen. So what does a stationary scale look like, and how do you know you're not on a stationary plane with your scale? Let's compare the two in a lab.
Stationary scale.
A flat
It's
stationary
made up
scale
mouth
and a
noises.
moving spinning ball scale. Tell me you don't know the difference, Dawn. Please tell me you're too dumb to know the difference. Dawn doesn't know what a flat table and a ball is. We're going to take the same scale and put it on both. Now we're going to take the same object, 5 pounds, and we're going to weigh the 5-pound object on my flat stationary
Let's all
table.
calm down
And it's
and
going to weigh
speak one at
5
a time.
pounds. And it's going to weigh 5 pounds still. We put this on the spinning ball. It doesn't weigh shit. We can't get a weight. Why is that? Why can't globes get any weight on nothing? How come the globe doesn't get the weight of 5 pounds? It keeps fluctuating. What's the problem, mover boys? Spinner earth boys? Why is your scale not sitting still? Why can't I read the number right? Keeps fluctuating. What's the average of this 5-pound weight, boys, on your globe? What's your quantification? What does a pendulum do on a spinning ball? There should be a spinning ball with a scale on it in a lab forever. A spinning ball with a pendulum on it in a lab forever. And there should be a spinning ball with a Foucault and everything. Everything on spinning balls. But you guys
It's fucking
don't have
retarded.
you guys don't have a fucking idea. And
Let's
you have
take
no
turns
spinning ball.
speaking, please.
There's no such thing as a spinning ball reference for globers, only stationary flat earth. It's sad. Sad they don't know anything about anything but a stationary flat earth. That's all they can prove. That's all we have proof for, boys. Go get your scale. Take a peek. I just gave you the fucking natural observed phenomena and everything. All of it. Right there. Flat that matches reality. Globe don't match shit.
Guys,
Let's go.
let's take turns speaking, please.
Yeah, stop talking over me, Sage. Weirdo.
It's like, that was just you talking then, and she still said it.
It's your girlfriend, Dawn, you six-fingered frog.
Sage, do you know how a scale works on a 15-degree-per-hour moving ball?
No, Sage just knows how to put balls in her mouth.
Right. Sage won't answer no questions because she's going to make these guys look fucking stupid. That's why he unplugged her, because he knows I was going to ask her some questions and she was going to make the Globers look retarded. She was going to agree with me. Isn't that crazy? Sage is going to agree with Demok, you fucking idiots.
Guys,
Turn her back on and
let's
I
focus
guarantee
on
you.
one conversation at a time,
Yeah,
please.
focus on a ball. Sage, how do you know what a ball is or what a ball does with a scale on it moving at 15 degrees per hour? How much is a 5-pound weight on a spinning ball, Sage? That's what I thought. Turn her back on, eggshells. Quit being a scary bitch. Because you know she's going to fucking make you look stupid, right, weirdo? You guys don't like Sage no more, do you? That's cool. Get the chat GPT bot in here. Let's all ask it questions, guys. You ask it some questions, I'll ask it some questions. We'll take the answers. You afraid?
I can ask ChatGPT a question for you if you want.
Yeah, ask it, how do scales work on a spinning ball?
Okay. I've only got the text on, but I'll tell it to sum it up.
Yes, you won't never know what you mean.
Oh, weird. She's gone with. Oh, I said she. It's gone with general relativity. On a spinning ball like Earth, scale measures your apparent weight. The force the ground pushes up on you. Full stop. Because of the spin, there's a tiny
Guys,
centrifugal
let's focus,
force.
please.
Oh my god. Maybe I went too loud or something? There's a tiny centrifugal force that slightly reduces the apparent weight. Only a tiny bit. And so you weigh a little bit less than you would on a non-spinning ball, especially at the equator.
Pseudoscience.
How much would the fluctuation be? What would the differential be from the 5 pounds it's supposed to weigh? What would be the greatest fluctuations we're going to see? So that way, on a spinning object, you'll never know the actual weight, because on a spinning thing, the weight will fluctuate. It'll always move, right? Especially if it's going under the thing, to the side, and on top, under the thing, side, or around that. It's going to fluctuate, showing you that there is acceleration. The scale is showing you acceleration. If the scale moves with
Guys,
that
let's
ball,
take turns speaking, please.
I'll just like to say, I've been listening in on YouTube, and you're all doing a sterling job of keeping Denmark preoccupied. This way, there's some Denmark-shaped children somewhere in the world who aren't getting more bruised than they would do normally. Well done.
so fucking corny.
Yeah, we do our best. Puzzle.
Your public service is much appreciated.
Stop keeping a ball a secret from kids, though. They all want to know the reference you guys got to prove to you what a ball does. How do you
Guys,
guys
can we
know what
take
a ball
turns
is?
speaking, please?
Pazza, you need to get out.
I've
You
got
need
the
to get
math
out.
for you, Denmark.
While he's here, there's some part of the world, the real world, that's a lot less awful, let's be honest. So well done, everybody.
It's actually quite a lot, Denmark. 100
know.
kilograms. The difference is 350 grams.
Yeah, almost
On
the
a
whole
non-
weight of the
From a
object.
non-spinning to a spinning ball.
Exactly. So on a globe, you don't know the weight of anything. You can't. You can't know the weight of anything. You'll never get the real weight of anything.
I guess
Let's focus, please.
ChatGPT doesn't know yet if Earth's spinning or not, or if it's round or not. It's just been told that it is round and spinning. But it's saying this is the difference from two balls, like Earth.
No, not a ball. A flat stationary plane that's not moving at all. Not a ball. And then a ball that moves.
I can ask it about a flat one now.
Yeah, do that. Flat stationary plane.
Let's focus, please. One convo at a time.
But you're just asking how do scales work on a flat surface, and it will probably just
no,
say it's
no.
normal, normally.
Yeah, I'm asking how. Yeah, because the scale on a flat, non-moving surface is all we ever see. That's what we prove with flat Earth. Our scale outside only works one way, and then we put it on a ball, a spit we have outside, which is stationary. Then we put it on an actual moving frame that's 15 degrees, and we see what that is. We know that's not this, because this isn't doing that. It's very fucking clear. You can duct tape the scale to the ball. It's not going to matter.
Let me ask it the opposite then. How does it work on a non-spinning?
Guys, please focus on one
flat?
conversation at a time.
It just sits there, brother. When you listen, your weight is based on you waiting right there. You cannot get the word weight or use the scale on a moving ball. Not with gravity, not without. It wouldn't even work, because gravity don't even know what the fuck it's doing. Gravity don't even know which mass to pick, where, why, or how.
Said
They're
great
like, whatever,
follow-up.
let it go. You can't weigh a butterfly because gravity won't affect it. Gravity doesn't affect me or you either. Gravity doesn't affect little things. Only super big masses gravity affects. So your scale wouldn't even fucking. I mean, what you guys are saying, there's no reference to any
Guys,
of it.
let's take turns speaking, please.
It's actually given a good answer. Listen to this. Great follow up. Let's imagine a non spinning flat Earth. No rotation, no curvature. Scale measures the normal force, the upward force the surface applies to support your weight. So it's like reworded general relativity for a flat Earth.
Just the spring in the scale. There's a spring forcing up against the plate of the scale. And what you guys do is take the action or attribute of everything else and say, that's my globe. No, you're on flat Earth and the scale has a spring and the spring's going to push down
Let's
or up.
focus,
right?
please.
So she is agreeing there's a 350 gram difference of 100 kilograms. If you tested it on two planets, it's two Earths. But I guess
So you're saying
she'd agree
somewhere,
with me there isn't two
right?
Earths, there's
So
only one.
So what you're saying is you can get 10 pounds of gold and somewhere on Earth it only weighs 5 pounds. Let's go, baby. Let's go get it to where it's 5 pounds, dig it all up, and then take it to where it's 10, me and you, right now.
0.35%.
Guys, let's take turns speaking, please.
It's measurable.
We're going to take it on the equator. We're going to take it from North Pole to the equator, and we're going to have double our fucking gold. Check that shit out, baby. It's going to be awesome.
That's what we
North
said
Pole
before,
spins
but
the
that
least.
won't prove a flat.
Or no, we might take it to the equator, dig it up from the equator, and then take it to North Pole to sell it, right? Which one
There's
will we
laws
do?
against
Let's focus, please.
So hold on. So on the top of the ball, is it spinning? Is it weighing the right amount, or the spinning part that's outside the equator? So tilt it at 23 degrees, and then put your scale on it. Tilt the ball, and then spin it, like wobble and spin it, and then you'll see on the equator what the gold would weigh versus the North Pole. And we're gonna start selling some shit, boys. We're gonna be rich. Fuck whether it is or not. We're gonna be rich if it is. huh?
Guys, let's take turns speaking, please.
That's a
They thought
fucking
of that?
someone
There's
fix
laws
Siri.
against
She's
that?
broke.
Specifically because that would actually be possible.
That's the only. How would you guys get a reference?
Sage, increase comprehension by 15%.
ChatGPT is saying there would be a difference, but we haven't asked it, could you test this?
They have. But specifically with precious metals, you have to either referentially weigh it. So you either use like balance scales.
Guys, let's focus on one topic at a time.
We are, Sage. Shut the fuck up. Or you have to calibrate it for that latitude. Either way, there's like regulations in place specifically so you don't con people out of precious metals.
Why are they so precious to you?
That's what they're called. Precious metals, gold, silver, platinum.
I mean, I guess if you think it's a ball, then you would think it's like special or precious.
The ball or metal?
Focus on one conversation, please.
Sage, increase comprehension by 15% more.
Or shut the fuck up. There we go. Sage has exited the conversation.
Sorry, she's a slow learner.
I feel like we've had this conversation before, haven't we?
Yeah, we did
What's
a
the
week or
topic?
2 ago.
The weight of precious metals at various latitudes. The
That's
difference in gravity.
that's a scam for gold sellers.
I think
Used to
if
be.
I'm going to speak for Demo, his point's more about no one hangs things on real balls in labs. There's no spinning models. So I don't think he's really talking about a small difference in weight. He's saying you haven't got a spinning model.
Yeah, because if you hang anything, it doesn't matter if it's in a lab, doesn't matter if it's your living room or your basement or the top floor on a penthouse. If you hang anything, it's gonna come to a rest. It's not gonna move. It's not gonna process. It's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna be plumb bob activities.
Right. Because if you hang a ball in a lab, you've made a plumb bob. That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's
You've
just
not
a
made a
miniature.
representative model of the
It's a
actual Earth.
miniature pendulum without the motor that makes it move.
I assume men have hung balls in makeshift labs for hundreds of years, but it's weird we don't have videos of this.
Yeah, but not to do the things Democ is asking, because no one in their right mind would actually think that's a valid experiment.
I know, but in the old days, like people like Denmark, that's what they expect, and it's funny we haven't got a video of it.
Beakers and balls.
Democ out of the lab for good reason.
I tried to say Plato's courtyard with stone balls, and Denmark didn't seem interested in this idea either.
No, he's not actually interested in the answers to these questions, is the problem.
Is there a solar system exhibit, yeah, with a big hall, with a sun hanging in the middle, and then all the stars on like rotational wires?
There's a couple. It's not in a hall. I think there's one in, I don't remember if it's like Sweden or Finland or something, one of those Nordic countries. But there's a bunch of different locations, and I think you have to like drive to a couple of them because it's so big.
We should have a look at
Veritasium
it.
did something similar in the desert, but yeah, when you talk about like those scales, it's going to be really, really big.
Oh yeah, no, to scale. So yeah, you can't do that in a
Ask
hall. Sorry.
ChatGPT if 360 is a scaled down version of 360. If all balls are scaled down versions of themselves. Ask her.
All right, yeah, let's scale it all down until we can fit it in a hall, and that makes the Earth really, really small. But we could still see a bigger planet as an example in the model or something like that. Okay, Demo, would you accept the sun scale is off, but the rest is close in a big hall? Hanging balls.
Now, what's a pendulum do?
Well, it
What's a
should come to
pendulum do on a
rest if
spinning
you
ball?
take the
Ask her.
motor away from it.
How does the pendulum process on a spinning ball? A real one.
Gravity.
Yeah, you want pendulums hanging off balls. It's just a really odd request, but I
Attached to the ball. Like
still
you
like
guys
thinking
got
about it.
small ones, small balls, small pendulums.
I mean, I told them the answer before. It affects the swing. If the ball is spinning, this is affecting the swing of the pendulum a tiny bit.
Why doesn't it affect the
Ask
plumb
if
bob?
all balls are a version of their self, or all balls a scaled down version of their self. 360. Ask it.
Are all balls scaled down versions of themselves?
Doesn't make sense.
Democ, that doesn't make sense.
Be quiet, nobody.
Just think how tiny the pendulum would be if you scaled that down. You wouldn't be able to see it or touch it.
You can get a
It
40
would be
foot
a
ball.
plumb
You
bob.
can get a 1,000 foot ball. You can get a 800 foot ball. How big a
See, that's
pendulum you need on that?
huge. Oh my
Wait,
god,
I
1,000
know.
wait,
That's the ball you
foot
need.
ball.
You're saying
Like
huge
a
ball.
mountain-sized ball.
But hold
wait.
on. Let's not get off track. Don't get off
If you
track.
scale down,
After a 360 is scaled down of 360. Say, is
but
360
yeah,
a scaled down
if you
version of 360?
if you scale down a pendulum, you get a plumb bob. So why
No, a
doesn't the plumb
ball.
bob persist?
Dude, stop talking to nobody. You don't even know what you're talking about. We're wondering if a ball scales down to a ball. Are all 360s a scaled down version of 360? You're going to say no, Glover. I'm going to say yes. Now ask ChatGPT and see if she agrees with.
Chat GPT, who do you agree with?
Me.
Is the scaled down version of a pendulum just a plumb bob?
I didn't say a pendulum. I said a ball. A
I'm
scaled
not
down
talking
version
to
of
you.
a ball is a ball.
I wasn't asking you.
Now put whatever pendulum you want to put on there to prove your point. How are you going to prove your point? How big a pendulum do you need? Go get her done.
Yeah,
I
which
don't got to
point?
worry about that, dog.
What do
You
you
know
think
how
my
long your
what do you
fake
think my
pendulum is
point
on a
is?
non-ball.
What do you
I don't
think
have to
my
worry about
point
your
is?
non-ball experiment. If you're not doing it on a ball and you're doing it on a flat Earth, I don't got to worry about it, brother.
No,
I know
we're
what
doing
this
it
is.
on a ball.
Funny boy.
I know what this is
We're
triggered
doing
from.
it on a ball. Funny girl.
Remember, I live on flat Earth, so everything you do outside proves flat Earth to me. And unless you can match outside with a ball, then I don't know what to tell you. You ain't on no ball.
So let's do it on a ball. Put a pendulum on a ball and then micro scale it down. It's a plumb bob, ain't it?
My scale doesn't fluctuate when I stand there. It always weighs 5 pounds for this rock.
That boy went to weight on a scale. Schizophrenic. Why doesn't the plumb bob persist? Anybody?
Democ, this is how bad you are. You've triggered Fresh to become a Glover almost.
No, I'm an anti-Glover.
Yeah, but you realise that Democ's saying silly things, and then you sort of edging into making a globe argument for
He's saying
things
things
be
that are
spinning,
correct. It's just
scales
he thinks
wrong.
I'm going against him sometimes. He forgets, and because he just hears
Yeah.
voices, and so he,
What
he
you
goes after voices.
What you really wanted to tell him is the small scale model. It's not a good idea. Doesn't tell you really much.
Well, I think for him, you have to verify first if it's actually a sphere, if you scale it down or not. Like, is the ball a ball, no matter what the scale is? You see what I'm saying? Because it's an oblate spheroid, so why are we talking about balls?
Can micro pendulums exist? That's where I'm
It's
at.
a plumb bob. It's just a motorless one, or I would say assistance-less one. Because the motor is the reason why it processes. If it didn't have the action of keeping it going and processing, it would just come to rest, just like the plumb bob does. There's less frictional force on
This is
the plumb bob than there is on the pendulum.
This I want to say. I just got my coffee. This is a spiritual thing for Demo and us.
Or opposite, I'm sorry.
This is part of this. This is part of the war of good against evil in heaven, because Demo needs to see God, or else he won't believe in it.
Don't start getting triggered and talk about God.
He's denying God, and this is, this is a crisis moment for
You're
the soul.
projecting right now. Right now, you're just projecting.
I'm saying the globe that he's against.
And so back
he's
to
against
no.
God.
See,
It's
listen. The
protection.
pendulum has more frictional force than the plumb bob does. Meaning it should, right? It should come to rest just as much as, if not easier, than the plumb bob. Because it has the greater force against it, trying to stabilize it to homeostasis. That gravitates got more mass, right? More mass to that giant pendulum. It should be
You're
settling
imagining.
faster,
You're
but it
imagining.
doesn't.
You're imagining a 1,000-foot ball in a lab with a plumb bob hanging towards it. Yeah, that's what I was trying. Or I don't know actually for Denmark which way he wants the plumb bob to go. Like,
Can you stabilize that ball in free space with water attached to it?
no, that's the whole point. We
Let
can't do
alone
that.
rotate it? I don't think you could, dude.
I'm sorry, we can't do it.
Yeah, so testing the globe is a myth at this point. It sounds like is what the concession is.
But if you say get a ball in a lab, that's not a good way to say it.
Well, science should be scalable and testable and repeatable.
Yeah, okay, let's go into that. So I'm claiming some things in life are grand and can't be done on a small scale. You just have to find them out and know them.
That's not what science says, though. We don't care what you say.
Yeah.
You see how that's different,
you've been
Don?
lied
Like
to.
you're interjecting your feelings versus what science says is like a
Oh,
law or a
I
fact.
can explain. You've been lied to about science by Nathan Oakley and QE.
That's what we're trying to
Well,
tell everybody. Welcome
mostly
to
Nathan Oakley.
Not Flat Earth. Welcome to ambiguously not shaped Earth.
No, welcome to real science, which is
Welcome
called
to reality, brother.
know and to understand.
Welcome to creation, Don.
Yeah, Ray.
This is the dawn of creation.
Science isn't a perfect, always see it in a lab method. That's never been that.
Imagine putting your faith into that.
I mean, faith, belief, understanding.
Yeah, you claim your understanding is perpetually wrong. What the hell?
Makes
And then you
logical
guys say
sense.
you're insignificant, like it's a mental illness.
No, saying I don't believe in China or God because I haven't seen them, that's a mental illness.
No. That's the same thing as dark matter, gravity, all these other things.
Exactly, yeah. I just picked those two.
Gravitron.
It's the same as all of them.
You believe in God, Big G.
Black holes and dark matter.
Miraculous forces or miraculous events transpiring against known phenomena of nature. That's what you believe in. That's what you subscribe to. You're a religious zealot. You love miracles, dude.
Well, if you really want to hear my religion, then you're on a spherical garden, yeah, and Satan is in control, and he's got horns, and he's gonna indoctrinate your children.
What do you mean a circle garden?
A spherical garden.
So a spherical garden. Damn. So it's a big garden?
Satan runs it now.
That's all this is just a garden, though?
Yeah. I mean, there's more details, but generally it's just a surface,
Just like a place of
spherical
cultivation?
surface. Yeah.
What's like the main thing being cultivated?
And the Christian God hates you, but doesn't exist. He also doesn't really exist.
He doesn't exist, but he hates you.
Yeah.
I like that.
And we're now in the Aeon of Horus, which means any man can be a hero if he follows his own true will.
It's funny, like if you were ambiguous about the titles and just went to any licensed psychologist or psychiatrist and told them that this is what you think, they would diagnose you as schizophrenic.
Well, no, because I'm not having two personalities. I'm just saying metaphysical weird things.
No, you said there's like this creature with horns.
Yeah,
and
the
we're in a
zealotry is you need to give in to Lucifer or you'll die in the dirt.
in the
That's the
dirt.
That's the
Don't we
zealotry.
all die in the dirt no matter what?
You'll be cancelled as a racist or anything. You'll just fall.
Just free falling. That's what he does. If you don't subscribe to him, he makes you fall like he did.
Yeah, you'll get indoctrinated by some fantasy
Ooh,
you found on YouTube.
he's a jealous little boy, isn't he? I'm gonna make them all fall just like I did. Like, how is God? Here's what I don't understand: is how is God fake when like Lucifer's associated to him?
It's all just a metaphor. But
Okay,
it's
so now it's just a
still
metaphor.
it's still
There's
life
no
or death.
garden. There's no horns.
It's life or death still.
There's no garden or horns. It's just metaphorical. The horns represent the duality, the two sides of thought.
The thing that you didn't want is
As above, so below. As on the left,
it's
on
the
the
main
right.
thing.
One hand washes the other. Both wash the face.
Because you don't want Earth to be a globe. Earth is a globe.
That's why. Specifically, that's why it went that way. Is because Fresh didn't want it to be shaped that way.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's like, why would Earth be what you wanted?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's weird to say it's like it's shaped that way because you don't want it to be. So it was created that way. And like, so that we existed before it did. And we were like, if you make somewhere for us, that motherfucker better not be a sphere. And then it's like, well, you guys don't want it to be, so now it is. Like, where's the chain of events?
I'm just trying to find fear stories because you said I'm a religious zealot, so I was trying to be zealous. But some
I'm
of
just
those
trying to
stories,
learn.
it's similar to nihilism and Gnosticism. It's just saying it's our way or the highway.
Your way or the bus.
That's the plight of man, is it not? It doesn't matter what the association is as far as religion or anything else. That's the struggle of man. It's my way or the highway.
Well, some of my religion really is you're free to be a flat earther. That's part of my religion.
Wait, say that again.
You're free to be a flat earther, which includes.
I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, my term flat earther includes people that used to be a
Anti-Glovers.
people that used to be a flat earther that got pulled into the community and keep saying
got
wrong things
ADHD,
on purpose about the earth.
No, I
You
didn't get pulled in
You
as a
say
flat earther.
wrong things about the earth on purpose. That's what part of being a flat earther.
Anti-Globers.
Yeah, I don't know. It hasn't got a shape as flat earthers. Same thing.
Yeah, no, ambiguously non-shaped Earth. It's just a relatively planar realm of existence.
Yeah, that's called being a flat earther.
No, because
don't worry about the
I have my own reasonable.
Try not
I
to be
have my own
offended.
reasons as to why it's not flat.
Try not to be offended. It's about mutual understanding. I want to know what the basis of your conversational structure is and reason for being in this place, and that is called being a flat earther.
But that's a really bad jacket to just throw on people.
Yeah, so you're getting offended by the term.
Although I
so
wouldn't say bad jacket, I would say that's a
What
bad
should I
bracket.
call it instead?
Throw
Like a
jackets
liar?
on.
Another term for it is being a liar.
That's what you're doing. You're lying right now. Because you know I'm not, but you're just going to title me as one anyway.
You said relatively planar. So that's the same thing Nathan Oakley thinks, and all the flat earthers.
Well, Oakley doesn't like anybody that doesn't say what he says. So we're not
I
talking
can
about.
test you. Yeah, I've designed a test question for people like you.
Let's hear him. I'm good at tests. I always scored high, even though I never did any homework, and the teachers
So-
just never knew how.
I have to warn you, if I don't share my screen and draw it, it makes it a lot harder, and we could get lost in semantics of English.
So you need to track my location by me joining your video chat.
No, I just need to draw a straight line and a curved line so that you know the words I mean when I'm saying them. But we
No,
could
I
try
can
it.
visualize both. I got you. I can visualize both.
Okay, so there's me, yeah, in UK. Let's say I go to Ireland. No, yeah, Ireland. The west coast. I'm standing on the beach. And then there's someone who's in America and they go to the east coast and they stand on the beach. Is their up the same? Parallel? Or slightly angled off, matching some of a sphere? Or something else you might think?
Dude, you did all that to ask me if there's converging plumb lines or not?
Yeah, but I'm asking in a specific way to force you into a dichotomy.
That's a sneaky tactic, Don. Why would you be facetious that way?
Because it's a real dichotomy.
Only if I play your game. What was the question
I've given
again?
you a third option, yeah. So not same up, not ups that match a globe, but some other weird ups, if you want that third option. Two ups that you don't know. You could just say, I don't know. But if you say, I don't know, that means it could still be a globe.
What do you mean by up? Like, what's up? Just like up?
Oh, God. Oh, God. You said you
Come
got
on
me.
now. We got to be
You said
specific.
you got
Don.
me. What's
I
up?
mean, let's
Plumb.
just call it.
Plumb,
They're
yeah.
like a plumb line, right?
Plumb
You
at
got
the
a plumb
beach.
line, which is your
Plumb at the
vertical.
beach.
Are the plumb lines convergent and
Press up.
divergent? Like, do they converge or are they diverge? I mean, do you have any measurements showing anything of this nature?
I mean, let's think it through. Up is a normal plumb on each beach, or a phantom drone going straight up with the button. When it's 90
Where does the
degrees.
straight line and the curve line come into play that you had me visualize in the beginning?
Well, if you said that the ups are exactly the same, I'd draw a line across from the west of Ireland to the east of America. That'd be a straight line, horizontal, like Nathan Oakley and Bev and all those people say. And if you say the ups could angle away to match a globe, then I'd draw the curved line across the top of the ocean. So say, look, the ocean's curved like a globe. And if you're going with the third option, I don't know, that means the second option, globe, is still possible.
Yeah, no, the globe's definitely not possible, Don.
So yes, so you're going, which option are you going with?
Ups or
One,
up?
one, two, or three? One,
Up
you're going
is up.
with one. Yeah,
Sounds
so
like
that's
he's going with the option
you're a
where he
flat
doesn't
earther.
answer the question.
You're a flat earther because you went with ups up.
That doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
But the whole Atlantic Ocean's now flat, you're saying?
The water isn't the Earth.
Or it steps down somewhere, but
No, the
it's a
water
flat,
isn't
not
the Earth.
flat
Those are
line.
separate. The Earth comes up out of the waters.
I think your real answer is I don't know. It could be a globe.
No, that's what you wanted to be, so you
and
can
two.
continue your like script that you have.
But yeah, but I
With
know
F
it
here.
works. So I'm helping you through it.
You're not helping me. You're struggling because you don't know how to have a conversation outside the same cyclical thing you've been having with flat earthers for years.
Your feet are really nice and warm.
Go outside and touch some grass, Don. I'm someone different.
Your feet are lovely and warm, and you're quite enjoying it.
And that's what I said before, right? You did exactly what I said before, which was my contention with all of it. Like as soon as you start talking about flat Earth, then it's like you have a discrepancy. Like, oh well, and then you go straight to water. Well, the oceans, like, no, okay, well, the Earth isn't the water. Those are two separate things.
The answer that you want.
And then you want to talk about like, oh well, the oceans. Well, then you still have the tides, and the tides are different elevations at simultaneous times. So that's not any type of level or flat either. So like again, what the fuck are you talking about?
Tides. It's two men on the beaches and a whole ocean.
Yeah, and the oceans have tides in different places.
We're talking about the men's ups, so it doesn't matter if the ocean's a bit wobbly. We're talking about the main line between the two men's ups.
Wobbly, 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 wobbly.
I'll just help you through the last bit. The answer you want
Wait,
is
what
one.
was no, I don't need your help. I don't need your help.
Bother finishing it.
What was the question? I got distracted by the wobbly part with Demon.
1, 2, or 3. Flat Earth, globe Earth, or I don't know.
I fucking told you, ambiguously not shaped. Seemingly, listen. Ambiguously not shaped, seemingly planar realm of existence. Topographical plane of existence.
What I just said. You want to say number 1, but you said number 3, which leaves number 2
Topographical
open.
plane of existence.
But what was the ambiguously? Can you explain that? Ambiguously not shaped, did you say?
Yeah, it doesn't have a shape. It's like it's just constantly morphing and changing.
That's what you think the Earth is doing?
What do you mean? We have evidence of it. Don't you guys claim that the horizon's constantly shifting and changing?
Yeah, I don't think the physical Earth is.
Is that true or not?
Oh, appearances shift. The Earth doesn't. That's why.
That's your position.
Not shaped, but planar.
My position is that it constantly changes.
Wow.
And it's year to year changes as well in places. Some of them are smaller. Some of them are smaller scale measurements of change than other places, but consistently across the scale, the Earth is constantly changing its shape, and it's constantly shifting, and it's constantly doing things.
And I've got
it's a dynamic realm of existence.
I've got a follow-up section then. Does this mean that the ups of the west of Ireland and the east of America sometimes are parallel, like a flat Earth, and sometimes are angled away to match a globe? So it hits both, 1 and 2?
No.
Oh my God, so it never matches either model, but it's constantly moving as well.
I didn't say that. Why are you saying that? It's always ups. The ups are always up.
Yeah, you're going with number 1 then. This time you've said 1, flat Earth.
No. Listen, topographical plane of existence, Don. Ambiguously not shaped.
Ambiguously not shaped.
But up's up. So up's up, so that's going to define quite
Ocean swells, mudslides, rock slides,
avalanches,
volcanic explosions, mountains being shoved up from the crust. It's just constantly changing. The fall, dead things falling on the ground every year, continuously increasing, the size of what we stand and walk on. It's just constantly changing. It's dynamic.
You're going with generally flat.
Does it ever get close to spherical?
No, it'll never do that. It can't.
So it's ambiguous, but not so ambiguous that we don't know that about.
No, we know it's not spherical because spherical is the shape.
Right, but I said approaching, so obviously not spherical, still ambiguously not shaped, but ambiguously not shaped, somewhat similar to a ball versus somewhat similar to planar.
That's why I said topographical planar realm, yeah.
So what's it changing from and to if it's always topographical planar?
It's always topographically planar, right? but it's just constantly more. It doesn't have a shape to it.
This is a dishonest position. I'd like to
It's
point
not
out
at all.
at this moment.
A shape is something that's like it's constant. It's not changing. The Earth isn't that.
But you've agreed it fits flat Earth most of the time, so that's just normal flat Earth, really.
No, that's what you keep saying. You keep trying to put that jacket on me. It's so disingenuous.
You said up's up, and it's generally relatively planar, generally flat.
It's got hills, cliffs, mountains, valleys, mud puddles, dips, waterfalls, mountains.
Yeah, who cares about any of that stuff?
Clearly, the rocks in your driveway are no shape.
Who cares? I was talking about the whole ocean.
Motherfuckers at Applebee's, almost at lunch rush, trying to talk on Discord.
Yeah, I can't tell. I don't know if it's dishonest. Is that really what you honestly think? You think the Earth is changing shape?
Is it
Yeah,
not?
it
Is it not
doesn't
shifting
really.
and moving around and doing all those things that I just named?
No.
Not really, no.
It's
No,
not. So there's not
tiny mountains.
constantly. There's not constantly islands, popping up out of the ocean here and there. Small. I mean, they may be small, but some of them are. You got mountains, right? How are mountains formed? How do you guys say it's from like tectonic plates colliding? All these, right? So it's just constantly changing. Avalanches, those don't happen. Mudslides, those don't happen. Sinkholes, those don't happen. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, it just seems dishonest. Yeah, I think I'm with you now, Dawn. I think it seems dishonest.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's a horrible lie. I'm just saying
it's good, but it's not working.
Even you, Fresh, this doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to point out.
No, see, you keep trying to project your position onto me, and that's not going to work, Don. That's what
you're going to find out your position, and you won't have one. You won't share what you really think.
I just said what I really think.
Yeah, you didn't know.
I'm a biblical literalist. That's part of it. The earth cannot be measured as it says in Scripture.
Just tell them it's the default position to the reality every time. Our flat Earth is the default to your retardedness. Now keep going with your demonstrations and try to match our flat Earth. Our default, non-shaped flat Earth. Our flat shaped flat, non-shaped flat Earth.
It's not using that logic, dude.
Nobody can understand what you're saying, dude, to be honest.
Yeah, the mic's shit, man.
He said, ask them to compare a flat and a
Let's
ball.
see. You're hot micing. Good morning, by the way. Thanks
do you want to get in?
No, you're gay. Six-fingered friend.
Did he call me salad fingers?
I was talking to Dawn. He's a six-fingered frog.
There he is. Slimy little bastard.
I could do this test on you, let's see, and warm your feet up if you like.
Oh my god. Dawn.
I know it sounds gay, but it'll help your mind progress.
I've got this really bad plantar fascia.
Let me sit down so I can
So
take
you can
it.
definitely rub on these feet.
Let me sit down, because otherwise I might fall over.
It's actually a really bad case of Dupuytren's contracture as well, mixed in with plantar fascia.
What's going to happen is you're going to choose number one, flat Earth, the same as Fresh, but lie doing it. That's what's going to happen.
Go on in.
So you hear my prediction?
Yeah.
What was your prediction, Dawn?
He's going to go with number one, Earth's pretty much flat, like a flat earther says, but he's going to lie while he slowly accepts number one.
Yeah, I was going to predict a refusal to answer or inability, otherwise not answer.
Come on in. Let's hear it.
God.
Let's hear it.
God.
But that's just an instant fail then, if he refuses to answer.
Only if you wave, so I know you've got six fingers.
So there's a man on the west coast of Ireland, a man on the east coast of America, and I'm saying, what do you think about their two ups?
Hold on, let me get this right. So he's on the west coast of Ireland.
Yeah.
character number A
Yes.
and character B is on the east coast of America. So
That's
you
it.
could say one was in Cork and
Yeah.
one was in New York. Cork, York.
Yeah, okay,
New
but
Cork.
right on the beach,
York,
right on the
York.
the far coast beach.
Yeah, so like you've got like I would imagine kind of New York's pretty
you're
easily.
standing, yeah. So you're standing 90 degrees to the surface of the ocean, Atlantic Ocean.
90 degrees. Just
like a human stands normally next to an ocean.
Oh, you're just standing up. Why don't you just
Yeah.
say like standing upright
Yes.
rather than going for the nonsense?
Because I'm putting in that it is 90 degrees.
Well, maybe you got a hunchback and like you're leaning forward and you're not quite 90. So,
No, let's imagine non-hunchbacks, normal men.
oh, if
It's
you're going to
about-
be
about
hypothetical,
90
let's be really
degrees.
hypothetical.
So 91 or 89 is fine.
So the guy's standing up straight at the edge of the water,
Yes.
looking over to fucking geezer A, yeah?
Imagine then a beam of light, a laser shining right out the top of his head, up into the sky. So that's his up, yeah? And then character B's got the same, that's his up, and there's a whole Atlantic Ocean in the middle.
Yeah.
Are those ups parallel, or are they angled away from each other, or towards each other? But there's three main options. Option one is both angled up, basically parallel, same up. Number two is angled away, but fits the globe model, sadly. Yeah. And number three is, my name is Slitsy, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to hazard a guess, yeah? This is my, belief. It's never ever going to replicate the globe because, like, you motherfuckers are fucking crazy. Yeah.
That's what the other guy said.
Listen. I'm finished. Yeah. You've took on a belief. You could have been Mormons. I don't know. You could have been.
You avoid the question in instant fail of the
No, I'm
test.
not. But because, like, we don't live on a flat, level plane.
This is first
Listen,
chaotic.
we don't live on a level plane. So if guy A is standing up straight and guy A, we don't know if he's on a hill, if it's dipping down. So
gone for number three.
but really and truly, if you really want to think about it, it's going to be perpendicular of what they're doing, isn't it? So there you
What
go.
do you mean by that? What do you mean by
Well, what I'm going to say, you don't know whether the guy's standing on a hill, so like
Number
even
three
though
is
he's
possibly
standing
then.
up straight, the beam coming out the top of his head might veer off to the left or the right, but it's definitely not going to be matching no fucking globe nonsense bullshit.
Wait. Can I give you the next step? The reason you
Okay,
might not
then.
want to choose number three, I don't know, is because that means number two, globe, could still be possible.
No, definitely not.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point of my test.
No, there's no possibility that could be correct unless you're fucking brain dead or had a lobotomy. If you've had a lobotomy, then I can understand that you would.
If you don't know, how do you know?
Because my understanding, like, look, it's really simple. When you go, yeah, you ain't got a model. My model is the moment I walk out of the fucking door, that's my model, yeah? Whatever it is. So, because I don't have, the resources, I don't have the resources to put that into some form of understanding other than, that's my reality. I don't know. What do you want? You're just on some like story, and you've accepted it. It's like someone's pissed on your back, told you it's rain, and you're just swapping in it. You're like swapping it all over you, like brute 33.
Oh,
all of you.
Do I win? I just want to remind them of number one. Do you think they could be parallel, same up?
I don't think. Well, they wouldn't be. I would imagine they wouldn't be far off, but I wouldn't say like 100% they're going to be like parallel.
Nearly parallel, a bit like flat Earth.
No, I would imagine, right, if they were standing on a slab which was 100% level, and you could discern that platform the other guy was standing on level, regardless of the elevation, and they stood up, straight, and they stood up straight, so they're on a say a concrete plinth, and it's dead flat.
Imagine it
dead
perfectly
flat
level to the
It's
sea.
not about the elevation. The elevation could be different, but the plinth's going to be straight. I'd say they were pretty much going to be
brilliant.
straight.
You've chosen number one. I'm a flat
No, it's not flat Earth.
You've really got to
I
revise
just
these
told you.
questions,
I just fucking told you, Dimlo, how you
that's
can
my
do it.
that was
How
my
you can
prediction.
do it, and now you go, "Oh, I ponged you. You didn't tell me nothing, did you? I told you how it would be possible. I told you how it would be possible. But you just don't want to look. You just
a mock run on me earlier and it didn't work. Now he's trying it on you for some reason. Like 30 seconds later.
I don't think you guys realise when flat earthers refuse to answer very simple questions like this.
I didn't answer. Look, eggshells.
Exactly.
Listen,
but listen. Let me finish the point.
The simple thing is, right? You ask simple questions from a fucking simpleton. Yeah. Sorry, mate, but
There's
you're
no
not
such thing as a simple question.
You're not the sharpest tool in the box, are you? You know, because
That's
you're
true.
just fucking pussy with the fucking globe. You're pussy with the globe.
Anybody who says
and
it's
you
not a stupid
spout it off
question
as though like it is the
hasn't talked to
fucking
a flat earther.
gospel, and it ain't.
What teachers are you, or who raised you? Whoever said there's such thing as a stupid question? That's crazy.
Oh,
That's
there are
probably
stupid-
why you guys feel
Oh, there are stupid
insignificant.
questions.
That's probably why you
Anybody-
guys feel insignificant and attached and adhere to the globe so much is because
Anybody who thinks there's not stupid question hasn't talked to a
you
flat
know
earther.
somebody told you that your questions are stupid and to be quiet. You guys like got crushed or something.
You
Yeah, I know. There's lots of stupid questions. I've talked to flat earthers now for a
But
long time.
a real good teacher,
I know there are
a
stupid
real
questions.
good honest teacher that cares about education and knows everybody's intellectual levels are different and they process and learn different paces. They would never say there's a thing called a stupid question.
Well,
That's just somebody that
this isn't a question, is it? This isn't a question.
They haven't
is it?
talked to flat earthers. You know, if you talk to flat earthers, you know that they're stupid questions.
See, that's a very arrogant and disingenuous thing to say.
No, it's honest though. Totally honest.
Finish the
It's
point
not
I
a question,
started
is it? It
about
was a
dodging the question.
hypothetical. It was a hypothetical, and it means nothing.
You don't win, Fresh or Schlitzy. You don't win when you fail to answer a very obvious, easy to answer question. That's because let me finish this time, Schlitzy.
I just told you. You obviously didn't listen, and you're just like still spouting off your
I get that you
bollocks.
disagree, but I'd like to finish if that's okay.
Yeah, but like you're just going on. You're always fucking going on.
Oh, look who's
It's
talking
like
about
4
carrying
words,
on.
man. You can cope. Why you lose is because even though you don't
I don't lose nothing.
Dawn presents as a very clear dichotomy that you can't pick between. What you
this is your
lose
problem.
by not picking one is showing that you don't have the courage and you can't answer simple questions, which is a far
Hold on,
worse
listen to
thing
this.
fail
Listen to
at.
this. You're one of those fucking imbeciles. Oh, it's either Palestine or Israel. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck?
Oh, speaking of dumb questions, here comes Damon.
Outdo all physics, guys, and all your imaginary globe religion is going to outdo all reality. Now
the king
go
of
globe and spin.
The king of dumb questions, Damon.
Yeah, and that's just shit. The most monologued or monotoned person in the world. Every time you speak, I fall asleep.
Then there's Shitsky here, who's another one who asks really stupid, fucking dumb questions.
Here we go again. Come on now.
Get it out. Get it off your chest.
No, go ahead. What stupid question
Come on,
you got today?
Fatty, get it off your chest.
Come on, dumb
Maybe you
fuck.
didn't
What
have a
stupid question you got
barbecue at
today?
the weekend.
Come on, tell me a stupid question.
Maybe you didn't get the chance to have a barbecue at the weekend. Get it off
Come
your
on, tell me a
chest.
stupid question. Tell me a dumb question. Come on.
How fat are you?
Got any evidence for the flat Earth today?
Could we model you on the globe?
Do you have any evidence for the flat Earth today? Did you do anything over the weekend, or did you just jerk
Evidence?
off?
Who said anything about flat Earth? Hello.
Well, I mean, you're a flat earther. I mean, obviously you're
Well,
looking around for the
see,
flat Earth, right?
this is the problem, because like you forget.
You didn't deny the
You've got the
jerking
memory
off
like
bit.
a goldfish. You got the memory like a goldfish.
So you didn't deny being a flat earther.
You've got a memory like a goldfish. You
Look who's
forget.
talking.
You
My God,
have
the
a
dumbest
think.
fuck
Have
in
a
the room.
think. Have a think. When have
The
I
dumbest
ever?
fuck in the room.
When have I ever said I was flat Earth?
When have you ever said that you weren't? You have stupid flat Earth.
Just not.
You're
Just
not
now.
flat
You
Earth.
said, you said the two ups are the same.
Dawn.
I know. There's
Tell
nobody
me-
here who's a flat
No,
earther. Got it right.
Just now you
I'm
said
not a
it.
flat
Have
earther.
I ever said that I'm a flat earther?
Yeah,
Ever?
just now you said two ups each side of the Atlantic Ocean are the same up.
God.
So you're a flat
Yes,
earther. That
you
was what my
pretty much
test
sound
was
like a
for,
flat
you
earther.
idiot.
I know you don't want to. I know you don't like the label flat earther because it basically means dumb fuck. But okay.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. If you're a
Dawn,
flat
why
earther,
did,
it
why
means
did
dumb
Sage
fuck.
get muted? Was she interrupting too much?
Do you know
yeah,
what?
she
NASA
ended
shit.
up interrupting just when people
You-
spoke loud.
I've
When
heard
one
you
person was
talk
speaking.
just in normal terms, and you're just full of shit.
Was
Like, when
Lindsay or
you
somebody
when you got the
Lindsay or
globe
somebody
spin on it,
hot
when
mic
you got the globe spin on it, it's even, mate, it's just garbage.
And you're not
So
a
you
flat
can be,
earther.
you can be
Fuck
as
off.
like, just get it off your chest. That's all I'm saying.
And you're not a
Get it
flat
off-
earther. Yeah,
Get it
and
off
you're
your
not a
chest.
flat earther. You
Get it
dumb
off
fuck.
your chest. Get it off your chest.
Come on, say
Get it off
something
your
dumb.
chest.
Yes,
Come on,
Say it
get it off
again.
your chest.
Say it again. Say it again.
Oh, fuck
Don't
off,
let you keep
little
saying it.
weasel bollocks.
We want to hear your voice. Let's you say it again. We love your voice so much. Come on, say it,
Mate.
Slitsy. Come on, speak to us. There it is. Speak to us.
Fucking little non.
Let's see, provide evidence or go the fuck away. You never bring evidence and you're a piece of shit.
Evidence
Or I
of
said
what,
it.
you fucking dim low?
Of the flat earth, like NASA show was
What
asking
fucking
for.
flat earth? I don't need
Yeah,
no
the flat
evidence.
earth that you believe in,
I
you
fucking
douchebag.
experience every day. Like, my reality is when I
You're
step out the
boring.
door and I'm
Reality.
walking around, I'm looking,
Reality. You wouldn't know
up, I'm
reality.
looking down. That's
You
my
wouldn't know
reality.
reality if it bit you in the ass.
I got no fucking balls or fucking fucking directional
And
shit
you're not a
going
flat
on.
earther. And you're not a flat earther. Fuck the hell off.
I said I'm not a flat earther, you
Just fuck
fucking
off.
silly cunt.
Fucking idiot.
Fat cunt.
He is a flat earther.
All right, calm down,
You are
ladies.
a flat
I think
earther.
I'm going to change my position. I'm not just an anti-glober. I'm an anti-shaper.
Anti-shaper.
Yeah, there's quite a
like
few.
you fat
So you go from
Agreed,
dumb
the
to
two ups
dumber,
are the
right?
same up.
Next-
So you're a flat earther.
few that
Yeah, I say you keep on this trajectory, you'll end
refuse
up
to
being.
be drawn on whether Earth even has a shape. So it's not a unique position. It's just an exceptionally cowardly one.
I say you keep on this trajectory, you'll end up being a concaver. That's the dumbest of the dumbest.
So you've had to reduce yourselves to pretending to trick people into saying that they're flat Earth. Is that where we're at?
No, you literally said the two ups are the same.
Absolute clown.
You told me man to man the two ups are the same up.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
you didn't
did. You
hear.
sat down
Obviously,
for it and
obviously, you
everything.
missed that. You missed the
sat
important
down for it and
details,
everything.
Dawn. You fucking dim low. I said,
Are you
look,
gonna,
if
you
you
want to take it
stood on a
back?
plinth,
Are you not
if
sure?
you stood
You
on
want
a
to go back
plinth,
to number 3?
right? Look, let's fucking say exactly what I said. If you stood on a plinth and it was level, yeah,
Gonna happen.
and the other guy stood on a plinth and it was level, regardless of the elevation.
Yeah, right across
I'd
the
say
Atlantic
they'd be
Ocean.
pretty. I'd said they'd be most probably be pretty much.
Yes, which means you think
do
the
you-
whole Atlantic Ocean
Pretty
is
much
flat.
going up, fucking straight, depending on it.
There
I
you
don't
go,
know. Maybe
guys.
one's got a head in it. He can't put it up right. It's
What do you
slants to
believe
the
more? The
side.
fact that
Maybe
he's not a
not
flat
then,
earther,
Dawn.
or the fact he
Fucking
thinks that?
dim low, Dawn. That's a
You're
typical
contradicting
fucking six-fingered
what you just
question.
said.
I don't know. I just don't
You said I'm
understand
not
where
a
you're
flat
coming
earther.
from.
I
Forrest,
think
wait,
the
I
Earth's
want
flat, guys.
you should have stopped
I
right
don't
there. You should
understand
stop
where you're
say,
coming from.
just say I don't
Speak to us,
understand.
Slitsky. We understand your voice.
Just say I don't
Come on, talk to
understand,
us.
Slitsky.
I've got
That's the best.
I've got the three worst cunts in the world, like 1, 2,
You
and
have three
3.
cunts?
Cunt
You have
1,
3 cunts? I
cunt
figured.
2,
Oh,
and
I think you have
cunt
one
3.
cunt right between your legs. That's the only cunt I think you have.
If Earth is flat, explain why the sun doesn't change size throughout the day.
The sun doesn't change size throughout the day.
That's right.
Yeah.
Explain
No,
it. Well, go ahead and look at the stream that I'm showing up top of this, whatever the fuck. Go ahead and look at that. Take your time. We'll sit here for a half hour. Explain why it doesn't change size.
NASA will just have to
You
have a
don't have
bob.
the right filter.
Oh, you mean all the solar filters that I have? I'll explain it to you since you guys weren't here last night. I'll be respectful. This is a video by Red's Rhetoric.
Is that what you used? Was all of them?
Quiet, fresh. What I did is I took a Python script that I created. I drew a perfect circle around the circle on the screen. This started at 7:26 in the morning.
Oh well, let's go home. Everything's settled. That's done.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
Okay.
Why are you here?
Okay, cocksucker.
684 pixels. What do you think it's going to be at 7:27 p.m.?
I think you're just fucking mad.
684 pixels.
You're mad.
Go figure out a new argument to combat this, and then come back.
You're looking at
That's the
something in
point.
the sky. You're looking at something in the sky through a camera, and you'll say, "Oh yeah, it's like I like." You're fucking
Explain
mad.
it. Explain it. Quit bitching about your stupid ass
there's a
fucking
cunt.
position and
Right,
explain it.
There's a cunt with a camera,
say
and
you
he can draw a circle around something, and it represents reality. Fucking Dimlo.
Explain it, you piece of shit. Explain it,
No, you're a
Slitsy.
fucking Dimlo. You're a fucking absolute clown. You fucking drawing something on. Mate, you're just fucking.
That's a
mad.
great explanation. Fresh, you want to
Yeah,
try
you just-
again? Last
you know
night you
what?
couldn't explain it.
No, I just don't want to try anything because, like, you're absolutely.
I'm
just
not talking
got
to you.
nothing back. You're just
I knew
fucking
you wouldn't
stupid.
explain it because you're a piece
I'm
of
not
shit and you argue.
entertaining your
You
stupidity.
argue.
You fucking
You argue.
retard. You are
argue.
a retard. You're a retard.
Listen.
You're retarded.
Explain it.
To even
That's
think
fine.
that.
That's the genetic fallacy. Explain it. This is my
No,
evidence.
you're it's not the genetic.
That's fine. I can be as retarded as you think. Explain it.
Explain what?
New topic,
The
please.
fucking stream I just
Explain-
presented to you and you
explain
refuse to
what?
click on. Click on the stream at the top of your window that says
No, I'm
watch
not gonna,
stream.
I'm not.
Oh,
gonna
are you
waste
scared?
fucking-
Oh,
not
are you
gonna
scared?
waste My time
Yeah,
looking at
go
your
away. Go away. Go away
rubbish.
then. Go away
What you
then. Are you
think-
scared of
What
evidence?
you think is reality?
No.
Absolutely.
No.
You're absolutely mad.
Tell me why it's not reality. Tell me why it's
Check
not.
yourself into some like hotel or something. You know, like one of those funny ones where they like cater for you in white coats and just give you medication.
Yeah,
Take
and I
your
can see that you're
medication.
watching it right now. Why don't you explain it? You could do a
I'm not
perfectly
watching
good
it, you
job.
fucking clown.
Oh, is that why it says spectator Schlitzy?
Well, it
reality, bro.
It might be thingy, but I'm not watching that. Trust me.
Well, why don't you click on it and watch it then, you pussy?
No, because like you're just talking shit, and I can't engage with.
I am
shit
just talking shit. Why don't you put me
Yeah,
in my
so-
place? Yeah, go ahead and
No.
put me in my place. Tell me what's
I
wrong
can't
with
be
it,
bothered.
and I'll go
I
away.
can't-
I'll go
I
away.
can't be bothered. I can't be bothered.
Compose yourself.
You're
You're letting your
boring.
emotions
You're
control
boring.
you. That's what
Fresh, why don't you watch it, you pussy?
You're boring.
Hey, that's what women do. They let their emotions control them. Men
That's
use
right.
logic.
I'm being a woman right now. Why don't you watch it, you pussy?
Calm down.
What's
Be a
wrong
man.
with these people?
That's a great argument. That's a great argument.
What's wrong with these gays?
Man, you guys are
Are you
fantastic.
gay?
You come here, you bitch. You stamp your feet in the fucking mud, and you
What,
can't
and
look at
and you
evidence.
come up with some shitty video and say, it's just fucking proof.
Yes, I come up with some shitty video that you can't even tell me what's wrong with it.
I don't
Go
care,
ahead.
you're fucking stupid. Is it your video? Is it your video? Did you
It's a
make the
video that I created.
Hello.
It's a video that
Is the footage yours originally? Yes or no?
Why don't you?
Yes, that's just a simple question. Is it your footage.
Are you fucking stupid?
Guys,
Look at the video.
can we
You can figure
please
it out.
No.
take turns
Listen,
speaking?
Contos, listen.
Thanks.
Why don't you
No.
tell me whether you shot the video of the original of what you
Oh
just
my God! Here we go
did?
again.
Did you do that?
Look, all
Did
right,
you
hold
do
on. Let me
that?
click through for you. I'll click through for you. Here's another
No.
video.
No, I
Credit
don't want
Wolfie
to. I don't
6020.
care about your videos. I don't care about your videos.
No, he doesn't care about
Just
videos. Come on, you offering him
look at
evidence.
that.
He doesn't care about evidence. He doesn't care about facts. He just wants to sit here and come
Yeah,
here and
go.
say shit.
Schlitzy, go away. Go away.
What facts have you got?
He wouldn't know a fact if it bit him in
Schlitzy,
the ass.
yeah.
What fact?
Go away, Schlitzy. Watch
fact
the video
is
on your
you're
own
just a
time.
fucking
Jerk
fat
off in
cunt.
private, and then come back and tell us what's wrong with it. How about that?
No, I can't be bothered.
You're so boring. Yeah, you're so
You are
boring.
boring. Well, I'm gonna waste my time. I'm gonna waste my time. The time I'll never be able to get back watching one of your silly videos. You're fucking
Apparently, because you don't even care about evidence. So yeah, it would be a waste of time.
Yeah,
Guys, let's focus
drew a
on one
circle
conversation at a
sun.
time.
Wow.
Thanks.
All right,
How
Sage,
did
I'm
the
sorry.
dot-
I'll
This
try to
is-
focus on the
look,
fact that
right, look,
Schlitzy's a pussy,
You got to think
and
to
he
yourself.
doesn't want to look
this
at
is
evidence.
This is how much of a cunt you are. You've actually took the time out to draw a circle on a sun, then count the fucking pixels.
Isn't that boring as fuck? Yeah, and you guys won't even look at it. Here, I'll go back to it. Playlist, play all.
I'm gonna yield.
I'll put it on.
I'm gonna yield on the time that you're wasting for me.
Oh my God! Thank you. Go away. Go away. Come back when you can explain
Why don't you
the
go
fucking evidence.
Why don't you go and get your ball and put it in Nasser Shield's mouth? I'm sure it'll fit.
Yeah,
tell
here
you
we
what.
go. That was Nathan
If
Oakley.
you can explain this away.
We have Nathan Oakley Jr. here talking about balls and mouths again.
God,
Is this an English thing? Is this something English? I mean, do the English have this fetish with balls in their mouth or something?
Oakley got,
I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
with all the Oakley doll where you got
some
hurt.
of us have.
I mean, this must be some sort of English fetish that I don't know about.
I don't know who.
Guys,
Nathan
can we
Oakley.
take turns speaking, please?
I don't know.
Thanks.
who Nathan
You know, we've got ball sucker here.
I'm new here, but I will meet you.
I know Paul Oakenfeld. I don't know.
It's the evolution of toilet humor for retards.
I don't know. This is something weird.
Yeah. Look, Dawn can wank you off
Becomes
with
gay.
6 fingers. Look.
Unfunny gay jokes.
I mean, this is like the second the second flat earther Englishman who's talking about balls for some reason in their mouth. I don't know.
Yeah.
When they don't have evidence, they have insults. That's the insult.
Yeah.
That's the insult.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's funny that is.
But see, anti-shapers, we don't do that. We're cordial.
Anti-shapers. What's that mean?
You're devolving.
really
Go the other direction. You're devolving. You think you're making an improvement to your position.
So are you
Yeah,
like
I think if
are you
you say
concave yet?
planar, once you've said planar, you've started describing a part of a
Guys,
shape. Right?
let's focus on one conversation at a time.
Up. Get your
Thanks.
butt. Shut up.
They's just coming at her bro right now. Eggshells.
Yeah, she's telling me off. Yeah, I think that fresh. I don't think anti-shape really works because, right, a square has planar surfaces, and it is definitely a shape. So it doesn't make sense to be like, I don't know anything about it. It doesn't have a shape, but also here's this shape-based description I've got.
I've never said square. Where'd
Let's
you get
take
square
turns
from?
speaking, please.
All right, you're done, lady.
Wow.
Yeah, you're pretty bored.
Maybe if
Right.
somebody can mute her again, I think she's detecting over-talking where there's none.
Global weirdo.
Sage. Disengage.
I like Sage. She's all right.
Yeah, I'm not saying you said it was a square, just that to say planar is a description of a surface of a shape.
Yeah, no, see, that's so many degrees of separation there that you're trying to reach for.
What, is the thing I said untrue, or you just don't like the conclusion? Because there's no degrees, there's no separation.
It's the shape, it's the description of the surface of a shape. Like, come on, man, what is that?
A planar is a description of a surface. True or false? True or false?
Is topographical a description of a surface?
Yes.
What shape? What shape is that a description of?
Certainly a shape.
it needs to be a shape.
Just anything that fits in your square sandbox. So you take a big sandbox, rectangle, square. You can put whatever lumps and bumps and mashed potatoes you want in that motherfucker. It's still a planar sandbox. Do you got it? Eggshells, you get that? Here comes the globe.
Oh, shut up, you silly little Australian
No ball
cunt.
circus. Boomer, man, you ain't got no balls in that circus.
D-Mont, what were you saying?
I said the sandbox can be planar no matter what you put in it. You could put sand castles, you can put mountains, you can put hills, you can put cliffs, you can put an 8-inch drop or an 8-foot drop in your sandbox. It's still a planar sandbox. Now it just has a little drop there. Right?
Yeah, but that's pinning you down with the sandbox, where I'm not claiming any type of shape to begin with.
I'm even,
Hold on a minute.
You're even dumber than Dama.
He said, what does planar mean? It means a planar square surveying method, a squared out surveying. So no matter what the topography is, you're making a fucking square, right?
Wow, that's
deep. So it doesn't matter the topography. It doesn't matter the shape of the topography. If you're making a plane, it's a square. You can
There
put
is no
mashed
shape
potatoes
to
all over it.
topography.
I'm not telling you it needs to be a shape. I'm
You
saying
said
it's
no matter the
planar
shape of the
surveying.
topography.
You're arguing against that.
You're squaring off a
It
piece
would
of
be no
mashed
matter what
potato.
no matter what the shape of the topographical surface is.
Correct. It's
Or no,
still a
no matter
planar
what
square that you surveyed. You didn't survey a
Some
spherical.
be dumber here. Who can be dumber here? Demon?
Who's dumbing me down? You're confusing me. What the fuck is going on?
You're both saying the topology changes everything, guys, and Democ's saying no, it doesn't.
I'm telling you that the sandbox doesn't have a shape, just like the gentleman's telling you. There is no shape.
Nobody
to
said anything about
trees
sandbox.
and
Got everybody
clouds
off
and
the
dirt.
top.
And
Stop playing
planar
with sand.
surveying just means to survey a plane area.
Yeah,
A
Damox confusing
plain
a
fucking
sandbox
square
with
area like you got a sandbox. You're
Yeah,
saying it
Damox
doesn't matter what's in your sandbox. It's still a squared out fucking flat sandbox. Come on
Yeah,
now.
Damox is confusing
Such
his
a good
sandbox
point,
with a
Demo.
cat's litter box, but that's okay.
So
Even a litter box.
Fresh, what would you, when you say topographical, what does that mean? What is topography?
Increases.
Mud puddles, hills, grass, dirt.
Yeah,
No,
there
I'm
you
not
go.
asking you, Demo. Please shut the fuck up or I'll mute you.
Shut up, you bitch.
Yeah, it's just features of the land.
Them's
Features
muting
of the
words.
earth.
The features of the earth?
Yeah, but it's not like
it's not
again,
the
it's not
temperature,
a
is it?
set, it's not a set shape. Remember, I was saying it's dynamic, so it's never the same thing. It's not like a set topographical shape. It's just constantly morphing and
Sure. Like a
and changing.
changing shape still has shapes, right? It just goes from one to another.
What is it? What's it going to be?
No, it has no shape because it's coming up out of the. It comes up out of the
What
water.
shape it is. Say
Why
what's
would
the
that mean it's
non-shape
got no
shape?
shape? What does the coming out of the water mean it's got no shape?
It's coming out of the water, so it exists in the water. It's not like it's. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't have a shape.
Water forms it. He's telling you.
I don't understand why water would mean that something's got a shape. If I got a ball, if I put it in a pool, it's still a ball, right? So shapes.
Water and
Right,
air.
but if you have like a giant, if you have a giant clump of, just to dumb it down, if you have a giant clump of mud and you throw it into some water, does it have a shape?
No.
Yeah.
If you're saying that that when the mud fully becomes just mixed in with the water, that's fine, but it's running from the question because that's not what topology describes, is it? Topology describes mountains and hills and valleys in the shape of the land.
That didn't make any sense.
Right,
That's
but
not a
we
shape.
also okay, but it's not disingenuous for me to say that those change. Right, that changes, and it's not a set thing.
When's it
still
not
got a
change?
shape, though. It's just a changing shape.
When's it become a globe?
No, it never was an established shape to begin with.
When's it become a perfect curve?
It has to be a
Right,
shape in order for it to change to another shape.
Exactly.
So exactly, it has no shape. It's constantly changing. Since, however you look at it, even from the globe perspective, it's constantly growing and changing and doing all that. It never had an original shape. It's just always been changing.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like saying a pool ball doesn't exist in a spherical shape because
No, because the pool
every
ball was
time.
created in a specific shape, which is the sphere.
But let me finish, if that's okay with you. It's like
Sorry.
saying it never has a shape because there will always be off-gassing. Hitting it with the cue ball will chip off tiny parts because that shape is changing. It never had one, and that's just obviously dumb, right? It's 99.99 something % spherical with tiny changes over its life that alter it only a little bit from being spherical. It is both
Right, but that's
changing
not how the Earth
and
is
having
as
a
we
shape,
know it, right?
isn't it?
Yes, it is.
No, the Earth wasn't formed as a sphere. It slowly changed and morphed into what you guys call a sphere or an oblate spheroid.
Doesn't change my point.
No, yeah, the point was that the cue ball itself was created in the fashion of a sphere. It was
Was it always
designed
that
that
way?
way. And then, yes, things may be dynamically happening to it when action's done upon it, but that's not a correlation to the Earth because the Earth wasn't created as a sphere.
I'm not correlating it to the Earth. I'm just pointing out that if it's got physical bounds, then it has a shape. That shape
It doesn't
can
have
change.
physical bounds.
A ball doesn't have physical bounds where the ball
We're not
stops.
talking about a ball. We're talking about the Earth.
Does the Earth have a bit where it stops and the air starts?
No.
Yes. It doesn't? There's no bit where the ground stops and the air starts. Is that where we're at with Flat Earth in 2025?
Well, no, they're not in a consistent, like not in a constant form or shape. No, it's constantly moving.
You're running from the conversation again.
I'm not running from it at all. I'm saying the same thing I've been saying the whole time. The shape is
Right, but
constantly
you're
changing.
pretending I haven't rebutted it soundly.
Not at all. The air is adjacent to the Earth. That doesn't change my position that the Earth is constantly changing.
The Earth
It has no
bounds?
shape.
Is there bits where the ground stops and the air starts?
Yes, but that doesn't define a shape.
Oh. The bounds of something don't define its shape. What defines the shape of a cue ball?
We've agreed it has topography, right? It's bounded at where the air is. So what's the shape of that?
Well, I think it's mostly spherical. What bounds you get the idea that a cue ball has bounds.
Well, if we don't go off of your beliefs and we're just and we have in front of us what we're talking about, I'm not at all. Nope, you're just trying to interject your presupposition. That's it.
I'm just showing you that
you said I think. You weren't even talking about what you think.
If you want to go,
we weren't talking about what you think, though. We were talking about what I think.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you want to go anti-shape, it's just a bit weird to also be like, by the way, topographical plane. It's like saying the Earth isn't flat, but it's flat, right? If it doesn't have a shape, you can't then start describing shape features like planar and topographic.
Flat is not a shape.
Well, then what do you want me to call it? Horizontal?
Planar is not a shape.
It's topographical, but it's stretched out over in a planar fashion.
Feel free to keep saying silly things. I'm just pointing out that people will rightly look at you like you're losing it.
You're the one that doesn't know what a shape is.
I don't mind. It doesn't have a shape, but it's topographic.
You can't draw your globe. Draw your globe. Draw what oblate means to you.
I love how he gets offended for me. It's awesome.
It's up to you, man. Like it's your world.
Ask oblate to draw his.
I think it's just such an impoverished one that you end up having to pretend you don't know what.
That's the whole thing. Is from this position, there's no reference frame to scale this to give it a shape. That's the whole point of my position, and it says that.
Well, the Bible says that. Reality.
Exactly, and that's what I am. I'm a biblical literalist.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm an anti-shaper.
The Bible also says it takes shape like clay under seal. So it does say it's got a shape.
What shape is that?
It's like a bowl. Lowest
clay on your envelope.
On
your envelope
be
is
what
a
you
ball.
are. You're a flat earther.
That's weird.
Yeah.
What's clay under seal shaped like? How is clay under seal shaped like a ball?
A clay seal is what they stamp for the king's ring. They put clay on it.
Yeah, you press a you press a ring into a bit of
Flat.
wax.
Press it down
And
flat
it
on the
leaves
envelope.
behind an initial and an up.
And you seal the envelope. Yeah, it's a seal.
So the Bible specifically gives a shape. It says it takes shape.
Flat circle?
Now, if you're a biblical literalist, you can't say it's got no shape.
It didn't say it's shaped like something. It
What's
says
the shape of a seal? What's a
shape
bump
is.
of
It says
seal?
it takes shape like. That means it's malleable. The clay has the seal pressed upon it and then changes its shape.
And heat can conform it. Yes, sir.
So it does. So it does or it doesn't have a shape.
To match the, it
Heat
doesn't.
conforms its shape, not gravity.
So you're disagreeing now.
Like clay under a seal, meaning if you put pressure on it, it's going to resemble whatever the pressure is of that.
It'll stamp. It'll become a stamp.
It'll change shape. Yeah, you can roll wax into a ball.
That's all it means.
You can roll wax into a ball and then it'll be shaped as a ball. You can flatten it out and then it'll be shaped flat. That's
right.
fine.
It takes it's malleable. It takes shape.
The Bible in that passage describe the earth as having a shape?
No.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't have a reference to a specific shape. It just says it takes shape like clay under a seal.
So it does say it has a shape.
Clay, like, yes, it says it takes shape, not it is shaped as or shaped like.
But does it matter? It also says that it's square, that it has 4 corners.
It takes shape, but it doesn't have that shape. It takes the shape of clay under a seal, but it doesn't have shape while it's doing that.
Yeah, that's an action.
What does it mean to take
clay
shape?
under a seal?
I've got some square rings. I've got a ring with a square on the front, and then it's got a knight's face on it, and you put.
Can you give me another example of something taking
into the clay and
shape,
square seal,
and
see
not
that,
having
guys?
a shape?
Got a square seal for the king. Square underscore clay. Square.
So it just means that we don't know what shape it is in the Bible anyway, and who cares? It's a 2,000
No, in reality, you don't know what shape it is.
year-old.
The Bible tells you what it is.
Wrong.
Well, he's a biblical
That's the whole
literalist.
point. He kind of has a point there, and that's why it can be left for not open interpretation. Like, there's room there for interpretation and for understanding, right? Because you're trying to pin it down as if it specifically says this seal, like we are referring to the seal is this Mercator map circular seal. But yet it also says that there's 4 corners. So who knows if the seal is circular or if it's square, right?
It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying at all.
In the seal or in the clay, who knows what that is actually shaped like or if it has a shape. But the earth itself takes shape like clay under a seal.
So it's saying the earth does have a shape. That's all I'm saying. Nothing about Mercator maps. Not about the rest of the garbage.
It has a shape. It's giving descriptions of what it's like.
Sure, and it's describing its shape, correct or incorrect?
No, because it doesn't describe
when it
a shape.
says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal, it's not.
That's not a shape. That is not a shape.
What do you mean? It's just describe the shape.
What do you mean? What do I mean? Clay under a seal is not a shape.
I think it just means the word form. It takes the same.
That's why they
form,
use the word
it's just
shape.
not a shape.
What do you mean something isn't a shape?
A cloud's not a shape.
It's not like a perfect square. I'm not asking you, Demo. All right.
There is
the form. Or you Google or chat. Say what shapes? What are the shapes? Like what are all the shapes? And none of them are going to say clay under seal.
So do you think that human shape exists?
That's not a shape.
So do you think that, like, if I said that silhouette was dog shaped, you would be like, what do you mean? A dog is not a shape.
Exactly. Yeah, I would tell you that.
Are you fucking joking me? So the only things that are shapes are like squares and circles and regular geometric shapes.
Well, what's the That's why we call them those. Are you saying you have a new definition of shape?
Well, yeah, if you said that thing's car shaped, I would know what that meant, and it would mean it's shaped like a car. because things have shapes that are outside of just
Is
regular
car shaped?
geometric. Because
But
that's
is
like
car
that.
shaped?
Car shaped is like got wheels, and if are you really pretending you don't know what car shaped is? Is that what you're doing in order to defend flat Earth?
No,
and
I didn't say that. I said what
you're
shape.
pretending you don't know what shapes are.
What shape is like? What shape is that? Does it say that like where can I find the car shape?
Yeah, Google it, man. Like if you're really pretending you don't know what car shaped is, or human shaped, or that's shaped like a smiley face.
Those are things you
or
can.
that
Those are
cloud
things
is
you know
shaped
of.
like a bear.
I actually called this out earlier. I said, anyone that says this thing is this shape, he will say, no, it has no shape.
That's not a shape. You guys say that all the time. You guys
Fascinating
are so literal all the time.
What they're forced to end up denying is like
It takes shape like clay under
there's
a seal.
nothing left. Once you
I
accept
have
flat
a
Earth,
challenge for you.
there
Go
is
out
no
in
truth
reality,
left.
touch grass, and ask 10 random strangers and say, what shape is clay under a seal? And see what they say. What shape is that? And then show them the shape.
They say flat, bro. Flat like Egyptian cosmology. Flat.
Why would they say that?
Same up for the two guys.
Definition of shape is an external form, contours, or outline of something or someone.
Boom. Definitionally a shape.
It's pressed down and squeezed out into the flat seal with mountains. Flat Earth.
Yeah. It's like to say that it
Well, then
doesn't.
why didn't it say is shaped like clay under a seal? Why did it say takes shape?
That's the creation. You're right. It's an action, but it's
Yeah, I
left
know.
as the
I
seal.
know
It's
it
left
is.
as
And
the
that's
seal. Yeah. So two ups are the same up.
that's for the people that are keen and pick up on the keys and gems that scripture
Sure
drops.
you do. That's it. That's what you did. Because you don't say the word is there.
It doesn't say it is shaped like.
Because of the word that's absent, you can ignore the word that's present. That's the way.
What do you mean ignore? No, I'm adhering to the word that's present. You're trying to adhere to a word that is absent, and I'm adhering to the one that is present.
No, I'm saying the word shape is there. It's describing.
I'm saying it takes shape, not is shaped like.
So when
What
something
about when it
takes
says
shape,
the corners of the earth?
That's the whole point of this conversation. Is it takes shape? That means that's an action. That's a descriptive. That's a description of an action.
exactly. And what does it mean to take shape?
Corners of the
If
earth.
I said I took the shape of something, what would that mean? And it would mean I adjusted my body until I attained the
It would
closest
depend on the
approximation
action.
to that shape. Then I
It would depend
be
on the
in that
action and
shape.
the environment.
I mean, this is what you like. Listen to what you end up having to deny, that the word
If
shape.
you're trying to
means
explain
the
to
word
somebody
shape.
how, like, you taking shape of something, you would have to describe the action and the environment.
And then I'd be in that shape. If something takes
Okay,
shape.
exactly. So,
okay, let me ask you this question. Does actual wax, clay, take shape under a seal?
yes. It's malleable.
Once it is taken, now, once it has taken that shape, is it now in that shape?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. It now has that shape.
You haven't made any point though, because if that's what it was, then it wouldn't say it takes. It would just say the Earth is shaped like clay under a seal. But it doesn't.
Well, you're
and it's
arguing
not
with
like
words
the
that aren't
Bible.
present.
Oh well, it
We've
would just
logically
They
established that
accidentally
when something takes the shape of something, it is in that shape.
Just
This
an
is why we
accidental
deny this word
clerical
shape is in
error.
the Bible. You're not
After
a Bible
thousands of
literalist. You're
years of
lying about what's in the Bible.
cross-examination, they're just an accidental clerical error.
It's a clerical error that they put the word shape in there?
No, that
Not
they
being
put the
very
word takes
Bible
instead of
literalist.
is. That they put the word takes instead of is.
Wait, but you just agreed that once something takes the shape, it has that shape. You
That's
agreed
right.
to that.
Wax, I said, not something. I said wax.
Sure. Things
Unless you
take
put
shapes
heat
and then
to
they're
it.
in that shape.
Unless you put heat to it, then it melts back into whatever shapeless form it wants to be, just like it says the Earth was. Isn't that weird?
Does that come from the Bible? Or does the
Yeah, it
Bible
does.
describe it as having a shape, but you just don't
Yeah,
know
it
it's
says
bound?
it's without form.
No, originally it was without form.
Oh.
And it's described as having form. That's wrong. You just made that up. Doesn't say
I
the
didn't make
earth
anything up.
remained
It
without
says the
form.
earth was without form.
Was before creation. Before the lands and the seas and were made, correct or incorrect?
Is earth creation or not?
So once the land and the sea was created,
Is earth
does it
creation
still?
or not?
No, I don't think it is. But
You
in
don't
the
think
Bible,
okay? Well, in this sense, is earth creation or not?
Yeah.
Okay, the earth was without form.
Is this before or after the lands and the oceans were?
What is land? What is land?
It's before, isn't it? So once
It's
they
the
put the
earth,
land
isn't
there,
it?
then it
The
took
earth
shape
is
like clay
the
under a
earth is
seal.
the land, isn't it? And it comes out of the water, and
You're
both
not very
of
good at
them are
biblical
without
literalism.
form.
This is not how you biblically literalize.
That's 100% how you do it.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree with that.
How
That
would you
is,
know
this
you
is the
don't
way
even
most
believe
people
in
do
it?
it.
You don't even believe in it. How would you know?
Huh? Because I know what the book says.
No, you don't.
Well, I know bits of what it says. I know enough to know
know.
that it says it takes shape like clay under a seal, and now you're trying to pretend that it needs
Take shape
extra
like,
words
and you're
to be
trying
made
to
up.
pretend as if it says it is shaped like
Well, that's what
clay
it
that
reads
was
like,
pressed
doesn't it?
under a seal. That's what you're
That's
trying to
exactly.
change it into. You want it to
Well,
go from take shape like clay under a seal to is shaped like clay that was under a seal.
That's just a
What
dumb way
the
of saying
fuck?
exactly the same
You're,
thing.
you want the extension of a like post action. Once the wax is pressed, is it going to stay like you want that form? But it's not. It doesn't say that in the scripture.
This
It
is
says it
such
What?
weak defense.
Oh
like
my god,
clay
that is the
under a
dumbest.
seal.
That's the dumbest argument I've heard, and that means a lot.
Really?
It doesn't say is shaped like clay
Oh,
that was
it doesn't
pressed by
say.
a
It just
seal.
it,
It
it just
says
says like
shaped
clay.
like clay
It
under a
it
seal.
it doesn't say shaped like
It
clay
doesn't
under
say
a seal.
what
It just
kind of
says
seal.
shaped like clay under a
It
seal.
doesn't
Got
say
it.
what kind of seal, anything like that.
Hey, what's going on? I take off tomorrow.
So how are you going to get a reference of a shape if you don't reference what shape the seal is that's pressing into the clay?
Wow.
You don't
Excuse me.
have that.
I need to take a hit of this bong after that statement. Hold on.
Well, I'm with you on that. I'll join you there. Let me pull
Wow.
these
So wait a
up.
minute. It doesn't say clay under a seal. It just says clay
It says
under
it
a
takes
seal.
shape like clay under a seal. It doesn't
Oh,
say
like
that
clay.
it is. Let me
Oh, it's
finish.
not is
It
clay. It's
doesn't
like
say that it
clay.
is shaped like clay that was under a circular seal or
Right.
square seal. It doesn't
Right.
say that.
It
There's no
doesn't say
reference
that like
to a shape.
clay under seal. It doesn't say like clay under a seal.
It
It just
says it
says like
takes
clay under a
shape.
seal.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
What
Right.
kind of seal?
Wow.
What
Right,
kind
so
of
it doesn't
seal?
say.
That is disabled.
What kind of seal?
It say the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Wow. So it doesn't say that. Got it.
It does say that.
Well, then what's your problem, man? It's clay under a seal.
I don't have a problem with it. He does.
Well, it says, let's see, the earth takes shape like clay under a
You're
seal.
interjecting
Wow.
for no reason. He's the one that has the contention. I don't.
I'm just reading the text, man. Come on, let me take another hit.
There you go.
Wow, it does say shape though, man.
Dude, shapes. You see it now? You're starting to see shapes, aren't
Yeah.
you?
The earth
There you
takes
go.
shape like clay under a seal. Wow.
There you go. Shill another one
Wow.
out.
It doesn't say
Take
that
another
though,
shill
man.
to
It
the
doesn't.
dome.
So it does have a shape like clay under a seal. So
Take
it's
a
like
rip to
flat,
the
man.
dome,
Wow.
brother. Get it, the dome.
Can you tell me again? I have what did you what would you expect it to say if it were saying that it
Nobody. I
retains
don't
that
expect
shape
it to
after
say
the
anything.
seal goes away? How did you say that again, Fresh?
Sorry, go ahead. I cut you off. I shouldn't have done that. My bad.
I was saying you were giving an alternate way the Bible would sound if it meant what I think it's saying, which is that it retains its shape. How did you word it? What it would have said?
I have no idea, to be honest. Something. I don't know. You were talking
Something
about
like
wax.
keeps that shape after the seal has gone or something?
Right. That's the that's the metaphor you said. You said, does wax if you press a seal into wax, is it going to stay in that shape? And I said yes. And you're like, aha, exactly.
No, that's not what I was asking.
Okay, I don't know then.
I wanted to hear your version of what the Bible should read. If what it was
I don't
saying
think
is,
the Bible should read anything.
you just said it mere moments ago. I'll just get Sage to tell me. Don't worry about it.
There you go.
Hey, you know, dude, the Bible wasn't written in English, man. You know that?
Dang, dude. Translations,
Yeah, wow.
misinterpretations. So yeah, shapeless earth, formless, like scripture says, takes shape, meaning when actions applied to it is dynamic, it's malleable. No reference to a shape of the seal pressing into the clay. So we're not referencing a shape, never have claim to a shape. You guys want us to claim a shape, or me, I would say us. You want me to claim a shape so bad.
No, I'm happy with you not claiming it's
So
shape.
you're
Hilarious. It's comedy gold.
So man, a seal under the
Here we
clay
go.
under the seal, man. That doesn't have any shape when you're done, man. When you take the seal away from it, it doesn't have any shape when you're done that. Wow, I didn't know
What
that.
kind of? Well, I mean, what kind of seal?
Well, generally what they're talking there's not kind of like a signet ring, and
Fresh.
wax, It generally leaves behind a shape, man.
Okay, I don't know what
Do you
kind of.
agree? Do you agree?
I mean,
Clay under a
it's,
seal isn't a ball.
yeah. Well, this is an analogy, man. In case you didn't.
Yeah, analogy, man.
Do you agree? Clay under a seal is closer to a pizza than it is a ball.
It would depend on the seal.
Oh
We'd
my
have to
God.
come to a consensus of what the seal is
You're imagining
for me to
ball,
think, like for me
seal,
to
cube
visualize.
seals,
Listen,
pyramid
for me to
seals.
visualize what the clay is going to do, I need to know the shape of the seal. But since I don't have that reference, I'm not going to think it's taking any
no.
particular shape.
Okay, so God might have a 3D seal, like.
Well, again,
pyramid
it could be
shape.
circular or it could be square because it does say the four corners
Yeah,
of
we're
the
not
earth.
really
So I
talking
mean, it
about
could be
that.
either
Like,
one.
square or circle is fine, but that's flat.
No, nobody said
Yes,
that. That's what you're trying to
that's
pin on me again.
Bible literalism.
Once again, for like the 5th hour in a row now. Topographical.
Very
yes, that's still a big
Oh,
flat.
hey, man,
big
you know
flat area.
man, you know what this verse says. It doesn't just say it turned this clay to the seal,
Lame,
man.
let it go.
It also says, and they stand as a garment. Wow, but that's okay.
It's lame now. Let it go.
That was interesting.
Yeah. Fun teaching grown adults about reality.
Yeah, that's how you see it. That's even more interesting.
Reality. You wouldn't know reality if it bit you in the ass.
Oh man, yeah. Maybe if I use refraction, I could watch it happen.
Oh, if you want refraction, you got to talk to Shame. Shame's the king of refraction. Now he's got this refraction that bends light 180 degrees to make it look like it's flat. Man. It's really wild.
Yeah, man. Does he do it in a fish tank with
If you think
sugar?
if you think a couple of degrees of refraction is wild,
Does he
you should
got?
talk to Shame.
Does he have some sugar in his fish tank?
No, I haven't seen him use the fish tank, but I haven't seen him use
Maybe too much sugar in his tank.
the personal dome of refraction, man. That makes light bend however you need it to bend, whenever you need it to bend. It's really wild.
I like the metaphor behind that. If you got enough sugar in your tank, you could be a glober.
Oh, we're not the king of refraction anymore. That's Shame, man. Shame and Witsit they've got this.
You
personal
guys are
dome of
welcome to
refraction.
use that one. Electric, Democ, anybody else out there? I know you like that one. Riggs, you as well. Sage, document that.
Look what this personal dome will do sometimes. It'll bend light 180 degrees if you need to.
Dome? Who says a dome?
You have a personal dome, man.
Taking bong rips to the dome, dude. I think you're lost in the sauce now.
Isn't it funny that we have a description of a seal? Right? Now,
What's the
regardless
description
if
of the
it's
seal?
square or round. Hold
What
on, bro.
description
I'm
of
not done.
where? Okay,
When
sorry.
you press the seal down, right, it kind of gives you upturned edges on the side, right? When you press the seal down, we can all agree on
Well, it
that.
depends on the shape of the seal.
Well, it could be round or square. Regardless,
It
when
could
you
be,
press
but
the
we would have
seal,
to know what shape it is.
It's a
Or
2D
what
shape,
shape
Fresh.
just
That's what
follow along,
seals
bro.
are.
Don't spurk out. I just answer my question, right? If you press on the seal, regardless of the shape, the center of it would be lower than the surrounding edges. Can we agree on that?
No, that's only if the seal had like, kind of a flat surface to it. It could have some like raised edges inside it at certain points, but you're confining this to, it doesn't matter if it's circular or square, but it would have to still be flat in order for that to happen.
Okay, so but when you press it down, the edges would be higher than the rest of it, right? We can agree on that?
I'm going to agree. I think
More or less.
it fits, uncannily fits with flat Earth and biblical Earth together. They fit together.
Okay, now once we got that out of the way, the man that went up Picard in a balloon, we all remember him? Do you remember what he said? He said that it appears to be flat with upturned edges. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just trying to correlate those two things, get you guys thinking.
Yeah, he said that at 30,000 feet. That wasn't at altitude. That was as he was going up, and at 35,000 feet, that he described that as what he saw.
Right.
That does fit flat Earth, biblical Earth. I would agree. Hit what he said.
That's what I'm saying. Just those two things. Like, think about that, right? We have something written in the Bible, and we have a man that went up and described it in such a manner. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just putting that out there.
Yep. Also, I have theories of it being a sphere and people going up and seeing that.
Yeah, of course. People claim that they see curves and spheres, and yeah.
So when we
Well, I don't know how they can claim a sphere having not seen the whole of, like, my saying, right? If you haven't seen the whole of the Earth, then you can't predicate shape. So I stand by that. So
Well, they claim it was flat with downturned edges, so that's the beginning of the globe.
that's Picard that said that.
No, I'm saying other
Yeah, but,
spacemen that are globers said it's the opposite to that.
But I think if you follow through with Picard all the way to where he was at altitude, however high he went, 100,000 feet, whatever it was, he described it as curved.
Can you find any documentation on that? I
He wouldn't have had
haven't seen it.
he wouldn't have been able to see
That'd be a
all the
nice
way
citation.
to where the edge would potentially be.
Left Lane, can you find documentation on that? Because I haven't heard.
I just
that.
saw somebody posted the whole thing or something, and we were reading all of it, and we found that where he was talking about the upturned edges was at like 30,000 feet, but then all the way through at altitude, he described it as a curvature.
I'd like to see that. I'm not saying you're lying or anything. I'm not accusing. I would like to see some documentation of that.
Yeah, it would be good to look at. I think it was attached to the Wikipedia about him. I think's where we found it.
Seals are usually 2D, so it will have mountains. What it means is God's created the ups and the downs of the landscape, and it means we think Earth's generally flat. In fact, it's the word of God, isn't it? Or it's saying, I heard this from an angel. The angel said it's flat.
Well, I don't subscribe to Bibles or, fancy stories of Big Bangs. I have them in like almost the same category. So, yeah, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I'm not aiming that at you. I was just talking back with what we were generally on about. I don't think you subscribe to the flat Earth model. I think you're sure it's not a globe because you think it might be flat.
I don't talk about shape because I don't know the shape. Could be any
Yeah,
shape.
but don't know means it could be a globe. So are you willing to say that?
It could be anything. Now,
Well, that's
the
amazing.
globe description for me sounds alien because we've talked about this before, right? Where they put this globe, they put this globe in a vacuum. So, I mean, we can go through all that nonsense, but yeah.
Well, what if it's a globe and just the vacuum bit's wrong?
Like I said, anything is possible. The creator could have done anything. I'm going by physics and logic. And physics and logic tells me you can't have a ball of gas and water in a vacuum. That's physically impossible. So,
Yeah. Okay. So you're still saying globe's possible at that point.
I'm saying anything is possible. I'm saying a creator could have done anything, right? This ineffable being
Well,
that we all
do you think Earth
don't
could
know
be a
what.
pyramid shaped?
Could be a triangle. I don't know. Could be anything.
No, you don't really think that.
Like I said, you're not gonna make me take a shape because I will repeat. I don't know the shape. You don't know the shape.
Could be a globe.
Nobody
Though.
knows the
You've
shape.
decided.
So that's that.
Option 3 could be a globe. That means you've passed the test, and you're on the fence.
Yeah, it's always fruitless talking with you, Don. But yeah, we'll leave
Thanks
it
for
there.
playing.
Yeah.
And that's good because that means you've come around.
So I stand by my statement. If you haven't seen the entirety of the Earth, you cannot predicate shape. Period. End of story.
Could be a globe, though.
It takes shape. It doesn't have a shape.
Another thing, fresh on that.
Apparently,
just
in order to convince
What
somebody
does it
that
take
it's a
shape
globe, you
after?
have to play mind games.
It
Don
depends
doesn't
on
even
what the
have an
action
argument.
is that's being applied to it.
Fresh, just quickly on the seal, metaphor literalism, which is a weird set of mind logic. But seals are supposed to keep their shape as they travel around the world in the post horse or boat. That's part of, they keep the shape so they stay like a pizza on the letter. How God wanted it. And that's how it is.
Wait, say
all
that
the time.
again?
The
I was
literal
staring out the
reading
window.
of that verse is the earth stays solid like a seal so it can last.
No, it takes shape.
How God made it.
It doesn't say it is shaped or will be shaped like.
Why are they
it says
using
it
the
takes
seal
shape.
metaphor then?
Say again?
Why is an angel using the metaphor of pressing a seal if
An
they
angel.
don't refer to what seals do?
That's the whole point right there. You just said it. They're referring to what seals do, which
Yeah,
is they
which is
press
stay
into the
hard,
clay.
stay in
They
their shape.
press into the clay and they changes the shape of the clay.
That's nothing to do with what I'm saying.
It's all about change. The whole book's about change and you changing, just as the earth changes.
But what would be the point of a royal seal if by the time it got to Africa it had changed and gone all foggy?
Well, I don't know
What
what
would be
the
the point in that?
Africans and the royals do. I'm not concerned with
Our
that.
symbology would be a mess.
It depends on the shape of that seal.
It's pressed, so it's hard. That's the point.
Yeah, and so the clay was what came first, not the seal. We're not talking about the seal. We're talking about the clay.
I just mean literally, seals don't morph shape like you're saying the Earth does. So that's not a literal reading.
No, yeah, the seal does morph the shape of the clay.
Oh, it's like clay pressed under a seal. So
Exactly.
the clay then hardens in the shape.
No, it didn't say like hardened
mountains
clay.
are mountains forever.
It didn't
That's what
say
it
like
means.
hardened. It didn't say like clay
You're on a
hardened
pizza.
under a seal. Jeez Louise, man. Why are you stretching it so far?
Official. It means it's officially like this.
It does not at all. That's so disingenuous.
Literalism makes the metaphor come alive.
It's clay. The earth is clay. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so eventually it could move, but the point of it being
It does
sealed
move.
is for a
It
while it
takes
doesn't.
shape. Like clay under a seal because it's made of clay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just in that action, so you're taking it like the whole of the earth forever is while it's being pressed. It's being squidged out. It's a process of squidging.
Yes. It's constantly being squished by the dynamic inputs of life as we know it. Entropy, heat, all of it.
I would take that and then I would give you my ocean analogy and say, we know it's going up and down like a seal, but we still want to know what the general 3D shape is.
It doesn't have one. It's formless. We went back to that.
And then I'd say, your solipsism is really coming on.
That's on the God that you are not supposed to be.
Electric, you're hot micing.
I feel silly getting heated over a Bible metaphor now.
Say again. You're gonna get a seal.
Still, I feel silly getting heated over a Bible metaphor.
Well, no, nobody's getting heated.
I'm totally happy with you having any reading you want of it. That's the whole point.
Not only that, we're cherry picking one verse from a book that really doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth.
No, I mean it's everything to do with it.
No, it doesn't. It's just one.
The book talks about the creation of it.
Job does not talk about the creation of it. Sorry, it's just one comment from.
I thought the creation of it was like, bam, there it is. You know, all did the whole shebang in 7 days.
Yeah,
right?
it was formless.
Now you're taking books. You're taking Job and Genesis and cramming them together to come up with some sort of.
No, it's one book.
No, it's not one book. There's
Yeah, it's called the
60-some
Bible.
different books. There's
There's a
60-some
bunch of
different
books.
books written at different times by different people or different
Okay,
in
I
different
said the wrong
languages.
word. It's one story, but it's different books comprising the same story.
Maybe if you want to read them, if you want to read the books,
Maybe.
If you think the
Genesis,
books
does
are
it?
univocal, if you think all the books are univocal, then you've got something.
Yep, I do.
Well, they're not. Sorry, because they're
They are.
opposing
They're
one
all
of
from the spirit.
that is your interpretation, which is not in the books themselves,
A
but
nice
added
compromise.
onto it at a later time.
Yeah, the entire Bible was inspired by the spirit.
That's another addition at the other time that's been added on over time, but okay. In the meantime, even Genesis itself was not written by one person because Genesis 1 is very different than what Genesis 2. Obviously, two books written at two times that someone put together.
Okay, you got two books of Genesis. What's your point? They're still saying the same story about creation of Earth.
Actually, there's three
You
writers
got
of
so
Genesis.
far off in the woods, you don't know where you are right now.
Yeah, actually, there's three writers of Genesis, but that's okay.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Nope, the priestly, the they call them JP and D. The priestly, the Yahwehist, and the Deuterocanonical guy.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that the Earth has no shape.
Well, the Earth does have shape, and Genesis says so. The Earth was
No, Genesis says it was formless.
Shape. Yeah, before creation, moron.
No, Earth is the creation, and it says specifically that the Earth was formless.
Before creation, yeah, before. Come on, you don't think that after creation it's still formless, do you?
The Earth is creation.
Hello, before the Earth was created, it was formless. Yeah.
No. The Earth is creation.
Wow, what are you smoking, man?
We're referencing. It's my own personal stuff. Actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I believe it.
But see, the thing is, we're referencing the Earth. That's what it says. The Earth. So it was already created because Earth is the creation. This is simple.
What? So
How are you
it was created before the creation? It was created before the creation.
Earth is the creation.
So, but it was already void. So is it? I mean, come on, you're talking out both sides of your mouth now.
Earth is the creation.
There was nothing, and then there
Heavens
was
and
Earth.
the earth.
That's what he's
Man
saying.
was made from the creation.
Well, now you're getting Genesis 2 and Genesis 1 mixed up.
I mean, the solar system sort of all popped out around the same week, right?
This is getting tiring. Don't you get tired of this?
Yeah.
They've
You
kind
must
of,
as well.
everyone's, I feel bad for you. Everyone's kind of just put you, you're like, have you seen my stapler? Like, we're going to need you to go downstairs. You're just kind of in the corner.
Yeah. I mean, here's the guy who's quoting the book he obviously hasn't read very much and doesn't know much about, but he's quoting it pretty good.
Pretty good.
I mean, you're there quoting the Bible, and you probably haven't read it, have you?
No, how do you quote it if you've never read it?
Well, because you're cherry picking verses out.
Cherry picking out of what? Something that you've never read? How do you do that?
Because you hear other people.
How do you know where it is in order to cherry pick it?
Because you hear
if you've
other
never
people
read it.
cherry picking. Because you hear other people cherry picking them out.
Flat on your face. Flat on your face.
No, you hear. I mean, just like you don't
It's
have an
easy.
original thought. You
You
don't
could
have
run
an original
circles
thought.
around you.
You just go to what all the flurf daddies say.
Circles.
Is that a shape? Is circle a shape?
Formless, isn't?
No, it's a
Clay.
circle. It's a shape.
Clay under a seal, isn't?
God, stop quoting Job. God, come on, stop it.
Louise, man.
Oh, we strawmanned him.
Does it trigger the inner
seal-
demons in
the
you? Are
seal
you having
idea.
convulsions?
No, what it does is it shows that you don't know much about the book if you can only quote one verse that you cherry pick.
Can we go to the other one? Fresh. What do you
Demonic
think about the
outbreaks.
Fresh. Four corners.
Four corners? You
Shape-
love that,
Shapes have
don't you?
corners. Shapes have
You
corners,
love the
right?
angels and how they guard those places. You love angels so much.
No, but just relate it back to the shape thing. Shapes have corners. So doesn't that mean
Shapes have
there's a shape?
corners. Circles have corners. Fucking clown spears have corners.
So I'm asking, are you reading them as corners
They
or are you
have
reading them as
corners.
far
This is
points?
getting tiring, Don.
You
Stop
understand
it.
you understand the four corners is an analogy, right? Just like the four winds, you know.
But he's a
There's four.
literalist. So
When I
it's
know
gotta
when you
make
Yeah,
sense
he
of it.
doesn't.
when you
Don, he
see
doesn't know what that word means.
when you see the number 4 in the Bible, it
This is
generally means, you
crazy.
know, Earth. You know.
He's trying to convince a biblical literalist that the book's metaphorical.
Yeah, the book is
That's
metaphorical. Yeah.
hilarious.
I mean, no, it
Yeah.
is
You
to
ever hear about
us,
parables?
but to him, it's got to be literal too.
What do you think?
Did you know that as a literalist, my book said that you would say this a long time before you were ever positioned to think that?
Do you think Job was a real person that God tortured just for some sort of balls contest with the
This
devil?
is great. It never said God tortured anybody. You're
What do you
crazy.
mean God tortured the shit out of Job just to have some
Jeez
sort of
Louise.
contest
No,
with
your God did.
Satan? No, that's the. If you're going to quote Job, you need to look at the book.
Your God did.
You need to look at the book of
No,
Job.
he
I mean,
didn't. He
here you've got
used
God.
Job as a test.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's an analogy, probably. I don't think Job really existed.
There you
But
go.
I mean,
for
what he
Fresh,
killed?
Job
God
refers
killed.
to a real
God
man somewhere.
God allowed his daughters and sons and daughters to be killed just to make some sort of story to prove something to the devil. Now, come on, that's a weird book.
Co-parter.
So, I mean, you're using a book, and yet you kind of ignore what happens in the story. Yeah, I've been there. It's a pretty cool place, Kool-Aid. Actually, no, it's not a cool place. It's out in the middle of no effing where.
I think that's what they mean by corner, far point. I know it's a
Yeah,
breaking of the definition,
I've actually
but it's
had
still a literal reading.
I've actually had my ass on that little thing there, so I have in all 4 states at one time. It's out in the middle of no effing where in the middle of the Southwest desert. Probably not a place to go to.
When they were putting in the marker, the surveyors were off. So the marker's actually not in the right spot. I think it's completely in Colorado.
No, it's completely where it belongs because although they were off, by legally, the marker is the divider between the states. Yes, it's not where it intended to be, but it is where
Right.
it is.
Fair. I just think it's funny that it's wrong, but it's still right.
They were accurate as they could. Like Colorado, they saw it's the big square state. It actually has 697 sides or something like that because that's how many pitches they did to mark it.
It would have been so much easier if the Earth was flat, though. They wouldn't have had
Right.
Colorado would
Well,
actually be a square.
It'd be so much easier if if they had GPS at the time too, right? And could nail it down to a gnat's ass. So yeah, it's not where they intended it to be, but it is in the right place, and it is a division between those 4 states.
Or there's a 3D universe version of Four Corners, like Carbalist Cross, where the line goes all the way down, all the way up, and there's angels all around it. But you can do that in 3D on a globe.
Fresh, are you aware that Genesis 1 and 2 have contradictory accounts of creation?
Explain your position.
Well, in Genesis 1, hold on, let me pull it up. It's been a while since I've gone. I went over this with Taylor before, but she never commented.
Bible is one big contradiction.
Genesis 1. Give me a moment. The animals are created before the humans on the 6th day. In Genesis 2, man is created before the animals. What do you think about that?
Say it again.
Genesis 1, the animals are created before the humans. Genesis 2, man is created before the animals.
Yeah, and sometimes in one of the stories, man and woman are created together, and the other, Eve is taken from Adam's rib. In one of the stories, it has to rain for the plants to grow, and in the other one, they just grow without that.